Yoshi. My friend Yoshi does medical experiments where they like give you drugs and stuff. He gets like $10,000 for like a week's worth of work. I mean, I would work for that shit.
Ori, he's looking for people to do experiments on. Did you pay the people that you do experiments on? Ah, you're out of luck. If only you had 2 resumes, you could have gotten it to me. Yeah.
So you printed up the resume. Did it make it over there okay? Everything go good after that?
No, the HR lady had left already. So.
If you work for Good Luck Charlie, why are you trying to? Because that's a great job, right? You know.
Yeah.
So what the? Well, why does Chateau Marymount?
I see.
Oh.
No. I mean, I didn't get fired. The show's over. It's done. And I could get another PA job, but it's just 12 hours a day. I didn't want to go that route. But you're right, man. It's a lot funnier if he just talks about today going to Kinko's.
About
puns and phallic jokes.
Right. Yeah. The type of person. Where your life has to be, where you're just printing up one resume at a time, is the magic there. Right? Yeah, really.
It's beautiful. Yeah, a lot of people can relate to that. Not the one resume thing, but hard times and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's going to root for you.
And drop that word phallic, man. Yeah.
Just say hard ass
with me. Just say hard ass dick.
No, keep phallic. Let people think once in a while. Make them Google shit.
Or make me think, man. Make me Google in the middle of your comedy show. Pull out my phone and be rude. Fuck it.
All the time.
He's not wearing socks either. Is that like a thing that I'm just not doing? I'm too old.
I've been on this show before.
Yeah? So what does that have to do with not wearing socks? I've done this show once before, and I know that when you come back for a second time, no socks on Tiltone.
It's even on my resume. Which I have here for you right now, but you got to copy it because I need one.
So then what, you had to carry that copy all the way home with you because the HR lady wasn't there. You didn't drop that one resume off. You weren't like walking by the liquor store next to Chateau Marmont like, I got the one resume.
No, I mean, I did end up having to throw it away because it drowns.
It drowns.
That's
what happens when you print one piece of paper. The universe will make it fall in that one fucking puddle on the side of a street.
It's could have been a sad and funny, poignant story all at once. And then finally you realize this all along. You just emailed her the fucking thing. Right? Like, shit.
It's so true.
Hotmail.
Paper resume. Surprised you didn't send it by Game of Thrones Raven or something like that. I don't even know they still do that. Paper resume. You must send a hard copy to me with your page number. You're going to make it in Hollywood. You want to work at the Chateau Marmont? Bring one paper resume. Thanks, Bud. Bud Galloway, everybody. There he is. He's on Twitter at Bud Galloway. Galloway.
Dude, did you guys start when you used to have to go get headshots printed and shit?
Yeah.
You used to do all that?
Yeah.
That was such bullshit.
Sometimes you still have to do it.
But no, but like, it's so great that you just can email the shit.
Yeah.
But you used to go there and it was like, you'd be like, do I need 200 or 400? How many auditions am I going to get? You're not getting shit.
Yeah.
It was sad.
It's my favorite is having all my friends' old headshots. Like, I saw Joey Diaz one the other day, and it's just hilarious. Every time I get headshots printed, like, my family always asks for them, like they graduation pictures or some shit.
But remember, then you pick the font, and you want to center it, and like you want the frame around it, and it'd be $10 extra. Do they want you to sign it when you send it?
Nah, man, they just tell everybody who the fuck that is in that picture when they come in the house. Yeah, it's true. The same thing happens to me, because my mom will see it first. Like, I will send her the top whatever if I get headshots, and then anytime I talk to any other family member on the phone, they go, yeah, Mom told me you got new headshots, so, how about you send them over? And it turns into a regular thing. You know, what does casting do once you give them your headshot, and then they don't want you? Do they throw your headshot away? Really? Well, what you need to start doing is start giving them wallet sizes and shit, so they can at least, like, just put in this. Brody Stevens uses, like, a 13 by 16 headshot He has a joke about it. He says that he stands out in a pile. It's the funniest thing. There's actually one hanging up in the manager's office here. It's up that tall.
Yeah, and it's stretched out, like the proportion's bad. Like it looks,
and it's his face, just a big picture of it's so funny. Brody Stevens, a good friend.
That's got to be like a multi-million-dollar industry, just headshots.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's all old school stuff, like having a resume on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Headshots. Your next comedian is Jeremy McKieran. Jeremy McKieran, everybody, here he is.
Alright, thank you. I'm sick of people my age that wear ironic clothing. I find that so confusing. I was talking to this guy once, and he had a Boston Red Sox hat on, with a big blue B for Boston. That's where I'm from. So I'm talking to him for like 5 minutes about the Red Sox, and all of a sudden he stops me and he goes, "My man, it's just a hat. I'm actually a fan of the Dodgers." Motherfucker. And so I can't believe people get away with this. Like, it just seems so ridiculous. Like, hats are only really necessary for people that are, I don't know, like ashamed that they're balding or like lost their sunglasses, you know? Like, it's just a hat. Like, that's like me wearing like a Nazi war helmet with like swastikas on it and going, "What? It's just a helmet. I'm actually a fan of the Jews. Go Jews!" Thank you.
Fuck yeah. Jeremy McKiernan. I like your style, man. Where are you from?
From Boston.
Yeah. How long have you been here?
About 4 years in LA.
Nice. Where do you mostly go up around?
I've just been doing stand-up for like 2 or 3 months. I go up just like all the open mics around Flappers.
Cool.
Yeah.
dope.
Yeah, I like that premise a lot. That's really funny, because what a douchebag that guy is for committing it, you know?
Yeah, what's good is you have a point of view coming out. Actually, the setup was, I was really into it. You lost me for a second. In the end, it was fine again. But the main thing is you had a point of view, and I was hoping that because you seem like you said you hate these, like you're sick of it, you said? What'd you say?
Yeah, it's just confusing.
So I was kind of waiting for you to really lay into that guy right there, as opposed to going around for a second. Like, I don't know, I'm not sure what the punchline is with it, but when he said, "Dude, it's just a hat, you know, I'm a Dodger fan," I thought you were gonna like have the punchline right there. But it's great. I mean, you got a point of view. If you've been doing it for 3 months, it's good. Just keep doing it.
Well, thanks.
Let me show you.
What else?
I don't know.
How old are you that there's young people like you wearing ironic?
28.
28?
I feel like it's a thing. Kid guys doing their 20s.
I used to do that shit.
When's the last time you printed up a paper resume?
Oh, God.
Do you have a job right now?
Have you ever killed a bird?
Have you ever killed a bird? Did you ever kill, like, a baby bird when you were a kid?
Yeah, just my local cat used to bring dead rabbits, and I took one of the tails of it once.
Ooh.
It's creepy.
You cut
What
it
did
off?
you do with the tail?
Scissors or
My
something?
landlord gave me the tail of it as like good luck, and I kept it for years.
Oh, what nationality was your landlord?
Chinese.
He was a drunk white
Take
guy.
the rabbit tail.
What other ironic clothing situations you've been in? Just the Dodger hat? I'm curious. I mean, there's got to be more.
Yeah, people wearing like Hanson t-shirts because they think it's like silly and fun.
Right, I'm making fun of Hanson by wearing Hanson.
Fuck Hanson, I'm gonna put it on my chest.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for you to be like, no, fuck you
Yeah.
for buying that shirt, because Hanson gets a royalty, asshole, or whatever. I don't know. Something. I'm pissed off. I'm pissed at the guy too.
I know.
Fucking ironic clothing.
He was just get a Dodgers hat.
Just get the Dodgers, exactly. It's like your Dodgers. What a fucking hat.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Like,
I hate when people wear Kango hats, but they don't be Eddie Griffin. Like, come on, man, what are you doing?
I always think of Samuel L. for that.
Kango hats, but they don't be Samuel L. Jackson.
Doesn't he has more expensive hats, doesn't he?
Well, probably now.
I've seen him wear some Kangos.
Oh, really? He
Yeah.
goes too?
Yeah. But he's really been stepping it up lately. He's up to Capital One on top of
And he's lost weight. He looks
15
good.
Yeah. Okay. Jeremy,
Thank you.
Hey, man,
Good
good
stuff,
stuff,
man.
fun times. Please come back soon.
I will.
like what we have, like people that have hair can actually do different hairstyles, hair colors.
Mm-hmm.
We got hats.
Yeah.
Doug Stanhope joke.
Doug Stanhope.
Powerful Doug Stanhope, everybody. Been hanging out watching. So true. Did it actually happen? Come on, man. Tell the truth.
Dude, that shit happens all the time.
Yeah.
People are wearing ironic shit all the time.
Just so you know, Doug had been watching all of you guys for like the last hour, and he calls me up screaming, and I realize he's sitting in the back of the room screaming.
So awesome.
But that's the thing. That's what hipsters do now. They look unhip because they want to be so hip. That's what's stupid. You know what I'm saying?
I've always been anti-hipster. I don't get it. It's crazy to me. They're all the same thing. It reminds me of the episode of South Park where they talk about the everybody's conforming into groups, and then there's a group that's the non-conforming group. but by becoming a group, they're the most conforming.
Yeah.
And that's what hipsters are. South Park has a great episode about it years and years ago.
Silver Lake.
Who would have thought those guys would get the jump on them? Anyway. One more time for Jeremy McKiernan and Doug Stanhope, everybody.
Yeah, baby.
Maybe we should just move on and do that for sure. Guys, let's move on to the regular part of our show where we have our two regulars that do a new minute each week. We have two young ladies that, since the show started, we've had been doing a new minute each week, and it's always fun, and it's always fun to watch them grow. Been on a real fun streak lately. I'm excited to see what happens here tonight. I don't see them anywhere. You guys here? Okay.
They were servicing the guys in the back.
All right, put your hands together for your first comedian. She is a regular on Dysentery and Kill Tony. Always fun, always taking a little something and turning it into a big deal. The very funny stylings of Sarah Weinshane, everybody.
What's up? Hey. I've been looking up to the moon lately for answers. Just like, tell me something good, girl. Give me some hope. The moon is definitely a her. She's definitely feminine as fuck. I like to go outside and say, oh, she's looking good tonight. Maybe something positive's gonna happen. You know that you're fucked when you're looking at the moon for answers. Just trying to connect with the universe or something. Last night I looked at the moon. It looked like a fucking black and white cookie. And I was like, oh, I like that. I can deal with that. It's positive. I'm done. This just got weird for me.
The moon. Moon joke. Fuck yeah. Were you doing mushrooms or anything?
I know,
like
just
that?
mushroom weed.
Staring at the moon?
I'm lost as fuck. And I'm like, fuck it. Let me just look up to the sky.
Damn. Wow.
And you only do it. You only do it at night. Obviously, you're not looking at the sun. It's just
Right.
the moon.
Yeah.
And the stars get involved at all?
No, because I can't see them. I can only see the moon.
You sound depressed.
Yeah.
Guys,
Right? If you're looking to the moon for answers.
sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you should spend more time out during the day. Absorb some sunlight. Get some vitamin D going on. You know what I mean? Get it all rolling.
My eyes, the moon's low.
Less moon, more sun.
You can wear sunglasses and just don't stare at the sun.
I think that's just I think that's a lie, which is
Have you tried to look at the sun? Come on. Don't stare at the sun.
Let it peel off a couple eye layers first, and then you're good. Staring at the moon.
It was a good premise. I was waiting for you to go somewhere with it. So just
Right now,
knock it out more. Figure
right
it
now,
out.
you sounding like a wolf right now. You know how wolves be. All right, fuck it.
That is what a wolf open mic would be like. You ever just stare at the moon and think, try to figure out what it's all about. The crowd's just going crazy.
What's up with howling?
Man, raw meat is delicious. Am I right, wolves? I just said people. Why would a wolf say people? Am I right, wolves?
Why do I gotta be with the pack? I want to be in the pack.
Wolf belt.
What's up with that?
What is the deal with this? There's no barbers for us.
Maybe talk about how it's weird that you're looking at the moon for answers and how it first started off that you were looking at like grass or something like that and how you got to the moon or just the idea of you. How did it start? Like you just one day just started looking at the moon and
Did you have a moon-faced therapist? Like what was?
Sometimes you're like, well, I don't believe in religion. Maybe the moon will tell me something. Like, I don't know.
Did you expect it to talk?
Have you ever been staring at the moon and like looking out your kitchen window, staring out on a dark night at the moon, and you realize that you're in a commercial for a prescription depression medication?
There you go.
That's what I picture when I think of what you're saying when you're joking about it. Like that's the picture that I thought was painted. Like you just keep talking about staring at the moon, and it sounds like you're not even outside staring at the moon.
And I wonder what happens if like you're down and you're looking for answers for the moon, and then suddenly there's a lunar eclipse, and you're like, fuck, even the moon or clouds.
Right. You just got cock blocked by the galaxy.
Yeah, like when it's depressant shaped and looks like a fingernail, it's really depressing. Like a sliver.
Which brings me to my next question. Brian Kelly, have you ever seen the moon when it looks like a fingernail and gotten hungry? We had a nail biter on earlier.
Oh.
Anyway. Oh, there you go. There he is. He's still up there. He didn't want to talk with his mouth full. He had a thumb with a concasse sauce with spinach and olive oil. I've said it every wrong way. Fuck yeah. How long has this moon thing been happening?
It's a recent thing. It's like a 3-week moon thing that I'm doing.
Wow. You know the moon hasn't even been out for the last 3 weeks.
No,
I'm
it's actually
kidding.
super moon.
No, I know. I was, yeah. How long does it last, though? How long is it out for?
Super moon? Yeah, I think. Thank you.
Are you sure you're not looking at a street light or something that's outside of your place?
No, I know. When I said the fucking
Just
moon,
for 3 weeks straight, you've been looking at the same moon?
You were saying that they come up every week with a minute, right?
Yeah.
So were you sitting there going like, I need to come up with some material, and then you said, let me look at the moon, or were you looking at the moon and were like, I should talk about this on stage?
I was looking at the moon, and I was calling her to my room.
That's right.
And I was like, she looks great tonight.
What'd your
And
roommate
that's
say?
how I thought of it. My roommate was like, yeah, she does. And then we were just talking about how the moon is feminine as fuck. And
Why?
Yeah.
No, she's just like moody. Like
Well,
she
there you
changes
go.
all the time.
You gotta kind of go in that world.
have you been mixing prescription medicines?
Yeah.
Hey, that was like sober shit. Like,
Yeah, I just was looking at the moon.
But if you had something about the moon and why it's a woman, and then maybe there's something there, like you said, if it's moody because it changes every day, and then
Yeah, I just didn't know where I wanted to go with it.
that's so sad.
Well, and my roommate's a little spacey. Like, she's super into like crystals and shit, and like charges them under the moon.
Why else would it be a her? I get the moody part, but you guys said that you talked about it being a feminine thing, and that that's where it started. So what was it? What was the part where it clicked to be material?
Where did it click?
I'm just trying to think of what you were thinking when you originally started.
Like, yeah, it's definitely a her.
Why?
Because
I think we all grew up that it was a guy, the man face, the moon.
Yeah, and I think that's where something might be, but you'd have to have some reasoning on it.
that's so true. It does have a masculine face sometimes.
But what if you were to say, but if you were to take maybe the sun and be like, the sun's the guy,
Yeah.
because it's like,
Right.
always just heat, fucking sweaty, and here I am, fucking look at me, and then the moon's like, hello, comes up at night and wants to party, and then just like, I don't know.
Maybe you're right. That's true. Maybe there is something like that. Like the sun is this effective thing that gives us vitamins that we need and makes you
on your moods and like, you know, like, I'm not in the mood tonight. I'm just gonna go cry. Yeah. And you gotta talk, and then the poor son every day, come on, man. And finally, after a week, he's like, fine, just go have a tonight.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. But now we're just bagging on him. So
It's perfect.
that was your point of view, but
I think you have at least a few new different angles on it, so.
Or your mom's a lesbian meteorologist or something.
Debbie? No.
No?
Is that your mom's name, Debbie?
Debbie.
Deb Weinshank.
Deb Weinshank. Steve Weinshank.
Wow. Debbie and Steve, that sounds like some kind of sitcom.
Debbie and Steven and Stino.
Does your mom have a moon face?
What the
No,
fuck?
my mom is the face of an angel, actually.
Sarah Weinshank, everybody. We're going to close with you complimenting your mom. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. Put your hands together for your other regular, the college dropout from Florida. Put your hands together for it. Kimberly Congdon, everybody.
don't start the clock.
Yeah.
Hey. Hi, guys. What's going on? Again. Give it up if you know about the ALS challenge on Facebook with the ice. Okay. So we've all seen it, and I know we've all heard about it, and I think that it's a really great thing. I read that they raised $4 million for the charity, which is really great. A lot of awareness. A lot of people know what it is now. I think that we should also focus on raising awareness in other places now, you know? Like, I can't even look at what's going on in Gaza. Like, I can't even see it. Could you imagine if we all got together and we raised enough to pay my cable bill? I feel like this set would go a lot better. I would know what to talk about.
Fuck yeah.
You had 45 seconds of setup for that.
Yeah, I was like, get to it faster.
It was good at the end. I thought it was, for a second I thought, oh, she's going to use the minute to go emotional, because she was very convincing about her emotionality, and then it was a cable bill.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, funny. It was a punchline.
Mm-hmm.
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about this ice bucket challenge stuff, Kim?
I think that, I just think that the people complaining about wasting water are just such fucking fun. Like, shut the fuck up. It's a cooler full of water.
Well, who's saying that?
When people, like, rinse off the bars at the end of the Comedy Store, you use more water than the, you know what I'm saying? It's nothing, and if they've raised so much money.
But under the comments,
People are really upset in social media that they're wasting water and we're in
Yeah.
the house.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
And that there's no clean water in other
it's
places
like,
of the world.
worry about something else, or die.
So now they're putting buckets of hay over themselves to raise awareness of the water shortage.
That's right.
Yeah, man. I know this website trolled a lot of people saying that there was like this article that looked like a real article saying that people were getting fined $500 each, and like over 500 people have been fined in California because of it.
Everyone's
And it was
saying,
just a completely troll about it.
everyone's like, why not just donate? And it's like, well, the point is it's raising awareness.
First of all,
It's working, obviously. So,
there's no water drop. There's an ocean full of that shit.
You can't kill water.
Purify that bitch. Listen, drink.
We just need to turn one state into a giant Brita water filter and just let the
Florida's the non-phallic. There you go.
That's so true. That'd be great if we just turned Florida into a water purification system for the rest of the
I
country.
don't think you'd want that water.
Probably not, right? You're from Florida.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's alright. You know,
Did you ever see an alligator or crocodile when you were a kid?
so many, I almost died.
Really?
I almost got eaten by one. Yeah.
What?
True story.
What was his name?
And I was
Kim, thank you so much. That's the great Kimberly Congdon. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon. Always fun. Stuart, what are you on Twitter?
At Stuart B. Thompson.
That's Stuart with a U. not a W. Really, really funny young rising comic. Thank you so much for being the Patriot tonight, Stuart. Great job.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Anything else you want to plug? You got any dates coming up or anything?
I got a couple this week. I'm going to be right in this room tomorrow night doing the roast battle against wrestling.
There you go. The roast battle happens every Tuesday here at midnight with our friends Brian Moses Roll Battle. And Jamar Neighbors is part of that. He's the head of the Black Wave, team that represents the black movement of some kind.
Yeah, we're like,
It's really funny.
we're like the energy of the roast battle.
Yeah.
The eye of the hurricane.
Jamar Neighbors is Jamar Neighbors on Twitter. You got anything coming up? Anywhere you want listeners to go to?
Yeah, I'll be here on Tuesday and Saturday in OR 12:30.
You got a website or anything?
No.
Instagram?
Yes, Jamar Neighbors.
No.
Everything. Oh, I'm Vine famous too.
Vine
No.
famous. What's
Yeah.
your name on that? Jamar Neighbors.
Jamar Neighbors. Follow me on
Yeah.
Vine.
I love that. You got your name for everything. Maz Jabrani.
Thanks for having me, man. That was fun.
So much fun. I love your stories and so much fun, goofy input from both of you. I had a blast. You're Maz Jabrani on Twitter, spelled just like that, MazJobrani.
That's it.
And anything else? Going anywhere crazy coming up?
Touring, just nationally for now.
Awesome.
Boston, other places. If you kind of go to the website and find it.
Perfect. Catch us in Phoenix and Columbus. That's the 16th of October in Columbus and the 23rd in Phoenix. And some other stuff might be coming up as well. Live audience, thank you guys so much. You guys were awesome. I had a lot of fun with you. Let's kill Tony 66. Thank you. Good night.
Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Henson!
Yeah, baby boy. Here we are again. This is Kill Tony, I believe, number 67. Welcome, everybody. Live audience. You guys are here. How you guys doing tonight? Happy Monday to you. Fuck yeah, I love that. I love that energy. Nice to be here. Episode 67. Live from the Comedy Store, as always. Another beautiful weekend in our lives. I spent my first weekend ever in Denver. Wow. By round of applause, how many people have been to Denver before? Wow, a lot of people. How many people have been to Denver since pot's been legal? There's one girl wooing.
Is it everywhere? Is it just
It's unbelievable. It's every other like fucking block. And it's the coolest thing because it's not like California where people go in and they're like smelling weed and like, so what's the best sativa and like all that stuff. It's just like, it's like a deli. They're like, what do you want? Then they literally, sometimes they call a number, like you'll pick a number. It's like a deli. But the people, it's like there's no bullshitting. You got to get right to the point. You're like, okay, I'll pick 2 of those joints and 2 of those joints.
Wow.
And it's easy breezy. All you hear is pa-ting, 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 because they're just making money nonstop.
Now,
It is a fun land.
Is everybody just completely ridiculously stoned?
No, it's a perfect society. You can totally tell that their economy is being helped, and it's a beautiful everything.
It's weird because last time I was in Denver, at that club, me and Ari had a bunch of weed left over, and so we hid it in the ceiling.
Yeah.
So there's weed in the
Ari
ceiling.
mentioned that. Ari actually swung by. Joe Rogan taped his 1-hour special in Denver this weekend, guys, which is a really big deal. Good friend of us, and it was unbelievable. So check that out when it comes out on Comedy Central. Rocky Mountain High, Joe Rogan's newest special, which I and he, and probably you've seen a lot of that material. We all think that it's his best special ever, so it's very exciting. I got to see it. It was unbelievable. Anyway, Denver was awesome, and it's good to be home. What'd you do this weekend?
Well, we had our first Death Squad secret show here Wednesday. Doug Stanhope opened it, cold open.
yes.
No music or anything. He just walked out. It was awesome. We had Bill Burr. We had so many people coming to the show, and for tickets only going on sale Monday, it was almost sold out.
It was a big blowout.
It was great.
They had that awesome Death Squad vibe of anything can happen, and Stanhope really set the tone by cold opening the show.
Yeah.
No intro, no nothing. He just walked on stage with the spotlight, and that was fun. Brian Moses hosted. A lot of good things happened, and we have a lot more fun Death Squad shows coming up, don't we?
Yeah, Mark Maron and Whitney already said that they want to be on the next one, so that's good way, we are coming back to Columbus, Ohio.
Coming home.
Yes.
That's where Brian and I are from, guys. We weren't even friends there. We made friends in LA, like show business professionals.
Yeah. Even though we lived literally a mile away, we didn't know each other.
It's true.
So weird. But October 16th, we're bringing Kill Tony to the Funny Bone in Columbus, Ohio. So if you're a comic listening to this in Columbus, Ohio, grab all your friends, sign up. We'll have a bucket just like here. We're going to be joined by Tiffany Haddish, the Cat Pack, and then we're doing a comedy show right after it. And then the following day, looks like we're going to be in Chicago at the Laugh Factory. So that's going to be great.
Can you say Midwest October Death Squad tour, ladies and gentlemen? Because it's happening.
It's going to be fun.
Tonight, it's very exciting to be here. As always, our one and only sponsor, and I mean one and only sponsor, the great Elise Lane, sitting right over there, ladies and gentlemen. Professional chef extraordinaire. Sure, we could have sponsors that give us money, and then we'd have to not say certain things on our podcast, but we get to say whatever we want. We do it on a full belly because Elise Lane cooks for us every Monday. Tonight, she made me and Neil Brennan, your two vegans here tonight, chickpea salad sandwiches. For the meat eaters, they had roast beef, horseradish aioli with arugula paninis. Boom.
They're delicious.
And she also made cured salmon with pickled fennel on brioche. Did I say that right? Wow, I said the fancy culinary words correctly this week, which is a first. Thank you, live audience.
It's great though. If you're having a party and you want her to cater it, or if you have business lunch that you want catered or anything, look her up. She's on Twitter.
At Elise Lane, that's spelled strangely. Elyse-Lain. Not how you'd think Elise would be spelled, also not how you think Lane would be spelled. Nobody's paying attention right now. She can also be found on The Girl with the Pan on both Facebook and Instagram. So if you guys are into food porn and crazy pictures of awesome food to make yourself hungry while eating ramen noodles, look that stuff up. We also have one of our favorite regular guests, our favorite regular audience members here, and he just got back from 3 months in Tokyo. Put your hands together for Weekly Fascination in the States. And he brought us gifts. Yeah. Ryan, what did he get you?
He got me a cool T-shirt, this really awesome bottle opener, which looks like a cat or something on there, and a lighter, which has, what's the stand for again? Roppongi, which is the nightclub district in Japan.
And he got me an I Love Roppongi T-shirt that you see right here, and the newest edition, permanent edition to the Kill Tony set, our first ever ninja star, ladies and gentlemen. So if I can't reach you with a sword, I'm gonna throw this shit.
It's gonna be so funny if somebody did try to kill you. We have all these weapons up here.
I know, it's crazy. But they're all fake weapons, so nobody try. Thank you. It's all actually just rubber, so don't get any ideas. This is Kill Tony 67. Josh Martin, am I right on that? 67?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Put your hands together for Josh Martin, showrunner, producer, runaround guy, sets up stuff, runs around like an animal, takes good care of us. He's at Josh Martin Comic on Twitter, one of the funniest young rising talents here at the store. Speaking of funny rising talents, we always have a young comic or a fun guest when we get a chance to do that play our weekly head of security. We always have somebody to keep us safe here on this show, stand next to the stage, make us feel like we're protected. Used to be the Iron Patriot. He had the job full time. He was doing it every week for up to 30-some episodes, and then he said that he got too big for the show. To show him how replaceable he is, we brought in a brand new person to do his job exactly like he did it every week since then. This week, it's his second time being the Patriot, a very funny young rising talent. You've heard him here on this podcast a few times. Put your hands together for Scott Kidd, the Nerd Patriot. Super nerd. A few episodes ago when Chris D'Elia and Ron Funches were on the show, and he is back. Scott Kidd, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, look at you. You're like fucking little John Travolta over there or something. I don't know. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty well. Not too shabby. How you doing, man? How you doing, Brian?
Very well.
Excellent.
Looks like there's something missing from your uniform.
I feel like there's something missing.
You didn't put the shoulder pads on.
Did I? No.
They're on really tight. Did he put it on tighter than most people do? Because the chest doesn't come out at all.
chest.
Oh, I bet you've actually done that on stage before, and I bet it's failed miserably.
Actually, not so much.
Maybe it'll work right now since you just mentioned chest thing, and it still didn't work.
Damn.
But you've said that before on stage. You said that you had a sunken chest and there's no treasure there. Am I right?
Not about me, about a guy.
So you said it on stage.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that you're floating out material that hasn't worked before.
It worked the first time because the guy had a tattoo of a treasure chest on his chest. It was his first tattoo, and he's kind of a moron. So it worked very well.
Was he in the audience?
No, it was a roast. It was for him. Moving right along.
Was he wearing a shirt at the time of the roast?
Yeah, but it was a button down because it was in Louisiana. That's what.
You did a roast in Louisiana?
Yeah.
Some guy that has a treasure chest on his chest?
Yes.
It wasn't anything to do with race?
No. No.
I don't even understand that reference.
A roast in the South.
Oh, I gotcha. Well, that's an interesting roast. How long ago was that?
Jeez.
Oh,
7 years ago?
fuck it. Let's move on. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I started in 05.
You've been doing stand-up 9 years?
No, off and on for about 5 years. Yeah, I took a little break. Guys. Don't recommend it.
Look what you could do after 9 years of stand-up comedy, everybody. If that doesn't make you believe, I don't know what will. You guys ready to get this thing started and meet tonight's guest, or what? I am so excited about tonight's show. I know I always say that, and I usually am being honest, but this time I'm really, really, really being honest. These are two guys that I've had the pleasure of working with and looking up to for years, two of the smartest, funniest pals that I know. Put your hands together for them, everybody. It's Neil Brennan and Brian Callen. Yeah, here they are, live in the flesh. You know, the movies, TV, their stand-up special, so much fun stuff.
Sports, you know, it's from sports.
Yes, professional, super athlete.
Yeah, I do sports. Such a weird thing. I'm sponsored by sports.
Welcome, guys. This is both of your first appearance, which is a crazy, crazy situation considering that we've done 67 episodes. I can't believe this is both of your first.
Yeah, I'm insulted.
Comedy store
And
on
also,
Monday
thank
night.
you for not making me do this sooner.
Neil!
Thank you for not making me come to the comedy store at 8 o'clock on a Monday.
On Monday, Emmy.
Emmy Monday. Holy Monday, as I call it.
I have a step class at this time usually, but my teacher called in sick, so
Have you guys ever been nominated for an Emmy?
I have.
You have, right? Chappelle Show.
Yeah.
Did you guys win?
Were you nervous?
Unbelievable.
Were you nervous when it
I
was
thought I was going to win.
Was it season
I
one or
was
season two?
I was nominated
Oh my
for 3 Emmys.
Oh,
One was for directing. Chappelle was on the aisle. They go, hey, Dave, would you mind switching with Neil? I'm like, I fucking got it in the bag. And Louis J. Horvitz won for directing the Academy Awards. I guess it was funnier than Rick James, everybody. I guess that's a better sketch.
God. Dude.
So that was my Emmy, sir.
That's amazing to me because I've always said outgoingly and aggressively that season 2 of The Chappelle Show is my favorite season of comedy television ever.
Thank you very much.
And Neil Brennan, if you don't know, is the co-creator of that show.
Come on,
Yes.
guys.
I mean, that hit a generation so hard, and I was in high school at the time, and I remember like going to Cedar Point, a big amusement park around where I grew up. Anyway. And I remember just, at the time, it was so hot, people were just yelling that stuff everywhere. You could hear it everywhere, all ages, and the old people would laugh at it, young people, everybody knew what was going on.
It really healed the country.
And I'm glad to have you guys on, because I you know, it's crazy, all that stuff, you know, going to high school and watching it, and then getting to do stand-up with you all the time.
Yeah.
You know, the same with you, Brian,
Right,
watching
yeah.
on the great Mad TV, everybody.
Go on,
Yes.
go on.
Hangover
Come on,
1,
guys.
Hangover 2, old school.
I'd like to point out, not the same level of applause that I got.
I know. The fix is in.
Markedly more tepid.
That's because I tried to figure out who I was. Was he in Hangover? What was that?
Is that Bobby Lee?
Have you guys ever worked with anything quite like the Iron Patriot this close to you?
I like the break. You know, I love a breakdancing robot,
Yeah.
so I loved it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, I was at a sex party and we all had to wear masks, but nothing like that.
one time who said that she was in the gym and there was a guy with a gas mask on. And some guys work out like that because it's hard to breathe and it ups you get in better shape, I guess. And I said, why were you staring at him? What was it? And she goes, I just had this fantasy of him with this gas mask and just getting on top of me anonymously and just having sex with me. Wow. I remember finding that very strange but very erotic at the same time. Yeah. Something about a masked man.
I'd like to point out that it's going to be the first of many creepy things that Brian says to me. It's kind of creepy, sexual non sequiturs. Another woman came up to me once.
No, here's another creepy thing. My friend is very gay, and he's a young man, and he said, he was talking about John McCain, the senator, and how hot he was. I said, what do you mean? He goes, I just like older men. I go, but he's chalk white and like he has the skin of an elephant. He's like, I know, dude. I don't know. I got this thing. I was like, we see.
Yeah, that's what I like about gay dudes is they all like the young sort of
like twinks.
Smooth twink, but then they also like old hairy fucking. It's the best.
Yeah, man. Big bears.
Big bear. They got terms for it.
And they always know what they love. Like I have an old friend. He used to be the manager here, and his name was Ryan Goldfinger. And sometimes he sends me pictures because he knows I think it's so funny when he's hanging out with a bunch of bears because it's what makes him happy. And he sent me one a couple months ago of him in Arizona where he lives now, and they were having a pool party. And I swear to God, it's just him and like 10 guys, all of them at least 300 pounds, and just the smile on his face of happiness. He's like a little.
Well, that's the great thing about being gay. They will hang out with you. Like I can like a type of woman, and they're not all gonna go like, yeah, we'll hang out with you.
You don't end up in a pool with 10 of them every time.
Surrounded by a sea of fur and dick.
Now, every week we always have the Patriot ask our guests a question about something that the Patriot is interested in finding out about them. So why don't you go ahead in any order, Patriot? Fire it off.
Thank you, Tony. Brian.
Yeah.
You've been in, like we said, The Hangover, also Old School, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, just a shitload of stuff.
But my personal favorite, the original cast of Mad TV.
Yes, sir.
My particular favorite sketch was it was like an infomercial. You had a little red bow tie and
Dennis in the Box. Is that the one?
Yes, exactly. What was it called?
I played I did a really bad Australian. I was Dennis in the Box or something like that. I don't know. The accent was sort of like this general. They do an Australian accent. I was like, all right, then I will. It's just really weird. But it was taken out to a real guy, and you can buy this box and you can do your own dentistry or cosmetic surgery in a box, and it comes in a box.
Oh, all right, good. That's fun.
It's very fun.
So I don't know if I forget the cast member that you were working with on that.
Dave Herman.
Thank you.
Very talented.
But my question was, if not he, which cast member do you find to be the most fun whenever you were working on that TV?
Phil Lamar. Artie Lang was always the funniest person. Artie Lang is still the funniest person off the cuff I've ever met in my life. Like, I've never seen anybody like, he would improvise songs while we were joking around, and his ability to just improvise and rhyme a song, it was just astounding. But Phil Lamar was a guy, when I would do sketches with him, was a guy where I literally would look at him and say, well, I have no idea how he does that. Like, I don't know how he's that good, and always that good. Like, I just never had. And the other thing is that he'd been doing sketch for 10 years, so, but he's just one of those guys who could do everything better than me. Everything. Physical stuff, everything.
Phil Lamar, that's your answer. What do you got for Neil?
Well, Neil, very popular guy. Stand up.
That felt condescending.
Go ahead. That was my upbringing, but anyway. Stand up, of course, as well as the Chappelle Show.
Sure.
You wrote for Half Baked, which I personally love.
Thank you very much.
But my question is,
That was a ton of shit. That's a I also directed Brian in a Jeremy Piven movie called The Goods.
Yeah.
look for it, guys. You're going to have to look hard.
That's right.
It's what they call underperformed. It's funny, though.
It was a good movie, actually.
It's funny, but it's But Neil, what do you think about yourself, or what it is about you, that Dave Chappelle just loves to work with you so much?
You know, I don't know if you've read any papers. I don't know if that's still true. No, I don't know. I'm funny.
funny, and we had like a shared sort of aesthetic. So, because remember we were super young, we were like 17, so we sort of liked the same shit, and we're the same age pretty much. So like we sort of knew what the other one.
You guys met in what, Boston? DC?
No, I met in New York. I was there for film school, and he was there for showbiz.
Wow.
He moved when he was 17. I did too, actually. For film school at NYU.
So how long were you guys friends until you?
We were friends for like 12 years before the show.
Wow.
10 or 12? Yeah, something like that.
Amazing.
Yeah. Jeez. So, yeah, guys, 12-year friendships, they can happen.
Yeah. Half Baked, another
Thank you.
one of my true favorites.
So much dick.
Another one. So many great things in that movie that I fucking love.
Thank you.
So let's do it. But on top of all these crazy things that they've done, these are two of my favorite stand-up comedians, and that's what this show's all about. For 20 comedians sign up tonight for the opportunity to do 1 minute on stage.
But mostly give it to Brian.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk stand-up with these guys,
Crazy noises.
and
I love what you're doing.
All right.
Tony, you're doing a heck of a job.
It's playing a little improvisational game. I'll play along. Yes, I'm doing something. Over 20 comedians signed up for the chance to do 1 minute tonight. Comedians, you know that your 1 minute is up when you hear the sound of it. That means wrap it up.
Is that as loud as it gets? What is it? Is this someone making a cat noise?
There you go, kitty.
It's gotta be it.
Oh, great. All right, good.
Fucking kitty cat.
There's a cat there. That means you gotta wrap it up. If you keep going, you're gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
That's good.
Podcast.
Yeah, I feel like I heard an eagle before the bear, though.
Yeah.
Did I not hear an eagle?
No, it's a warning.
Does the eagle cry? The eagle foretell the bear?
Yes.
We have our bear mic.
Eagle in it. There's no time to. Eagle is out there. He's just dying.
Yeah.
There's no warning.
We have our bear mic'd up, and sometimes
There's an eagle here. That must be.
And you're dead. All you get out is bet, and you die. You didn't say bear, bet, and you die. Sorry, Tim.
I love you guys.
Bring the next fucking comic.
I gotta say, you guys should be giving Brian. I wanted to say, be more generous to the comics than you've been to Brian. I feel like you haven't given him enough.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like you've been about right on with.
Where would you guys be without my? Yeah.
Brian, I feel like you're holding back on it. I don't want you to do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
You guys ready to get Kill Tony 67 all the way bumping? We're going to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Here we go. Your first comedian doing 1 minute live on Kill Tony 67 is Brandon Bricks.
Oh shit, already, you know what that means?
I don't see Brandon Bricks. That means he just got blacklisted. All right. Every patriot has their different take on the noises and actions they decide to make when somebody gets blacklisted. Scott Kidd just blacklisted Brandon Bricks, who signed up and missed his spot. So now that means he's permanently banned from Kill Tony and banned from the Comedy Store for 6 months. The Bobby Lee rule.
I just got a note. He passed away about 2 minutes ago. So sad.
Put your hands together for your first comedian, Dusty Lester.
Shit, you know what that means? Two in a row.
Be Lester.
He's 19. Get him.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah,
get him. Definitely.
Come on, Dusty.
What did it?
Oh, that's always fun. So that automatically means that this is pretty much going to be this guy's first time on the show.
They have to bring him in like a hood, like Guantanamo Bay, right?
Yeah. Since it's a 21 and over club, people under 21 have to wait outside. They're not even allowed to hang out inside of the building. But we give them a chance to sign up, and if somebody was nice enough, and he was, to go get them, then that's about to happen. So we're about to have a 19-year-old on the stage by the name of Dusty Lester.
I actually don't remember 19, and I'm not kidding.
Really?
I guess I was a sophomore or a junior in college.
What were you doing? Were you like
Just a lot of karate.
Where'd you go to college?
American University. I love that answer. What are you doing at 19? A lot of karate, a lot of fucking.
So you loved the answer you just gave?
Yeah, I'm
You
down.
gave the answer, then you told us how much you loved it.
It just comes out.
They gave you a good laugh on that, and now you're fucking up, and you fucking.
But then I added to it.
Yeah, then you fucking go like, let me tell you how great I am.
To the joke.
That's why they hold back, because they can feel that.
Here he is. He's 19.
Dusty Lester, everybody.
Dusty, you got a minute.
Yeah.
How we doing,
y'all about the first time I got started in comedy. Me and my girlfriend went down to this club in Atlanta, and I got inside, I got on stage, I got about 3 or 4 words out of my mouth, and this big old black lady stands up in the background, and she's like, "You ain't funny, you need to kill yourself." It embarrassed the daylights out of me. I put the mic in the stand, I grabbed my girlfriend, and we left. And on the ride home, I was telling my girlfriend, "Honey, if you ever embarrass me like that again." Good joke. Good joke. But you know, my girlfriend gets mad at me, but I've done her a solid. I feel like I've done her a solid, you know, because my girlfriend used to tell me after really great sex, she'd always crave a cigarette. And I can honestly say after 6 months of dating, my girlfriend quit smoking. But anyway, my girlfriend got mad at me the other day because I got mad at her because she called my little cousin fat. You ain't supposed to do that, tell a little kid that they're fat, unless it's my girlfriend's little brother, because I hate that dumb bastard. The other day I was like, "Young man, what do you want to do when you grow up?" And he is that my time?
It's your time.
No. That's just a regular thing. Those things just happen.
The parent.
No, yeah, that's your time.
Well done, Justin.
Yeah, Justin, hold on. Justin.
Stay here. Where are you going? You get to stay here because you're on stage.
All right, terrific.
You're 19, huh? What's that accent? Where are you from?
I'm from Tennessee.
You want a drink?
I love a drink.
19. You look every bit of 28. You know that, right?
That's great, man.
I'm just kidding.
It's so comfortable.
It's a lighting. It's a lighting.
Very great stage presence, man.
How long you been on stand-up?
I've been doing it for about a year and a half.
Wow.
I just won Uncle Clive's comedy contest at Burbank.
Yeah, well, I know I knew you from somewhere. Go ahead.
Just keep writing, man. You're funny.
Well, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
hey, Justin, is it the same girlfriend at every joke?
Yeah, she's black.
No, that's what I mean.
Yes.
You should just say that on like the second, maybe the third joke. Be like, "You know my girlfriend, she's black." From the first, you might remember from the comedy club, the one who haggled me. Every once in a while, sprinkle in little details about her.
Yeah. She's got big titties.
There you go. But save that for like the 5th one joke about her. I don't know if you guessed it, but she's got big titties, my girlfriend.
You said she's got big titties like you're making her up in your head as you go along. She's got big titties too.
She does. I mean,
Is this a real girlfriend?
yeah, I swear it's real. And they're real.
Where does she live?
She lives in Tennessee.
Listen,
Is she older than you?
She's 18. She's finishing up school.
Wow.
I was about to be creeped out, and then I remembered you're 19. I was like, oh my god, 18.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like,
I got horny.
And she sounds like a lady. You know what I mean? The voice in the comic club sounded like she was. I was picturing like a 45-year-old,
yeah.
like legal secretary. But she's just an 18-year-old black girl.
18-year-old.
Big old titties.
Big old titties, man.
Y'all never see. Y'all should come to Tennessee. You want to see titties.
Has she seen you do stand-up?
No.
How long you been dating her?
Does she know about it? That sounds like
She don't know that I talk about her.
Oh.
Guys, now this is a podcast.
You're about to get blackmailed.
No, they don't have blackmail. They don't. I'm sorry to say they don't have podcasts yet in Tennessee.
That'll bring out the sister in her if she finds out.
So, I like it. That's a setup for a joke if I've ever heard one.
Oh yeah, it is. How many? You get to do a lot of stage time in Tennessee. What's it like out there?
Yeah, there's like bars you could do 6 days out of the week, and then there's a comedy club you can do every Thursday.
You in Nashville?
Knoxville. Side Splitters.
Side Splitters. Gotcha.
Comedy
How
club.
long you been in LA?
About 2.5 months.
Are you staying here? You live here now?
Yeah, I live on Melrose.
Is your girlfriend hang around here?
Oh, I don't need your exact address or anything, but
I've done Side Splitters. That's Bobby Jules' club, right?
Yeah.
name drop.
You know my friend Road Dog Brian Callen, right? That's Bobby Jules. Tell Bobby Jules I say hello.
I had a good time in Knoxville, man.
There's a doorman named Ralph, isn't there? Tell Ralph, send Ralph my
Well, I
regards.
say, hey, that place is pretty wild. I had some wild times there. I'll tell you after. I can't talk about it on the air.
Ooh la la.
A lot of dicks.
Yeah, I'm what they call a stud.
Talk to him after.
In the comedy world, I'm what's known as a stud, a road stud. You understand?
How many times a week are you going up? About?
Probably about 4 or 5.
That's great, man.
And your girlfriend, this real person that exists,
Who lives under your tongue?
has no desire to come see you do your
Well, she's still finishing up school. It ain't like she could.
High school.
Does she go to school?
Oh my God, it was.
I was a kid.
Is school in Europe? Just fucking go to. It's not like it's round the clock. Like, gosh, she's finishing up school. That's 24 hours a day.
Right. She can't get into clubs though. She's 18. Maybe we can
Have her? Well, yeah.
give her my number. 310.
What is she doing? What does she want to do? I mean, after she graduates high school, what does she want to do? Is she going to come out here? You making it work? You talking to her?
She likes to do paintings and stuff.
So, really?
That's Tennessee for she's an artist.
She actually likes to hunt too. She actually likes to hunt too. She's
Artistic hunter.
a black girl that likes to hunt, man.
Wow.
Only in Tennessee.
What could possibly go wrong? Go ahead.
Holy shit.
And by art, you mean tagging, right? Is she thinking about
Come on,
moving out
Redback.
here?
Redback, come on.
Yeah, she's January. January she's supposed to fly out.
January, is that her name?
Do you
What?
think,
Nothing on a good black girl joke? Come on, people. January. Nothing?
do you think you're gonna get a side bitch when she, well, you know, because that's January's a long time away.
Side chick, dude. So many options, you creep.
Are you pretty loyal?
You get a side unit. You get a side unit.
Side cunt? You gotta get some side cunt, you think?
Her side cunt. She might get some side dick because she's black and black people obviously have a
Why are you guys doing this to me? Put me in a tough spot.
Wait, what was that thing you just said at the end about black people? Hold on, I wanted to hear the rest of that. Wait, she's getting some side dick because you know black
I
people?
hope she's not getting no side dick.
No, that's
like,
not what I
she's in
asked.
Tennessee, so
What did you say a second ago? When you said she's probably getting side dick, you know those black people.
have an advantage on.
In other words, black
guys.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
It's one of their many advantages black people have.
Right. So I'm sure those two black guys in Knoxville, Tennessee are really making their move right now since you're out here.
That makes me feel better, yeah, because there's not a whole lot of black people in Tennessee.
Dusty Lester, is that your real name?
Dusty, you know we like you, right?
I hope so.
Did a good job. All right, good. We like you. I just want you to.
I had a lot of fun here. It's a good place.
Yeah, no, we want you. I want you to have the energy of being liked.
Woo!
Yeah. That's more like it.
Let's
It's
go
like,
kill a deer, boy.
All right. Well,
It's Tennessee.
you had us at Wahoo. Dusty Lester, and that's your real name. Like, that sounds like what I would name a character that I wrote that's from Knoxville, Tennessee.
yeah, you're absolutely right.
Dusty Lester.
Dusty Lester.
Or it sounds like
I had bad nicknames growing up in school, like, when I was, walking, like, down the hallway. They'd be like, hey, look, it's Dusty Lester, Mexican molester. Nickname was so bad, I was a virgin till I was
Dusty
18.
Lester sounds like an alias. You know what I mean? Like John Walsh. It's like, we're looking for John Stevenson, a.k.a. Dusty Lester.
Yeah. Dusty Lester.
He goes by many names. Dusty Lester.
Lester.
Rusty Duster. Rusty Duster.
So, Dusty, you been having fun doing stand-up in L.A.? You getting a lot of spots out here?
Yeah, man, it's definitely, it's going good. And
What's the most time you've ever done?
like, probably 12 minutes.
Did you mention, is every joke about your girlfriend?
No, but a lot of them is.
Well, just keep doing it, man.
Yeah,
You think
Great
it's
job,
funny.
Dusty. Please come back.
I saw you at the Laugh Factory like 2 nights ago with Dane Cook,
Yeah.
and they printed my ticket off as Dusty Wester.
Wow.
That's a fucking crazy story, bro.
Good job, Dusty. Hey, you might,
We like you, bro.
you don't have a Twitter? You don't have a Twitter?
I got a Facebook.
As a comic, you really should get a Twitter.
I love that you put your email on here. Since you don't have a Twitter, on the Twitter line, he has his actual email, but I'm not going to put that out. But if you would like to follow him on Facebook, I'm pretty sure he's the only Dusty Lester on there. Thank you so much, Dusty. Have a great
I had a good time.
See you later.
Oh, yeah, there
Dusty,
you go.
we like you, man.
Fuck yeah. That's the kind of fun stuff that happens. A 19-year-old to get things started.
I feel like he should have like a hobo's like stick with a pickle on the end of it. Just like, I'm gonna hit the road, y'all.
Fuck yeah. It's so fun. Well, let's keep this fun train moving along.
Dusty, good old man.
How do you tell?
What in the name of Dusty Lester's going on here?
Dust. pictures.
Okay. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Jeremy Lopez.
Yeah. Here he comes. Let's see him. He's coming out. Here he is. Looks like he's got a full head of steam. I like it.
Jeremy
Here comes the hood.
Lopez.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like what I'm seeing.
So guys, what's everybody doing? Just recently got to a breakup. Found out my girlfriend was cheating on me. Opened my apartment door and I see this guy, in his boxer sitting on my couch. My initial reaction was like, who the fuck is this guy, My girlfriend, she was in the kitchen. She came around the corner, She was like, oh, this is my cousin Pablo. This is my cousin Pablo. I was like, oh, this is your cousin Pablo. This motherfucker's Asian. Got this 8-ball right here. Pretty cool. In English class, I was never good at school. English was my worst subject. You know how you have a word and it has 2 different meanings? Like this is an 8-ball. This is also an 8-ball. When I was younger, I wanted to marry a black chick because I thought when you marry alright then, I'm done.
Yeah. Yes.
Holy shit.
All right.
Well,
Is that real blow?
Were you just here on regular business and you were like, oh, there's a note?
Let me tell you this. At first I saw the actual 8-ball, and then I saw you put it in your pocket. And at that moment I'm like, this guy's either the laziest prop comic or the world's worst magician.
He will only use props that he can carry with him. He's like alright, fuck you guys. Alright. I didn't explore the premise of that. Fuck it. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I love that you made the connection between 8-ball and 8-ball, and then you said what? What came first? Did you buy the 8-ball? Did you see it for sale, like a little tiny 8-ball, and you're like, well, if I get that, then I could put baking soda in a plastic baggie, and I could do an 8-ball joke.
Exactly right.
How many nights have you had to carry each of those in your pockets, working that out?
About 7 days.
7 days.
Have the cops taken an interest in your act of that?
Not yet.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
About a year.
Cool.
Do you always put the hood up?
Yeah, always.
What do you think it does?
Protects you like a mask.
Yeah.
Like a mask.
Still get nervous.
Doesn't work at all.
You still get nervous? You still get nervous when you get up here?
Yeah, always.
Yeah. I remember doing stand-up the first time. The first year would ruin my day when I knew I had to do stand-up. Really, first 2 years. And then you think you got it. And then I went and did some show, and I thought I had it because I had a great set by accident. And then I go do the show at the Boston Comedy Club in New York. And I get up there, just crickets. And I remember just sitting in the cab going home, just realizing this is a tough gig.
This is the worst.
Yeah, and you're talking to arguably the greatest of all time. So it's just weird that I've come this far. I don't mean to make it about me, but I mean it's kind of exciting that I'm actually doing this.
Things are better when they're about you.
Right, but you should take my workshop. It's $28,000, but it's for 3 weeks. And no, it's funny. Stand-up is one of those things you can't fake. It just takes a long time.
How much time do you have? How many jokes do you got?
Not that many.
Like 5?
About 7.
Chris Rock's a friend of mine. I'm going to give him a call for you right now.
The first joke you had a lot of build-up, and then you got to the joke, and it seems like a good idea maybe is to expand it a little bit more. Like maybe say, hey, he's Asian, or like it's also your cousin. You can say something like you slept with your cousin. You can say what happens. You confront the guy. It's a made-up story. Yeah, I know it's a made-up story.
Well, you have a good point, Rob, because one of the things I always tell comics, younger comics, is it's really important not to treat your set like it's a noun. So in other words, I got this bit, and that's how it's going to stay. I think you should always treat it like it's a verb. Always look at it as constantly changing, and always keep coming back to it, and never be satisfied, and keep expanding. Just follow that thread. So a lot of times the first joke is just a gateway to a whole world. So that's a mindset. Get into that sort of growth mindset, that idea that you're starting with an idea, and let that idea as like a plant. Plant that seed and just keep watering.
You see love as a verb as well.
I sure do, buddy. I sure do.
So true, but I Red Band even found something really, really interesting out of that, and that's that, I think it's on top of, you got that funny line, right, about, he's Asian, whatever. But it's actually the funniest thing, now that I've heard him mention it, is that her way out of it, her lie was that she was fucking her cousin.
Right.
There's a lot to be dealt with there, that was her way out.
And who is she? What does she look like? What does he look like? Why are you dating her? You can just keep going, get personal with it. It takes a long time, but I think a good way to start writing is kind of ask yourself some really personal questions. What are you ashamed of? What are you afraid of? Who would you rather be?
Have you seen your act? Go ahead.
Exactly. But that's where you want to reach to, kind of the more personal.
Dancing and animals.
Well, that's my pop album, but I also have a very artistic. The stuff I do in Europe, you haven't seen. In the underground, I do a lot of underground comedy.
You ask yourself, what are you ashamed of? And you're like, my act. I'm ashamed of my act.
That's true. That is true. That's true. Damn it. I keep reassessing.
Also, like in 7 years or so, you're going to look back at your material and you're going to laugh at yourself for the 8-ball thing. Like, I can't believe I used to fucking carry around an 8-ball.
Oh, want to know the best story? Dennis Miller, like the fucking like the political whatever. A buddy of mine used to work with him when he first started, and his closer was he would put a box of Ritz crackers on his head and sing "Putting on the Ritz."
Oh my God! Damn it! God damn it!
Dennis Miller.
And then when you see a guy like that, you think to yourself, no matter how much time, he's doomed forever. And then he turns into a good comic. It takes a long time. I used to do a bit about being a turtle. I can't even do it for you. I'm too embarrassed. I mean, literally, I would go. I go, imagine being a turtle where you're like inside, you're outside, and you're like, oh, I want to go inside. And you know what? It's sunny out. I think I'll go outside. And then I'd walk in, I'd be like, oh no, dog. And I'd come back in. Actually, it's pretty funny, right? Yeah. Actually, holy shit, that was one of my first. I'm fucking talented, man. You're like, sorry on stage, everybody. Yeah. Sorry. That is actually funny. Sorry, maybe I don't know. It's cute. I was cute.
And you got to that by asking yourself, what are you ashamed of?
No, I don't know now my new stuff. Bro, you gotta see my new stuff. You gotta see my new stuff.
You hear the Allen method?
Well, I cut heads off in slow motion on my special. It was, anyway.
You tied a cow up? That bit?
That'll spit my beer out, yes.
Jeremy, are you from LA?
Yeah.
What part?
West Side.
What's the west side? What part?
Woodland Hills.
Really? The valley? Did you call it the west side? Because it sounds cool.
What got you to do stand-up? Was it just being funny around your friends?
Yeah, I'm kind of a funny guy.
Yeah. Good. Who are your heroes besides me and
Anthony Bublitz.
Who?
Anthony Bublitz.
Hey, man.
Really?
He's my hero.
Wow.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's somebody's favorite joke of all time.
Well, Jeremy, you are, without a doubt, one of the funniest Lopez's we've ever had on the show. I thank you so much.
Yeah.
He's on Twitter at Lopez. At Slopez. S-L-O-W-P-E-Z.
I like that. Lopez.
So you sort of answered this, but let me ask this question that I always ask first-time guests when they're on. What's something that you did when you first started out that you can't believe that you did? Something maybe you said or you did. I've had a lot of crazy answers from a lot of great comics.
I wore a wig.
Like that Ritz thing, for example.
Yeah.
I did.
Did you really?
I wore a wig.
Tell us about
I just remembered that.
You'd go out in the wig, or
I would go out, and my mother had a wig. We had the same coloring, my mother and I, and I would wear her wig, which was not really, but you couldn't prove it was a wig because it was a short, so it looked like I had this really awesome bushy hair, and I would wear it, and I remember a comedian who was older named
People bought it because of the coloring.
They did. It looked like it was my real hair, and I would go out there with the wig on, and for no reason. But it was a little bit like the way he wears a hood. I was kind of hiding and playing a character, and I was cutting together.
Was it long? Like how far down?
I had the video.
Did it look like a man's hair or a woman's hair?
My mother had always kept her hair short, and so it was kind of puffy and, like a Sandy Duncan kind of thing going. I don't know. I'm dating myself. But it was a fluffy wig. It wasn't long at all. It came down to about here, and so you couldn't tell if I just had incredibly full female hair and people would look at me, and Sarge, who was a guy who'd been doing stand-up for a while.
Oh, I remember Sarge.
Right? And
Yeah.
he looked at me, and he watched my tape, and he just watched it, and he goes, hey, Brian, you don't need the wig. And he was older, and I was like, I was a little ashamed. And I went, I don't. And he goes, nah, let it go. You can let it go. I never would.
Give me the wig. Turn it away.
Give me the wig. He goes, go put the wig on. Come over. I want you to move around me a little bit. I got some butter.
So he made you retire the wig.
I retired the wig.
What happened to Sarge?
He, I think he's still doing stand-up. I don't know. I think he got married. I don't know.
How about you, Neil? Anything crazy?
I don't have like a specific awful story or like I never wore a wig or anything.
Yeah.
Anything terribly
I
embarrassing?
wrote for Singled Out. Does that count?
Whoa. That's
pretty embarrassing.
The original.
The original. But season 1. Chris Hardwick.
Chris Hardwick. And Jenny McCarthy.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wow. So that's something.
That's crazy.
What was your favorite skit on the Chappelle Show?
It's a great question.
Mine was the blind KKK member.
Yeah, it's like, the ones you think. Well, that one, Rick James, the famous ones.
Was there something that you wanted to do, but you couldn't get it through?
No, there was never, we didn't have enough, there was nothing that we were like, we were sitting on so many sketches. We had to do like 70 sketches, so it was just like anything we had that was like a quarter of an
My favorite
idea.
thing, without a doubt, and it's one of my favorite things in comedy, is the third disc of the DVDs, which I just remember having that season of DVDs, so I say it that way. But the deleted scenes of season 2, the whole way through, is about, I think it's like 45 minutes.
No, it's way longer than that.
Of the most unbelievably hilarious stuff. And if you see the sketches, you're just going to laugh for however long it is. Probably about
I'm glad you like. No one's ever told me they like it.
and I always tell everybody, it's an absolute must-see. The deleted scenes from season 2 of the Chappelle Show.
Charlie Murphy tells a story about beating up a guy in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
The first sketch I ever did on Mad TV, this is my introduction to film. I was, just in LA. The first thing we did was called Schindler's Lost, written by Jews. It was all written by Jews. And I remember,
Which is rare.
Right. And I remember going, and I played Schindler, and I was lost. I couldn't find directions to get the Jews to save, I'm not kidding, to save the Jews from being put on the trains. And I was my major in college, I was a history major, and my area of focus was Nazi Germany. And I remember going, I don't know if you guys know how bad the Holocaust, I know you might be Jewish, but you're from LA. I literally remember shooting the scene and going, this is crazy. Like, there's no way. And I'm yelling at you again, we're on the moon, practically. And I'm doing this fucking bad Liam Neeson impersonation. And Steven Spielberg, so this is what we were told, Steven Spielberg heard that we were making fun of the movie and said he'd do everything he could to shut us down if we aired it. And that thing stayed in the can, and it's somewhere in Fox.
Whoa.
We never aired it. Schindler's Lost. I was like, yeah, guess what? I can understand how that would be a little
And you don't think it had anything to do with you being the Spielberg thing?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? But how about that?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Let's go a
ever
little too
seen.
far.
Did you ever get to watch the edit of that?
I never saw the edit of it. But it doesn't matter. Everything I do is so grounded.
Let's get back to the comedians. Let's do it. Great stories, guys. I can't believe you wrote on Singled Out. That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Put your hands together for Brian Kelly.
Yeah, Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly, everybody. There he is.
Hey y'all, I have a girlfriend and we just celebrated 24-month anniversary. It sounds longer when you say, I'd rather say 24 months than 2 years. If I gave you the days, if I calculated the days for you, I think I just might retire because that number just sounds way too comforting. Celebrated is also a strong word because I pretty much just arrived and she demanded that I put a down payment on some sushi, a bottle of vodka, and a box of Kleenex because there was obviously some crying going on. I get annoyed at my girlfriend all the time. One reason is because she never knows where she parked the car, And yesterday we were walking around a mall for what seemed like hours, and she said, I don't know where you fucking parked the car. I don't have a car myself. I have too many DUIs. I'm not even thinking about parking it. So she said, oh, I have an idea. I'll just set off the emergency car alarm. And I said, that's a great idea. Have you done this before? She's like, I do it every day.
Brian, do not fight the bear. Get away from the bear, Brian.
Okay. So, Brian, you buried the lead in your whole act. The fucking crazy part is you have a lot of DUIs.
Yeah.
But you're talking about all this other shit, and meanwhile, I want to hear about your DUIs.
Just 2. That's a lot, right?
What
Too
happens?
many.
The third one, you go to jail, right?
Yeah, third one you go to the. And I got my first one in Arizona, and I didn't want to go to 10th City, so that scared the shit out of me.
Shit.
Yeah.
Arizona. Did you change your habits or anything?
I just don't drive, but I drink like a motherfucker. I drink a lot.
Right. Uber is your...
So if you started the whole thing with literally when I don't drive because I drink like a motherfucker, you could start your set now. It gets the gist of it. You don't have to give us all the details.
Yeah.
It's not like when you're talking to a, no offense, but a girl, and she's like, I never believe the story, and she tells this wrong story, and you're like, oh my God, you're a girl. I don't give a fuck about the windowsill, and there was a bird. I don't care. Get to the point, because I'd rather do anything else but talk to you. You ever have that happen like all the time? You know, you gotta get to the meat of the subject. Just think that you're talking to a guy. Get to the bottom line. You gotta keep whittling away until you get to the actual gist of what you're saying. So if you drink a lot, talk about that. Talk about being irresponsible and, you know.
Yeah. It's hard to organize thoughts when you're drunk, you know.
Yeah. Well, or you could just drink it understanding. But whatever the case, it's up to you.
For example, in the first 30 seconds, you talked about 24 months, and it's different than saying 2 years or whatever. But
Yeah,
you know,
this is
your perspective on that was never really clear.
No.
I mean, at least...
Math jokes are really hard to do. That's kind of like a math joke. You're trying to get us to, were you trying to compare what sounds worse, like 24 months or...
Right. This is a crowd that laughed at a guy pulling an 8-ball and a package of baking soda out of his pocket 10 minutes ago. You know, you start talking math, you're going to confuse everybody.
He's shitting on you now. He's shitting on you. No, he's shitting on you. This is the problem.
But if you drink and you're not willing to give it up, there's something funny there about how you're willing to put up with whatever it takes to not, give up your drinking. I don't know.
I'm not that big of a drunk.
Oh, you're not?
No.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
Where are you from?
I started in Chicago, but I'm from Phoenix.
How long have you lived in L.A.?
I'm here for like another day or 2.
And then you go back
I've been here for 3 weeks.
Then you go back to Arizona.
I go to Chicago.
You live in
I
Chicago?
live in Chicago right now.
But you're from Arizona?
That's right.
Okay. How long have you been in L.A.?
Just a few weeks.
What'd you get to see or do here that was fun?
I've just stayed along the strip.
What are you going to say about L.A. in Chicago?
I love it here.
Now walk us through exactly what you're going to say.
I saw you guys on Wednesday at Death Squad. I've seen a lot of shows. I've just been hanging around the store a lot.
Your second time on Kill Tony, right?
Yeah, I was here last week.
Yeah, that's cool. You got up twice.
What'd you
That's
talk
pretty
about
good
last
luck.
week?
We talked about nail biting.
Let me see your nails. Let me see your nails.
They're fucking atrocious.
He's not going to stop biting his
Why do you bite your nails? Are you just nervous about the world or what?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right?
Yeah.
So why don't you talk about that? What are you afraid of?
He talked about it last week for a minute. It didn't
Well,
work.
what are you afraid of? Like, why do you bite your nails? Talk about being a grown
Still
man.
trying to find something that works. Still trying to find something that works in a minute up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bitch.
No, yeah,
I
of
couldn't
course.
do it.
And I'm just busting your balls. You're doing a great job. But, stuff like that math joke when you don't hear any response from that,
Yeah.
you got to try to figure out what's going on there and what you're
Or go
trying to say.
do more numbers. Put more numbers on it.
Just crunch them.
I think people would want to know 365 days in a year times 2. What's that, Brian?
Too many.
Asian girl. Do you know the answer to that? No, I'm kidding. All right, guys.
7:30.
Oh, very good. Yeah,
The big brain of Brad.
nerd patriot coming through, using his robotics. So, Brian,
Yep.
are you looking forward to going back to Chicago? This girlfriend of yours, is it true that she's black, 18, and lives in Knoxville? How long long have you been dating this girl?
2 years.
How's it going?
It's great.
She lives in Chicago.
No, she lives here. That's why I'm visiting.
Oh, you scratched your nose when you said that. What does that mean? Yeah, just smelling your finger or something?
Just smelling my fingers.
Jeez.
Yeah, maybe write about the thoughts you have when you're in Chicago and she's in sunny California.
You make it sound like she's fucking somebody.
Sorry, man. I just like to get real low with my voice sometimes.
So your girlfriend lives here, so she's going to be staying here, right?
She's here, yeah.
Are you concerned at all that Dusty Lester's still going to be here? With his girlfriend in Knoxville, your girlfriend out here.
I know, it's these young bucks out here in L.A. I'm an old-timer compared to him.
You need to move out here.
Yeah, I think so.
How old are you?
30.
No, I'm literally thinking of Dusty. I'm thinking of the other names for Dusty Lester. You guys ready for one? You know what made me laugh? Rusty Dumpster. This made me laugh in my own head.
Brian Kelly's a very Irish name, is that right?
That's right.
You have 2 DUIs.
That's right.
Do you think that your ancestors would be proud of you? Keeping up that tradition?
They probably didn't live
You
as long.
probably come from a long line of Irish people saying, "Fuck it, I can drive."
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, Brian, you have the excitement energy of the stool. The stool is actually bumping you off the stage right now.
Cool.
No, I love your style, Brian. Have fun in Chicago. Come back and see
Yeah, I'll
us.
see you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Kelly, he's Snazzy Beak Health. Or in relationships. Isn't that crazy? Everybody's got a girlfriend. Everybody's talking about crazy.
It's nuts.
When I was just a few years into stand-up, I was single as fuck. Made terrible decisions. It's crazy. Oh, I know this guy. He actually, I believe he debuted his stand-up completely here. I think he came here to start 3 weeks ago, and I think he's been on all 3 weeks since. Put your hands together for Chandler Raper.
Yeah.
So, thank y'all. Got any parents out here tonight? Yeah, you. Am I the only fuck up here? I got a kid. I love it. It's a daughter. She's 3. I woke up the other morning and she was laying in bed next to me, right against my side. And every time I moved, she would find her way back to me without opening her eyes. It's the sweetest thing. And as I lay there listening to the birds chirp, watching the sunrise, I couldn't help but think, do I really...
The following is a conversation with Roger Reeves, one of the most prolific drug smugglers in history. He worked for Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa, the leaders behind the Medellin cartel. Roger was the employer and close friend of Barry Seal, the infamous drug smuggler who was the main character in the movie American Made. Roger transported countless tons of cocaine and marijuana covering 6 continents. He escaped prison 5 times, was shut down in both Mexico and Colombia, and was tortured, nearly to death, in a Mexican prison. Through all of this, his wife Mari, the love of his life, was there with him, and when he was in prison, she waited for him. He recently got out of prison, but for many years he worked on his memoir called The Smuggler. This podcast is an exploration of this story. Quick mention of our sponsors: Noom, Allform, ExpressVPN, Four Sigmatic, and Ainsley. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. Let me say a few words about Roger Reeves, Pablo Escobar, and the war on drugs. This conversation with Roger is unlike any I've ever done. In the eyes of many, including the law, Roger is a criminal, a bad man who has added to the suffering in the world. But he never directly engaged or participated in the violence, unlike his bosses, Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa. His crime was the transport of drugs. I thought about this, and about Pablo Escobar, who was at once both a brutal murderer and a Robin Hood figure who helped the poor and was loved by thousands, if not millions. We sometimes idolize murderers and destroy good honest men. We give power and money to corrupt politicians and dictators that starve and murder their own people. Given this, I think about what makes for a good man and what makes for a bad man. Who decides? Sitting across from Roger, I saw a complicated man. I one who has kindness in his heart, a love for money and adventure, and a disdain for violence. Again, his crime was the transport of drugs. Since 1971, the war on drugs has cost U.S. $1 trillion. Marijuana legalization alone would save and make $13.7 billion. That could send more than 650,000 students to public universities every year. Then there's a human story of the 500,000 human beings sitting in prison for drug-related offenses, and the 1.1 million on probation and parole. Their life is damaged or ruined beyond repair due to the prohibition of drugs. There's a lot more to be said about the damage done by the war on drugs. But when reading about Roger's story, talking to him, I couldn't escape the thought that while society wants to label him a criminal and a bad human being, there are much worse men out there who we give a pass to, even give power to, even men who hold political office or run companies. I also think about my role as an interviewer, sitting across a man like Roger. In these interviews, in life, in many ways I continue to be myself, a person who, like Dostoevsky's The Idiot, seeks the good in all people, but is hurt by it on occasion, and maybe is destroyed by it in the end. I'm not naive, but I'm also optimistic, and have hope in humanity. That's who I am, and that's what these conversations are. I hope you join me, and I hope you understand that I come from a place of love. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast, and here's my conversation with Roger Rees. You are one of the most prolific drug smugglers in history. What would you say motivated you? Money, power, the thrill, or was it something else?
Money.
But isn't there a point where you've had more money than you can possibly know what to do with? Or is it always more money?
You know, I had plenty of money several times. And I think it's sort of like if you was in Las Vegas and you had the slot machine hammered down and the gold coins was tumbling around you and you had sweepers bagging them up, when would you let it go?
But isn't some part of that the thrill then?
Oh, there was a lot of thrill. Sometimes way too much.
You made certainly tens of millions of dollars, probably much more. What memorable experience did having that much money make possible for you? So there's one thing is the money, and the other thing is what that money can buy.
Well, I bought everything that I could hide. I bought 7 farms. I owned the city, the land where the city of Moreno Valley, California is. Had an auction on that land. Did the planning and development of that. The most expensive corn in the world. Yachts, ships, airplanes galore.
Did that bring you happiness?
No, absolutely not. In fact, I think I'm happier now. I know I'm happier now.
So looking back, did you do it the same way all again?
No way.
Really? Even the thrill of it?
Not even the thrill of it. It wasn't worth 33 years in prison being away from my lovely family.
So money. What about the power? Just being on top of the world where nobody can, not the governments, the police, all the big bad agencies chasing you. You could do whatever the heck you wanted.
As far as having to look over your shoulder everywhere you went, every phone call you made, make sure that you was naked with somebody in the ocean before you talked. I wasn't comfortable.
Yeah. I like to make phone calls the same way. What was it like meeting and working with Pablo Escobar, the leader of the Medellin cartel?
He was just seemed like a gentleman when I met him. Just like you and I sitting here shook hands. I'd formed one load for a while, and it didn't work out well. The fellow that I gave it to got shot. It took a while to get my money in. They didn't put as many kilos on the plane as they're supposed to. So I wouldn't work with them anymore. I had contact down there and introduced me to Jorge Ochoa. And we went up in Envigado. We went up and the gate opened and we was escorted in. They must have been 50 men out in the yards, hitching rails on the old house. And we was escorted right in. And there was a beautiful woman in there. I mean, drop dead beautiful. And she made us a cup of coffee. There was
I ushered in to see Jorge Ochoa. And he had 12 telephones on his desk, and all of them was a different color. And he shook hands, was very friendly, spoke English. And he said that each one of those telephones represented another city in the United States. This is Chicago, and this is New York. If I ring, I knew what to call. And so we chatted a while, and he asked me what type of airplanes I had and what experience I had flying across the U.S. border. And I told him he seemed pleased with it. And he called the lady in, and she went next door and came Pablo Escobar, and he introduced me to Pablo Escobar. And he asked the same questions again, and I answered them, and I said, and I asked him how much he paid, and he paid $5,000 a kilo. And so I said, how much you put on the plane? He said, 300, 500. That's $1.5 million for an 8-hour trip. Sounded pretty good to me.
And we're talking about cocaine.
Cocaine.
We're talking about Colombia.
Colombian cocaine and Medellin cartel.
And Jorge Ochoa was one of the, what would you say, founding members of
He's probably the brains behind the whole thing.
the brains, and spoke good English.
Yes.
And they were nice people.
Really nice people.
Were you scared?
Not at all.
What's wrong with your mind that you weren't scared? Here's some of the most dangerous men in this world, and you weren't scared.
I knew I was going to do exactly what I said I was going to do. Morgan and children were down there. They went down and they stayed in the hotel, 5-star, treated royally on my first load. And they just did ask security to make sure that I wasn't a DEA agent. So I did the first load. They can say they were hostages, but they really weren't. It was just an insurance.
So there was some integrity to the way they operated.
Completely. Straight up. The money was ironed and banded and just right. And the numbers were never once anything wrong.
What would you attribute that honesty to? Within their own moral system and their own set of rules, why weren't people crossing the line and shaving off the top and injecting chaos into the system to where it would be unpredictable and people would be dishonest and greedy and all those kinds of things?
That's true. Most people are. But there's certain people at the top of the food chain that they don't need that. And if they're completely honest, then they don't have to remember the lie they told. And plus they're just honest to start with. They're making plenty of money. They was making as much money as I did. I'll tell you how that came about. I understand that 10,000 people were killed every year in Medellin, Colombia. And what they were doing, they didn't have any organization. And if one fellow had 10 kilos and he wanted it shipped to New York, he would tell his friend. His friend said, sure, I'll ship it. I have a pilot, and I'll ship it out. And then he would look in the newspapers, 40 kilos was busted in New Jersey. I'm so sorry, yours got busted. Bang, bang, he's dead. So here comes Jorge Ochoa and the 3 Ochoa brothers, Pablo Escobar and Gacho, and they decided that we would make an insurance company. That we would charge you $10,000 to take it to your contact in Miami. If it gets lost anywhere between the time I put it on the airplane or the time you give it to us and the time we give it to your man, we will replace it in Colombia for you. So there was no way anybody could lose. And I understand they got 100 tons piled up under that insurance program. And I was right there the first day. So I had all the work I could do. I would land and I said, when you want me to come back? We're waiting on you, senor.
Well, let me ask you a difficult question. Some see Escobar as a brutal murderer, and some see him as maybe a Robin Hood-like figure who helped the poor. How do you see him, man?
Both of them. I think he started out to be honest and would help the poor, and then they had war down there, and they blew up and killed his people, and the country was divided almost equally 3 ways. They had the military, and they were just as much into it as anybody. And then you had the FARC guerrillas. They had about 1/3 of the country. And then you had the Contras, that was like white farmers. And they're the ones that I was dealing with, and they were at war with one another. And so if one of them started killing their people, I'll kill some of yours too. So that's how it happened. And then when I heard about Pablo Escobar blowing up that airliner and killing those women and children, I was sorry I shook his hand. That's brutal murder.
So you would say Escobar is not a good man?
Not at all. Terrible. Now, looking back on it, when I met him, he was good. You're just exactly what he said he would do.
Could he be a bad man and a man you can trust? Are those the two?
Absolutely, you can trust him, yes.
So, from your perspective, in terms of business, he was reliable, he was honest, had integrity, you could work with him, and you felt safe.
Completely. We flew up to his ranch, and we brought back a motorcycle to start with. Can you ride a motorcycle? Of course I can ride a motorcycle. So I took off across the grass, and there was a little ditch there. And the front wheel dropped in that thing, and I must have slid across that grass 20 feet before I got stopped. He almost fell off his bike waiting because they knew what it was going to do. And then we got on horses, and went out there and pretended to round up some cows, and he put a machine gun pistol over my shoulder. You know how to use this? It was all right. I think it was like, okay, you got 10 bodyguards, what do you need me for? So that's kind of how we wrapped and talked and drove some cows over the stump.
You said Jorge Ochoa was perhaps the brains of the Medellin cartel. What was he like? And why do you say he was the brains?
Well, he was a gentleman. And I suppose he shipped, I'll tell you how many more times of cocaine than Pablo did. Just him and his brothers, you could tell how they had on each load. They was in duffel bags. And big football-shaped, fluffy stuff made with ether. And they would have 3 horns on it, or around his leg, or 4 X's on each bag. You kind of got to know which was which. And they shipped a lot. So, and he was just a gentleman. I took the family, we went one weekend to his ranch, or Alicia place, out near Barranquilla. And he just treated the family. His family, his younger brother made a bullfight, and we had skiing and little airplanes on the water. It was really nice, and he was really nice.
How do you make sense of the tension that a man could be a gentleman, can have integrity, but also be a murderer?
Well, murder is a strong word for killing.
Can you explain the line, the gray area we're talking about? I mean, I'm just talking with Jocko Willink, we talked a lot about killing in the context of military conflict, in the context of war. So there's a line between murder and killing you can draw. What's the line that you're referring to?
It's something similar. If people shoot at you, and you shoot back and kill him out of it, that's not murder whatsoever. He's trying to get away or out of the situation. But if some woman don't pay you and you send a hitman over to kill her or children, that's murder.
Was Jorge involved in those kinds of things?
I don't think so at all. He was just such a gentleman. He had a restaurant before, and he was just smart. I understand that the first 10 kilos he sold, he was sitting on a motorcycle in the sidelines in the parking lot when the DEA come in and he sped away. So he didn't come back to America. He was just smart. Some people just are savvy. He was such a gentleman, and the whole family, the mother, the father, the 2 brothers, the sister. I was there when she was kidnapped. He kidnapped I guess 100 leaders of the park, and said, all right, if she don't come back, none of these are going to come back. So they made a deal.
Is there something you can say about the power structure, the hierarchy of the Medellin cartel that you interacted with? Was it a dictatorship where Pablo ran everything? Was there a bunch of power centers? Was it like a company with you a CEO, CTO kind of thing? And then there's like managers and all those kinds of things. How did it run from a leadership perspective?
I understand that about 5 of them got together and made this, I will call it an insurance company. And now known as the Medellin cartel. And I didn't see any difference. Each one of them had their own business. And their people from the jungle, wherever, made the cocaine, gave it to them, and they shipped it. And so it didn't seem to be any power play between them at all. But my main contact was Jorge Ochoa, and Pablo Escobar was right there, and I saw plenty of stuff of him too.
It's strange that they didn't betray each other regularly. You know, greed makes men betray each other. How do you explain that? How much betrayal did you see?
I didn't see any. Absolutely none. If they shipped his 100 kilos, he got paid for it. The other one shipped his, I'm sure they got paid for it.
How do you explain that?
Well, there was no need to. The money was just unbelievable. You think about 500 kilos in the plane at $50,000 a kilo at the time. And they paid $5,000 to ship it. And they made $5,000 without even touching it. They just had somebody to load it onto the airplane. I gave it to their man in Miami. They gave it to whoever it belonged to by the marks on the duffel bags. So they was making just untold millions. Just no reason.
But greed can blind men. You know, it's still strange to me that there was not more betrayal. It speaks to something else, perhaps, that's bigger than money. Maybe not. But it seems like just like in the casino, like you mentioned, we get accustomed to whatever level of money we have. We get accustomed very quickly.
Yes.
And then there's a tension that's natural between human beings. And when that tension combined with money, combined with power, combined with, like you mentioned, beautiful women, and a bit of violence, it seems that betrayal should be commonplace. But it's not.
It wasn't, not at all. Carlos later, I don't know if he betrayed anybody, but he started that. He was running cocaine through the Bahamas, near the island. I didn't go. I was offered to fly a DC-3 with that, but I didn't like it. So I had my route through the oil wells in Louisiana. And so I went on a change. But he talked a lot, and I don't know if he betrayed, but they didn't like it.
Yeah, so as you expand, there could be tensions that lead to conflict. Colombia was, like you said, an ultra-violent place. How did you survive? Who protected you?
I was their hero. They liked me. I mean, I was just treated royally. All I did, I would come over El Paso. There's a radio station at the forks of the Magdalena River. I believe it was 720, if I remember right. The AM. And I'd fly in at 10,000 feet, and I'd see below me the assessment. And I'd wiggle my wings, and he'd wiggle his, and I'd fall in behind him, and we might go 100, 200 miles. I'd land on some jungle strip or some banana plantation, and they'd fuel me up. I could eat, stay, spend the night. It was just like treated royally. I mean, take off the next morning whenever I wanted to. It was just like that was protected. And I was honored guest. It wasn't anything like in that movie putting a gun to your head and taking your sunglasses and betting. So one time I complained to Jorge Ochoa that the runway was pretty short that they were using. And I went back down there and it looked like Los Angeles International. They had bulldozers in there, had that thing 5,000 feet long. Just the next week it was all done. The jungle was gone and clay put up there.
And all the while you were not afraid. You were treated like royalty.
Yes, there I was. Unafraid when I landed in the United States.
Well, maybe let's go back to the beginning. What was the first time you flew an airplane with drugs on it? Tell me the story of the first time you smuggled drugs.
All right, I flew down to Jalapa, Veracruz with a Cessna 182. And we landed at the town. It was a lovely town, and just an old town, looked like Bible times. Women were washing their clothes in the streets and fire with stone basins and the stream running through. I just was dumbstruck. It was just so pretty. And I went in a church, a Catholic church, and it had the Stations of the Cross, all carved, magnificent. I'd never seen that. And I come home and told Mary about that. That was just almost brought tears to my eyes. It was so beautiful. And 3 o'clock the next morning, I went out to the airport and taxied down to the taxiway, and there was a guard came out. And wanted to know what I was doing, and I pulled out. I was on the fire department out of Redondo Beach, California. So I pulled out my wallet, and it was the fire department badge. And he shook my hand. Was so good. landed on a little strip.
You were talking about on the way back?
On the way back, on the way north after we loaded up early in the morning. And that's the only time I ever got vertigo. The mountains were coming down at a 30, 40-degree angle, and Milky Way was overhead, and somehow I wanted that airplane to be level with the stars. And it got me, and it's just a phenomenal thought. I had vertigo. It's the only time I ever had it was on that note. So anyway, the wind was on the nose of that system. I wasn't going to make it to the dry lake where I had fuel. So I landed on a little bitty strip, and there was a little house that was caved in, and there was a little boy named Lazarus, 6 or 7 years old, and he was herding some goats. So we put the marijuana in that house, and the man stayed with it. So I flew into some town and got fuel and came back. We sat down with the lunch that I brought back, and little Lazarus sat there and ate with us, and we had a good time. We went back and came back.
Oh, wow. I wonder where he is now. Yeah. What was it like to fly? Maybe describe the details of, do you have to fly low? Is there details that are unique to this experience of flying an airplane with drugs on board?
One of the mistakes is just hundreds and thousands of pilots make. They don't stop at the border going down and get their permit. Once you get a permit to be in Mexico, you've got it for 6 months. You can go anywhere, any fishing village, any little town, any little place, show them this and you're welcome. If you don't have that, you go straight to jail. So you go down there and you think, okay, they're going to have fuel for me to come back. So, oh, sorry, senor, that was had a rusty leak in it. We don't have any. Well, you better be able to go to town and get it. So that's what I did. And when I was coming back for several years, I would fly up at Mexicali and cross the border right at Calexico. I would act like I was landing on the Calexico side just after dark. And I'd zip across the border and go to the Salton Sea and go below sea level, 100 and something feet, I believe 170 feet, and come on up and go out there above Palm Springs and land out 29 Palms in the desert. And put myself under a Joshua tree and fly into town and get my pickup and going back out and get it. And that was fun. And then it got really dangerous. They had Operation Starlight, I believe was the name of it. They caught a lot of pilots coming across the border. So I changed it, and by that time I was flying bigger planes. I was flying Beech-18s. And I would refuel in Mulahey, halfway down on the Baja Peninsula. And then over in the middle, 20 miles from the nearest road was a goat ranch where they milked goats and made cheese. And I would go there and unload the load coming up out of anywhere in southern Mexico. And I would land there, and a guy named Juan would put the marijuana under the trees, and I'd fly in the middle of the head and watch my plane and gas it up. I'd eat lunch and rent a room for a few hours, take a nap, shower, and then go back in the afternoon and fill up. And then I would go northwest out of there and fly 200 miles off the coast to the island of Guadalupe. And from there I would fly on a more northwesterly heading about 300 miles out over the Pacific. And then I'd come in behind the Santa Barbara Islands, down low, and then I'd come up and go out in the desert land. And I did that for the rest of the marijuana trips.
What was the hardest part about flying those routes?
The hardest part was getting good marijuana.
So the hardest part isn't the flying.
No, the flying part is like driving the car down. But when I had people that would bring me on trips that were just unworthy of an airplane, like when I'd land on the highway, and in the rainy season, I would come back to land again, and the guy wouldn't think about it. He'd have like little heels on both sides, and the weeds right there. Well, the grass and the weeds would grow up, and it'd sound like, it sounded like tearing the airplane apart when those wings hit, mowing the grass down both shoulders of the airplane. The weeds would grow up high in the tropics. So some of that stuff was bad. Getting bad gasoline and telling me that you land here in the light and knock the wheels off when you land. Oh, you should have landed a little further up here, senor. They ditched down. That's so funny.
What was it like landing on the highway? And when did you have to land on the highway?
I landed on the highway most of the time. In Mexico, first time I went down, there was a place called Pichilingue. And it had a 900-foot strip. And I would fly down and I'd carry gasoline with me. And Mari and I would go to the grocery store and buy all kinds of little goodies and candies and toys to bring to the children. And that sand strip in the bend of the river took up right over it. And then when I started flying to Louisiana, the bridge over the Mississippi River, there were several contractors that went broke. And that thing was out for years. And about 5 miles from the river was flashing red lights in a detour. And then the swamp on both sides of it, in the middle of it, grown up with 20-foot trees. And that was like an international runway from anywhere in the world. So I landed on that over and over the red lights right into the runway. And then the next morning, we'd go out there and scrub the marks off the highway where I'd landed. It was all day long.
Wow. Let's go to somebody you've known well, somebody who's also a drug smuggler, is Barry Seal. Who is Barry Seal? How did you meet him?
Barry Seal is a friend of mine. Mari and I and the children went down in Honduras and we went up the Lake Azul, I believe it was. It was looking at a ranch to buy. I was looking for something in Central America where I'd have a halfway place. And oh, it was lovely. We stayed up there for some days and our clothes got muddy and we went on the river and all kind of things. So we got to San Pedro Sula and we was going back to New Orleans. So went to the cleaners to get our clothes and most all of them was in there. And they go, oh, senor, they'll be ready tomorrow morning. We're not ready now. The plane leaves at 9 o'clock or whatever. So I told Mari that for her and the children to go into the airport because it'd be easier for one on the standby flight. So I went to the laundromat for the clothes, and they were ready. They was a pile of them. And I put them on my back and got in a taxi, and the old taxi was driving with it, and I gave him $100 to go faster, and he just blew his horn out more rapid. Finally, we got to the airport, and I jumped out and ran around on the tarmac, and here's a brand new 727 taxiing out. Oh, so I'm waving to the pilot, he's a young fella, he waves back. Then I see Mari's face in the cockpit, the nose goes down where he puts on the brakes, and he laughs, and he puts some stairwell out. And I run for the stairwell, and he pulls it back up and goes like a hitchhiker, going to pick you up and go again. Then he put it out, and I got on, and the whole crowd laughed. I'm coming on with that floaty float. So I go way down in the middle, and the plane's cool. And Miriam, my daughter, was about 9 years old then. And she was sitting in the middle, and by the window was Barry Seal. Of course, I didn't know it. And I sat in the middle, and we took off, and the wheels come up with clunk. And then I got up about 5,000 feet, we had a little clunk. And she said, what was that, Daddy? I said, he just turned on his own. That fella reached over and I looked at him. I said, he looked like CIA or FBI, something. He ain't supposed to be here. Clear blue eyes, gentleman looking man. And he said, you fly these things? I said, I got a few out. He said, I fly them too. He said, my name's Barry Seal. He reached over Miriam and shook hands. And we got to talking. And I thought, there's no choice of seats on this. It's just open seating. So I don't believe him one bit. And he started talking about he just got out of jail that morning. Just got out of prison. And I said, And he told me he'd been out with the TWA and this and that. And he told me what money was for. So we had a nice conversation for a couple hours to New Orleans. I didn't believe him. So he got off in front of us. What a crowd of people to meet him. An old mother, wife, little children hanging on to him, crying and hugging and kissing him. He was telling the truth. So I reached over and gave him a little piece of paper. I had Laurie to write it out with our address. I said, Barry, I might have some work for you. Come on down. He got caught with 100 kilos of cocaine in a small plane. And so he served a year.
And that was from Colombia?
I don't know where it come from. He got caught in Honduras, probably refueling. But he'd been in prison down there before for bringing explosives to the Cuban Contra. And he lost his job with the airlines. And then later on I found out he was at the CIA and George Bush Sr.'s protege and had 1,000 parachute jumps and was there. He was a hot shot now.
There's a million questions I want to ask here, but maybe can we linger on it a little bit longer? What was your relationship with him like? You were a drug smuggler. He's a drug smuggler. Your friends. How often do you guys talk? How often do you work together? What
back up and just finish where I started off there. I gave him the thanks, Barry. I may have some work for you. I know I got some work for you. And I said, I'd come out to Santa Barbara. And so, I don't know, a week or two later, he flew out, went to our house and stayed with us a couple of days. And I had a almost brand new Aero Commander 690B. That thing was turbo prop and it was hot. It's the hottest thing I'd ever had. So I said, let's go, Barry. Let's see what you can do. So I'm sorry I said that. We got 5,000 feet. And he was like one of them Blue Angel pilots. He rung that thing out. And I said, that's enough. And then he did a falling leaf. That's where you cut the engine and the plane falls from side to side. I saw Bob Hoover do that in the air show once. And that's the only person I ever saw do it. And my hand was white knuckle hanging in the seat.
You shut off the engine?
Yeah, he shut off the engines and landed them flying side by side like this.
How do you explain that? Was he just a wild man, or was he sufficiently skilled?
He was sufficiently skilled. Absolutely. He knew what he was doing. I can get a plane from one spot to another, and I guess I'm known as a good pilot for that guy. It was an aerobatic. So, anyway, he stayed with us a couple of days, and then I told him, I said, this plane needs tanking. And I guess I got some work down in Columbia, needs to come back to Louisiana. And I need 2,500 mile range. He said, I got somebody in Mena, Arkansas to do that, keep their mouth shut. So I gave him $10,000 and he flew away. And in a few days he called me and said, come to my house in Baton Rouge. So I went out to his house in Baton Rouge and I stayed with him for a few days, and that plane was tacked, I mean, beautiful from stem to stern, like it went from Bolivia to Canada with it. So then I hired him to fly, and he was funny. I paid him $1 million trip. I paid $2,000 a kilo for $1 million trip. And I didn't get paid until people received it. They had to ship it to Chicago and New York, and then the money come back. So it was a couple, 2 or 3 weeks pipeline. Well, I had to pay him before he'd go again. I mean, and he belly acted. I mean, he'd moan and groan. So one time I gave him $1 million and I put it in a box real nice.
So how big is a box that contains $1 million? We're talking about $100 bills.
$100. It's not very big. You can put it in a large briefcase. It weighs exactly 10 kilos. Each bill weighs a gram, so you can weigh your money and almost get it exactly
20-something pounds is $1 million.
22 pounds. A $100 bill. But in $1 bills is 1 ton, 2,200 pounds. We didn't accept them.
Were you the one that introduced Barry Seal to Pablo Escobar?
No. I didn't introduce him at all. And our deal was that you don't meet my people. I mean, we just kind of called you working for me to fly the airplanes. So he wanted these Panther conversions, cost $400,000 each, with torn scope and radar. So I bought anything you want.
What's that mean? Sorry to interrupt. Panther conversions.
Panther conversion was these people called Panther. They took everything out from the firewall, the instruments, and all, and converted them and put Q-tip propellers on the full bladed, and you were very quiet. And the CIA developed those in Southeast Asia for running behind the lines. And that's where Barry had flown those things, so he knew about it. So, hey, that's what he wanted, and that's where we got him.
How does that connect to Pablo? And so he worked for you, and you got those upgrades.
I think he flew about 30 loads for me, and then I got arrested and got everything in the world. Got 35 years. But let me back up a little bit. Barry was our friend. Mari and I were friends.
We should pause real quick and say Mari is your wife. Hopefully she'll convince her to join us in a little bit. She's the love of your life, and sort of she weaves in and out of many of the stories that you tell.
Yes, she was there. She was behind the scenes, but I kept her out of it completely.
And then also you mentioned Miriam as your daughter.
Yes, our son was a baby, and I remember we went out to the festival. It was my favorite restaurant in Coral Gables. Oh God, it was good. And Barry knew about it. Anyhow, we went out to dinner. So we came back and there was no rooms. So Barry was spending the night with us. We goes to our hotel room, and we got two big beds in the Omni Hotel, and he lays over there, gets down to his undershorts and his t-shirt, and he puts the baby up on his belly and gives him the bottle and says, ain't that good, Red? Oh my, and he just feeds the baby. We laugh and talk. family, everybody around him, everybody loved Barry. He just had a little smile on his face always.
So you got arrested, and then what happened to Barry?
Well, Barry knew the people that unloaded. Of course, he sent the cars down and all that, so he met the unloader guy named Lito, Luis Carlos Bustamante, a Venezuelan. So he's just kept on flying. But I believe he had 3 of my airplanes at $400,000 a piece, and they owed me some money. Well, he collected a lot of that and gave Mari the money and put it in his safe and took her to his house and all after I got arrested. Sent a lawyer in, and he got me the best lawyer in the country, Albert Krieger, head of the defense team for all America. Wonderful man.
Can you tell the story of the months that led up to Barry's assassination? What did you know? What did you sense? What did you think?
Okay, when I got out of prison, I hadn't been out long. I was eating breakfast, and there was Ronald Reagan's face right in the television. We have absolute proof that the communist Sandinista government is in the cocaine business. And there was that fat lady, the C-126, on the runway with the bellied in. And I thought, oh, God, he had done it. So I had heard that Barry might have been working with him. So it wasn't long
Working with
the DEA or whoever that he is. He was no longer on our side, you know.
So can you clarify how you got that from the Reagan making a statement about you've heard?
Okay, that was his plane. It was Barry's plane, and okay, on the way north, we could stop in Nicaragua and land on a military base or on a base that they used as crop dusters and all, and refuel. And so that short archer would go further into the jungle and come up, and that was what Pablo Escobar and Ocho and them, and they was associates with the people in Nicaragua.
So that plane was there. That means Barry was feeding the DEA information.
He was working with them at that time. But let me back up a little bit. When I was flying and I told Barry we would refuel and change airplanes and loads in Belize, where I had a spot up there. And then that's when they told me we could refuel in Nicaragua. And then you fly all the way, and Barry couldn't believe it. He says, all right, but I want you to land. I had a place in Louisiana for $10,000 that I could land, unload the sheriff and all of us paid off. And he said, no. I can't get caught in Mena, Arkansas. I said, what do you mean you can't get caught in Mena, Arkansas? You get caught anywhere. He said, I can't. It's going to cost you $50,000 every time I touch the train.
Why? Can you explain why you can't get caught?
He said he was hooked up with the very top. He said, I'm going to have dinner with the governor.
That's at that time.
Mena, Arkansas.
Mr. Bill Clinton.
And it's like, did Bill Clinton, did you give him any money? And I said, no, I never gave that man any money. But it was like the money that I had to put to Grand Cayman Islands. And I told my lawyer, I said, I never touched that money. He said, you don't have to fondle it to be guilty. So
what? I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories around the relationship between Barry Steele and the Clintons.
absolutely.
What evidence do we have? What would you say, from your best understanding, of what was the relationship between Bill Clinton and Barry Steele?
Barry said, and he knew that he couldn't get caught in Mena, Arkansas. And when that movie was going to come out, called Mena, somebody stopped it. I mean, they stopped it dead in the tracks for 2 or 3 years, and the producer even quit.
You mean the American-made Tom Cruise movie?
It wasn't.
It was going to be called Mena?
Yes, the name that was written and produced was Mena. And waiting on Hillary to be elected, they would not let that movie out. And that movie was changed drastically.
But to push back on that doesn't mean there's truth there. That means they were worried about the power of the conspiracy theory, which stuck.
Exactly.
I mean, some conspiracy theories, just because they're popular, doesn't mean they're true. And ones that, but it also doesn't mean they're not true. And there's ones that are not very popular that could be true. But that one really stuck. I mean, what's your sense?
Well, I paid $1.5 million for Barry to land at Mena, Arkansas. So I was pretty well assured that he couldn't get caught. And I said, well, I can't get caught in Colombia. can't get caught in Nicaragua. I guess we got a license. So we went for it.
So when you say I can't get caught, just to clarify, there's a sense where this is a safe place to land.
Yeah, like completely safe.
So you don't think he was referring to some kind of, you know, like my grandfather who fought in World War II would talk about bullets can't hit him. So it's almost like believing
he was taking that $50,000 and giving it to somebody. And Barry was honest, so he wasn't just taking it from me because he was making $1 million. He didn't care for the 50,000.
Oh man, taking the story forward, the month leading up to his assassination, what do you understand? Why he was assassinated? Who were the players involved? Maybe could you have stopped it?
Well, I'll tell you, after I saw Reagan's face on the television saying we have the absolute proof, the phone rang. And it was Barry. I hadn't heard from him in a couple of years. He said, I'm coming out tonight, Roger. And I remember that. So he came out and he said, I'll meet you in this French restaurant, in Santa Barbara. And I walked in, there's about 20 or 30 people in there. And it was all 30, 40 years old. Women with plastic leather skirts and me in the blue jeans. And I looked around and Barry was at the back. He cleaned up, he gained weight. And I walked up and I said, Barry, you wired? He said, no. I said, well, I'm not going to talk. These DEA agents, he said, every one of them.
With jeans and skirts. I like it.
I said, well, Barry, I'm going to sit here and you just talk to me, buddy, and tell me what's on your mind. And he sat there and he just went to talking. And he told me about Dave left hole in the bag. And that,
what do you mean by that? Like, that nobody's supported him?
I think that's something of it. He was, and I don't know this. I mean, this is just what happened. Putting it all together. But he had some CIA buddies that was pretending we're going to supply Oliver North with arms. And with that, you can land cocaine back here by the ton. So he's taking his little planes and putting some AK-47s and maybe ammunition or whatever. He takes it down to the Contras against the Communist Party of Nicaragua, where we've been landing. And Oliver North was involved in this. So when all that was, so his CIA buddy was certainly involved in it. And Barry had been in the CIA when he first got out of school. So when as I say, the shit hit the fan, they all fled and left Barry hole in the back.
The CIA and the DEA.
Yeah, no, not the DEA, the CIA. The DEA wasn't in it. The CIA was selling that cocaine and bringing it in. And
just to clarify, what's Iran-Contra scandal? What was the alleged involvement of the CIA in using drug trade to fund things? What do you know? What do you think is true? What should we know?
Well, what I know is true, that Barry was taking a small amount of arms back to Central America and giving them to whoever Oliver North group was. Oliver North was a colonel that got implemented and almost brought the government down. And so they said, all right, we're getting the guns from Iran, and we're taking cocaine to pay for it. And since Congress won't give us money to fight this war, we're going to circumvent it. So that was the whole thing.
So it was CIA's effort to circumvent the funding mechanisms of government by selling drugs.
Yes, but it was a handful of renegade CIA agents. It was Barry's friends that was making a load of money. Tons of them come up. If you would like to read the book, The Big White Lie, the CIA and the crack cocaine epidemic, the CIA put, according to this, the book in Michael Levine, I didn't remember his name last time I talked, wrote that book, and he was a head CIA agent, but he was a head DEA agent that exposed this. And the CIA tried to kill him. And he says they put crack cocaine, they developed, their chemists developed crack. And they put it in every city in the United States on one weekend. So they were bringing it up by the tons, and that's for sure. And Barry was bringing it.
Can I ask you a small tangent? question. Do you think the public should trust the CIA and the DEA? Do you think they're mostly good people that are carrying out a good mission? Because this kind of makes it sound like there's renegade agents that are just doing whatever the hell they want and with sometimes no regard for human life.
Well, that's certainly true, but that's not everybody in there. That's just sometimes you get a few policemen in the department that do these things. I believe that our government is good. I think we got some fools running it. I don't know how we get them there, but I don't want to think. I know.
Okay, so what was Barry's involvement here?
So Barry leaned back in that chair and he told me that, he got caught 1.5 tons and he belted it in the runway in Nicaragua and had cameras flashing inside and out. And he flew it back to Homestead with an agent there, and he brought the agent over. Jake Jacobson, really nice fellow. I think he was a crop duster. And we'd have got along if we'd been on the right side. And so we sat there and drank Chivas Regal until I got pie-eyed. And Barry told me about it. He said that he went to see Eddie and me. He got out on bail. He flew his Learjet up to Washington and went in to see the Attorney General, Eddie and Reese. And they run him out of the office. The next day he went back and said, I have absolute proof that the CIA is bringing tons of cocaine, or they're running tons of cocaine into the United States. And Ed and Reese put him up with this agent, Jacobson, I believe it was. And they went down and got 1.5 tons. And on the way back, they belted it in. And Pablo Escobar and some of the other ones, General there in Nicaragua, you can see them toting it from one plane to the other. It's in the book called Kings of Cocaine. It's got a mention of me too, and also the other one has a mention of me in it. So I'm in those files for the DEA in Noriega.
So who was wanting to get rid of Barry? Is it who wanted to get rid of Barry more, the cartels or the CIA?
The cartel. But so Barry leaned back and he told me the story, and the tears came down between his fingers and he put his thumbs over his eyes and said, I couldn't do it, Roger. I just couldn't do 3 life sentences. So I told him everything. I went to Congress and I testified before Congress. He testified before Congress for all these things that he'd done. And he said, I told him all about you. But you're under my umbrella. You got to testify with me before a grand jury in Miami. And so the guy said, you can come down, the DEA agent said, you can come down tomorrow with Murray, first class, or I'll take you down in chains. And you don't testify with Barry. The only place you'll ever see your wife and family again is in a federal prison visiting room.
Was that a difficult conversation?
Oh, my gut was like ice water. I can't testify against my friends. I just can't do it. How am I going to do it? I can't work with people and they're honest with me. How am I going to testify against them? I can't spend the rest of my life in a federal prison. What on earth? What a mess Barry got me into. So,
is that a kind of betrayal there?
Yes, but still, I wish you'd let me out of it. I understand him getting in such a mess that he told me because the CIA and whoever else behind him betrayed him, and he's going to tell everything. So I said, all right, I'll be to Miami. So all right, I flew down first class, and I went to a lawyer, one of the biggest lawyers in Miami. I said, man, I am in a mess. This fellow's told everything, and I've got to say something. But I'm not a snitch, man. I mean, what can I do? And he said, well, being a snitch is like being pregnant. You either are or you're not. And he says, I don't represent snitches, but if you want to fight this case, I'll do it for $600,000. And boy, my face turned red. Well, I'm not a snitch. He said, that's what you're talking about. He said, let me tell you something. If you go in there and say one thing and sign that paper, and you don't tell them everything you know, then they will convict you of everything you've ever done. And they'll tell them. So you can't do it. So I said, Barry, I'm having trouble with a lawyer. I'll go tomorrow. Let's go. So all right, use my lawyer. He gave me his card, the lawyer's card. So Mari and I went to the festival restaurant that night, and Barry and Debbie came in. She was dressed pretty, and Barry wasn't. So we was already about finished, so we had dessert together. And I said, Barry, they're going to kill you, friend. He said, no, they ain't going to kill me, so-and-so, such tell him I want to justify, so I hugged his neck. I really, when we fled to Brazil, I took Mari and the children went to Brazil.
You decided there you're not going to.
Oh, you I didn't know what I could do. I talked to a lawyer. I mean, I didn't know what I could do, but the best in Miami said what he told me, so I had to go.
And you went to Brazil. Did you have a conversation with anybody at the cartel? I mean, that's such an interesting moment that tests a man's character. To not snitch. And did you have a conversation with anybody, Pablo, about it? Like, so it's just understood.
I just couldn't do it.
But how many men like you are there?
Not many. I had all my friends testified against me. I had 11 friends, and every one of them put their finger up. Roger did it. I was facing life, continuing criminal enterprise.
Still, you couldn't do it.
I just couldn't do it.
Did you ever get respect from the cartels for that? The people in the cartel?
Time I got back, because they owe me money and I can't get it. So,
well, that's about money. I just mean about human beings.
Oh, I think so. I mean, I've been back down there and I've been welcome. I had my contact, and when I was in Brazil, I was trying to get this money. They owed me $3.5 million. So I called up there and he was going to pay me. Oh, I got $600,000 today, and I'll get you some more tomorrow. And then the next week I called, hey, I got great news, great news. Barry Seal's been killed. So, oh no, when I went back to the hotel, we was up in the northern part of Brazil, and where was it, Monty? Yeah. And so I went back, and I told Mari and Miriam, and they cried, and I cried. I really cried.
How is that great news from the cartel perspective?
Well, now they have a case against me and him and them.
Do you know who killed him?
Yes. I'll tell you about that story. On the first load I did, I landed at a banana plantation, and it was raining, and there was a muddy strip of clay, and they put the 300 kilos of cocaine in there, and the ugliest man you could imagine. Name was Malcolm. Got in there with a MAC-10, and he would make sure I took it to Louisiana. So
this is many years before.
Yeah, a couple of years. So anyway, we took off, and the mud got up in the wheel well, so thick until the wheel wouldn't come up. Well, I'm going 200 miles an hour instead of 300 miles an hour. The wheel's coming up. Well, I can't go back there. If I do, I'm be in the same situation until the sun dries it out for a few days. And so we didn't put a lease. I had a runway that we'd been used for $10,000 used to refuel. So I told the guy, listen, we got to land in Belize to refuel. No, you put the MAC-10 on it. I'll shoot you. I said, go ahead, you're going to die too. So who's in the truck?
He wasn't just ugly, he was also...
He was a bad killer. And so he's the one that actually killed Barry. The one that went up on the first load with me. And now though he's doing life.
He's just a killer.
Yeah. He's doing life in Louisiana.
I wonder who, is it known who made that decision?
The younger Ochoa brother, I understand, Fabio, was the one paid for the hit. I don't know that, but that's what I've heard, and it probably sounds about right. He's down in Jessup, Georgia, doing a long time. I think he's about to get out of here in 30 years.
The movie American Made. What do you think that movie got right? What did it get wrong?
Almost everything wrong. It was disgusting.
Okay, which part? Can you maybe elaborate?
About Barry Seal, he just didn't even, it was nothing, and whoever wrote it had no idea who Barry Seal was. They sat in the rocking chair and just tried to think of what some baby passion drug dealer doing. And it's just like, God, you just don't have any idea of the spirit of the man.
So they wanted to try to tell a fun story without actually studying the story.
They didn't know him. They just had no idea. And Barry was such a nice person, such a really nice, gentle person.
They talk to you or no?
No,
The people that made the movie.
And I see all these people talking about Barry, never met him. They tell me all about him. I say, that's just ridiculous. Yeah. And for one thing, for his character coming out of whorehouses and all that was just like ugly. And then down in Colombia, putting a gun to his head, going to take his sunglasses, and then put $25 million worth of cocaine on his plane, and then they're going to bet $100 he don't have enough room to take off. That's just insane. I mean, just the whole thing. And then he's talking to the DEA agents when he's coming up with, you know, proof that he owns. He's got 5 planes and they all split when the DEA comes out. These are just somebody just fantasy.
But those are details of the man, details of the story. Is there some big profound things they missed about just this whole period? Well, that's something that's really important to you that was missed.
Yes, they just try to sensationalize on little things that people remember, and it's just not true. It was just like a business deal, and good people, good airplanes, and good flying, and it was like a good watch that we made. It just clicked and it just went on, and they missed all of that. They tried to make it sound like it's something very ugly.
Do you think it was a story that could have been told way better and it'd still be a company share? Well, there's a series called Chernobyl on HBO, and because I have some family connected to that period, they did an incredible job of being historically accurate, and only not being historically accurate when it helped the story, only in those rare cases when they on purpose left the story to make it easier for people to understand, but it was still somehow accurate. And even though all the actors were British actors speaking English with a British accent, it was still somehow accurate. Like, they captured the spirit. So it was historically accurate and the spirit was captured. That was one of the most incredible series I've ever seen. It convinced me that the movie was made by non-Russian. It convinced me that if you really care about a story, you don't have to have been brought up in it. You don't even need to speak the language. If you're truly a scholar of it, if you talk to a lot of people, if you learn, if you just pour your heart and soul into it, you can create something really special. And so your sense is you could do that with the story of this period of time.
Oh, yes. It was a story that needs to be told. It needs to be told in the correct way, not like we're trying to bash a certain angle.
Yeah. Well, if Netflix or HBO are watching this, you need to tell the story of Roger Reeves, in my opinion. There you go. Is this a young picture of you?
Yeah, there you go. That's from National Geographic.
Jorge Ochoa, Pablo Escobar, it's you, Roger, and Barry.
Yeah.
Smuggler. Yeah, I really do hope that they make a movie of this one. There's a movie called Blow that tells the story of George Young, Boston George. Did you know George Young? That's one way to ask it. The other is, what do you think of the movie Blow?
I didn't know George Young, but it was a wonderful movie. Absolutely. It captured it.
It did.
Yes, it did. That's the way it should be.
So he was a little bit before your time?
Exactly the same time.
Exactly the same.
He was using stewardesses to fly the marijuana out of Manhattan Beach, and I was with the fire department in Redondo Beach, 10 miles away, flying it up, sending it back. Somebody was sending it back. He might have been sending it back. But he didn't have near the excitement that I did. I was shot down twice. I escaped from 5 different prisons and tortured almost to death in the Mexican prison. So he didn't have all that fun that I had.
Fun in quotes. Yeah, so yours is a heck of a fun adventure. Just to linger on it a little bit. So Johnny Depp plays George, and Ray Liotta plays his father. And there's this son-father kind of scene at the end. I don't know. It's heartbreaking. Like, that scene paints a picture of a life that could have been had if none of this wild drug smuggling happened. I really never get teary-eyed in a movie. That got me. It's almost like confronting at the end of your life what your life could have been with your father. The way he calls him Georgie. Like, you fucked up, Georgie.
Yes, I did too. I really, really did. Mari waited for me all those years, and the children raised them without me. Visited me in prisons all over the world. Just unbelievable. It's just nothing
when you were tortured nearly to death in a Mexican prison?
I sure can, and I'm smiling with nothing to smile at. I can tell you. I was in a food, and a gentleman came over and shook hands with me and put handcuffs on me. And I thought, what in the world? That was one of the nice hotels. They put me in a jail cell, and I sat there, and all the trunks and thieves and stuff kept coming in, and they had a bucket, and it overrun. And I said, man, like 18 people in the room, about 12-foot square. Oh, it was hot, and I thought, somebody's got to come get me. This ain't real. I hadn't done anything. There was a pilot coming to see me up in Hermosillo, and he stopped, and he made a mistake and went to the international runway instead of where he was supposed to go. And he had my phony name in his pocket, so they got me. So they said I was a drug smuggler. So after about 3 days, they put me back into the back, and it was a torture place. And they put me in a little cell. I guess it wasn't hardly, it wasn't 6 feet, it must have been about 5 feet square and about 12 feet high. And it was June, the end of June, and it was hot. I mean hot. And they left me in there for, I guess, a few days. You didn't know. So every once in a while they come and drag me out. And first off, they put my head under water, and it had seltzer in it of some kind. And I took one whiff of that, and 3 or 4 of them couldn't hold me down. So then I learned that just before you have to breathe, tear loose like that, they'll let you up. And that was the first treatment. And then they started to beat me. And they beat me with blackjack rubber hose until I was black and blue and yellow from the bottom of my feet to my head.
What did they want?
They wanted me to sign a confession that I was a drug smuggler. And they put the papers under your nose. This is all over if you'll sign. Well, I knew if you signed, you got 6 years. I wasn't going to sign. I wasn't going to sign.
So they didn't want you to snitch on anybody. They just wanted to say,
you sign that paper.
and you still did.
You bound to. I ain't beating ain't that bad. So anyhow, it's getting into the good part. So then they come and they take me out, and I'm buck naked, and they bend me over, and they have things to pull you, like chains, click, 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 and they bent me over, and they put butter on my bum, and they commenced to put hot chili pepper up there, and that stuff was bad. I mean, it was red hot, and that was awful.
It's still,
Just awful.
yeah, but still, you didn't.
I didn't think about it. I ain't gonna tell you. I guess if I'd have known he was gonna kill me, I wouldn't have done it. But I went back. You get hurt bad enough, you pass out. But I didn't pass out, so I was all right. So then the last thing they did was they brought a dead man in there, and he was wrapped. He was frozen. He was wrapped in newspaper, blue strips about a ½ inch wide, just like a mummy. And he was frozen, and they hung him on the wall with a measle. And you next, son of a bitch, you next. And so he's sitting there like this, and as he starts to thaw out, which is pretty quick, it looks like he's crying, and it looks like he's peeing, and the vapors start unraveling on him, and the formaldehyde puddles on the floor. What the smell of walking insides and the formaldehyde, and there was a little space, it wasn't even a ½ inch high under the door, and I lay on that filthy floor with my cheek, and put my lips right up under that door, sucking that fresh air, and I went to sleep after some time. And I know where Walt Disney gets his ideas. I saw white, pink, pigs with wings on them, all kinds of stuff like that. So when I woke up, I didn't know which was real and which was the nightmare. It took me a minute to figure out where I was and what was going on.
How did you stay mentally strong through that time?
I don't know that I did. I was so just like I am now.
Stubborn. I mean, you could be that man. It could have killed you.
Yes,
So what gave you hope? Did you have hope?
Yeah, I mean,
You're just a stubborn son of a bitch.
I think some bullshit. I think they're going to keep you here forever. You know, you're going to get out to the prison, or they're going to let you go or something. If you sign that paper, you ain't going nowhere. And I want to go home. I got shot down a few weeks before that. I got shot from out the sky. 80 bullet holes through the plane. Killed a fellow on the ground. Shot very nearly off the man rolling. And that was a place of Peachy Lincoln.
And they were shooting you from the ground. Yeah.
All right. A little 900-foot strip there at Peachy Lincoln. Four village stars and donkeys. Pedro got, and I brushed my teeth in the little stream, it's about a foot deep, little river coming through there. Got the airplane and I fired her up, bam, bam. Oh, terrible. Oh, still, Pedro's yelling, Policia, Policia, Roger, Policia! It dawned on me, and I shoved it, the throttle to the firewall. And only had that was a bullet. Yeah, somebody, they off the sides, they'd shot just a warning, like, get out, stop. Whatever. That's what they do. They'd taken the plane and me and put me in prison, the whole thing. So, but I even though I had papers. So I just shoved it to the firewall. There wasn't enough room to take off. And there's half of it behind some of it. And so just at the end, I'm just like, I think that thing stalls at about 50 miles an hour. Just turning 50, I just pulled it right up and put the flaps on. And as I pulled off the ground, they opened up on both sides of it with machine guns. And they were really that everything. I mean, the windshield came out. I got hit 3 times. You hit your body, yeah. And but I didn't know it was hit. I mean, it was just the adrenaline, the gasoline just pouring in. The world turned yellow. I must have went into shock. So it just stopped in slow motion. And one bullet hit the strut right behind my head. And it just, parts of that bullet just went all over me. I just looked like I'd been peppered with lead. And the gasoline was just pouring in. I mean, just pouring in where they shot the wing up above. The windshield's gone. I can't do blah, blah, blah. It was just like a hailstorm. So
that airplane's the stall or no?
I was in a stall anyway, and I didn't realize it. I guess you wouldn't unless you trained for it. But when you're in a stall, the elevator is kind of flappy. And I didn't realize it. At the time I thought they had shot the elevator cable in too. So I thought, so I just reached over and switched it off, pulled the mixture, pulled everything, and in the river there was rocks about as big as this table, and they were like the turtleback, all the way up until there was a waterfall. A pretty place. And I crashed straight onto it. I thought if I hit those rocks. And when I did, the first time I hit, the wings came off, and then it bounced, and the next time the nose came up and came under the plane. And I'm sitting there, I must have been unconscious. Oh, Pedro's shaking me. Come on, Roger, come on, Roger. So I stepped out into the water, and here comes these 4 Federal rockets still shooting at us. And the bullets to hit the airplane. And I kept a 9mm Browning high power taped to the top of the radio in case I ever needed it. So, because you didn't want it in the airplane, so I just, it was just handy just in there. So I took and popped a few caps out of them, and they ran into the rock. So we took off running, and then I looked, and Pedro's foot nearly shot off. They'd shot him on one side of the ankle, and it just blown out the other side. And it wasn't even hardly bleeding. It shocked him. So I took my T-shirt off and ripped it and tied the best I could. He had still bullets in it, so like you could still run. I shot the top of my toenail off, and shot across my head and my kneecap. So I was just nicked. It was very painful later on, but right that time I didn't. It was just hot. There's a bullet still in the foot from a piece of the good sized slug. So we went on up the mountain through the cactus and running. He's going, I want to go down. No, the Federals are going the easy way. Let's go. This young fella just, and we came to an old donkey. She must have been 30 years old, long and way back, long hair on her. Charlotte. And he petted the donkey and we jumped up. And we rode
like an actual donkey?
There were donkeys all over the place. Yeah, he knew that was from the village. And so we rode 7 miles, 2 of us on a donkey with no bridle, no saddle, nothing. And we came to a little man plowing a little horse and a little ox. Both of them spotted. The yoke was across their back this way, and he's plowing with a little plow and most stumps. It was like one of these people clearing a little piece of land. And he had a little house there. And so we went into his house, and his wife and his daughter, they put my cloth over my wounds on Pedro's. It was terrible. And they poured diesel oil on it to keep the flies off. It was about covering diesel. So the man left, and he was gone all day. And then about dark, he showed up, and about 15 or 20 horses and mules showed up in the yard, walking fast. And a doctor got out. He said, I'm Dr. Benjamin So-So with the Red Cross. And he worked on my foot. He worked on Pedro. He gave us a shot of morphine and tetanus shots. He said, you've got to get to the hospital. He said, Pedro died. said they're looking for American pilots that shot down. They think he did. There was a lot of blood in that airplane. And so they rode, I don't know how far we rode miles, and we come to a road and there was a big truck. It was loaded with corn in the ear. And they dug holes in that corn and put us in it. Covered us up. And the road was rough, and every time we'd hit a dirt road, that corn would cover me up and scratch my face out again. And when I came to the highway, we went into a house and they got me some clothes and mine was messed up. And white basin, and they must have brought 20 jugs of water at different times. I kept washing my foot till all the blood and the crud got off of me and put on those clothes. And somebody went to, they said, you can't go north the road's blocked. They're looking for the pilot. So you got to go south. So they found a taxi in Mazepin. And it was a rather new taxi, and the fellow would take me to Guadalajara, which was, I don't know, 7 or 8 hours south. So we got in that taxi, and they propped me up with sheets and blankets and pillows in the back seat, and gave me these great big white pain pills, and I was quite, yeah. Then I was shot down in Colombia also.
What, can you tell that story?
I sure can. All right, I was down for loading marijuana, and we got to the place, and we got there too early, and the guerrillas screamed, you got to get out of here, you got to get out of here. So we went back to the place where we staged from, and refueled out of DC-3, carries 3 tons. And so while I was waiting, I ate some lunch, and I went around behind the house. We refueled and planed up. I had to wait till late that night. They wanted me to come just at dark, so the military planes couldn't see me on their strip. So I'm laying in the hammock asleep, and I hear this terrible roar. And I look right up through the trees, and the gas end of 2 military jets going straight up. And they do a dive over, and you came back down the strip in front of that airplane, and they just tear it up with 50 caliber machine guns. They just show it out. So I run for the airplane. I just give that guy $80,000, and he ran for the truck, and all the rest of them ran for the truck. I should have ran with my money. But I didn't. I ran for the airplane. And the co-pilot got in, and he was Al. He got in with me, and 2 fellows got in the back. We had drums of fuel in there to refuel when we got down to the guerrillas. So we took off. And I couldn't get the gear up because I'd taken off in such a hurry. There's pins in the struts of a DC-3 and with big flags on them, and you have to take them up so that the plane won't come up. So these jets swarmed on me, and they tried to get me to go. They kept telling me which way to go, and the pilot would be just as close as just right over there. I could see him. I just held up the old hippie peace sign. I didn't think they would shoot. I really didn't. Nobody had shot before. So I kept flying out, and then I kept getting slower and slower. They kept slowing down, and the black smoke rolling. And then they started shooting up under me. Boom, 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 with them 20 millimeter cannons. And the tracers just going up. They looked like curving up. I mean, whoa, and I pushed the nose over so they couldn't get under me. But later on, I heard they thought I tried to ram them. So one of them went for fuel, and I kept on going, and the one just tore the left wingtip up with a 50 caliber. Then he come back again and shot Taylor. He's warning me. And I tell the fellow in there, I says, you know, if you bring me enough water, I believe I can fly this thing. My mouth got quite dry. So I went on in. I landed on a big pasture. And it was huge pasture, and it was rough, and it looked, and the wings just flapped, and I come to a stop and jumped out and pulled those tabs out and threw them on the ground and tried to get my gear up. And I understand that during the 1980 World Series baseball game, it was just American DC-3 had just been shot down by American jets, Black Indian jets. You know, it's the first plane shot down on Reagan's New Orleans road. He's up and away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep you posted. So I took off again, and I went into a thunderstorm, and they came close to the mountains. So I spiraled up, and every time I'd come out, that jet was a boom, boom, boom. And I dove back into that storm, and boom, boom, boom in there. At 20,000 feet, I started icing up. So I went out one last time, and it was right there waiting again on the radar. So I went back in, and I kicked it over and put it into a spin and went straight down to 2,000 feet, come out under it, and I was flying along the Guadalajara River, and it was 20 feet above the water, like a pasture. It was just grass, and I'm made several runs to tear the grass down, and it looked like it felt hard. That old DC-3 weighs 30,000 pounds, and I put it down on the fifth run. I said, all right, I will.
So you flew like close several times.
I put the wheels down.
Oh, you put the wheels down without landing.
And just try to make it wear down.
So you okay? So you're being tracked by Jet. He's trying to well, before that, I'm just like retelling the story of how insane it is. So he's trying to shoot you down, and then there's a thunderstorm that you're escaping into, and then you do a spin down to what 2,000 feet, whatever you said, like somehow escaping all of this, and then you try to land in pasture with a giant heavy plane that carries 3 tons by touching down 5 or 6 times to make a landing strip for yourself.
Yeah, the grass was big high. So it was really good after a few times. So then just before it stopped, I said, Al, take your feet off the brake. He said, I don't have my feet on the brake. Well, I knew I had broken through the crust. And I put full power on, but it didn't. That old big plane just come on down, and it just did a head. As it came to a stop, it did a headstand. 90 degrees to the ground. And the engine held it up, and the nose and all just crushed in right on it. We fell between the 2 seats to people getting killed. And when it comes to a stop, all that fuel was pouring out on those hot engines, and there's an escape hatch at the top. I just stepped out, took my suitcase with me.
Was there fire?
No fire. I left the plane there, and the 2 guys that was in the back when I broke his thumb, and there was the barrels, and they had to put tie gas hoses together to shimmy down to get out. So
that's an incredible story.
Well, let me just tell you, it had a little bit more to it. I learned to fly with the idea of being a missionary aviation fellowship pilot. And fly the missionaries in and out of the jungle. Well, I went 11 days through that jungle. The rest of them went on down the road and went to prison. And I said, I'll crawl on my belly 6 months from here, a year, eating snakes before I'm going down the road. So I went in there, and I was 11 days in the jungle. And I finally came to this place. And it had airplanes. I kept asking the Indian, I just saw ambulance. I want to steal an airplane, get out of there. And when I came to the place, I asked, what is this place? A lovely place. It looked like Honolulu in World War II. Runway there. I said, you don't know. This is Loma Linda, headquarters for Missionary Aviation Fellowship for the Amazon. And they flew me out.
You escaped from prison 5 times. So what stands out to you as the most difficult or miraculous escape in the bunch?
The most miraculous is what it was in the courtroom in Spain. I think I was on the 3rd floor, real high, and I ran across the courtroom, handcuffed, kicked the window out. And I looked down, and it was above the palm trees. I thought there might be a power line or something I could grab on as I went down. There was nothing, and there was a car parked, a station wagon on the.
You just jumped out?
I jumped out from 31 feet on top of that car, and it exploded in the street. The windshield on over 3 or 4 cars, it looked like snow going up. I looked like Donald Duck and handcuffs, and I got out.
You just kept running.
Yeah, I kept running. They ran me down and hit me in the back. I still got a dead spot in my back where the policeman hit me with a shotgun. And they brought me back. Murray was there. They said, your husband is crazy. That was spectacular. I escaped from Lubeck, maximum security prison, and I cut out of there and got out. That was a miraculous escape. In Lubeck, Germany.
What was that escape like?
I was there, and it was going to extradite me back to the United States, where I still have all these charges and 25 years special parole. And I was cleaning the lawyer's visiting, and on it was bars that looked like piano notes or displays to make it pretty, but there was a little bit. So I got a rope from a guy where they made boats in there, and I had 20 minutes. So I went in there and I wrapped it around, and I put a broom out in it that was cut off and wrapped it around until it pulled the bars together on that side, and then I pulled them together on the other side. But that only put me inside the prison yard where the soccer equipment was kept. But they were putting new windows on one side of the prison, and they had it scaffolded up to the 4th floor. So there was a little recess there. There was guard towers every 100 feet or so. I mean, they were shooting kids. So I got behind that and climbed up, holding to the brick so one hand and the scaffolding on the other, and went to the roof. I lost my shirt and most of my clothes going through the window. I got all the skin off of me. I thought I was going to die. And I was trying to go sideways like this, and finally I got a grip, and the bars let me through and took all the skin off of me. So I got up on that roof, and I have asthma, and I just lay there trying to catch my breath. Didn't bring my inhaler. So,
with blood everywhere.
Oh, I was bloody, yes. So I got down to the end, and on the end, the reason I did it, they was putting a new wall together around the prison to make it larger. And they had taken all the wire off above the sally port where they could join the two walls together, and I saw that when I came up. And there was a guard in half of like a dome sticking out of that brick building where there's a guard there with a gun, and he'd kill you. I mean, he was surely trained to kill you. And we had some bad people in that place. So I lay up one floor above it, and I saw a guard and his wife come with a double umbrella and just poured down the rain. Here I am without a shirt on, bloody, and she had a little boy with him under that double umbrella, and I knew him when he come, and she started back from the sally port. I hit the top of that guard tower, bam, with both feet, and I jumped, I guess it's 3 more floors. I jumped, there was a pile of sand, like a cone where they were digging it there, and I hit that, and my feet buried up to the knees, but I didn't fall. And I ran straight towards her so he couldn't shoot me, and then I went around some bushes and went downhill. And then I heard bam, 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 bam behind me, and I looked, and that fool woman was in a big old car, and she was knocking down the parking meters behind me. She was trying to run over me, and I ran behind the car, and she tore the fender off of her car, trying to yell and yap, and a terrible evil-looking face that he screamed at me, and the sirens going off in the prison. And there was a fence there, a wall, and I jumped up on it to jump over, and it had glass embedded. I cut my hands and my arms all up getting over that, and I hit the ground on the other side, and it was that brook where some farmer had dug it. I dug in there, Mario had slipped me $200 from the prison, and I had that in my shoe, and I lost my shoe in that mud. Anyway, I got out of there. Really heck of a story.
What was prison like, whether it's Germany or whether it's Australia? What were some of the darker moments in prison?
The United States prisons are awful, evil places now. They just really, there's nothing nice about them. There's the guards.
In LA?
Well, and everyone I went to. It seemed like the further east I went to Oklahoma, and it was nicer. But all of them on the West Coast, they was hatred there. They got really stupid people in there. Just incredible.
Hatred by the guards.
And the inmates. I speak Spanish, and I walked into the Spanish TV room, and it would send you a note. You can't come in here. And I walked across to the flag, hey, get out of here. Well, boy, it was just like, I call you people, you know?
Yeah.
And so I walked down to the flag, people say, show us your paper. You can't come in here until you show your paper. We don't let snitches and homosexuals and all this sort of stuff in here. So they have, so it's just like, man, I don't want to be here.
I mean, it sounds absurd, but you're saying like the basic humanity is gone.
Completely. And the guards, it's just like, I'm your lead. And I walk up to him, get your foot out of my face. He sticks his chin out like me to break his jaw. Like, what in the world, man? I love people. It's just,
Yeah, you got this joy to you.
yeah.
You have a joyful nature. And it didn't seem like that broke you.
Not a bit.
How did you persevere?
Did you know, I didn't even think I persevered, but I try to enjoy my life wherever I am every day. I ran every day, and like I told you, hey, why do you run so much? I said, let me suffer these fools. And I played a game of chess every day, almost all my life. And I read 2 books a week. And I talk to people, storytellers, guys who come in and tell us another story, Roger. Give us a poem. Tell us one you never told us before. And so it was just nice. A lot of them Aboriginal boys, they picked their country music, and it was all right.
Red, Morgan Freeman's character in The Shawshank Redemption, says the following: these walls are funny. First you hate them, then you get used to them. Enough time passes, you depend on them. That's institutionalized. Is there truth to that?
100%. I didn't even see the walls, except whenever I planned on escaping.
In Shawshank Redemption, he spent so many years in prison that he almost didn't know what once he was a free man. That's you get so used to the system, the rituals, having to follow orders, even being treated poorly, all those kinds of things that you become dependent on.
Well, down in Australia, I spent the first a little over a year in the shoe. It was like, did you see the movie,
Silence of the Lambs?
And he's there. I had five or six guards looking at me with a one-way mirror.
Yeah.
And that's whenever I thought I might never get out. I got a life sentence. I had all this time waiting here in Germany, and so they had a computer in there, but it didn't have a program on it. And I wrote, so I just started writing these little stories of stuff I did in my life, and I wrote one line, and I wrote 1,000,000 words with them looking at me. So it was after a year they let me out. It wasn't long before they put me in a place called self-care, and particularly I was in what they call the lifers pod. There was 268 men in self-care there, and it was unbelievably good that we were left alone. Basically, they were there, or the guards were certainly there. They had their shack, and we had apartments, four apartments in the building, and 6 men to the unit, with your own door and a key to it, and a kitchen, dining room, freezer, refrigerator, and they allowed you $360 a week to buy groceries. And I cooked for about 16 years, and learned to cook good. And the people, and other people have their specialties, and so that was quite. It wasn't so like being in prison. It was somewhat living with men. It was different with men. I had some good fights and carry on. You don't get along with everybody, but then whenever I came back to the United States, I was laughing and talking. And when I got off the plane in LA, I had three marshals with me from Australia. I was slammed upside the wall. I mean, hard, ankle, backs on it, and handcuffed so tight that he cut my laying off. Face forward, lands apart. Good gracious. He walked me up 50 steps. He turned me over to the marshals, and they took part of that off. That was a border patrol. It was there over my marijuana charge from 1977. I did 11 years for parole violation. Now they want me for more violation. And they put me in, down in Los Angeles, they put me in, the marshals put me in there, and they put me in isolation. I thought, what in the world they got me for isolation for? Done anything?
How long did you spend in isolation?
More than 6 months. So after 3 or 4 days, this little Judas window slide open, and a nice looking man in a suit comes, hello, rings on. Just want to see what you look like. I saw your National Geographic documentary, and it does me pleasure to keep you in isolation. He slammed the thing, and I couldn't get out of there. And by law, the U.S. Parole Commission is supposed to give you a hearing within 90 days. I've already paid a lawyer $7,500, and he never picked up the phone. Somebody got to him.
Who's that somebody, you think?
Christopher Cannon was his name, and I don't know who got to him, but he didn't do anything to get me out of there. I got one 15-minute phone call a month, and I couldn't get out. So then after 6 months, they shipped me to put me on Con Air, double shackled and black box on my hands, and I went to Oklahoma, and they let me out on the floor. I couldn't imagine that I could call after a couple of days, and they said there was a man here from Washington give you a parole here, and you only got here at 3:30, so he left. He said he'd be back next year. What? How could it know 6 months? So then there was a lovely little lady. She was a case manager or something. She said, you can ask for parole on the record. I said, please do. I said, I sent them an email, and the next day I got my parole. 90 days later, they sent me to Terminal Island, put me in the place there was an invalid, I guess, as old as I am, 78 years old. They put me in, people in there dying, wheelchairs and legs off and arms off and cancer. So I was in there and I pushed the fellers around. And I went come out of the chow hall there, and I went to go to the right to get me a haircut. The 2 Mexican guys there, Lieutenant Dublin, walked between us. He went like, I said, get out, son. You. And they slammed me, put me on the ground. handcuffed me and put me in the shoe for a week. I got out, man, they put me back in the place. They treated me rough. So I got in a little more trouble and they put me back in the shoe. And I wouldn't come out. They had that, the virus was out killing people. So they killed 8 people in that unit I was in. So, I mean, I wouldn't even come out to take a shower. I had a little straw that I put in the sink, and I'd take a sock that I had and scrub myself with it with some soap. Glass of water over my head and cleaned the floor up, put it in the toilet.
And that was your time during the coronavirus pandemic.
I got out last April, right in the middle of it, and they were dying bad in there. So I was treated worse for that last year in America than I was for the whole 20 years in Australia, 18 years in Australia.
And then you were a free man at the end of that year.
They put me out and sent me home, and the parole officers couldn't even come. They weren't working. They were just doing everything by video. Then I'd have a drink. The only thing was I couldn't even have a drink of wine. So after a year, I had to take psychiatric treatment every week. I had to go talk to the psychologist. And me and her got along great. She was a good Christian woman. We just chatted and talked. Nothing makes sense. I had to pee in the bottle every week. I said, I've been in 33 years. How many piss tests do you think I've had? Never been dirty. Only thing y'all want to clean when you come get me.
Before I talk to you about love, let me ask you a difficult question. You write in your book, I don't consider myself much of a criminal. I don't lie, cheat, or steal, and I always take up for the underdog. Violence makes me sick. Yet, I know I'm an outlaw, and those that break the law must be punished. I think many people listening to this, or some people listening to this, will see you as a criminal, as a bad man, who increased the amount of suffering in this world. What do you have to say to them?
I would like to tell them that they have been indoctrinated by the spin of news and politicians, and they don't know the truth of the situation. You lay the truth out there in an envelope, let me help them. Besides something else that is false, and it's staggering. The truth is that I was a tobacco farmer, and tobacco kills 500,000 people a year in America, and 6 million have a debilitating disease because of it. Drugs, all drugs combined, kill between 10 and 15,000 people a year by overdose, and 60% of those are pharmaceutical. Now then, when I was a tobacco farmer, come sit on the front pew, Mr. Reeves, come on up here, you're a gentleman. You just joined the Masonic Lodge, and you joined our church, and you just come on and sit down with the good people. You grew 2 marijuana plants, get out of here, you scumbag. Marijuana doesn't hurt anybody. It's just, that's the truth of it.
And so, in your career, you walked amidst violence, but you never participated in the violence.
I didn't even see it. It just didn't happen around me. In prison it did. I sewed people up. They called me doctor. I did dental floss. One time I had to get a blade and try to keep them from my patient from getting again. But I would just, like if I shot at those people, I shot at them to keep them from killing me. I certainly didn't mean to kill them. So it's just, some people are evil and they will kill you, hurt you, lie to you. I just don't do any of that. It just makes you sick. I've seen that when I was in the shoe, 3 guys tried to kill the guy. They stabbed him so many times that they stabbed Blake and the blood getting out of the room. I said, you're going to kill him. You're going to kill him. I saved his life, drug him up there where the guards could see him. The stuff like that, I'm just not of that nature of those people. They're just evil. People born evil, I believe.
It is heartbreaking to hear that the basic humanity is gone in prison in the United States. That's heartbreaking because that basic humanity is actually the light at the end of the tunnel. It's the thing that saves us, as opposed to when it's absent, it's the thing that destroys us.
But the prisons are filled, absolutely filled with people that have some mental problem. Now, you see Tent City all the way up and down here. I guarantee you, every one of those people have mental problems, some degree. However little it is, they're a little bit off. Now, then you get a DEA agent that wants to make a name for himself. He goes down there and gets 2 of them, one of them to sell a little 2 grams of methamphetamine to the other one. And he gets a conviction. And a young prosecutor, he gets a conviction. He wants to make a judge. And we got the judge in, I'm going to give a million, guilty. I'm going to give him $1 million years. Why you get fools like that in charge. You're going to fill prisons up with pitiful humanity. And those are the ones. And then the other is people over drugs. And drugs should be a health issue. You cannot police it enough. It's just they know, like the only thing that overdoses is opioids, heroin. And if they can give it to them, it costs about $1 a day to give the worst addict his victim. But they'll give it methadone, which is from a pharmaceutical company, which is just as bad. Why in the world? We tried it all over the world, in Portugal, England, and when they give the girls clean up, no more stolen cars. Why? Who wants to keep this farce going? They just perpetuating it. Like, every little police place is getting all these suits and armor and machine guns. It's just like, it's such a spin. It's sad.
Do you think all drugs should be legalized?
I don't know about that, but they certainly should be controlled. If a person is an addict, he should be able to go down and get his fix with somebody there to help him with a clean needle and a glass of orange juice. It's so much cheaper than prison, so much cheaper than stealing cars or a prostitute having to go to work. That's sad.
You've lived one heck of a life. Looking back, there's a lot of young people that listen to this, high school, college students. What advice would you give them? How to live, how to have a successful career, how to have a good life, how to be a good man or woman.
To be a good man or woman, if I had it to do over with, I'll just tell you what I'd have done. I would have paid attention and studied my lesson and did the best I could. In school, yes, and went as far as I could have. I would have liked to have been a doctor. I just didn't have the stickability or anybody to tell me, hey, go ahead and do that. And if you can do that at a very young age, start in a trade. Learn to do something. It doesn't matter what it is. If you learn to do something good, there is a great demand for you. And I would say that in prison, that the prison system should come in and you get a thief, young man's a thief, robber, and you say, all right, we need carpenters, we need plumbers, we need electricians, we need sheep. Send us to that trade, and when you get an A+ in that, where you can go out and make you $30 or $50 an hour, you go home. Now you can mess around 10 years if you want to, or you can do this in 2. I think that would, that's just for the prison. But anyway, I would say that they find somebody and be true to them. That we have, just be honest and true in your life.
You mean like
Relationships, yes. I mean, so many people, particularly our children, from relationships where they're not wanted, they're divorced, their father's left, they don't know who their daddy is, they're just in foster home. 500,000 children in foster homes in America today. And we have, and our government inadvertently is encouraging those people. My daughter is a doctor, and she delivered a couple years ago a baby from a 10-year-old child. That child, and she said, in the visiting room is 4 generations, all of them on welfare. Now we got one more. It reminds me of Elvis Presley's song, "When We Get to."
So for an individual, learn a trade, become a craftsman, sort of, and find somebody to love and who loves you.
That's right. Have a family and stick with it. Surely you're going to get angry, you're going to get disappointed, you're going to get all kinds of stuff. Come back and make up before you go to sleep.
Well, I did half of those things. I got the first one, I'm working on the second one, so I appreciate the advice. Well, Mari, thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell me the story of how you met?
Well, my parents every summer would go to the lake in Canada, and the place was called Turkey Point, which is on Lake Erie, and just have a nice summer holiday there, water skiing, swimming, sunbathing. This was back in the 60s, and I was sitting on the pier with a few girlfriends and telling them my story, and then all of a sudden I looked up, and I saw this figure in the distance coming onto the pier. Now, we're all dressed in bathing suits and swimwear. We're swimming and this, that, and the other. And here he comes, dark trousers. In fact, they were black, white shirt, and a tie, and a straw kind of a Panama hat. And, so he stood out. And so I invited him to come and sit down. And so he continued to talk, and we just talked and talked and talked, and then later moved to the beach. And the next time I saw him, he was talking to another girl, and I thought, yeah, I know. That's okay. Okay, next. Well, about 6 months later, I received a letter, and it's a letter from Roger. And then we start this lovely correspondence, and we just start writing. In those days, he just wrote everything. And then the next summer, he was coming up again. He was on his way to Alaska, and he says, I would like to come by and see you. And I said, well, I'll be in the same place that I met you last year. And so when he came up this time, for some reason, Roger reached for my hand, and I reached for his, and man, that was it. It was like love at first touch. It was just like a silence, and oh my gosh. And we didn't even look at each other. It was just, oh my goodness, what happened here? And I was the type of person, I never wanted to get married, not way, way, way down the road, never have any children, and I wanted to see the world first, and then do all that, And,
that was it. That was love. And you've done ever since.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is about the love that the two of you have for each other is they had to persevere through quite a heck of a journey. So, how did Roger's drug smuggling change the nature of your love and your relationship?
Well, Lex, that remained steadfast. It endured. And since Roger's been home, I think we've rekindled the love that we had when we first met.
Yeah,
But I think my faith, my steadfast faith, and also the fact that Roger and I communicated. We wrote letters. He never complained. I know there were the children there. He never had mistreated me. I love this guy, and we had a lot of experiences. It was just, even
he's
though
good-looking, charismatic.
Yeah, and he was adventurous, and I. Would you say that again? But yes, it was just. I know I missed him physically, but we were just so strong in spirit, and we could talk to one another. Yeah.
Well, what was it like, Roger, when you were a free man, seeing Marty for the first time in person again?
I cried for 3 days. Everything. I looked at a picture of her. I came home and she prepared a meal for me. And it was the old oak table that I redone, and the chairs the same way, and the green placemats, and the same china that we had, the same silverware. And it just all of it just brought back the same paintings on the wall. It's like unbelievable. After 35 years, she had all my clothes cleaned, and my shoes shining. And I put the shoes on, and I walked out on the strings on the skin, so bad. But the shirts and all fit perfect and everything, so it's just wonderful. And just to see her, and then just to think about, see her picture of her 50th birthday, or her 60th birthday, or her 70th birthday. I wasn't there. And the picture of her with the children, it was heartbreaking. And about the third day, I thought, man, you got to. So I got it with the tears. Man, everything was just pulsating in life. It was just unbelievable to get out of that place. It really was.
drug smuggling that took you away from the woman you love?
Oh, yes. 100%. I wouldn't have done it again. You don't think you're going to get caught. And it's just, no, it's just, I did it for money and I had everything in the world I wanted before I did that.
So the adventure, I mean, it was one heck of an adventure for the two of you, both of you.
Yes.
Were you able to enjoy it, or was it always danger? Was it always something that threatened your relationship, your love, your family? Or were you able to enjoy the adventure of it? You know, we all die. Life is short. And to live that kind of adventure.
Well, whenever I did the first loot, I got $10,000. And that was just about 2 years paying the fire department take home. And I wrote that home.
I put my hand over my mouth. I said,
Shook it over
Roger,
the
I
head,
can't
probably
believe
twice.
this.
What in the world?
And Roger said, let's go have dinner. And so we went to the little restaurant that we would go to, you know. And he said, don't you dare look on the right-hand side of the menu. Just order anything you want. And it was just, as we were in the restaurant, you know, it was just, we were giddy about it. Yeah, I was giddy about it. And,
were you afraid that, I mean, did you think about the fact that it's illegal and Roger could end up in prison?
oh, yes.
Did you guys talk about it?
Well, I kind of thought I was bulletproof. I mean, they didn't catch you. I thought if they didn't catch you, it was all right. It was hard to catch you. It's hard to catch you in the air.
Yeah.
You never thought to catch you in the air?
I didn't know that if your friend told on you 5 years later, you'd still be
Right.
That's the problem. I didn't know that.
Did you guys ever talk about walking away?
I asked Roger to walk away, and he says, I can't, Mario, just now, you know. And then, of course, the amount of people that he began to support, the family and the gifts and the deals. Yes, the deals. Yes, and then you always wanted to, what do you do with the money? You know, so you want to, I guess you clean it up, or you want to invest in an enterprise or in a business. Well, it just doesn't work. They know the source of it, and they take it and run. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was very generous, extremely generous and benevolent.
And when I started, I would ask him, I went to a lawyer, and a number of people in California at that time wanted to legalize marijuana, back in 1973. And I went to a lawyer and I said, Mr. Lawyer, I put $100 on and said, what would they do if they caught me bringing the marijuana across the border? He said, do you have a criminal record? I said, no. I've never had a speeding ticket. Nothing. Not even a traffic ticket. He said, you work for the fire department? I told him, I said, yes, sir. He said, you get probation. The worst you'll do is you'll get 1 year and you spend 4 months raking leaves on the military base. So my father died some years before, and I brought mother and baby sister came out, and I took them down to Disneyland, and she said, what you doing, boy? I said, I'm holding pot, Mom. She said, how much you making? I said, making $40,000 any day I want to go. And she said, what do they do if they catch you? And I told her what the lawyer said. 4 months at the most, raking leaves, that's what do you think? She said, do you need a co-pilot, son?
Yeah. Money's money.
Yeah.
Is so your relationship persevered through some big challenges. Is there advice you can give about what makes for a successful relationship?
You know, I think the initial igniting, meeting someone, you know, that's the love. That's it. And that little fire just keeps burning and burning and burning. You can't put it out, no matter what. It's the love fire.
But it gets difficult.
It does.
It's funny, the love fire. So you're saying the love fire is all it takes to persevere through the difficulties?
Well, no. That's a huge part of it. And also, I contribute my individual situation to, in order to endure the prison years, is my faith.
Faith in God?
Yes. And friends who were unconditionally still loved me no matter what. Yes.
So you had love around you.
I did. And my children, they, and that was a real purpose, to guide them and to love them and to help them become citizens.
What about you, Roger? What advice would you give?
I just don't know how to do it, but I do know that you have to work on a relationship. Mara and I've had problems. I mean, we get really
You guys get in fights?
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yes.
But not, we don't let them laugh.
Yeah.
But certainly we're so different.
We're the same and yet we're so different. Yeah.
Like little stuff?
Little stuff, yes. And it might be big, but I can usually win her over. But anyhow, I just feel like Mari was always there. It was like she was my anchor. I was coming home. I was always coming home to her and the children. And you can see throughout my life, I'm trying to get back.
Were you afraid for his life?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, there were times, yeah. But I had faith in him. He was an excellent pilot. For example, I always said, Roger, if the ship's going down, I'm jumping in the lifeboat with you because I know we're going to get to shore. You will save us. And so I have that faith in him. I mean, he's a man, but yet he's the one you want to get into the lifeboat with.
But then there's Pablo Escobar, one of the most dangerous humans in history, plus U.S. government.
Yep.
Very difficult. Very difficult to get away. In terms of your faith, how has your faith helped you be the woman you are in this relationship, in seeing love the way you see it?
Well, I think my faith gives me hope. I have lots of hope. It helps me to dwell on the good side. Whenever I meet someone and there's negative, I try to see why they are like that or what's the source of all that, and I try to pull out the good. I really do. Not that I'm a goody-goody, but that's what your faith does. You see them as God sees us.
How has he changed over the years?
Roger, he's still the same. Actually, I like him better now. He's a little calmer.
That's crazy.
Oh, yes. And happy to be, at home, or he'll say, Mari, I am just so happy to be with you here in this condominium. I'm content, because I used to call him my homing pigeon. I just have to let him fly. I couldn't, he has to fly, but he always came home.
Do you think about the end of this ride, our mortality? Do you think about your death?
I do. Particularly, I'm going to have a heart valve replacement in about 7 days, where I could not make it. It's a very serious operation, and I think about that very much. And I ask for peace. I just lost my brother about 10 days ago, so unexpectedly, and that really makes you think of your mortality.
Are you afraid?
Somewhat, and yet not. Yeah. I want to live, Lex. I want to live.
This life is fun.
Yes.
Do you think about your death, Roger?
I have visions. And visions in the that were very, very clear, like what I have seen in the future. Scientists might call it wormholes, or in the Old Testament they call it prophets, but I see sometimes in the future around the corner. As clear as we're sitting right here.
What's that look like?
I was on a porch, and I believe I was in like Central American place. I was an old man with khaki pants and a white shirt. And it was a chair with a wide arms, and it was straight, and there was like beams coming out above my head, and I'm on the porch.
Bougainvillea.
And I have out-of-body experiences also. And I came out of my body. I just floated out of my body and went into a veil, like into a mist. And I believe that's probably what happened.
You talk about like it's in your past.
This is your future. This is my future.
This is something he has scene, you know, in the film. Yeah.
No, I know, but it's funny. Just the tense you use. It happened, and yet it's something that will happen.
Yes.
Both are true.
It's just unbelievable, Doc. And I don't know how many people have it, but I have it. I walk out of my body and just like, just where I could come up to you and look and set up on the radio. I used to be at work on the railroad, and I had them there.
How do you explain that?
I don't know
what the heck is going on in this universe that's possible?
Oh, I don't know, but certainly a phenomenon that could happen. And there's a guy, Bill Monroe, that wrote the book "When Out of the Body," tells about it. And who's the guy that writes The Alchemist? Those things, he has them also, just like that. And he tells about how it happens on him. Mine happened different. But you certainly can come out of your body.
What do you think the meaning of this life is? Maybe from your faith, but also from just the amazing adventure that you lived through. How do you make sense of why the heck we're here?
I don't know. It's just kind of like who you are. Even when I was a child, I was like different from other people. You know? And it's just, boy, I was like, I don't know.
Could you put into words how you were different, or just
yeah, like my brother, I mean, kept his hands clean and his shoes shining. Here I was barefooted catching a wild hog or wrapping a horse trying to get it down, you know.
I saw pictures of you climbing a tree.
Yes. Always something like that.
Yeah.
It's just, so I don't know. It's just that, and I noticed that something about me is sometimes in prison there'd be a knife fight. And people, you see the rough guys that turn white from it. I just kind of almost like smile. I mean, when they come at me, I'm turning white, you know, but it doesn't bother me. Those things just doesn't bother me. Prison didn't bother me.
So you don't know what the heck the meaning is. You just know you're a bit different than the others. And then maybe, well, maybe the whole point is you want to realize, you want to let that madness flourish, that uniqueness flourish. That's the whole point of life. We're all different in like very interesting little ways. And the more different you are, you want to let that become. You want to let it be its own.
It's like a garden, you know, all the different flowers. Yeah.
You did mention you weren't sure if there's a free will or not. Do you think it's all predetermined, or do you think we make our own choices?
We make our decisions. I just said if it is, I hope that. But I know that we make our decisions.
Yes, I agree.
I know that we're spirits that are living in this flesh. That's beyond a shadow of a doubt for me. If you walk out of your body and have out of body experience, you know it.
So the body is just a temporary
The
state.
spirit lives on eternally with no beginning and no end. And that's hard to fathom. Yeah, this is just a little shell. This is a shell that contains that spirit. You know, this is the way we work on Earth. You know, but yeah, I know that I'm an eternal being. So are you?
Do you think there's a why to it? You know, do you think there's a meaning to this life?
Well, I think the why is beyond my capability of understanding. It's someone greater than me. I don't understand it, but it's awesome. I just know that it's awesome. And one day we will know the answers. Once we get to that crossover to the other side, I think we will understand clearly. It says, you know, now we see through a glass darkly. But then when we are face to face with God, we will understand.
And until we know, let's just enjoy this beautiful life.
Yes.
We got it.
And we're meant to.
That was my gift. I love everybody, everything. I do, and it's just, and I'm sorry if I put a stumbling block in anybody's way. I wouldn't want to. But these are these things that I just think about, oh, what a hypocritical world we live in, though. Like, almost anybody that I do is, okay, he's a drug dealer. And I would say most of them have committed adultery. That's a cardinal sin. Yet they throw rocks at me for moving marijuana or cocaine across the road. It's just if you saw the two different things, you'd say, what a terrible difference it is. We become conditioned with bad society that we have.
You mentioned
meeting you, I'll be glad to. I was doing 11 years up at Lombok Penitentiary, maximum security prison, for a parole violation for possession of marijuana in 1977. They should have given me 6 months, but they gave me 11 years because they wanted me for what they call silent thief. Anyhow, while I was in that dungeon, I received a letter from my daughter, Miriam. It's called Daddy's Poem. A year ago, I became a poet when I wrote your birthday prose, and here I am today ready to give it another go. First, I would like to wish you a very happy birthday to be, and to thank you so very much, for without you, I would not be me. Secondly, I want to say that your support has been immense. It has been true, honest, loving, and free of all pretense. Thirdly, it goes without saying, your love has surpassed all my wrongs, and you always made me smile with one of your old country songs. I can remember on Cuervo, Daddy, with you holding me in your arms as you sang Jim Reeves songs and talked about the farm. I can see you walking through the door from one of your travels far and wide, and the thought of you coming home, Daddy, kept a twinkle in our eyes. I can smell you as I did when I used to climb into your bed, and you would talk to me again about one of the adventures that you had. I can see me and Mario asleep in one of your airplanes extraordinaire, and remembering wondering to myself why there wasn't an available chair. I remember having to meet you and worrying that you wouldn't be there, but you would pop up from behind some counter and give us all a happy scare. You gave us presents in Key Biscayne, in Hotels Pleasure Galore, and 3 dozen roses when we came through the airport door. I can see your face in Amsterdam at the luggage carousel, and you looked like a boy with a secret that you were just dying to tell. You taught me mathematics in the sands of faraway places, and taught me to sail and left without any traces. We climbed glaciers in Argentina and saw the blue of the beautiful caves and witnessed the majestic beauty of such a jagged maze. I learned how to change gears on the dirt roads of Brazil. We ate hot dogs in Paraguay, a memory of your smile over still. We talked about lions, elephants, and bears on a hacienda in Uruguay, but decided it was better for Uruguay to fly. Over the old world and all its luxury, what a good time it was. From South America to the Cross of Boston, I think we fell in love. The European jaunt, well, it is considered a book in itself, but it's a story about beauty, knowledge, suspense, and worldly wealth. We went from Holland to Sweden, and we went from France to Spain, and I promise you I have no regrets. I would definitely do it all again. I will see the world with you anytime, sir. There's no doubt in my mind, because being by your side, Daddy, always ensures a wild good time. So our paths took a turn, and we're back in the U.S. of A. The life here isn't so bad, and I'm content to stay. I'm happy to be near you, although I'm not as close as I was before. Because of your love and encouragement, I've been able to open new doors. I'm grateful to be in school. I'm genuinely happy where I am. And I even like when you call and tell me to study for the next exam. What a life you've given me, Daddy. It's a tremendous and magical gift. We already have so many stories to tell. There are far too many to list. But I want to thank you again this day with a very big happy birthday to you. And to tell you just a few more things that I know my heart to be true. I love you, Daddy, with all of your wrongs and your rights. That you're ahead of our family and you've kept us all bound tight. That you have an honest love in your heart for God and all mankind. And you truly do believe in yourself when you say it will all be fine. I know you will be there to catch me if ever I waver or slip. And I know I won't you as captain on any sinking ship. I also know a new chapter is written. It's almost time to move on. It's time to sail another sea and to witness a brand new dawn. It'd be good to see you at the helm again as you point out our destination, to laugh and dance on the upper deck while the boat glides through. It'd be good to see you on the go, as I know you like to be, and to know you can open any door without any key. But while we revel in our days together, we will know better than to hurry, because as you told me many times, life is an incredible journey. That's beautiful.
Roger, I'm really honored that you would take the time to visit me in Texas and to sit down and talk with me. Thank you so much, Roger.
Thank
so
you.
much, Mark.
Thank you. It was our pleasure.
It's been a real pleasure.
Yes.
Beautiful. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Roger Reeves. Thank you to Noon, All Form, Expressive PM, Four Sigmatic, and AIDS Lady. Check them out in the description to support the podcast. And now, I'm going to leave you with some words from Pablo Escobar. All empires are created from blood and fire. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. What are narcos cults? What's the relationship between, I don't mention religion a little bit.
Yeah.
What's the relationship between religious culture and drug culture?
First off, Mexico is one of the most Catholic countries on the planet, if not the most Catholic country on the planet. Not only that, it is a country that has a root in spirituality through its ethnic culture that other parts of the world got most of that taken away and were suppressed or killed or taken away. When the Spanish came to Mexico, they were a product of a recently liberated group of people. They just got done being invaded by the Moors, basically. And they brought with them the image of a Virgen de Guadalupe, the Virgin of Guadalupe. And Hernan Cortez's vision of that, or version of that, was a lady who was in crystal scepter, and standing on crescent moon. That's what he brought to the Americas. And when the conquest happened, a lot of people will say, the Spanish came and conquested the Aztec Empire. The enemies of the Aztec allied themselves with the Spanish and took them away. That's what happened. And then the rest was famine and sickness. That's what killed most of them. They realized that it was going to be hard to suppress some of the spiritual practices in Mexico, so they decided to meld them in with Catholic iconography. So you see this cult of Tonantzin, which is like a fertility variant of a mother goddess in the Aztec culture, and they turn her into La Virgen de Guadalupe, which is the icon that a lot of Mexicans venerate as the La Virgen, the Virgin. But in her, she conceals cultural elements from the past. She has a black sash across her stomach, which means she's pregnant, something common in the Aztec culture and the Mexica culture. She's standing on a cherub that has eagle wings. That is a war god. That's a symbol for war god down there. She has stars on her, which is a veil of certain stars that are related to some of the spiritual practices from before. Basically, they hid these things in that setting. How do you skip forward hundreds of years, and you start seeing things like Malverde, who was a bandit that lived in Sinaloa way back in the day. He would rob rich farmers that would go through the countryside. One time he was almost caught and was shot and injured, and he was wanted by the government, so he told one of his friends to tell them where he was and to give the money, the reward money to the townspeople. So he did that. He was hung from a tree, and the order was not to bury him, just to let his body rot. And his body rotted away until it fell on the ground and bones. And each of the townspeople would go over and put a rock on top of his corpse until it became a pile of rocks. And then he started granting miracles. So again, this whole aspect of these criminals becoming saints. And also a middle finger from the downward local populace to the church in here, because he's not a recognized saint, but he has an altar and people venerate that. Then you have cartels that have a spiritual practice or spirituality behind what they do, which is part of their culture, but is also like a tool they use to ingratiate themselves with the local populace or the population around them. They're icons of power, and sometimes they're almost a symbol
You see El Chapo's son, when he was arrested, had a Santo Niño de Atocha on his chest, which is a holy kid of Atocha. The Spanish legend during the Moorish conquest, they said that the statue of that saint would go around and feed some of the hungry. That was the legend. And he's a saint of the persecuted. So the fact that when he was arrested, you see him with that wearing that and he was liberated is a miracle in and of itself. So it's proof that works. You see that was, you can find one of those secularios anywhere in Mexico, little seats. I used to sold one. So you see them utilizing some of these aspects in their own belief system as a symbol or as iconography, basically, for some of the things they do. Then you go into some of the other aspects of it that are out there, like Santa Muerte, which is actually a faith that I grew up in. Mexico has a weird relationship to death. We have parties at the cemetery on Day of the Dead, and I just went through one, recently. This is November the 2nd. So we celebrate our dead, and we celebrate death in a way that I don't think a lot of cultures out there do.
So it's a joyful occasion.
It is a celebration. My 8-year-old put 2 beers on an altar, one for my mom, one for my brother. She bought a Snickers bar for my mom and a bag of pops for my brother. Flower petals and marigolds and pictures of them on the altar.
It's amazing. What kind of beer?
Tecate Roja for my mother because she was hardcore, and Tecate Light for my brother. He was more of an endurance drinker. And it's also for me. The relationship to death down there is different. So there's an icon in Mexico. It's actually one of the fastest growing alternative spiritual practices in Mexico. And not only in Mexico, but here in the U.S. I've been to Santa Muerte temples across the country. I found one in Connecticut at a place. How I grew up with it, or I saw it, is my family was all Guadalupanos. We were Catholic, and we venerated the Virgin of Guadalupe specifically, the icon of the Virgin of Guadalupe. But every now and then there were winks and nods to a skeletal saint in family practices. And even when I went to work, the older guys that I was working with would tell me, like, hey, we gotta go ask for protection. So they would drive me over to the church, and I thought we were going to the cathedral, and then we made a left turn, and it wasn't the cathedral, it was the market next to the cathedral in Tijuana. And in the little corner, there was a big Santa Muerte reaper effigy, and then I knew why I had to bring a bottle of tequila. It's like, why am I bringing a bottle of tequila to the church? It was for her, La Muerte. It was partly hazing, and also they did believe that they were basically imbued with being agents of death in a way. So it was like a cultural thing as well, something that they wore on them as not only protection, but as also like a samurai would wear this death iconography on them, or how the Maori would do haka dances, to some of these guys in their kind of weird culture that they were growing up with or trying to imbue on us, the young guys. They would take us there and they would imbue us with iconography of Santa Muerte to be like a psychological thing.
So that gives you strength and meaning in the face of struggle, like in the face of difficulties in life.
I think your closeness to death and having a relationship to death in the form of a symbolic representation of it, like Santa Muerte or an icon like that, makes it not as scary, I guess. Or not only that, but it's also something that the other side, the enemy, the cartels, they would venerate it as well. So when they would see it on you, it was almost debilitating to them. They were like, oh, are you guys cops? Are you guys... Why are you wearing that? So there was an aspect of that to it. A memento mori type thing. Remember death, type thing.
There's some aspect in which you don't want to mess with the person meditating on death.
There was some of that, yeah. There was a saying, I think they probably took it from a movie or something like that, but I don't know where they got it. May I earn your name and be your wrath. they would say that to the statue. Santos. Another thing, people, it's not a cartel specific thing. It's like everybody, like on all levels, from the lady that sells tortillas to the cops, to the military. Some people in the military, there's a very specific symbol of how this is like a weird relationship specifically in Santa Marta in Mexico. There's a shrine outside of Tijuana, right across La Presa. It's like a water reservoir right outside Tijuana. And there was a big Santa Marta altar there, like on the roadside. And my former boss, Isaola, ordered that thing destroyed. So he ordered a truck to destroy it. It was a famous thing. And it was rebuilt the next night. And I know for a fact that some of the people that rebuilt that were some of the same guys that at this point.
Oh man, that's pretty symbolic. So it's not something that people can be killed. It's a part of the spirit of the people.
Keeps getting destroyed by ultra Christian groups or Catholic groups, and it keeps getting rebuilt. Personally, for me, as a I don't believe that there's a Reaper skeleton in the sky protecting me. But I do believe in the aspect of an ending, and how it's important to, the ending is important in all things, and death should be present in life. And if it's not, then you're delusional about it.
So to you, it's a mechanism to navigate that.
Yeah, and having my daughter, who's 8, view it as a benevolent thing. She's a kid, and she sees a skeleton that represents death, and Jesus, I think, in a way, Mexicans have taken some of those aspects, be it Day of the Dead, some of these practices related to some occultism, aspects around, St. Judas, San Judas. St. Judas is the patron saint of lost causes, and it's one of the most venerated saints in Mexico. Jesus is probably 4th or 5th rated, which is pretty funny and ridiculous. But the reason why, and this is something I heard from somebody that was actually, we found him with a gun, and on his gun he had a St. Judas effigy. And he said, well, why St. Judas? ¿Por qué San Judas? And he's like, well, he's the last saint you pray to. What do you mean? Well, on the list of saints you pray to, he's the last one, because when you pray to Judas, you might get the other Judas on the line. Yeah, that's the last one you pray to. That's why he's like the lost cause saint. How I remember, even how we try and bribe or maneuver our way, even in spirituality, in spiritual practice.
It's such a fascinating culture. It's unlike anything else.
And it's right next door. And it's here too. Again, I found an altar in Connecticut, which is pretty fascinating. There's one in Arizona. Again, it's one of the fastest growing spiritual practices in not only in the U.S., but across. There's somebody from Russia reached out. There's an altar out there. There's a group of people praying to Santa Marta, and I've been posting and writing a lot about it recently, just from my own experience and some of the stuff that I gathered for myself. And all the way out there, those people are fascinated by some of the fascinating.
Over 20-some comedians signed up for the chance to do a minute on this show. They do a minute of stand-up, and then we talk to them, maybe about their set, maybe about anything at all. Maybe give them advice, maybe not. Maybe try to figure out something they should talk about. Comedians, you know how it works. You get a minute. You know your minute's up when you hear that sound of a kitty. There it is. That means wrap it up then. Don't keep going, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
The ATF had this operation where they were looking at straw purchasers of firearms. Basically, people buying up specific type of firearms that were on the shopping list that the cartels wanted to buy, including 50 cal FM 57 pistols, which are small pistols with a high velocity round that will go through a bulletproof vest. AR-15s of all kinds that could quickly be modified into full auto out of Mexico, with drilling a few holes and making a few things to them. So these people were buying all these. The ATF was watching them, and a allowing them to walk those firearms into Mexico under the guise of trying to track them somehow, which doesn't make a lot of sense for most people to kind of look at that operation. The only reason people found out about it was because of the murder of a few federal agents, of the U.S. federal agents that were killed with those guns. One of my friends was shot with one of those pistols outside his house. And they shot him and they shot his wife, and both of them were killed. Daughter was in the backseat, lost part of her arm. When that happened, the guns were unique. They were like, wow, the mata policías is what they call them. They're cop killers. I haven't seen those before. So they were unique and interesting. And later on in life, I was watching CNN and seeing the hearings going on. I was like, oh, that's what we can do. Two federal agents changed a lot. It was politicized. There was a whole scandal up here. But in Mexico, how many people died with those firearms? Being let go down there. And also, what type of sentiment do you think the local populace has of the United States after all those guns were basically handed over to some of these groups? The gun trafficking is another giant part of the equation, part of the problem now. As far as the amount of munitions, weapons, and now we're also getting tradecraft material from conflict zones outside of Mexico. So weaponized drones. The first time we saw some of those weaponized drones was in Syria, and it was like a few weeks later, grenades were being dropped on the hillers of some public officials.
The cartels using drones.
Yeah, that's been going on for a while. There's a place in Michoacan that has some pretty interesting videos, and the interesting part of it is because the federal police down there are actually working hand in hand with a United Carteles Unidos group, which is basically the local cartels, to try and fight off the new generation cartel moving into Michoacan. So even the federal police are fighting with the cartels to try and beat this larger cartel out. And there's videos of these civilian drones basically dropping explosives. They found some explosive testing ranges out there that are basically replicating the stuff that you would see the IRA use during the troubles out there. From homemade mortars. IEDs have been used in Mexico. Not that much, but they're making like a presence again. We don't have a lot of ordnance around like Iraq, but we do have a big mining industry down there. So mining explosives of all kinds are pretty easy to get. So you start seeing that, and also there's some exotic weaponry coming in from the south and from the ocean. Some of it is probably U.S. military equipment sold to various South American governments that are now not as stable as they were, and they're kind of making their way into the black market. So a lot of those 50 cal and vehicle-mounted technical type machine guns and some of the RPGs and man-pads or remote-controlled guided missiles that have been found in cartel hands are probably making their way up from down south.
You get these like multi-million-dollar systems, like the HIMARS system in Ukraine. You get like super sophisticated advanced technology going on. So like this is like military grade. I'm not sure what the applications are exactly in Mexico.
Some of the sophisticated stuff I see now are man-pads, which is basically remote guided missiles. I've seen some of those found down
What
there.
is the application exactly? Display of power?
There are no fly zones over parts of Mexico.
For this reason.
The New Jersey cartel took down a helicopter. There's been incidents of military helicopters falling from the sky, and they said that it was a mechanical issue. But again, I'm not going to do conspiracy theories out there. But there's a lot of videos on TikTok of Sinaloa cartel forces at parties carrying around rocket launchers on their backs, and
so there's an increased probability of mechanical failures over those areas when you're flying helicopters.
Yeah, there's no flight zones over some parts of Mexico.
Okay.
And another thing you're seeing now is night vision equipment that is clearly military grade from the U.S. that was probably abandoned in some field out there, so maybe Afghanistan or somewhere like that. And it's being found in safe houses and in the hands of cartel forces. You want to talk about a scary opponent? Somebody wearing night vision with a suppressed firearm. Those types of capabilities are now Also, there's this tendency to think, and every now and then you'll see these cartel videos of these guys carrying around these 50 cals and shit, and they're boasting about their rifles, and everybody laughed at them because 50 cal or anything like that without an optic on it, it's like you're gonna shoot, you pray and shoot basically, see if you can hit anything with it. But now there's a few of my sources that I've seen, sophisticated laser-guided rangefinders and sighting systems on some of these that are being found out there.
How much damage can 50 cal? What was the application?
They started getting them specifically with the proliferation of armored vehicles in Mexico. Mexico has a giant industry in armored vehicles as far as...
So there's a race in terms of armoring, protecting, especially high-value targets, and then weapons that can deal with those armored, protected, high-value targets.
There was an attempted assassination of a state prosecutor somewhere in, I think, central Mexico. I forget exactly where. But she was riding around an up-armored Jeep. Cherokee, I think it was. And the main means of firepower was 50 cal. And that car was left in pieces. He survived in it, so I think the armored vehicle company that sold her that vehicle had it at the display room. Then before my time, probably 2 or 3 years before I was actually active, they tried to kill the head of public security in the state of Baja. And with him, it was a grenade launcher, 40mm grenade launcher. It skipped off the armored vehicle, landed in the car behind it, made the back explode. One of the guys that I used to work with was actually in that car, survived it. But you started to see, they're using armored vehicles now. Let's get 50 caliber now to try and defeat that armor. So that there's always this race of technology basically down armored vehicles. How do you take on an armored vehicle? Well, there's a few ways. 50 cals, if you can mount them in the right way and shoot at a car like that, or a bunch of kids with balloons and acrylic paint on the front windshield and blind the vehicle so they can't drive it anymore. There's another way. Tow line across the road, painted black so you can't see it. Cut the thing in half. Again, I'm not saying any secrets. These are things that people see out there. People shoot at the radiator. Some of these radiators are not even the more sophisticated vehicles out there don't have a sufficient armoring around the radiator or battery housing of some of those vehicles. There was a case of a guy, I think his nickname was Belaracas or something like that. An old cartel guy. He had an armored vehicle. He was, riding around and he got ambushed. He shot at his car. He was like, I have armor. You can't shoot me. And somebody went up to his car and just put the barrel right in the locking mechanism. That got him, So it's an interesting place as far as people getting certain types of guns. Armor is prolific down there. I mean, everybody's down there. Cartel members, you see them wearing plate armor. So that's an issue. It's not like you can shoot somebody square in the chest and go down.
Are they afraid to kill Americans? I know I was traveling in Ukraine on the front, so like a lot of the journalists would travel in like armored vehicles. And at first I was like, it seems like this would attract attention.
Yeah.
Like it seems like they would want to hit those targets. But then I realized over time, as I learned, there's a fear of killing Americans. There could be a drastic escalation of.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's taking a beehive. There is a tendency to shy away or stay away from that. I mean, they don't want the heat or the attention.
Outside of that,
everyone's game, but also there's been many cases of Americans being killed down there. I mean, we saw the Norman massacre that happened down there, and all of them were American, Mexican, they had both nationalities, and blonde kids, white, being massacred in the middle of the desert, and cars basically catching fire. This happened. Americans sent the FBI down there to kind of review some of what happened down there. And I think that was when Trump started talking about kind of reviving this whole notion of cartel being labeled as a terrorist organization. Probably more of a political pressure point he was using to try and get Mexico to reinforce its southern border, which it hasn't. but there's escalation. You know, oh, this already happened and nothing happened, so we can probably get away with it. You know? And again, there's a newer generation moving forward now. People coming into power.
More brutal, more technically savvy.
Well, they have the experience of their parents and the people behind them and what they've done and what gotten away with, and now, yeah, more savvy about information warfare. Their main recruiting tool is TikTok. You go to TikTok and you'll see a bunch of these kids at a narco party dancing around, and some of these are videos like cartel members filming other cartel members in cartel-controlled territory, and that's a window into that life for who's on TikTok now.
Kids. And the enticing aspect of that is the money, the fun, the high roller life,
and the possibility of making it to a level. You know?
Fame, respect, power, money.
Here in the U.S., somebody might, you know, I want a mansion. You know, like that's their mindset. I want to live, you know, like that rapper. Down there, I mean, if you can buy a house for your mom, you know, or pay off some debts that you might have, or a car, that's enough to kill for.
You also, one of the main things you did is you did some security trying to protect in this war, trying to protect people, high value people.
Yeah.
How do you and others, how is it possible to protect a high value target like a celebrity or an important politician in this situation?
So I was tasked to protect the governor of Baja and his family. I was basically replacing a whole contingency of people that were already there that turned out to be corrupted. That wasn't my field. I was operational. I was working with other people doing the counter narcotics stuff. The director of the institution that I was in basically called me and said, "Hey, you're gonna go and replace these people." And I'm like, "What happened to them?"
So you were known as a person that could be trusted.
I was tasked for that, so I think they considered that, and I specifically worked for a governor named Jose Guadalupe Osuna, who was probably one of the best governors we have had in this state. People want to see if I'm trustworthy or not. They can ask me directly, and I still speak to some members of his family, and we're still, you know, friends in that way.
Is protecting people like technically a difficult
It
process?
is. From my experience in that time in place, he was basically spearheading, you know, the drug war in Baja when he was in power. So he had threats from all over. Not only him, but his family. First thing I realized working that job in Mexico is that we had people coming in to do specialized training in that regard. Israelis, you know, teaching us how they would do things in Israel. That didn't make a lot of sense for us in Mexico, you know. We had people that had some Secret Service experience, kind of showing us how they would do like celebrity bodyguarding or bodyguarding somebody maybe in California, of that nature. Didn't make sense for us. Then we got to experience some cross-training with NSW, Naval Special Warfare people, who were coming off protection details in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Is there some useful crossover there?
We were struggling with the acceptance that we were basically doing protection details in a war zone.
So the approach that had to be taken in Mexico was similar to the approach you would take in Afghanistan during a war.
Some of the overt militaristic type of approaches to security that we had to adopt, you know, we didn't move him in a single armored vehicle. We had two of them that looked exactly alike. So when we would move around, we would switch one car to the other, and now and then we would arrive to an event. They would open the door and would point, and they were like, "Hey, where's the governor? He's in the back." So we moved to that. So we had to do stuff like that. And again, this is a young me who didn't have any specialized training. I was on YouTube learning some of these things, going online, learning about armored vehicles, learning about architectural armor.
I think you just described a large percentage of the Ukrainian military, how they operate, which is on YouTube, trying to figure out how to use some of this technology. And that's actually incredibly effective.
Yeah.
You know, I do quite a lot of stuff where I'm totally not an expert, totally uneducated and so on. It's kind of surprising how quickly you can get caught up. As we were talking offline, you take a course, you talk to an expert, if you learn from an expert, you can like catch up really quickly.
For me, it was all of a sudden I have this director calling me in, and I'm wearing Vans, you know, and jeans, you know, t-shirt. shirt, and all of a sudden I had some people that I had to move around, and I was in charge of securing planes, and which what do I know about that? Airport hangars, armored vehicle maintenance, and purchasing, and figuring out how to set up a counter assault for a protection detail, and I was like, where am I going to learn all this?
Were you able to quickly figure some of these things out?
On the fly, basically. As I was going, I remember having this experience being in the security office on my laptop, figuring out how to set up a counter surveillance side to our protection detail. Basically, how to have people looking for people that might be looking for us, type thing. And then going to San Diego to Coronado and training with some people from former CO guys and NCIS people who did that job in Warzone, and seeing them critique some of the solutions that we came up with on the fly, and being like, oh, we never saw that. Oh, yeah, this is how we're doing it down there. So getting that compliment, and also getting their feedback on you probably do this or do that. It was a learning process on the fly that was pretty seat of your pants. But
is it possible for the family, for the high value person to have a sense of normalcy in their normal life?
I mean, I tried. I was already starting off on the wrong foot, basically, because trust had been violated by the people that I was replacing. So I had to gain that back. And then young kids in that family wanted to have go out and stuff like that, and why I'm fitting on the planet. So I had to do my homework and figure out places where they were safe to go to. Make friends with certain club owners, figure out ways to put security in some of these places, and having to create this bubble of normalcy around some of these people was pretty difficult, and there's no way that is normal for anybody. And God bless them. I know it wasn't easy, and I know it affected their lives, and they lost on a big part of the youth. Being under that security supervision and bubble probably does a lot for somebody specifically growing up like that. You lose opportunities of things that we take for granted, just going out, just not telling anybody you go to the store, because you want to get some snacks or something like that. That's not available to some of these people.
I have to be honest, when I was in Ukraine, that was a really big benefit.
You escape.
No, I couldn't hang out, I couldn't eat when I'm stressed. I would fast and not eat much, so I got lost weight. It was great for the diet.
That's a good diet to be under protective custody. That's a good idea for a new diet.
And just life, it allowed me to focus, get a lot of readings, focus on the important things in life. I joke, of course, but there's some complexity to this in terms of noticing the family, but also just how to operate, like have a mental clarity and a lack of fear. Basically be good at your job, whatever that job is, as a politician, as a leader, even as a soldier.
Somebody, I think it is Lee Zola, said something like this to a group of us. That there's nothing wrong with being paranoid. It's about educating your paranoia and knowing what to be afraid of. If you're afraid of everything, you're basically overwhelmed. But if you start educating yourself as far as specifically what to prioritize, as far as what to worry about in a war zone, protecting somebody, you're not looking at everybody's faces, you're just looking at their hands, because that's what's going to kill you. That's an example of colliding, what you're paranoid and what you're afraid of.
Looking at the hands, that's specific to a particular situation, but also figuring out which situations to avoid and which it's okay. I mean, that's like ultimately one of the biggest things you can do.
Route analysis. You have to get to the airport, and you send off 2 cars to analyze 2 routes, and then on the fly you just change trajectory to create randomness and unpredictability, and have that as a security feature. Having a convoy of 4 vehicles separated into 2 convoys, and show up in different parts to, again, make it hard for people to guess where you're going to be.
Anyway, so I can't believe I'm about to tell this one. So I'm hooking up with this black chick in the I go down on this chick. But we're in a swimming pool. So what I do is I hoist, and I'm talking, she's not, she is an 11. This is an 11. We're talking about, like, the kind of black girl with the poofy hair. You know what I'm talking about?
Given all your experience and all the different ways that you think about martial arts and violence, in Mexico, in the world, speaking of poison, what is your approach to conflict, like a street fight? What advice would you give people in the full spectrum of what a street altercation might entail? What is the best way to approach it?
I think before you get there, you have to prepare, you know. So, like, one of the first things I tell people is, if you don't have a basic TCCC training class behind you, you should analyze your life and your ability to prepare.
TCCC.
Basically, how to stop somebody from bleeding out or dying from stabbing and gunshot wound or any of those types of wounds, or an amputated leg during an IED scenario. Anything you would see in a Boston Marathon type event or a Vegas shooting event where people are getting shot, stabbed, cut.
So understand how to help people, how to help yourself.
You're no good to, you don't want to be a detriment to the situation. You want to be an asset. So build yourself up as an asset in a situation like that, because you might be doing it on yourself or on somebody else.
And also it helps you understand what situations are going to result in a difficult situation to deal with afterwards.
Yeah, it also teaches you what to stab, what to shoot. If you're thinking about it in all the dimensions of it, there's all knowledge to be weaponry, and I think that's the approach all people should kind of figure out for themselves when they start getting ready, or if they want to take the responsibility of their own safety in their hands.
So in a self-defense situation, there's a lot of questions here. What does one stab?
There's the carotid arteries, which are used commonly in jiu-jitsu as something to choke because they feed a computer,
So there's a lot of blood flowing through that required for the successful operation of the computer.
And not a lot of stuff is guarding the outside road from your carotid arteries. Is not as smart.
It doesn't even make sense, because with mammals, they bite each other's neck. Like, why can't you have more protection? Is this the only, like, us humans don't use our mouth to kill each other, but most mammals, most predators do. And it's like, why the hell don't we protect this?
We do have a defensive mechanism, and you see it sometimes when people are ambushed and people try to open up each other's necks from behind. If you push somebody's neck forward, the carotids will actually lower themselves and be encased in more flesh and muscle. If you pull the head back, not so much. So that's a way that, at least I think, evolutionary, we have a defensive mechanism for that. There's a few videos out there of people's getting their necks sewn back shut after somebody pushed their head forward to try and slice their necks, and they survived. So this is a liable target. The heart is another one. Interesting about the thing about the heart, people get alarmed when I talk about this and show it in classes. Again, a lot of the classes I do are for orientation and for people to recognize that behavior. So a lot of law enforcement comes to some of these classes and go, oh, that's horrible. That's how somebody will kill somebody. Yeah, this is how people that know their shit will try and approach somebody and stab you to death. This is how they would do it. There's a tendency to view what we see in John Wick, or view what we see in this martial arts community where they're slicing and dicing people different myriads of ways. A lot of that is based on dueling-based cultures, like the Filipino martial arts or some of the Italian martial arts out there, where somebody's facing off with somebody else with a similar weapon, where both of us are agreeing to basically get into a stabbing competition. That would make sense in that scenario, in that context, but I've never seen a lot of people actually get into these one-on-one knife altercations. What we see now in the modern context, when we talk about weaponry, is an ambush, counter-ambush based scenario where somebody pulls out a knife during a grappling situation on the street, or when somebody turns a striking exchange of punches into pulling out a cheap gas station knife, or a pen, or a rock from the ground, or a handgun. most modern combatants, when it comes to weaponry, should be kind of based on the whole aspect of ambush and counter ambush. There's a lot of people showing valuable material and coursework on this out there. My whole approach and my specific kind of realm is in the aspect of how people go from the process of learning some of these things from experiential stuff. People that grow up in rural places, grow up on pig farms, that actually get the experience of processing a pig, for example, or processing an animal. Those people will have more skills, hunters. Those people will have more skills with a knife if they pick it up as a weapon than most of the martial artists that I've seen kind of approach some of these classes where I go and have a simulated torso in the form of a pig hanging in a room somewhere.
Some of that has to do with just the familiarity and the comfort of just like the biology of the living organism. Like that, if you cut off certain things, if you cut a certain thing, like it's just a meat vehicle.
But the same thing, the medical training should come first, or if you don't have that, be a hunter, or go to a butchery class. That will teach you more about how to use a knife on somebody else than anything, that'll give you the experience of flesh. Most people, I do this example every now and then where I have people bring in a tactical knife and bring in a butter knife, and I ask them which will go through a torso. We have a pig there, so it simulates a torso pretty closely. Most people will say that butter knife's not going to go through, and it does. It does go through. It's thin enough, strong enough, sturdy enough, it'll go through. Kitchen knife, a cheap one that costs 80 cents at a Walmart, and an expensive $400 one. And the cheap one will outperform the expensive one. The tip will snap off during some of it.
Yeah, I have to say that just as a small tangent, I went to a farm and just seeing the butchering of meat and so on, and the processing of meat, pigs and cows. Ooh, that's uncomfortable. Yeah, but I think it's honest and raw, and like that's something that probably everyone should experience regularly. It's also humbling to remind you. When I had a dog, Homer, who was a Newfoundland. I was very close with him. We lost him, and I just remember carrying him. He was like 200 something pounds. So I had to carry him, and I had to put him to sleep, and like one of the biggest realizations is like, oh, this is just a biological thing.
Yeah.
To realize that this is just meat. This is not, and you can cut it, and then if you bleed, all of a sudden the life could disappear from you. Yeah. And it's all gone. It's like, holy shit. There's this meat vehicle that some people have referred to as legs. I'm just a few stabbings away from like bleeding. Yeah, from bleeding. Goodbye. That's the soul.
It used to be that we had to hang around, people would come back from battle and we would hear things next to the campfire. As far as, he stabbed somebody here, this happens. But now we live in an age where you can, when I do a class, this is a stab to the heart. And here's like 5 videos of it happening live, on live news or whatever. And we can deconstruct that. Not only that, but what weapon was used. Oh, it was a gas station full, or it was a Pioneer Woman knife from Walmart with flowers on the handle, whatever it was. And people start realizing that it doesn't take a lot. That it doesn't take a lot of training, because a lot of these people are not high-level assassins trained by ninjas in the hills or anything like that. They're people that grew up rurally or learned by seeing that behavior in others. And they start coming to the realization that it's pretty easy to do that, and they start figuring out, like, how do you counteract that? Well, number one, learn the behavior yourself so you can recognize it. The whole aspect of being a good counter-ambush team is to be the best ambusher in the planet. So again, the whole aspect of Musashi saying, know your enemy, know his sword. You figure that out as far as learning that behavior. When you start seeing how some of these stabbings occurred, the first thing you notice is that one of the hands is always kind of out of the picture, or there's a lack of symmetry in the people that are about to do something horrible. So when you see lack of symmetry in the environment, somebody with the hands going backwards, there's a crowd of people, and one individual is looking counter where everybody else is looking, or there's a hyper-aware individual in the crowd. The hyper-aware are always usually out there to fuck somebody over, unless you step back and you put yourself in the process of learning how they learn, and you become that potential nightmare person, it's hard to recognize that in a crowd.
It feels like one of the significant ways to win or as a street fight is to avoid it by sort of sending pacifist signals in every way, meaning avoiding the situation whenever there's like a hyper-vigilant people. You just kind of avoid signaling that you're one of the players to be of interest.
Yeah.
We talk about counter ambush. At which point do you do that versus shift to the aggression?
I think violence should be always an option. You know, everybody should have that option, and you need to be good at that option. I think I heard Jordan Peterson talk about the fact that everybody needs to be dangerous, but keep that shit under control. You know.
I think he was referring to different contexts, but
I know. I'm referring to the ability of
little physical conflict.
There's two cases that I saw of people utilizing social engineering to a beautiful degree to de-escalate shit. One guy somewhere, first off, if you're in a place where people are grabbing your wife's ass or something like that, like, what are you doing there? You know, there's a load of things that are wrong with everything that you're doing in your life to be in that environment. But let's say you're in an inescapable situation. There was this guy who was in a compromised position. Somebody wanted to fight him, to kick his ass. And he said, okay, let's go, but I need to warn you that I have Hep C before we go outside. And that, I was getting the phone out and filmed it, you know, and even I just lowered my phone to give him a slow clap. That was a beautiful move, you know. And then there was this other man, there was a riot somewhere in Ensenada, the municipality of Ensenada and Baja. They were protesting some of the people that picked those fields down there, part of a tribe called Los Triquis. Very hardy, hardworking people, but nefarious people too. They're pretty good at their thing. There was a riot line they couldn't break, and this old man walks in the middle of the riot line and yells grenade and throws an avocado in the middle of all the cops. And all the cops, he broke that riot line with an avocado.
That could have gone wrong in so many ways.
But it didn't. I don't know. To me, there's small lessons there. There was a case to be made about social engineering, about learning about behavior, about learning how to lie, and how to kind of move your way or navigate your way around situations like that. Small things like bartering, knowing how to bribe people in conflict zones is the thing that I show when I talk about or train people to work in hostile environments. De-escalation, you know, specifically kind of figuring out what is of value in the environment, what things you shouldn't be doing in the environment that might be considered disrespectful or out of place. You know, people have a tendency that if you grow up in places that are violent to make continuous eye contact with somebody that might be an issue, or smiling when there's nothing to smile about. I think, you know, there's a picture I saw somewhere of Russians taking a porch, and there's Americans there, and the Americans are smiling, but the Russians aren't, because what is there to smile about, which is true.
And of course it's not as simple as smiling, that's one other subtlety to it, like you said. Eye contact is a super interesting one, because I found in my own life, like not making eye contact is, and then people would be joking, but it's a really powerful way to de-escalate. And there's such a fascinating thing though, because you could talk about drunk fights that are just, they're harmless, but I feel like the same dynamic applies to the most violent conflicts, including wars. I feel like ego is part of this. So to me the question of conflict, whether it's a street fight or anything else, is the calculus of, are you willing to take it out? In terms of psychology, somebody grabs your wife's ass, you mentioned. Boy, if you let that happen, you go home, you're gonna have to pay the price of you were the person who didn't defend you. Like in your relationship, you didn't defend your wife's honor. You're gonna psychologically pay that price yourself, and depending on your wife, she might secretly also lose a little bit of respect. Now, how do you play that calculus? Because now we see the war in Ukraine. I would say there is elements of similar posturing in the United United States, in Europe, in Ukraine, Russia, China, leaders are massive and effect. But in geopolitics, it's still somebody grabs somebody's ass, and you're not backing down.
So to take those losses and basically just posture, lower your head and live to fight another day type situation. The thing with modern violence is, the access to weaponry. Again, nobody owns life, but anybody can hold a frying pan and eat death. I've seen people get double leg takedown somebody on the ground. It's a different thing doing the mats versus concrete. That's a good way to kill somebody, because the most prolific impact weapon on the planet is the planet itself. You can see various videos of people online where they fall and hit their head or somebody hits their head and they go into this stretch out bit basically. And that might not kill you then, but it'll kill you that night or the second night if you don't get checked out. People bleed out and get an edema. Again, the whole aspect of me showing how some of these things, not only some of these methodologies and how people prepare for violence and how people experience violence, how they make their weapons, how people fight in the streets and stuff like that, is to recognize that behavior from the inception. There's a video I show where it's a bunch of street kids in Rio de Janeiro. I think it's during the Olympics where they're snatching chains and cell phones from people. And it's a fun video. You see it. The first thing you learn about it is how they target people. Now, who are they going after? There's a bunch of people there. Why are they going after that specific person? And we start learning about profiling, how they identify your victim mentality, or the perfect victim, lack of awareness. They keep on a straight line, avoidance of eye contact if they're doing something nefarious or wrong, and how they pick who they're going to go after. The small people, the women, even some of the men, and they separate the men that they're perfect victims versus the men that's going to turn around and punch them in the face. What are they looking for? Well, first off, you notice that the men that are in that environment that look at them and are aware of their presence, the hyper-aware, are the ones that are going to get to target. So that's the first lesson there. So probably a good idea not only to be hyper-aware, but to recognize that hyper-aware phenomenon. I don't want to separate myself from the victim about it. Another thing you notice is these are kids going after some grown adults, and some of these grown adult men are with women. And you see them, kind of getting outside of the grasp of those kids that are trying to rip their chains off their neck or their cell phones, and they have no consideration for the women around. You see other men that are with women, and you see them grab the women and put them behind them, and immediately they'll say, this is the wrong one, and then walk to the next one. So that small little lesson in those videos will show you first how these kids are growing up to profile and target who the perfect victims are. That's a school for them. And that is an adversarial school. We should look at that school and apply it to ourselves.
So in general, you think conflict, ultimately, the people that are doing conflict are looking for weakness?
I mean, they're looking for opportunity. Opportunistic. That's the predators. That's what they do. They look for an opportunity. Jumping down from a tree and getting ready to blow a gazelle. Looking for the opportune moment to pounce on something that's probably big, but the risk is worth it.
I feel like there's several motivations, but isn't there also a power hierarchy motivation as well?
Yeah.
Like there's something about the big guy that tempts you to send a message, especially with gangs. Are they constantly sort of trying to signal that they're the alpha?
Yeah, I mean, there's a different situation. You could be facing a sociopathic predator who is looking for something in you that you are the resource that they're looking after. Maybe it's a woman. It could be a group of people that don't like the fact that you have a specific nationality or your passport is stamped in a specific way, that you pray to whatever God. All these factor in. But in the end, they all do the same thing. They look for an advantageous position. If I were to target you, I would put you in between that wall and me. So you have two avenues of exits. And I would step on one of your feet to keep that avenue closed, so you have to go this way. So this is where my knife is going. You see that behavior mirrored everywhere in the world. First off, you look for advantages, right? If it's something that's unavoidable, like you're in between me and my people that are behind me, the young guys, that I'm in charge. I will do everything in my power to end it. The motivations are not my realm, but the ways they do it are basically the advantage part of it.
The desperation is dangerous.
It's a dangerous school, but when I say dangerous school, I mean the most dangerous people usually come from those desperate environments. You can have people in Coronado holding on to logs in the ocean and going through this millions of dollars worth of training and just be professional killers for the government and just be these incredible human beings. And then there's a kid that will walk up to one of them when he's off, and put an ice pick right into his chest when he's least expecting it. And that doesn't mean one's superior than the other. It just means that there's more than one way to become that.
Teenagers terrify me. It feels like the intensity of desperation, like the capacity of a teenager, like 16, 17, to be desperate and also not have the matured understanding of ethics of the world. Like they have this intensity of feeling that is unlike anything else.
They don't have a volume knob to them.
Yeah.
So it's like a garden hose without a nozzle on it, so you can regulate it. They haven't developed that. They haven't learned that maybe from somebody else. It used to be warrior cultures. You would apprentice under somebody, or you would learn some of these things from other people. Even some modern gangs have a little bit of that. But if you're not, and you're just this kid that's been playing Call of Duty all of his life, or has been witnessing violence in media, and there's no sense of, it's probably a bad idea to go off and do this because of all of these repercussions. I could see how that could be a danger to society. And some of the volume knobs, some of the countermeasures to people exploding on somebody else with a weapon, that you see videos constantly online. I remember seeing this one of these two teenage girls somewhere in the U.S. and one of them just, there's a fight, there's a hair pulling competition, and all of a sudden one of them takes out a knife. And it just happens like that. And it's just pure restrained family style. You're like, wait, where did that come from? Well, she's from an environment where she saw that as an option. She didn't see the repercussions of it, and she found herself in a place where she thought that was the only viable option, pulling out a weapon. And I think that's the dangerous part of it.
So how do you prepare to win those kinds of situations, to escape those kinds of situations? Like you said, it's training, it's exposing your mind.
I tell people, like, if you don't have a combative base, you don't have a base. Boxing, jiu-jitsu.
And that gives you what, like an awareness of your body kind of thing?
It gives you an awareness of your body. It gives you a spatial awareness. If you can't see the points with your peripheral vision, if you can't see the points of somebody's feet in your peripheral vision, they are in range to stab you in the heart if they wanted to. And that's something you learn from boxing, you learn from jiu-jitsu, you learn from a bunch of combat arts where you learn about distance and handling people. And that comes from this experience that you have. Again, a lot of these things were just horse play when we were growing up in some cultures, or rough and tumble with your brothers and shit like that. But some of us are growing up in single kid homes now, and we don't get that. We're missing that. And if you don't have it, then you find it in the jiu-jitsu gym, you find it in the boxing gym, you find it in the Thai boxing gym, you find it in places where they specialize in focusing on certain aspects of this whole combative whole. Right? It used to be, before UFC, the Kung Fu man, the Kung Fu guy, that's just street lethal shit. You can't use it in the sporting book. You can't show you this because it'll kill you. Now we pretty much know that most of that was, flights of fancy or BS. It pains me too, man. I wanted to learn some of the D-Mark, single punching, killing technique. I remember those books, but that's just not
still on the lookout for that.
Maybe somewhere. Maybe if you put a pen in your hand, that might turn into that. That's the only way. That's the only way, right? But a lot of these myths are kind of like faded away. Now you see people that have different combative bases, combining them all and becoming a fighter. Now, that's UFC fight, two people fighting each other is one thing. You know, you being in the middle of the Portland riots and a bunch of state troopers throwing gas at rioters and then rioters themselves fighting each other, and you finding yourself in the middle of that, that's a completely different thing. And if you think you're gonna, you know, go on the ground, get in a guard with a guy swimming around in a shovel, a piece of shovel hand, right? Because tear gas is going on because you got stopped there, your car was, you know, windows were broken, your family's in the backseat. You know, that is a different situation. So, you know, with medical, learning about weaponry, you know, I personally don't really like fighting on the ground, but that's why I force myself to go to train with different people out there, you know, on the ground, jiu-jitsu, catch wrestling.
So top and bottom, neither. You don't like either.
Personally, I'd like being in a car and running everybody over. That would be great, you know, if I could, or driving really far away. Or I had this experience in Utah. Some friends of mine in the military, some of the best shooters, some of the best shooters in the U.S. You know, coming from the Marine Corps, were showing me how they, you know, would shoot something from really far away, and I was like, you don't even have to be in the same vicinity. The scope of violence, how far you can be from it, how close you can be from it.
Just wait till we get to see what we can do in the cyber attack world. We could destroy your whole well-being, your whole life, your identity.
That's another aspect of it too.
Financial, and then figure out where you live in terms of ambush.
Yeah.
Figure out everything about you such that hurting you is easy.
I have a class where we specifically work on social engineering, kind of how you can go about something that, you know, on a micro level. I do a class with a guy named Matt Fisher who does basically he's one of the premier experts on how to get into and bypass locks, basically. He'll show you how to bypass every single commercial lock available in the United States. Like, he'll spread it out and he'll open up everything. And that's like, and my part in his class is I talk about how you can pull some of that off in public space and not get caught, and how you would employ some of these things in a context where it's like useful for law enforcement, for the military, stuff like that. And so we have this exercise in a public space where there's a bunch of padlocks in the environment, right? And we paint them pink so people know it's our padlocks, and we're not breaking into anybody else's padlocks if we get approached and asked about it. But I asked the students, like, so you have to gather all these padlocks from this public space, you know, so how would you do it? So a lot of them are trying to pick, you know, they're like very suspicious of picking them and stuff like that. They get caught, it's a whole situation. But the smart ones will basically develop a social media campaign related to the padlocks, right? A beautiful example of this, and this actually happened here in Texas. I did a class out in Dallas. We put the padlocks all over this public mall, and the students basically came up with a breast cancer awareness campaign online that they made fake, they made flyers for it, they did a social media page on the campaign, they did this email chain, so when they went there, people were expecting it. So they normalized the behavior through social media, and they were walking around with bolt cutters in the middle of the mall, cutting these things off. That's a beautiful solution to a complex problem of that nature. And again, the weaponizing part of it. Anything can be knowledge can be weaponized. And it's, if you focus on getting in a street fight with somebody with your fist or a knife, you know, you're missing out on the whole complexity of violence and the way that it's now being used.
Oh my God. We always have a terrible Twitter handle on the show, and this is definitely Byron of Saurus, everybody. BYRONASUROUS. OROUS.
Need to get your social media department on that.
Yeah, exactly. CBS social media leading you.
Yo, can I interrupt the show for a second?
Yes.
Okay. I met a girl a little while ago. She takes comedy class from my sister.
Who wins in a fight to the death?
Like, can you come up and do like 2
Or maybe
minutes?
in a sport competition setting, but let's go with a fight to the death. A grizzly bear silverback gorilla, it may be a lion or a tiger, an African lion or one of the flavors of tiger. I don't know who you think is more ferocious. What are the parameters to consider here? Maybe I can throw a few out, and maybe you can give me some thoughts about how much of these parameters matter. First of all, intelligence. I do believe the gorilla is the most intelligent. I did research for this, as you can imagine. The gorilla was Joe Rogan. The expert advisor to this very podcast on this very topic is indeed Joe Rogan. Yes. So in captivity, gorillas have been documented to show complex emotions, form family bonds, the ability to use tools, and to be able to reason about the past and the future.
That's impressive.
So that's something that, at least in captivity, the other animals have not been able to do.
They're already so much more advanced than I am.
Yeah, so that's intelligence. Then there is weight. I think that's something that you think of at first. The lion, let's go with the big ones. I took notes here. 550 pounds for a big lion.
That's exceptionally large. Most male lions are around 450 pounds. It's an exceptional beast there.
Thank you. The tiger can be larger than that.
Yeah, much larger.
So we got the grizzly bear, which is probably the biggest of the bunch. The large ones get to 1,500 pounds. Correct me some of this
I
numbers.
believe most grizzlies are around 1,000-pound mark. It's a big beast.
I was looking up the biggest, but I didn't want to do the biggest ever. Just what like the top of the range, because there's always a range.
You can put it at roughly double that of even a very big lion.
Of course, how that weight is used is very important. So there's also a thing which I find is interesting is anaconda. Just let me throw that in there because it's 200 pounds. What I really like about that is it's not just the weight, it's the form factor. And I think out of all of these, the anaconda is the most non-standard form factor.
I totally agree with that. It's like the knight on the chessboard. It comes in from a completely different angle.
So we got that. We got also a strength in which could be measured in ability to carry stuff. So this was surprising to me. I did look into this carefully. The grizzly bear at 1,000 to 1,500 pounds can only carry at most its body weight, which is a lot. But a gorilla can carry 10 times its body weight. A gorilla can lift over 2,000 kilograms. That's over 4,000 pounds.
And the gorillas themselves, an adult male weighs in around 350 to 400 pounds.
Yes. So I like how in this particular place where I found this, 2,000 kilograms is as heavy as 30 average humans. So gorillas can carry 30 humans. So that's carrying strength. And then of course, bite force, because that's one of the weapons in question here. So now this is really surprising to me. The gorilla has won me over through this, by the way. Intelligence, I'm a sucker for intelligence, but gorilla bite force is the highest of all these with 1,300 psi. Bear is second with 1,200 psi. Tiger is third. I think tiger and lion is third with 1,000 psi. It's comparable. And a bear is anywhere from 900 to 1,000 psi. They're close, but gorilla, I would not have expected. Now, gorilla is not a carnivore, but apparently it chews. It's mostly eats grass and stuff. But
it's difficult to explain why it has such a powerful bite, and it also, of course, has very large incisor teeth as well as chewing teeth. So
also no neck.
Yeah.
So
its neck begins at the top of its head and just goes down to the shoulders.
Well, a lot of the way they use their teeth, all of these animals, the ultimate kill is to go for the neck, the bite on the neck. I don't know exactly why that is. Probably has to do. Why is that? Because it's a very strong controlling position, not just that it's a. Is it the same as jiu-jitsu, you think? Because they get to also choke them out?
Very much in line with jiu-jitsu. Lions are famous for using strangulation as their primary method of killing. They get a hold of the neck and hold it until the animal drops.
Plus claws. I believe the tiger and the bear use their claws.
and the lion, and the lion. This is something that the gorilla doesn't do, and a cutdown doesn't. So what do you think? How do we think about this? Also, there's just not letting me talk apparently. There's levels of aggression in terms of those are very important considerations. Yeah. What is all the considerations you raised are very important, and we have to address them if we're going to go through this topic. First things first, whenever you go into a discussion of this kind, there's a kind of natural impression that we all have as to which one would be the most formidable. And it's important that you become rather skeptical of your first intuitions, because they're often very misleading. Just as every boy thinks his father is the strongest man in the world, and then when he grows up into adulthood, he realizes his father is not even close to being the strongest man in the world. It's not because of anything other than inexperience. To a boy, his father seems overwhelmingly strong. He literally can't even imagine anyone else being stronger than that. So naively, he thinks his father is the strongest man in the world. So too, in our relationship with animals, when we look at a silverback gorilla, it just looks overwhelmingly strong to us, to a degree that is almost absurd. Like, you picture the greatest combat athletes that humanity has ever produced. Prime Mike Tyson, Gordon Ryan for grappling. They would literally be torn limb from limb by an angry gorilla. They wouldn't even be remotely competitive. And so there's a sense in which we look at them in awe because of what they could do to us. But that can be very misleading. And just as a boy looks at his father as like the pinnacle of strength, you can't necessarily, from a position of inexperience and weakness, look at a given animal and say, oh, that must be the toughest animal in the animal kingdom. There's levels to this game. And I think we can point out that the gorilla ultimately will be pretty low on those levels.
I got pushback to this analysis. Just the data, we don't have much data on this. We actually have slightly more than you think, I believe. Oh boy.
What's that?
Well, it's anecdotal. I feel like it's out of context. So these species don't use. This is not MMA. They don't do interspecies fighting often.
Yeah, but there are some ways of looking at this which can take this already interesting question and make it a lot more interesting. First, we've seen that intuitions aren't to be trusted. So if intuitions aren't to be trusted, well, what is to be trusted here? Well, I've always believed that there are three general elements that determine what level of success or failure anyone will experience in combat. And this is true both for individuals and for groups and even all the way up to nations. The first is, what are your skills? The second is, what are your physical and mental attributes, or skills, attributes? Those are the two primary ones. And there's a third, which is your experience in using those skills and attributes in real world scenarios. Okay, so we'll start with two humans. When two humans get into a fight, ask yourself, what is their skill set? What are their physical and mental attributes? And what is their experience in using those in real world applications? And that will give you your first look at, who's going to be the more successful. Then, in addition to those three general elements, there's also four more specific elements. What is the ability of the combatants to initiate combat? Because initiation is a big deal in fighting. The one who sees the enemy first and can create ambush conditions or initiate combat in an area or a terrain which is favorable to them. This is huge in determining the outcome of battles. Second, not only is initiation important, but disengagement is important. A lot of battles don't go according to plan. And so your ability to disengage at will and break off and away from a battle is key to success. So initiation and disengagement What is your ability to end a fight? Okay, do you have an efficient method of ending conflict? Without that, the conflict could go on to a point where you no longer have the ability to continue. If you have some succinct method of finishing, this is huge in combat in determining one or a loser.
So both from a winning and a losing position.
Yes, if you don't have one, there's a much higher chance you'll lose. But if you have an ability to finish an opponent in the conflict reliably, this is very, very important in determining success or failure. And third is your ability to endure conflict longer than the person you're engaged in. Okay, so engaged with, sorry. And so you get these four more specific elements now. Do you have the ability to initiate contact at will? Do you have the ability to break contact and disengage at will? Do you have the ability to finish your opponent efficiently? And do you have the ability to endure longer than your opponent does? Do you have all four of those? That's huge for combat.
So that probably applies to human on human,
Everything.
military conflict.
Everything. Even all the way up to nations. Also ask yourself, what are the most efficient methods of combat across the globe, across all species, all times, etc., etc. And you'll see that ultimately they always come down to three things. The first is concentration of force. Okay, one of the most successful combat strategies of all time is the ability to take concentrated force against the zone of weakness in your opponent. And if you can do this, you will often break through to a point of vulnerability, attack that vulnerability in a way where your opponent cannot respond and cannot recover from that vulnerable point being broken.
Do a high amount of damage with precision.
Yes. So this is one of the great combat strategies across the animal kingdom, across human history, etc. The second would be ambush tactics. If you can ambush an opponent with the element of surprise, this is huge for success in combat. Almost all of the truly successful predators on this planet are ambush predators. The ability to get off to a good start in a way where opponents simply can't recover is huge for combat.
Are we allowing ambush in our discussion? Because humans would call this cheating, perhaps.
Yes, we would. And humans are pretty damn good at it. And then the third is endurance. Okay, some species, some people, humans actually are pretty good at this, use endurance as a weapon, and they simply wear an opponent down over time and break them. And internationally, this can be done economically through numbers, etc., etc. And you can destroy someone with just sheer endurance.
Yeah, a lot of wars throughout human history has been siege warfare.
Yeah, and so when you ask yourself, okay, which one of these animals are going to be the most successful in combat, ask yourself, well, there's these three elements which tend to determine success or failure in warfare. Which animals exhibit these three principles the best? And we'll discuss this. But as far as generalities go, whenever you ask a question, who will win between A and B, ask yourself in terms of the light of what we've just discussed. What is their skill set? What are their attributes, both mental and physical? What is their experience in utilizing these in real-world situations? And then the four more tactical elements. Who gets to initiate contact? Can you break off contact at any given time? What is your endurance? Can you keep going longer than your opponent does?
So a skill set, I wonder if a big component of that of how much practice there is off the battlefield. So how much, quote unquote, you would probably call it play, like play fighting.
Let's start going through our animals. Okay, when you look at the gorilla, you will see immediately that almost every experience a gorilla has of combat is theatrical. They don't engage in killing things. They scare
rival males away in order to gain ownership of females. But there is almost no intra-species death in those conflicts. They're almost entirely theatrical. They have, for example, enormous canine teeth, but there is no record of them ever being used in combat. They appear to be used purely for intimidation purposes. There's a sense in which they have this tremendous appearance and they have tremendous potential. Like they really do have freakish levels of strength in many different ways. And yet their actual track record of using it is negligible.
So strange that evolution would develop such a powerful killing machine.
Like their bite force just makes no sense with regard to what they actually eat.
I think, well, no, I think they
Even the presence of canines doesn't make a lot of sense. They're not going to use them. What are they? It comes down to this idea of their big thing is intimidation.
So this show, you want to fake it and don't care if you ever make it, because fake it is good enough given that particular dynamic.
Now let's contrast that with a male lion. Lions take on the biggest, meanest, toughest animals in the most competitive killing war on planet Earth, which is continental Africa. And they literally just take, I mean, occasionally they lose, but it's rare, and they take out everything. Just in order to eat, they have to take down wildebeest, Cape buffalo. Like Cape buffalo are incredibly dangerous beasts just by themselves, and yet lions regularly take them down. Occasionally, large numbers of lions will even swarm elephant, and over 12-hour periods take down elephant on some occasions. This is all on video, not just speculation. So they just have a level of combat experience which no other animal can have.
If I were to also project the Eastern European style of wrestling, where they spend so many hours on the mat, they really value the number of hours on the mat at play from childhood. The lions probably, from my extensive watching videos on YouTube, they seem to play with each other for fun a lot. And I guess
Even wolves, you see it.
you don't interact, you don't play with other gorillas, you have, like, you're more spending a lot more time around
The opposite sex. Yeah. I mean, even lions, when they fight each other, the mortality rate when lions fight each other, male lions, for ownership of the pride, is very, very high. Much, much higher than I believe any other species on Earth. They're almost always fights to the death, for the simple reason that when a male lion loses control of the pride, the first act the new lion does is to kill the genetic offspring of the previous male lion. So when a lion fights another male lion, when one male lion fights another, it's not just a fight for his own life, it's a fight for his genetic offspring. And failure means not only does he die, all his offspring dies. And so when they fight, the implications are so deep. It's like a fight for your, not just you, but your DNA. Most male lions have very short runs at the top. They get killed or run off by other lions. Now, this kind of harsh combat experience, no other animal can claim to have this. Between what they kill to eat and what they have to do to defend their stake and their pride, no other animal fights like that. They just bring a level of depth to combat which is unmatched in the animal kingdom. They also have some other elements too, that they get the luxury, because of their social nature, of taking more risks than other animals. Like a tiger hunts alone, so if it gets injured, it's a big problem. It can die if it's injured. A lion can fight Cape buffalo, get injured, and be covered by the other lions for food until it recovers. So it learns to take risks, and it's not afraid to go out and fight very, very hard, whereas other animals tend to shy away from risk. because they're solitary. Bears are solitary. Tigers are solitary. So they learn from an early age not to take the big risk. To go up to a certain level and stop.
I can push back. So that's aggression and risk taking. That's a plus for the lion. But to defend the gorilla, it's a skill set. They are of all of those the only ones that use tools. I've shown to you before. We didn't say anything about weapons. A gorilla could, in theory, pick up a rock, and it does have the force, the power, and the capability to do a lot of damage. So it doesn't have the practice. It doesn't have the experience. But don't you think if a gorilla's back is to the wall, so you put them in a situation of it is like for both the lion and the gorilla. Don't you value intelligence at least a little bit here? There's a reason why humans. This is like evidence that humans have spread all across the world while being kind of weak.
Why? Okay. Intelligence is a huge asset. Humanity is positive proof that it is the most important asset. But it takes time in order to work its magic. It took humans 200,000 years to go from the bottom of the food chain to the top of the food chain. And gorillas have a lot of work to do before they get to that level. You said in theory gorillas could do this, but let's talk about practice now. First off, there are many documented incidents of leopards killing gorillas.
That's anecdotal evidence.
No, it's not anecdotal.
There's a bunch of bitch-ass gorillas walking around. We know this. We're asking.
It's not anecdotal. It was observed by a group of people who specialize in observing gorillas over a 12-year period. They regularly found gorilla toes in leopard defecation. They also saw that over a certain period, some 36 gorillas had been killed, and evidence strongly suggested leopard predation was the reason. Apparently, leopards had figured out that there was a femoral artery in gorillas' legs, and were doing a move which, from the sounds of it, sounds a lot like a berimbolo. They were spinning over these gorillas and biting the femoral artery and then disengaging and watching them bleed out and die and then eating them. Now, a leopard is no match for a lion. The only defense it has to a lion is to run up a tree. It cannot engage with a lion on anything close to equal terms.
It may seem like we're going on tangents, but we're not, just because of the foot, the attack of the artery on the foot. Is there weaknesses that the lion might have that?
What I'm saying is, I know it's not equivalent, but the fact that a leopard does so well against even fully grown male gorillas should make you rather suspicious of a gorilla's ability to fight a lion. Fair enough. Let's also go further into this about concentration of force. A lion has the quintessential concentration of force, which is fangs and claws. The gorilla is the exact opposite. It can't even make a fist. And so it can only throw open-handed slaps and grab things. So it has no ability with its arms to concentrate force in any kind of efficient way. When a lion or a tiger, or a bear for that matter, swings at you, it's got 4 claws from 4 to 6 inches long. It's like 4 blades going into you. They can retract their claws so they're always sharp.
But the reach is significantly longer for the gorilla. The length of the
ability to engage with speed on the part of the cat is far greater.
And also mobility into the bipedal nature of the gorilla. The temporary bipedal. Listen, the bear has the same.
No impact. Humans are bipedal, and lions kill 240 humans a year on average.
So, okay, we're above there.
Now, bear is a different.
It's all the same things that a lion has. The claws, the teeth, has more weight, has more strength, has more power.
Okay, now this is an interesting question. Okay, you get a fully grown North American grizzly versus an African lion. This is an interesting battle.
I also have questions about polar bears. It's unclear to me because they're bigger in every way than a grizzly.
Yes.
But they probably don't get the experience and the practice.
Yeah, also they have a much more limited set of animals that they prey upon. So I'm pretty sure grizzly is going to be tough to beat bear, I believe would be a formidable adversary, even for a male lion. They're literally twice their size. They have an ability to get away from strangleholds by standing up on two legs. So the lion's primary method of killing, which is to strangle, would be very difficult for them to employ upon a bear. Interestingly, the bear's primary method of killing is to pin. It pins animals and then just slowly eats them while they're still alive. They have a rather barbaric means of killing. Lions are much more humane in the way they kill. What I see as the primary problem is that neither one would be able to kill the other.
That finishing thing.
Yeah, they would both fail on the finishing criteria. The lion would not be able to strangle a bear. Even in the best case scenario where he's got his teeth into the neck, the bear can stand up and presumably shake him off. The bear would never be able to pin the lion for long enough to be able to hold it down and slowly maul it over time the way it can with an elk or a caribou. So I don't believe either would be able to finish the other.
It would just become exhausting.
It would come down to endurance. Now that's where things get interesting, because the bear is much more of an endurance hunter, and the lion is much more of an ambush hunter. Lion's quick, explosive, much higher top speed. They've got a top speed of 45 to 50 miles an hour. Bear can do up to 35, but it can run for long periods, up to 25 miles an hour. Very long periods. They're mostly an endurance hunter. They just run elk and moose down until they're exhausted and then pin them and kill them. So if it came down to endurance, might go the way of the bear. They were caged up together. However, there is very strong evidence from both hunters and video, which shows on many occasions bears being chased off by cougar and wolverines. Now,
what's that? That's deer? What is that? What do you mean chased off?
If they fight over meat, which, say, for example, a cougar has killed something and the bear wants the meat, the cougar will chase on risk aversion. Exactly. The bears are risk averse. What I would say is this: the bears are very, very powerful in their domain, but they don't have the battle experience of a lion. They don't take on animals as tough as a Cape buffalo. They don't take on an elephant. The toughest thing that would probably take on would probably be a bull moose. And a bull moose is a formidable animal, but it's nothing like a Cape buffalo. It's nothing like an elephant or a hippopotamus. So what I would suggest is this: in the wild, I don't believe either one is capable of killing the other. But I do believe, based on video evidence of cougars and wolverines chasing off bears, that a lion would provide enough threat in a brief fight that a bear would back away. If you put them in a cage, however, where neither one could back away, I would slightly favor the bear, based on the fact that if neither one can kill each other, it would come down to endurance.
You mean like an octagon?
Yeah, that's going to be the next UFC, by the way. Bear versus
things change. Joe Rogan is a big fan of the idea of fighting in a stadium, or humans fighting in a stadium. So in the stadium of bear,
I would slightly favor a bear. Now, I still think that the lion would have a chance, but I would favor the bear in a betting match. Some of the best evidence we have for animal versus animal fights come from the ancient Romans, who actually used to put animals in gladiatorial combat. And they, for example, had several incidents where they wrote about tiger versus lion conflict. And in one famous passage, they described a lion getting destroyed by a female tiger. So there's some evidence to suggest that they have more expertise of this than we do. They have a big population of wild animals which they just put to fight each other. Unfortunately, there's nothing that they wrote about bears versus lion. They did talk about bears versus bulls. They did talk about lions versus tigers, but they never mentioned bear versus lion, so we don't have any evidence for that. So we have to be a little bit more speculative. Now, given that bears do get chased off by cougars, and cougars weak compared with a male lion.
Well, listening to you drop from that,
I would suggest that,
about the bears,
it's more about the bear. Like, in theory, a bear should be able to crush a cougar. But it seems to be the bear is just saying, this thing could hurt me, so I'm not going to risk injury, and backs away. I think it would back away in the wild from a lion, but put him in a cage, and I slightly favor the grizzly, based on endurance.
So the final conclusion, if you had to just bet everything you own, so you had, let's say, we got the octagon, we're bringing a bear. Now this is like legendary bear. Okay.
Full-grown grizzly.
Full-grown grizzly, but not only that, that grizzly has seen some shit.
What's the most it could have seen? A bull moose? A caribou? That's the toughest opponent it's ever had.
Yeah, once. No. Now this one once ran into a pack of other grizzlies and had to fend. He's got scars.
Pack of grizzlies. Isn't it a pack of grizzlies? It's solitary.
Wolves is attractive for a bear. Who attacked the bear?
That's my point. Bears don't really live in a competitive environment. Lions,
but sometimes it can get desperate, as it was a pack of wolves.
That pack of wolves is
that's nothing. Alright, fine.
Lions deal with packs of hyenas. That's
what was the... Just imagine, over the past 100 years, what do you think is the hardest fight that a grizzly bear has been in? Like somewhere in Alaska, we never heard. All of a sudden, in the middle of the night, all you hear is the bear just...
There's nothing that...
There's gotta have been something. Humans have killed...
They run away from cougars and wolverines.
No, that's anecdotal evidence. There's got to be one bear.
There's video footage of it. You can watch it
That's
yourself.
called anecdotal evidence. I guarantee you, in the dark of the night, there was an epic battle, of which there's still legend amongst the bears in that part of Canada.
Who did it battle? In Canada.
The bears, you don't think they'd go at it?
Bears fight each other, but it's largely theatrical. They never kill each other. When lions fight each other, they kill each other all the time. That someone would have seen it by now.
Alright, so you're...
My point is that bears are just... They don't want to get their feet wet.
You're giving no credit for gorillas, so you're saying lion wins. Your money's on lion.
No, I'm saying lion would win in the wild, because they can't kill each other, they can't end the fight. That's one of our most important criteria. But lions can almost always initiate the action, because they have much better ability to see at night, for example. Bears have very average night vision. Lions have superb night vision. So at nighttime, they can always initiate the fight. Lions are natural ambush predators, so it's always going to have the advantage of ambush. The great advantage that bears have is endurance. But bears are very risk averse, and they're not used to fighting like the toughest animals. The toughest animal that fight is a moose or a caribou. These are not even close to the animals that lions have to go up against on a regular basis.
So if somebody wins, it's going to be a lion.
I still think that the size and endurance of the bear, if they were locked in a cage together, I would still favor the bear under those circumstances. But in the wild, I believe the bear would back away.
But in the cage, no time limit for the bear. What if it's 5 rounds in 5 minutes? Championship.
Then I would go with the lion, because the lion has a huge speed advantage.
So it's going to...
Size and weight is going to... endurance is going to have an effect.
I'll bring up shortly somebody that's going to probably disagree with you about some things.
Hopefully it's a grizzly bear and he comes in and eats me.
That would be so epic.
Make a hell of a podcast.
I wonder who we would eat first. Who looks scarier or more delicious, I'm not sure. The black and white could either piss him off.
He would think you're a penguin.
Is that a good thing or not?
No good.
If it was a polar bear, maybe it's different. Do you care deeply about about athletes you coached, about people in your life? So I have to ask this question: if one of those athletes, let's say Gordon Ryan, now I was the dictator of the world, and this would entertain me, so I forced you and Gordon to do this, to fight a bear or a lion. Gordon has to. How would you coach him to do it? To have any chance of winning?
He goes in empty-handed.
You can choose stadium or cage.
Gordon Ryan, empty-handed versus a lion.
You get to choose lion versus bear.
I would say, Gordon, you're fucked. You're going to die badly. Choose the lion because it will strangle you to death rather than pin you down and maul you to death.
Didn't we just talk about audacious goals?
This is not a question of audacious goal. This is a question of minimizing pain.
So you coach your athletes to quit before the battle has been fought.
100%. Yeah.
You don't think he has a chance? You don't think he has a chance?
How? What's he gonna do?
You don't think there's a technique? First of all, intelligence. So technical.
What's he gonna do? Heal him?
No, like, well, first of all, maybe.
He gotta do a double leg, so flipping legs.
Okay, what if Gordon gets any starting position he wants?
Yeah, that's gonna be really useful on
You don't think he can have back
beer.
control?
On a 1,000-pound beer.
Yeah.
What will get back control? Shaken off. He'll get torn off. With what? Like reach his back. He's got 4 6-inch
It's hard to. Oh, okay. I wonder what is the reach.
Whatever he touches, he's gonna destroy it.
So you think like, there's no control? What about like a low, like a some kind of controlling position from? Yeah, like you said, football, like from underneath. Nothing.
This discussion is so insane that I don't even know where to begin criticism.
I didn't think you were open-minded.
We could turn this down. Forget about Gordon fighting a lion or a bear. That's completely impossible. An adult male chimp will destroy Gordon.
So now you want a gorilla? What about the aggression? Yeah, the aggression.
A male chimp is more than enough to kill any human on the planet, including Gordon Ryan.
So Gordon Ryan fighting a chimp, a good size, no, 1,000 times. How many times does he win?
He loses 1,000 times. It's not even competitive. It's not even remotely competitive.
Do you think he will disagree?
No.
Do you think anyone will disagree? Anyone?
Yeah, morons.
That was good, Alex. You seem really comfortable on stage again. This is your second or third time on Kill Tony? Third time on Kill Tony. I really like I said, what was that last joke again about the nail salon? I didn't catch that one.
I think that's why black people and Asian people get along so well, because we built the railroads and they moseyed on under it.
We got that one.
And now it's like nail salons, keeping you guys beautiful.
So Joe Rogan.
You guys are beautiful would be a better title.
Wolves are dominant, intelligent, calculating predators.
Yeah.
That they eradicated from the West for a reason.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah,
guys
man,
really hitting
so-
up on Asian girls?
They are. Things that
They come to my shows.
bring me back to my opinion on it, and that's that a lot of this stuff. So I know they basically describe two different areas in Colorado where the two first sets of transplants, and one of them was like right in where you're not. I mean, I rode that country with a horse all over the place, and the circle where they're gonna put the place is right there. So I know one of the spots. I know the spot intimately. I know the wire. How many volts? So my understanding is off the bat, the first year, and I believe their goal is by December of this year. It's going to be like between 15 and 30. I believe is the first bunch, and they're going to have them in two different spots. But in that Vail corridor up to the flat tops in there, so they're probably going to put 15 to 20 volts in there. The thing that you hit on there that I think kind of forms my opinion is, I mean, these areas, when you go in there, they seem so wild, right? Like, the flat tops, I could get on a horse and I could ride for 15 hours and not see a road, 10 hours and not see a road. And they seem so wild, even to me being there, but I don't think that people realize how much humans have already affected that landscape, and how it doesn't matter, like, this myth that putting wolves back in that landscape is going to turn it back to some ecosystem that was here, 300 years ago. I think it's a figment of their imagination. And the reason I say that is because I've also spent a fair amount of time in British Columbia that seems so much more wild to me. And let me kind of like give you context of why that is. Have you ever been to Vail, Colorado? No. Okay.
I have, but not outside.
Okay, so like if you look at the dynamic of that area, there's a huge highway that goes from Highway 70 that goes from Denver on the Front Range up, past all the ski resorts into Vail, into Eagle, and then it kind of goes down through the canyon, Glenwood Canyon, and kicks back into Aspen. All the winter there is split by this massive highway, and then that highway has an 8-foot game fence along the whole thing, and then along that Vail Valley where they're going to put these, or where they are going to put these wolves, there's 50,000 full-time residents, and double that in the high season, ski season stuff. Plus you got these huge ski resorts. I guess what I'm getting at is when somebody tells me that the low-hanging fruit to kind of rewild that area is wolves, it's just bullshit. You know what I mean?
How is it getting passed though?
Well, it got passed by a ballot initiative. That the ballot initiative is how wolves got to the situation they are now. And basically what the ballot initiative did is it forced the CPW to take on this goal of transplanting the wolves. So it wasn't the CPW choice. And they there's I don't know the exact laws, Joe, but the CPW, and that's the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, they're in charge of managing the wildlife in Colorado.
How can they put something like the transplanting of wolves, a very complex biological problem? I mean, you're dealing with biology and wildlife. How can they put that as a public initiative? How can they put that in the hands of people other than wildlife conservation experts, wildlife biologists?
Well, I mean, the reality is our laws allow that.
Yeah, but
It's just make rational decisions.
No. And it's a decision that for people that are just like, yeah, that'd be amazing, let's put the wolves out there. People are gonna lose their dogs. Like, your dogs are gonna get eaten. Like, it's going to affect anyone who has livestock. You're gonna have a problem. Whether that problem's in 3 years or 5 years, those problems are gonna happen.
Yeah,
dogs are 100% gonna get eaten.
Right.
If you have a cute golden retriever like mine, you leave him outside, like, guess what? That dog's dead.
Sure.
They're gonna team up on that dog and tear it apart.
Yeah.
If you're cool with going outside and seeing wolves eat your dog, like, well, then you made the right choice. And if you're not, like, if you don't think they're gonna go after low-hanging fruit, if you don't think they're gonna go after easy prey, you don't understand wolves. Talk to people that live in Alaska.
Yeah.
Anybody who lives in, like, British Columbia, they have real fucking wolf problems up there.
Right.
And these are wolf problems that we used to have in the West, but they eradicated them.
Right.
I mean, I don't think it's good to eradicate them. I'm not saying that what they did was right when they poisoned horses and left dead horses filled with strychnine and, the wolves all died off. But they did it for a fucking reason.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's so crazy about, back to the process of how it happened. Everybody who wants wolves in Colorado, and we can get into, the depth they want them, because that's not really clear. They just went through this whole, setting up the plan for the CPW, and it became very clear in my mind, watching that process, that they don't really want them being, management in Colorado either.
Ever.
No. So basically,
that's crazy.
Yeah, and so that I think, anybody rational is going to be like, look, we got to have a top to the population.
There's no management at all?
Well, so here's the deal: is they have a draft plan, to manage the wolves. What happened is when the CPW did that draft plan, it included some discussion of wolves being lethally managed at all different stages. You know what I mean, Joe? Like, even now, if they do a real problem with livestock, could they be lethally managed? But down the road, once they had hit certain population objectives, could they be hunted? Right? That was discussed. Well, it turns out the ballot initiative basically says that wolves are a non-game species, and that was in the language of the ballot initiative. So they can't really now say, the CPW can't really say that they're going to someday be and everything's like 20/20 hindsight, but even when the Valley Initiative originally, was out there, and I always thought it was going to pass by a landslide. That's what's so crazy, because it just barely passed. But I always thought, like, the problem with Colorado is it's different than these other western states, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, because they're gonna keep the population in line through hunting or other methods. But in Colorado, I don't think the politics are gonna allow that. I think it's just gonna be like, who knows what the problem is, or how many there is, or how much they affect our regular population. Who knows? But what I was gonna say is, what's crazy about this ballot initiative, and the bummer part about it, is everybody that's gonna deal with the negative consequences, they're people that voted no, but they're in the areas where the wolves are going to be transplanted. Everybody that voted for it, they don't have to deal with the downside. Yeah, dude, and I'm like you, man, they're cool. Like, I've been around them in Canada, they're way cool. But the problem is every person that I've interacted with in British Columbia, or even in the western states that have a fair amount of wolves, every person is just trying to make a living on the landscape. There's a guide, an outfitter, a logger, a cattle rancher, whatever. Like, he's out there living, he or she's out there living with them and dealing with them. They're all just like, when you ask about wolves, they're like, it's just like, you know what I mean? Because they got to deal with the negative consequences all the time.
They're a totally different kind of animal than any other animal, because they act as a pack.
Right.
They have some sort of intelligent communication.
They're badass.
They're cunning and crafty, and they're efficient, ruthless killers.
Yeah.
And they also surplus kill. They find them, I think it was Wyoming recently, they found just a fucking giant pile of elk that trapped in high snow and just tore to pieces.
Yeah. And I don't know, like, the stats on how common it is, but other predators do that too.
Yeah, cats do that. But the difference between them is that they act as a group.
Yeah.
They're the only one of those predators that acts as a large group.
Yeah. No, and they're effective. I mean, they're effective. I mean, even when you talk to, I know a guy in British Columbia. His whole world's focused on trapping them. And I've sat and talked to him just about, like, the details, like boiling the snares, how he goes in and puts the snares in, how he goes in and checks them, like, all that matters.
Boiling snares make no sense.
Yeah. Because they just pick up on that stuff. They're just so smart.
And they know that they're being fucked with, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, which, it's funny, because the first thing he said is they're dogs. And then, dude, I mean, you have dogs, it's like, they get it figured out.
Yeah, they know things.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I talk to my dog. Like, he understands certain things.
Right.
I'm like, come on, let's go outside.
Yeah.
He starts coming towards the door.
Yeah,
He knows what that means.
For sure.
I don't have to say it like, want to go outside? You want to go outside? I can just say, come on, now, let's go outside.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, yeah, let's go outside. Yeah. Are you hungry? He's like, fuck yeah, I'm hungry. I'm like, okay, let's eat. Like, he knows what that means.
Yeah.
He knows some aspects of language.
Sure.
And, what he is like a really tame, docile version of wolf.
Yeah.
The wolf is like, you ever been around a Belgian Malinois?
Yeah, I think
those are the dogs that they use in war. These dogs, and they are fucking scary little meat missiles. And they look at you like this.
Yeah.
They're always thinking, and you can't just keep one of those motherfuckers in your yard. They're too smart. They're working dogs. First of all, they climb fences like a chimpanzee. And they just go right up the fence and over it. I mean, have you ever seen, like, videos of Belgian Malinois working?
I don't think I have, though.
Dude,
I'm trying to put it.
It's wild. They can do shit where they leap through the air. Like, you can't fucking believe they really can jump that high. Like, soaring through the air. I'm talking like 12 feet in the air. They run, jump off a guy's back, and then leap through the air. Like, climb over walls that are like 10 feet tall just by running up the wall. It's insane. That's a wolf. It's a wolf. This is a Belgian.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him, man.
Look at this. I mean, that's insane. How's that dog doing? Look at him running up the fucking wall. He's basically monkey. Kind of figured it out. But he's running up a fucking tree to get to a net, and then he's hanging on it. It's crazy. And you have to think the diversity of but these dogs in particular are bred, and look how smart they are. Look, you can walk across the tightrope. Look at that. Isn't that insane? I mean, that's fucking insane. Dude, they're so intelligent, but that's closer to a wolf. Yeah, way closer to a wolf. Look at his ears. I mean, they're basically an athlete wolf.
Yeah.
You know?
Have you ever seen these great pyramid dogs that they run with the sheep?
Yes. Yeah.
They're totally much different.
Yeah.
They basically think they're sheep.
Yeah.
You know?
Pull up Great Pyramid. Yeah, they're interesting. It's so wild that they all kind of go wolves. They all have so many different styles of like the way they look.
Dude, these dogs, so there's big domestic sheep permits where I used to outfit. So guys run, big bands of sheep periodically in the wilderness areas, and they keep these dogs with them. And these dogs are something else to go into, unite up in the mountains or whatever. And they just protect their sheep. They see these big bands of sheep like this.
See, do they keep wolves off of them?
Yeah, so I've heard mixed things, and this will be interesting because right where they're going to put some of these wolves in Colorado, there's some pretty big domestic sheep guys that run these Pyrenees dogs.
Oh, Jesus.
And they actually, so sheep in the wilderness are one of the few animals that are still guarded by humans. They usually have a herder with them, and a lot of the guys from nowadays, most of them from Peru, I believe. And I used to run into the guys because they've been out there living with the sheep for weeks at a time. So even though there's a language barrier, like when they see you out there, like they wanna hang out. Yeah, they'll have they'll have a horse with them. Maybe I don't know, probably 500-600 sheep. They'll have a couple of those dogs.
Wow.
But back to your original question is, I've heard mixed things about these dogs' ability to deal with wolves. And it has to do with the fact that there's a group of wolves. So if they can draw one of these dogs off, the wolves can kill them.
I had a joke about getting a tattoo of an M on each ass cheek and then bending over and it said mom. Which is fucking horrible, right? But then I read it in a George Carlin, a book of George Carlin material. Yeah. So I thought it was awful. The audience thought it was awful, but George Carlin had the same idea. Yeah. So fuck it.
Yeah. No, it's true. George Carlin sort of wrote just about everything.
Exactly.
It's really crazy.
Yeah, and I also had ideas I never did. I was going to wear a cop outfit and be Officer Laugh. And I was going to wear a cowboy outfit and be King Comedy. But no, man. I just thought of it in my crazy, crazy head. And then never did it. But look at the time. I had concepts and costumes for characters, and I actually did them. And I don't regret it, but I just wouldn't do it again. It involved wearing a gold diaper and a cape and high heels, and it would be very awkward at the open mics to change in the bathroom into this diaper. And it's good when it kills, it feels good. Nothing feels better than killing while wearing a diaper, but when you eat it and you're wearing a diaper, there's not much lower than that.
What was the basis of this character? Who were the high heels, the gold diaper, and a cape?
Well, when I was in college, I was smoking a lot of weed and listening to a lot of Parliament. Funk it, and I invented this character called the Archduke, him from the 18th century, and it was kind of like 2,000-year-old man meets Dolomite. I wore a powdered wig and a gold diaper, and I told very filthy historical jokes. And it was a classic character, but I will no longer put on a diaper just for anything. I've reached a limit after certain years of comedy. You say, if I'm going to put on a diaper, then you have to pay me.
Right. Would the diaper stem from any personal sexual thing or anything?
I'm not into that. I did one of my ideas when I was first open micing it was just to wear some Depends and just take a shit on stage. But I never did that. The gold diaper was actually, there is a dude in Parliament, I think one of the basements, not the basement,
stage, but I've never shit on stage with the cats.
Wow. We had the luxury of starting comedy before camera phones and the internet.
Yeah.
So that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
You know, no one can put him in a diaper up on
Josh, you've been doing comedy a few years, and you've been the Patriot 4 times. I probably never asked you that. Is there anything you did when you very, very first started that you can't believe you did?
I was just thinking as you were asking him the question. Honestly, I didn't start out good, but I never had anything that was too, like, kids. Like,
He makes certain noises that makes you feel bad for him mid-sentence.
like what?
Oh, that noise that I never make unless I'm doing an impression of you doing it, like I just did.
It's okay. I understand.
If I made it weird again, guys, what do I have to do?
Much love. Say much love.
Doesn't one of those weird Elise Lane's friends dying cancel that one out, isn't it? Alright, guys. I did it again. I just dug it. What we would, like, that's like when the Undertaker digs a grave and he's done. It's 6 feet. He's like, you know what? Let's just fucking. I got it. Let's keep it moving along. The next comedian tonight, everybody, goes by the name of Marcos Martinez.
Second time on the microphone. My name is Marcos Martinez. Marcos. For you white people, black people can't really see you. I'm sorry. Oh, holy shit. So I've moved to Hollywood. Just a couple months, you know, whatever. Hanging out on Hollywood, meeting girls, sexy drinking, awesome. Bringing her back to my place. Alright, that's a lie. I took her back to her place, and it did not turn out good. First, she had a cat. That's one issue. Where, guys, if you go home with her and she has a cat, strike one, okay? I'll start there. Why? Because the story gets worse. It starts with the cat, okay? So I'm there. She has a cat. I'm like, fuck it. We're still gonna fuck. That's one of my rules. Well, fuck it. I'm gonna fuck her. We're doing it. You know, and we're going at it. We're both like, we don't know who's gonna finish first, me or her. And we're still going. And it's like, what the fuck? There's a rooster. I thought it was a cat. She was a guy. Fucking Hollywood.
Oh my god, you got to be kidding me. Is that actually how that ends, or did you just get scared when you heard the bear?
No, that was new. She was a guy.
This is a true story?
No.
I mean, because I know for a fact, like, trannies are afraid of cats.
Oh, we both know that. That's why strike one.
Transgenders.
Sure. So, Marcos.
Thank you.
Second time on stage.
Second time.
We knew that because you said that right when you got up on stage.
I got a fucking thing.
This is what I wrote down for the rest of your career.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
You should announce
Yeah.
which time it is on stage. Like, I think that would be really fucking funny. 683rd time on stage. Fucked up. And by the time it gets to fucking 4 digits, it's gonna be fucking, there's gonna be some confidence there. It's gonna be unbelievable. And the audience is gonna fucking know. Fuck you. I've done it 1,000 times. I got my 10,000 hours. And fuck y'all. I'm fucking tranny. I don't give a shit.
That part was awesome. You had us laughing in 3 seconds. When you go on to say, black people, I can't see you, don't say that anymore. Don't ever say that again. The last thing you need to be doing while looking like a baby Carlos Mencia is say something that's been said 1,000 times before.
Although I do appreciate that, like, you got like a business casual, and you still are kind of dirty and kind of racist. That kind of makes me laugh. You know what I mean? So I think, like, we're not saying don't be racist.
Never saying that.
There's a lot of humor in that.
Just be original.
You know what I mean? But that one, it wasn't as original as it could be.
Yeah.
But I say stick with this look, announce how many times you've been on stage, and fucking tell rude goddamn jokes.
Yeah.
I think you're headed in the right direction, to be
I
honest.
noticed at one point when you were talking about the cat, Louie and I both organically, like, leaned forward, wondering when you were going to get strike one.
Yes.
And you really never acknowledged it.
No.
You said cat is strike one because there's more you gotta know.
The audience is dying for you to shit on girls with cats.
Right.
Like, that's all we want out of life.
Yeah.
You know? So just give us a little bit more, you know?
Without making a pussy joke.
Yeah.
And you've done something sexy drinking, which I don't know what that is or if that's a way to drink, but I would be into that.
That could be a hashtag eventually, you know?
Sexy drinking.
How old are you?
22.
Wow.
22. Bam.
That's right.
And you just moved to Hollywood?
Yeah, I'm in Riverside right now, so I travel.
You guys hear that?
Get here. You're here right now.
That's how fast your confidence drops when you live in Riverside, by the way. I'm 22. Bam! And you live in LA?
30 miles away.
That's your O face sound. Sort of, Riverside. Oh boy, that was depressing. You are the best dressed young man to ever come out of Riverside. So like, they must be really surprised. Like, what's that thing around that guy's neck?
Where's his tattoo?
That's a collar, Trevor.
What gang is that guy in?
If I saw myself in clothes like those, I'd have to kick my own ass.
Whoa, look at that.
Whoa.
Fuck yeah.
Who was that?
How's the family? How's it going?
Oh yeah. The optimism. When you're wondering, hey, this guy doesn't seem that autistic.
Sorry.
Throw out a fucking movie line, see if he's not autistic. Has anybody told you that you look like a baby Carlos Mencia?
No, that's the first time.
You need to be talking about that.
Yes.
And about what a curse that
I'm gonna
is.
start stealing jokes then.
No, don't do that.
You're not stealing our jokes.
Yeah. You just gotta, I would mention it. Maybe not actually. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, don't mention it.
Mention it late in the set.
You're so happy and positive. Your energy on stage is really fun. You can pretty much talk about anything. Just make sure there's a point. Don't just babble. And I think you're going to work great because you have a very likable feeling on stage. I would start wearing t-shirts and jeans though when you're on stage.
But for the record, full charge says no. Just keep with what you're doing.
I like what you're wearing.
For the record.
It seems like a very heavyweight fabric. It's very hot out there. So that's what concerns me. But other than that, maybe the same thing, a little more breathable, some linens. And you're good to go.
A plaid shirt. What have you been doing before starting stand-up?
School. UC Riverside represent. UC Riverside. Nobody here.
Oh my god. What'd you get your master's in? Baking?
Media and cultural studies. Make some movies. That's where the black joke came from.
So you graduated from UC
I just
Riverside?
did recently, last summer.
When did you do your first spot on stage? Where was that at?
Right here at the Comedy Store.
Was it tonight?
No. 2 weeks ago, where?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
How'd that go?
Better, no, worse than this. I got laughs this time. That's good.
Yeah,
That's getting better. That other room's really tough.
Yeah.
These are the givers. Thank you, givers.
Yeah. Well, there you go. 22-year-old Marcos Martinez. Second time ever on stage, everybody.
Good job, man.
You're going to know when it's his third time because he's going to say it to open up his set.
Do that. Please do that. If you don't do that, I'm fucking doing it.
He's on Twitter at Oompa61. Yeah, I got it, fucko. UNTA61. There he goes, Ned Holmes Jr., everybody.
Yeah.
So I've been thinking back during that guy's set of the jokes I started out with that weren't that good. I did one about I like Chipotle so much. I came with my own tagline, Chipotle. So that shit ain't gonna be fuck. We got that guy there. Or if I was RoboCop, what kind of gadgets I'd have on me, like knives.
If you were RoboCop.
Are you running another unfinished bit on us?
He is RoboCop.
I'm finished. I just haven't done it ever. So like RoboCop gadgets, like if I had knives for feet or mighty penis.
Okay, alright.
That guy doesn't work.
Can you do all the dialogue from Billy Madison? Go.
Shit.
You're gonna make his head explode.
Alright, credits roll. Norm Macdonald walks in with a pickle. Am I getting the right movie?
think so. Keep it moving along. Your next comedian tonight goes by the name of Jeremy McKiernan.
surprised me because we had just broken up a couple weeks ago. It was a pretty bad breakup. We stopped talking. So then I see her. She's back. And I didn't know what to do, so I just clicked like.
No, no.
And we had a lot of mutual friends. And the crazy thing is, the next thing that happened is it said that she hit like too. So we matched. So I'm pretty sure we're back together. I spent a few days trying to figure out like what message to send her. It had to be something good. And I wanted to write like how I was feeling. So I wrote hi and then a sad face. And she blocked me instantly. It really bummed me out because yeah, that's it. Thanks.
What did she respond with after that hi sad face?
Oh, she blocked me instantly.
And
like,
then
I didn't see her on Tinder anymore.
Gotcha. And then what was going to be the rest of that? Did you have more? Or is that
Yeah, I had some more.
What else?
Want me to say it? No, I was going to say that
It's a great premise.
Yeah. I was going to say that I wanted to try to get back together with her just using dating apps, and then I couldn't find her on OkCupid. And I think the story would eventually end where I find her on Craigslist. And it goes on a little bit.
I was thinking you were going to go blind her and she got some kind of weird surgery to give her a dick. I don't know what it was. That's where I thought you were going.
I was also thinking like black people meet. But she's Latina.
Christian Mingle, there's a lot of opportunities.
You never know. You could just end it like Marco Martinez. She was a dude.
What do you guys? Riverside alone. What do you guys.com? What do you guys think of doing jokes about like things like Tinder and like J-Date and like all that? Like, I mean, it seems like everybody kind of.
Here's the thing. Tinder's the new airplane peanuts, I think.
Right. Yeah.
But I really like this one. I think it's really good. I would say you could get to the punchline a lot quicker. But I think it's good. I think you have the best Tinder joke I've heard, to be honest with you.
Oh, thank you. I got one too. Wait till you hear mine. I thought it was really funny. I thought it was great. Yeah, the only thing I found your shoes distracting. I think they look really fucked up. And
These
for a
are
while,
black shoes.
I was looking at the shoes and I was trying to pay attention, but I kept looking at how ugly they were. And they tie in the front.
These are my dad's shoes. I stole
They
them
look
from
like
him.
that.
They're
awesome. My dad has those shoes.
Yeah.
Steal them while you're camping or moving.
Is your dad a doctor?
He's a photographer.
Oh.
Like a pickup wilderness though. Wilderness photos, right?
No.
You should also say like what time it is, like how many times you've been on stage as soon as you walk out. How does that people know where you're coming from?
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. He did have these six.
He did have really nice shoes though, so I would say that's one thing you can learn from.
Yeah. I gotta get my shoe.
I mean, they're distractingly fucked up. I'm serious.
They're like open on the sides, but green, right? So it sort of blends in.
They're kind of like hiking gesture shoes.
There's a lot of ventilation going on there.
I don't
right?
have to tie them though.
Seriously though.
I would go Velcro then, if that's your issue is you can't tie shoes.
That's also a reason to just wear socks, but you shouldn't do that either.
You should Google like the 100 top dating sites or whatever, and just fucking write a joke for each, and hopefully you get like 20 out of that.
Alright.
Like I really think you could go forever with this one. I think it's the gift that's gonna keep on giving. To be honest with you, this is always gonna be a newer, scummier website. It's gonna fucking hook you up, and you can go porn on this one, right, Red Band? You can go straight to XXNX. Is that what it's called? You fucking farmers only.
Farmers only.
You can end up in a DP with Louis Katz. Like, all right, that's but whatever.
How long have you been doing comedy?
4 months.
Wow, you're very comfortable on
Yeah.
stage.
I've been doing improv for about 4 years.
Okay,
maybe.
that's it.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay, so quit improv.
Yeah,
And,
fuck improvs.
Where were you doing it at? Out here?
Yeah. No, I mean Iowa West.
Yeah. You
No
from
one
LA?
knows. From Boston originally.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I've been here for a while.
Your dad's a photographer.
Photojournalist, yeah. He has a photojournalist agency.
That's awesome. Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
What's the difference between a photojournalist and a photographer?
I mean, photojournalist is.
it's women, right?
It's more like paparazzi, but there's like tasteful photojournalists if there's a story going on, you know.
Right.
And then photography could be anything from like studio stuff to nature or whatever.
Is he a big stoner?
He actually is, yeah.
Yeah. You know how I know?
How?
The shoes.
job.
Yeah, keep it intact. There you go, people. You can go do improv all you want, but the truth is you're just going to keep coming to Big Daddy stand-up at the end of the day. He's on Twitter at Jeremy Face with some very funny stylings of Jeremy McKiernan.
Hey, Tom.
Sure.
Can I, for obsessive compulsive sake, finish that Chipotle joke? I remember that.
Kill it. This is so Chipotle of you to start it and then 20 minutes later eat the rest of it, right?
Chipotle, I like it so much I came up with my own tagline. Chipotle, because some of that shit ain't going to be digested.
There you go. You brought up the market surcharge.
I bark when jokes are good.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't believe you, but that's right.
No, I do. That's totally.
Yeah. Only when the jokes are really, really great.
You really seem like a robot to me. It's tripping me out, man.
Oh, I am autistic.
So much fun.
Everybody's going to be autistic eventually, right? Isn't that where we're headed?
Yeah.
You're ahead of the
With
curve.
the cell phones and everything.
Autistic and Mexican.
I don't want to pick Mexican so that's the direction.
That's the direction marriage is going.
It really is. Like, the Google Glasses is definitely next. And, you know, then everybody's going to be wearing those, and you're not going to know when somebody's watching something or not. So people are just going to be standing around like this. You might say hi, you might wave to them and shit, but you don't know. These things turn into screens.
Can you do like the first act of Waterboy?
That one I don't remember as much. I like it. But
Just tackle somebody.
Very good. Very good. He nailed it. That is, by the way,
Good job.
that is the best Adam Sandler impression I've ever heard. It takes a truly autistic young man to fire that off. That really comes from the heart. Can I hear that one more time? You're Adam Sandler? Let's not call that Waterboy from now on. From now on, you should just say, I do a killer Adam Sandler impression. Oh my God, yes. Alright. Don't do that part. Just do only the moaning part. Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Jeff Hubler. Jeff Hubler.
Oh, shit. You know what that means?
Jeff, you just got blacklisted.
suck a dick.
There you go. That's what happens, people. You don't want to not show up for your spot. This is all.
It's a pussy move, let's face it.
Exactly.
You know?
Ooh. Put your hands together for your next comic. Watt Smith.
So I'm 27 now, but when I was 15, I was the dry humping king. And what the bitches didn't know is I always finished. My daddy tried to give me some advice. He's like, Watt, don't ever take no for an answer, because that's the attitude of a winner. No, that's the attitude of a rapist. Dad, thanks for the advice, but now I'm in jail. Yeah, and my cellmate has the attitude of a winner. I had to be on Ritalin when we were learning about Christopher Columbus. Come to find out later, he was a genocide leader, a slave trader, a gay man, and possibly a pedophile. I'm like, bitch, if you just told me the truth, I wouldn't have needed the Ritalin. Every day at school would be like a new episode of Game of Thrones. I'd be making dioramas. Here's Columbus raping a tribal leader. Here's Columbus playing soccer with a severed head. See, I'm not crazy. I don't need medication. Learning is fun.
There it is. Watt Smith, bringing the fucking thunder, man. Now, I've known you for a while, right? You've been doing stand-up a few years in L.A.
Yeah,
I love that you would swing through and pop in on this show.
That was great. They got the quickest laugh. I thought that was like a legit laugh, like right off the bat, just that flip. It was really funny at the beginning. You do, however, look like shit for being 27. Fucking take care of yourself.
I've noticed you've gained some weight in the last couple years.
Yeah.
And it's all going to the same fucking spot, isn't it? Is that just weight? Is there something going on?
I'm pregnant.
It really looks like it. You have an interesting little pot belly on you. It really didn't go anywhere
Everyone
else.
seems to notice that. Like, if I had warts on my face, I don't think you'd be like, hey, you have warts on your face.
Now, there's
But
ways
you're
to
fat.
dress around that. You're wearing
You had a title for yourself when you were 15, right? Yeah, what about a title for yourself now? You know what I mean? I am this now.
Yeah. I like masturbated more this morning than I did in the past, like, 48 hours.
So what's your title?
Jerks a lot. Sir Jerks a lot. That's pretty
All
good.
right, we're getting
How many times was that this morning? More than I could come. I felt like the king again.
Dry heat?
Yeah.
Dry heat?
Return of the king.
You've been coming a lot, but it doesn't look like you've taken a shit in weeks. We were talking about shoes before. Guys, what do we think about this open toe?
No, hide the toes. Don't your pants
Oh,
on the
God.
Yeah, I was just joking because we were talking. You guys were like, you guys should lose some weight. You're pretty if you lose weight. And then I was like, how's her feet? And then I look over and I'm like, oh shit, there's his feet right there. That you can't.
My toes are skinny.
You can't have that in life, and definitely not on stage. Like, are you married to the idea of flip flops, or is it just because it's 102 today?
Yeah, I live in Venice. And
I was going to ask you.
I've never seen somebody with a pot belly and kettle feet before.
I do
I knew that wouldn't work.
I do like the feet. I think you got a very Brian Wilson, you know, like I'm kind of crazy, I live in the beach kind of vibe.
I'm friends with Manson.
Yeah. Very Brian Wilson. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
I think that was Dennis.
Whatever.
I support the sales is hot out, man. You live your life. Word. That's all I want. What about that? There's one line in the Riddler thing where I got confused. Then he brought it back around with the dioramas. I love any reference to a diorama. I support that. But then there was something before that where you're like, I just didn't understand. It was confusing to me. But I like the joke, so I'm just saying maybe that line is.
You said the word rape twice in 1 minute. That was fucking amazing.
Yeah, well.
I think for this audience it's fine, but it might be a more subtle way. Or maybe save it for the end, blah, blah, blah. Keep in mind, you were really funny.
Yeah.
It's really fucking funny.
Very, very funny.
Yeah.
Do you talk about the recent weight gain? Do you talk? No, I mean, it's blatant. I knew you a couple years ago, and you gained 35 pounds since then.
Yeah,
It's all gone to the same part, so.
I was selling direct TV at Costco, so.
Say that again?
I was selling direct TV at Costco out in Virginia.
So that's like more direct TV.
Well, I just got bored during the day, so I would go drink enchiladas over at 7-Eleven, and
you would drink what?
Enchilada, like clamato juice with tomato, with
that's not it. It's the fucking alcohol.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So I would drink all those during the day. Nobody knew except for me. I gained like 35 pounds over like 3 or 4 months.
How old are you?
27.
Yeah, it starts happening around there. Your metabolism's gone. You're gonna stay that, and then you're gonna lose it once. You know, you're gonna try Weight Watchers, and then you're gonna look like apes, and then you're just gonna go back to your normal pace.
The good news is you're gonna give up on life around 35, so don't feel bad. It doesn't matter how fat you are.
I've never heard of anybody getting a Clamato and Budweiser combination addiction.
Josh, can I get a Clamato and Budweiser, please?
How many of those were you drinking a day?
Like about 3.
Wow. While selling direct TV at a Costco.
Yeah, it sells itself. It's a great product.
That's hilarious. So do you talk about the recent weight gain?
You do. Yeah, I talk about how everybody points it out, you know, and it just makes me want to eat more.
Does it really?
Yeah, you know, humans need chocolate.
Oh, you're gonna end up being fucking huge. There's gonna be a time, like a few years from now, where I see him wearing a 2014 Amnesty International shirt.
Triple X.
And he's gonna be busting out of that one, too.
This will be a halter.
I like getting a little fat because I can see my cheeks wherever I walk, and it looks like I have huge tits.
There you go, Watt. Keep it going.
That's why I jerk off
You have an inspiration here.
One day you can be Red Band. With titties on your face.
People love ones with big tits.
Titty band.
Watt, very funny.
Yeah.
Good
Great
stuff.
stuff. Great stuff.
Great stuff. Thank you so much. Watt
Slim
Smith.
down, joke up.
Bring him the
Got a
thunder.
Gandhi quote on the back.
Wish to change the world. Drink Clamato
He
with
did
Budweiser.
2 rape jokes in a minute. He's got a Gandhi quote on the back of his shirt.
Watt Smith is on Twitter at all one word. Watt Smith. W-A-T-T Smith. Very, very
It was
funny.
awesome.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Watt. That was great. Fuck yeah.
Did you do the final scene of Punch Drunk Love?
So today marks a very special day for me. It's the anniversary of my father's death. He died 7 years ago. In order to celebrate, I let my older gay man friend sketch me in the nude, right? But I told him I wanted to look like I could bowl with no hands, so he drew me with 3 dicks. Alright? But then he blew me afterwards. Like, didn't even finish the sketch. His hand was shaking so bad because he was so thirsty for dick. So then he goes down on me. It's like he's moving way too fast. Like, and I'm not saying like he put the moves on too fast. I was fine with that. But it's just like his movement was just like, there was teeth involved. So afterwards I left, right? And I was feeling kind of gay, so I told this girl I'm fucking, but she's on her period, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna fuck you anyway. Like, there's blood on my hands, I'm streaking it on my face like it's fucking war paint. I don't know why I'm looking at you with the glances, because you haven't made a move quite yet in the shadows there, pal. Fuck it, give me the bear, I want it. I want it.
That is how you honor your father's passing right there.
Okay, so you have all the comics laughing, which is a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's a great fucking 1-minute presentation. It's like, how many fucking people can I make feel awkward or uncomfortable? I enjoyed it thoroughly. Where else do you want to do this?
What?
Just here, right?
Where else do I want to do what?
That's it. Like, where else do you want to do it?
You know what? I just thought of that as I was walking to the stage. Like, what can I really say to honor my dad's death? Because he actually today really is the anniversary.
Okay. No, I got the impression this was authentic, but I don't think you really fucked or got your dick sucked.
You know what? Actually, it's 3 true stories, but it didn't all happen today. Like,
okay, so
it was.
So a gay guy drew you with 3 dicks, and then
I swear, would you like to see the picture?
No. Tell me if it's true or not.
Yes. No, that actually happened.
And then you called the girl, and she was on a period. That's not that hard to believe.
Well, no, you know what? That actually happened last month. I'm like dating this girl, but she's.
Is that an anniversary too?
It should be now, but
cycle.
When you always do that joke, do you always bash a guy in the corner with glasses?
Yeah, I guess he was just looking at me like he got real uncomfortable, and I mentioned the blowjob from the man, and he was just kind of like.
So you got mad at the guy. He was the objective.
I'm like, how dare you get offended by gay blowjobs, pal? Like,
how dare you get offended by this offensive set?
Fuck, man. Everyone else seems to be enjoying it, and he's just kind of. You weren't even drinking. You let go of your beverage, and it's kind of like sank into the shadows back there, pal.
I would experience this for real.
When was the last time you were on? I forget.
I think in June, actually, like literally 2 days after I moved back to LA. I talked about taking methamphetamine on my road trip and doing cocaine in bathroom stalls.
That's a beautiful story.
I guess I like the first 3 lines were like fucking beautiful, like poetry. Like every line I was like, what? Because there was like, your dad's dead, you're getting drawn in the nude, you got 3 dicks to bowl without your hands. And then after that, I felt like it got kind of into some standard territory, like some Yuri jokes.
It went from 0 to 100 and then it hit a tree.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like keep it more on that surreal. Those first, and they were timed really well. It was like the rhythm was perfect. You know,
next thing you know, is bitches be shopping.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't like the war paint thing, that like streaking across like war paint? Blood war paint? No?
I haven't heard that before, but it's very shock humor.
I want to say I've heard it before. See, that's like a punchline, not a premise.
Yeah,
like
Red Wings, War Paint, it's all together.
Right.
I would have liked if you hadn't changed locations. Maybe if you were still with the gang, because then I was like, oh, he's just making it up. Like for a while I was with you. I'm there. Your hand's drawn.
Can you
paint your dick?
Can you paint with the blood? I mean, on the canvas.
I never thought about it, but
what about?
I know she has paintbrushes.
Are you a fan of the Redskins?
Yeah. No, Eagles all day.
There you go.
Did you see the score?
We're not talking football.
Yeah, what the fuck are you?
We're not doing that.
Yeah. You could be watching that right now.
What if the artist bites your nipples off and you use that for paint, like the blood coming out from that? You haven't even brought up shit yet.
To be honest with you, those are the first time I've actually used those jokes.
Okay.
This is all
we can tell. What I love is that, like, how hard you perform it, and you're working it out here. Like, I can almost picture you at an open mic somewhere else, and you're not exactly sure what to close with, and you're just in front of strangers, and you're just like, give me the bear.
I was
There's not going to be a bear to save you.
I was picturing you, like, in Des Moines somewhere, just, like, fucking tanking.
first thing you said that the comics love you. If you did that exact same set, say Flappers, 8 o'clock on a Friday, with 0 comics, you would feel what you would go home and go, all right, I need to figure this shit out.
You feel like you had a 3-year scroll.
But how you presented it was amazing. So if you could add a story and jokes and have an end, and you're good. I
feel like we're judging Robert. What's all this talk about set and jokes? He was on some other shit. You know what I mean? It was like beautiful art, beautiful consciousness, beautiful art. It was like beautiful art.
Yeah. I know you don't want to see the picture, but I will tag you in the Twitter post when I post it. When I sit back down, I will tag Phil
Matt
Tony.
Nino, everybody, and he is on Twitter at Nino's Zonin, Ninozonin.
Good job, man.
You want to follow him on Twitter? Maybe tell him you like his set. Maybe buy some crystal meth. He's available on Twitter.
Can Phantom do the breakfast versus lunch scene from Big Daddy?
You know how to do that. You know that scene from Big Daddy. That is a killer impression. Guys, this is the part of the show where we have our 2 awesome, fun regulars that write a brand new minute each week on this show. It's always fun to watch them grow, do new stuff, give it a shot. They're the only people that I know that writes a brand new minute each week, for sure, guaranteed each week. And you can find all those on all the Kiltonians. Going up first this week, she's a college dropout. She was just about to finish in Florida. She did kill Tony for the first time, her first time on stage, fell in love with it. She's been back every episode since with a brand new minute. Her name is Kimberly Condon.
Hi guys, how are you? Yeah, I moved here from Florida last year. I really, really love LA. I'm having a great time here. I think LA's dope because you can do whatever you want and then just blame the universe. It's like you just blame moon rocks or something and it's fine. It's also a place where your tits can sag and you can blame it on good acting. It's really hard to be broke in LA though. Sometimes I like to treat myself. I'll go to the Starbucks drive-thru, and my biggest fear right now is to be caught in a pay it forward. Pay it forward, bitch! I can't pay it now. This guy got a venti. I just get like the regular coffees, nothing special. I'm not buying his. I feel like if that ever happens, I'll just tell him, it's opposite day. Let's pay it backwards.
Gibbs said it really funny there with that pay it forward thing. I've never actually been caught in one of those, at least I don't think so. Yeah, it's been in the news lately. I actually had no idea what that meant until I saw it on the news, and then I heard some guy was like, you know what, I'm sick of this. This is like an advertising gimmick. He just paid $100 to a Starbucks employee and said, fucking give me a coffee.
Well, what's weird about Pay It Forward is it was a shitty movie that no one saw.
I never saw it either.
But the title has been used ever since.
Wait, do you think maybe if you're going to use that joke, you should give at least a brief
Pay It Forward me?
right?
There's
Yeah, I'm
lots of
kind of going
jokes.
to do a whole bit on the joke because the whole pay it forward thing's completely changed because, like you were saying, it's just, now it's just, you come up to the window and they're like, person in front of you paid it forward, do you want to pay it forward too? And it's like, that's not the point. The point is to do something nice and then, one day you're like, I remember that one time someone did something.
If everybody's paying it forward,
No one's fucking paying forward. Yeah, it's just like everyone's
That's
just doing
marketing,
it.
I hate to Pay It Forward because I only get like black coffee.
And yeah, that's exactly. And like, you don't want to buy 3 meals or 3 drinks behind you when you just wanted one $3
Now,
coffee.
fuck Pay It Forward. Fuck Haley Joel Osment. Fuck the whole goddamn thing.
I think you're dead on. I think you're dead on with that thing. And I think what Brian's saying is add just a little setup on the front end so that the rest of it'll pop harder, so that people know that that's the thing that's. I didn't know about it.
And in the same vein, what you mentioned, like moon rocks and stuff, there's a lot more philosophies out here
There's a bunch of stuff,
that you can go into with that. And I know you write a new minute every week or whatever, but there's more to explore with that. And by the way, very comfortable on stage.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. What was the titty second?
I said, it's the only place where your tits can sag and you can blame it on good acting.
Like you're researching a role.
Like Screen Actors Guild.
That's all right. That's I didn't get it. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I got it.
But
Now
also,
I get
I
it.
guess I have to reword that
Yeah.
differently.
I got it, but I was thinking of that too.
The word union might help. I don't know. So, no, I get it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't think you were going for the saggy thing either. I thought you were literally saying that your acting is so good that you can play saggy tits. Like, not you, but I'm saying people can
These
say.
tits.
Right. I don't really have saggy tits. That's just my acting.
Or you could or you could just say that, oh, she's a great actor. It's
Look at
just
them after
old.
titties. That reminds me of a very young youngster case.
Okay.
All right, Josh. Let's just stick with Sandler from here on out.
Yeah, but there is definitely more wording you can do with the Starbucks one, like, you know, maybe be paying for it backwards later, you know, or whatever coffee jokes, you know, you can do there. But,
Which you did a coffee setup, I like my blank like I like my blank last week. So
Yeah.
those probably connect like a little jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah.
Look at them tapped Harley nipples.
There's a good runner there. Astra, Hartley.
It's a good thing we take these.
There is those will only work in Hollywood, but you'll be performing.
But that's where we are. And
Yep.
fuck the Midwest if you haven't picked up.
Exactly. They'll laugh at it anyway. They don't get it. Just kidding, Midwest. Love you.
Drunk.
Kim, you killed.
Thank
There she
you.
goes. Kimberly Condon, everybody. She's on Twitter. Kimberly Condon.
Hey,
Yeah, what's up?
you know what's my favorite part of the movie Past Tomorrow is?
What?
When Haley Joel Osment gets stabbed to death.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, and then...
Spoiler alert, dude. No one's ever seen that movie.
It doesn't matter. But what I do know is Adam Sandler has a cameo in the movie. This is what...
Hold on, I thought Bruce Willis was dead the whole time.
Hey, that's the success. Okay.
Adam Sandler's in it?
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
Wait a
That's Little Nicky.
Yeah. This could be a whole spin-off called Adam Sandler Beats a Dead Horse. Your final comedian of the night is our only other regular. She also writes a new minute each week. Always fun, goofy stylings of Sarah Weinstein.
Pay it forward. Made me think of Haley Joel Osment. That was unexpected. Didn't expect my Monday to go that direction. Just didn't. Fuck it. Went to Gelson's behind this woman who had a lot of Kraft cheese. Kraft singles. She's almost ready to leave and she goes, wait. I got green onions. I meant to get chives. I'm behind her the whole time. Like, bitch, you're buying Kraft singles. Kraft singles, they treat them like they're contaminated. Each individual slice of cheese is wrapped in a wax paper like fucking astronaut food. And now, you're gonna make the cashier go find you chives? Because green onions aren't fucking good enough? Alright.
That is so Weinstein.
Very good.
Did it again, right up your alley, your style. She must have like 50 different grocery store products that she has a minute on.
Have you ate the sandwich with that one little fucking jerk piece of plastic that doesn't come off when you're taking the plastic off? It's like the one that's like a little rectangle.
Yeah.
I've done that a few times.
The rectangle.
Rectangle. And, by the way, watching you on Facebook and Twitter, you also had another Gelson's complaint about your grapes. They have and you've got me obsessed with this shit now. Cotton candy grapes.
I just heard about this.
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy. Okay.
I think you can add even more to that, the Kraft cheese bit, because they're all individually sliced. I mean, they're all individually wrapped, each slice. So there's no way on top of all that they would clump up all of these individually wrapped slices and wrap it in yet another piece of plastic. Yet they do.
Yeah, that's such a good point.
So
Well, you know, in the world of observational comedy, I've never heard this take on Kraft singles before. And to that, I think it's fucking brilliant.
Yes.
Because I think I've seen all Seinfeld's material, and fucking he never brings his shit up. And it's been around forever. So they're joking, but it's really fucking smart.
Yeah.
And it's also great that you know how to roll with it when you get on the stage and you can talk about what other people were talking about. That's the deal at the Comedy Store. So
got that down. That's fucking great.
They are super single. Like, they are so single. Crap single.
Are chives different from green onions?
Yes.
Okay, well that's new.
Yes.
What's the difference?
It's very confusing.
Very close.
They taste the same, right?
One of them has the root attached to it, right?
One of them, I think, is a little more slender and more like more herb-like.
It's less, it's not as oniony.
Yeah.
I would add that to it. I would actually tell people what it is. Like, when you say you're going to have this cashier go get you, you got green onions. You're going to have her go run and get you slightly slender, more green, like more slightly.
Yeah.
Maybe like a
whatever.
spirited, like, bitch, nobody's gonna kiss you after you eat any of this shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're going to be, you're always,
Some of this, you know.
you're always going to be as single as one of those cheese slices. Everybody, she's on Twitter at Princess Shank. Kimberly Congdon, Princess Shank, Instagram, Twitter. Joshua Meyerowitz destroyed tonight. Both the Autistic Patriot and Adam Sandler. Follow him on Twitter at AutisticThunder. That's all one word, no underscore. Elise Lane is Elise Lane, ELYSELAIN, and Facebook and Instagram at The Girl with the Pan. Louis Katz, LOUISKATZ on Twitter, all one word. Matt Fultron.
At the Full Charge. Fullcharge.com.
The Full Charge everything. Go to thefullcharge.com. Anything else you guys want to promote? Any dates coming up?
Yeah, I'm headlining in Irvine on October 2nd, so come on out.
Is that right now?
What?
Is it happening right now?
No, it's happening on October 2nd.
No, is this live right now?
Like, I'd say like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
3 weeks?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be at a whole bunch of places in 3 weeks.
What's your website?
This is Louis Katz. You got my name. You can look me up. Awesome.
I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. Brian.
I'm Brian Redhead.
Come see us in Phoenix, guys. That's the real,
Yeah,
that's
that's
the real
gonna be
one.
fun,
That's
man.
going to be magical. We're going to have a fucking blast. I
Yeah.
can't wait to get back on the road with you.
Yeah, what's it? October 20. Stand up live. Just go to Death Squad, click on the tour dates.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to all of you people. We had a blast. Susie Placencia on the social media. Follow at KillTonyPod and at KillTony Fan Club just popped up. I don't even know who's running that, but it sure is exciting. We have a fan club, and I clicked on it. I was going to retweet what it said, but it seemed too depressing, so I don't want anybody to know that it only has 4 followers right now.
Yeah, I
It
banned it.
just started. Thank you guys so much.
A new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are. A lot of feedback via live and social media about the excitement about tonight's show. How are you Monday night? Here we are. Super live. It's all happening, and I'm excited. We have a lot of people here tonight. I'm very glad you guys made it out. Some people told me earlier that I got to meet that stopped me that they drove all the way from South Carolina to be here tonight. So look out for that.
Myrtle Beach.
Told me he signed up. This is very exciting. We went to the Magic Castle last night.
That's right.
I took Brian to the Magic Castle.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, there's this big castle that you're not allowed to go to unless you're a magician.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's been here forever, and you drive by it, it just looks amazing from the outside. But we got to go in there last night. Tony took me, and wow, it's amazing. You enter through this. You have to like talk to an owl.
Yeah.
You have to be like, open sesame, and suddenly this bookshelf opens up.
Yeah.
And then it's just
that's
tons of
just
cars.
the first thing. Like when you walk through the lobby, that's your way in. Is you have to tell an owl open sesame. Lainey, you ever been there? Yeah, you're Hollywood royalty. Of course you've been there.
Yeah.
It's all people that look like Lainey and Jerry, and me and Red Band in there, stoned to the gills. So imagine that. Imagine what that looks like. But we look good.
Oh yeah.
If Kill Tony ever goes to the Emmys, we're gonna rock that fucking red carpet. You have to dress up to go to the Magic Castle. So I got to see Brian Redband's doppelganger.
That's right. Brian Reichel.
Yeah.
That's with no hat on, combed hair, shirt tucked in, like that.
Ugh. You went from a 5 to a 9.
Thanks.
I heard a 9 to 5, but 5 to 9.
5 to 9.
This is Kill Tony, everybody. We only have one sponsor, and it is our private chef, Elise Lane.
Yeah.
She's not private, though. You can hire her for parties. Maybe you're having a big tries their food and tells them, like, no, I don't think so. Like, that's actually a job, and she does it. She's Elise Lane. She's on Twitter at Elise Lane, ELYSELAIN. So however you thought you would spell Elise Lane, you were wrong. She's on Facebook and Instagram at the girl with the pan. Now, lately, I always tell her to write out exactly what she made. And for the first couple times, I read it, and that was fun. It's sort of hard to read, you know, really fancy recipes, you know, sometimes. They have crazy French words in them. This one isn't this tough tonight. However, for the last couple weeks, what we've been doing is I've had my speech impediment prone associate producer of the show, the runaround man that makes Kill Tony happen, hangs up the balls that you see, sets the camera, makes sure that the sword is sharpened. His name's Josh Martin. He's standing right up there. Josh, why don't you come up and read what Elise Lane made tonight? He's on Twitter at Josh Martin Comic if you ever want to see some of his humor without the speech impediment. Now, we're doing something extra fun tonight. Last week he read it, and he made many pauses so that he could figure out the next word and how to say it correctly. So every time he kept pausing, I kept saying, this is podcast, so you got to keep talking. Make any noise in the world. Now, this week, what we're going to do is if he pauses at any moment while reading this recipe, Brian gets to flick him in the nuts. Now, I told him anything's better than a pause, so he could technically make like a noise. He can do anything at any given point, so be prepared for that. Are you ready, Josh? Oh, yeah, you better cough it up. Josh, are you ready? Yes, that's a yes or no. No pausing. There's no pausing. Once you start reading the recipe, you have to continue. Okay? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes.
First, before we start, guys, put your hands together for this situation that we created for you tonight. This is live. Anything can fucking happen right now. All right, tonight, Elise Lane made for us
Sesame ginger steak and tofu stir fry with baby bok choy and served with almonds and sticky rice. And go fuck yourself.
Whoa, he did it! I think we figured out. Josh, I need that. I think we figured out how to stop your speech impediment, Josh. You always have to have somebody there ready to flick you in the nuts. I fucking love it. Follow Elise Lane on Facebook and Instagram at the girl with the pan. Another fun thing that we've been doing lately for the last few episodes is one of our funniest friends released a music comedy album, which is absolutely hilarious. It's available on iTunes. It's called The Shingles. He's here to perform another song from that album that we haven't heard yet from Saturday Night Live and Mad TV. Put your hands together for Jeff Richards, everybody, doing the new song, Step 1 and F, off his new album, The Shingles, available everywhere online.
This is based on a true story.
Based on a true story, everybody, and somebody flick Jeff in the nuts, because this is an awkward pause if I've ever heard one before. What's wrong with your phone, Jeff?
Is it not working?
No? Does it normally play songs through a headphone jack?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I like this guy's predictions. I can tell you work in the fucking audio business. That and you're dressed like a grip. Here we go. I can hear it. You ready? Ladies and gentlemen, new album, The Shingles. It's Step 1 and F with Jeff Richards. The only guy to ever be on both SNL and Mad TV. It's here for you.
Oh my god. That feeling again. It's like downstairs telling my brain who's boss. Boss. Step 1 and F. Step 1 and F. If you come over, I step 1 and F. One dress. One dress. And then we can have. I don't have a place. I just have a car. If you come over, we have to F in my car. Get inside my trunk. Grab a hold of my junk. I'm so lonely. So lonely. Not that. I'm better than that. My rod, feet, and I don't own a cat. How could I own a cat? I live in my car. That just would be better than cat. Seriously.
everybody. Jeff Richards. Wow, I've never seen anybody make a song out of a suicide note before, but I'm pretty sure he just did that. I'm pretty sure he saw his suicide note and said, you know what, this isn't the end. This is a song. And there you go, Jeff Richards, everybody. One more time for Jeff. Every week we have a new head of security that keeps us safe and watches over the show, makes sure that we're always in good standing. It used to be a guy in a $5,000 Iron Man suit. He said that he got too big for the show. He left us. He lost over 2,000 Twitter followers because of it.
And now he's making music videos for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Right, he made a creepy music video this week that he tagged me in, and I clicked on it, and it's this weird song of his old band. But he has like a Facebook picture montage of me, like all my old pictures and stuff, and I just keep like coming up like these clean pictures, like old headshots and shit. And it looks like he's gonna kill me. And he probably will, because for the last 20 weeks or 30 or 40 weeks since he quit, we have literally replaced him with a brand new person each week, just to show him exactly how replaceable he was. And this week's no different. This is actually this gentleman's second time being the Patriot, because we loved him so much the first time he did it. He's one of the funniest rising young comics in LA, an employee of the Comedy Store. He's Stuart Thompson, genius Patriot, everybody. I'm talking, this guy is awesome. Many people say he's our whitest Patriot, and the most prim and proper. Stuart Thompson, how's it going?
Doing great, Tony. How are you?
Great. You look fantastic tonight.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for keeping us safe. Everything good?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Anything I can do to help.
Very good. Fuck yeah. You are the opposite of Josh Martin. You know that? You enunciate every word so clearly, and you always have an answer.
Just doing what I can.
I love it. Chance to go for the Patriot, everybody. He's going to be keeping us safe. Big part of the show. Don't know what we do without you, Stuart. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
So let's do this, shall we? Everybody, you know the name of the game. I always have two of my funniest comedian friends on the show, and we talk to comedians that do a minute each. After their minute, we figure out a little bit about them, and then we delve into it. Maybe we add something to their jokes. Maybe we give bad advice. Maybe we give good advice. Maybe we talk to them about anything. Maybe something else they could be working on. Maybe we make fun of the way they're dressed. Anything can happen. It's Kill Tony, and tonight's two guests, two of my favorites. Put your hands together for Lana Turner and Ralphie May. Baby, Ralphie, Lana. Hey. Hello. How's it going? Welcome, bud. The great Ralphie May, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
How are you?
Ralphie, thank you so much for making it. I know you just flew in, and one of the busiest guys in the business. So.
Thank my wife. She's the one who got me motivated for the rest.
Get the fuck out. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go, fatty. That's what the worst.
I love it. You ever been on a stage with something like the Patriot this close to you?
No, but I love it. Good for you. I like how the Patriots rocking Chuck Taylor All-Stars.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
He's one hit Patriot. He believes it. He believes in himself. Those shoes go pretty well with that outfit, though, I must say.
They do.
Yeah, right?
Lana, this is your first time on the show as well. How's everything been going?
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
You guys been on the road, right?
I just got back from New Jersey, which is and Lana was here all weekend.
Yeah, I was here.
Holding down the fort. I love it.
How about you, Fred, man?
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
You look good.
Oh, you guys know each other?
Oh yeah, we've been around for a long time.
Yeah, I'm digging, man.
We're all
Well, let's throw down these steps. Let's you guys, y'all ready for some comedy? Welcome.
Every week, our head of security always asks the two guests a question. It could be about anything. I'm sure this week's no different. Stuart, go right ahead.
First for Lana, I hear you do music in your act, and I was wondering if you've always been musical, or if you started doing comedy with music, or if you just sort of transitioned into it.
No, I started out with writing songs. I wrote some dirty songs, and then next thing you know, I got paid to do that, and I was like, this is ridiculous. And then that's where it all started. What did I pay you? Like, I got $20 for playing a night of comedy, and I was like, what is this for? And
where you were surprised that you could?
I was
get
shocked. Yes.
Right.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
And then 16 years later, I'm still shocked.
No, I know. It is amazing.
Yes.
Do you play guitar, correct?
Uh-huh.
Do you play anything else? Did you make an album or anything?
Yeah, I just had my special come out on iTunes about 3 weeks ago,
What's
1
that
hour
called?
special. So.
What's that called so people can find it?
So, Joy wrote a song about it. And, yeah.
Joy wrote a song about it.
Yeah.
Available on iTunes.
Just came out on iTunes, anywhere you download stuff, and then in a few months it'll be on Hulu and hopefully Netflix.
I love it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Stuart, how about for Ralphie?
Ralphie, I'm wondering, you're going to be seeing a lot of new comics going out tonight, a lot of beginners, and I'm wondering if there's something you see with new comics that that sort of, that bothers you or really excites you. I don't know how much you can get your pulse on new comedy.
It's when they make dumb fucking mistakes. It just bugs the shit out of me, you know?
You're
like,
going to see a few of
young
those.
comics look down all the time.
Yeah.
It's the fucking worst.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, you can believe in your jokes, you wrote them.
Yeah.
You know?
What do you like? What do you really love when you see a new comic?
Oh man, I like it when they get it. When they write something and they get it. They're like, oh, okay, this is funny.
Yeah. It is interesting because a well-written joke can happen from, sort of anybody, but when they can't perform it, when they're looking down and they're saying it at the same time, it's crazy how they cancel each other out. Well, you're going to see a lot of both of those things tonight, because sometimes magic happens, sometimes it's a slaughterfest, and sometimes things get weird. And but we're going to keep it up. We'll have fun tonight. You guys ready to start this shindig? Comedians, you know how it works. You get 1 minute on stage. You know your 1 minute's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Aw, how cute. That means wrap it up. This is show business. You can't go over your time or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. There you go. I think we have about 10 minutes left of podcasting. So, fantastic. That is an angry bear tonight, guys. Please don't bring him out again. The podcast listeners hate that shit.
It's not the West Hollywood bear. It's
Yeah.
Harry and
Yeah, that's what Jeff Garland said. Jeff Garland said, that's not the West Hollywood bear. The West Hollywood bear would be like, hey, I want to fuck you. It's really funny. He has a good chubby guy voice, so like he really, he's got that stuff behind it. Very bear-like and very West
Why are you looking at me?
We need a new
You're not
bear.
hairy enough.
I'm not hairy enough.
I love it. So let's get this party started. You guys ready or what? Here we go. Your first comedian doing a minute tonight goes by the name of Ian Ellis.
Yeah, man. Around plus, how many people here think we should legalize weed? I do too. Like, I'd be cool if we just legalized weed for black dudes. Because I'm tired of getting pulled over every time I kick it with my boys. Like, my white friends smoke weed too. They just don't get racially profiled every 5 minutes. If you didn't legalize weed just for black dudes, I think they start pulling over brothers and searching their cars for black people. Like, whoop whoop. As you know, we're cracking down on underground smokers. And I couldn't help but notice you have a lot of white paraphernalia in the back of your car. I closed down the cross-state Nova when I saw that King of Leon sticker. I knew we had trouble. I want you to tell me, is anybody in your car currently wearing blackface? Now, I don't want any trouble, but I distinctly smelled Axe cologne coming from the trunk when I walked up. I'm going to need you to pop it out. I swear to God, if a Mexican pops out, I'm taking your whole family to jail. My name's Ian Ellis. I love you. Good night.
All right, there you go. Fuck yeah. So you smoke pot with a lot of black people?
Yeah, man.
Really?
Yeah, that's my shit.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from Chicago, man.
Gotcha. Fuck yeah. Interesting. Ralphie, what do you got? What'd you notice?
You asked like 4 questions before you hit them with a joke. You need to get the joke
us to change topics. You know, delve into it, find out what's funny.
Good call. I agree. It is a great premise. And then when you're talking about when you're off and talking, when it's changed to Mexicans and other things and the blackface, you know what I mean? Like you could stay in that pocket for sure. Because if it was only legal for black people, then more white people would start hanging out with black people. Like there's like a lot of stuff there.
That shit is hilarious.
And you can run with. There's a lot of different directions that you can go. Lana, what do you think of Ian Ellis?
I love that you went racial like with it. I think that's great. You have balls to do that, but you kind of look like a skinhead, so you gotta be careful treading that line.
True, there's something
Yeah, you
very...
gotta come at it.
It goes over great at the rallies.
Well, there you go.
I love it.
Here, here.
How long have you been in LA, Ian?
I've been here a couple of months. I'm the dude that's been sending you fan art.
Oh, wait, that's that cool shit.
Yeah, man.
Wow, you make that?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. That's amazing. I can't believe you're that guy.
I didn't know that Red Band was in all the cats, and those are fucking phenomenal. So buy the stuff that Red Band makes. Like that's amazing.
There you go. How do you like that?
Nice.
Ian loved everything you did up here tonight.
I like the white jokes, you know, what was it, Nickelback or
Kings of
Leon, right? But I was kind of confused. Like I liked the beginning part, the idea of making it legal for black people, but like Ralph said, you didn't really go too much into that idea. You just kind of started, you know, bashing white people and stuff. I think that's interesting, and I really like the bashing white people. I just don't know. I don't know. I would have to hear your premise for making it legal, what your jokes would be about it, because as it is now, it seems like two different jokes that you're trying to mix together that don't really need to be mixed together. I don't know.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 4 years, man.
Did you always say man at the end of everything?
No,
I'm just curious.
Do you only hang out with black people?
For the most part, because they have the best weed.
That's hilarious. We live in California. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, we're always going to
that might be true in Detroit, but California, fuck no. Anyone owns the best weed out here.
And it's basically legal here now too, so it kind of smooths it on that.
Yeah.
So you can stop hanging out with black people.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Woo! Just in the nick of time.
What are you, my mother?
Did your mom tell you that?
She's like, what are you doing with the blacks?
Whoa! Wow, you really are from Chicago.
We should talk about that. Just that. Yeah, that's interesting. You know,
That's interesting.
because my sister, that's how I grew up growing up. My sister just hung out with black guys all the time, and like got Jet magazine. And my poor mom is just like, what the fuck? Our daughter's reading Jet magazine, and she's shaving her eyebrow line.
Wow. Both dead giveaways.
Your sister's getting killed, huh? Oh. Your sister's getting that black D.
Your sister's fat.
Yeah, your sister's
Right.
fat girl.
Is she chubby?
She is now. She's got all that cum in her butt.
Yeah, she's fat.
Ian, you ever been with a black woman before?
I've been with a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah.
I did a joke at the Black Club in Chicago, Jokes and Notes, where I said that sleeping with a black woman is great, but sometimes I wish like it came with a squeegee and a can of Febreze.
Jesus, okay.
And I was like, you know, white women don't get musty like that, and the audience was very angry.
Wow. See, that's something your black friends are probably laughing like, I can't believe he's gonna do this little white guy.
Holy shit. Wow, I mean, normally when people are like, one time...
Black girls pussy be stinking.
Oh my god, that's exactly what you're saying. Well, why are you beating around the bush when you could just say that line? Normally when comedians are like, one time I did this joke at this club about this, it's not like their most regretful joke that they've ever said, but you went for it, and I mean, you totally committed. Wow, like that was the whole thing, that was the setup and the punch, everything you said?
I try to be memorable.
Yeah, you're definitely that. Ian Ellis, everybody.
everybody. Thank you so much for that artwork. You gotta check out his original Keltoni artwork. It's a few of the last things that I posted on my Instagram. If you're listening, you'll see it. He's at Chicago Open Mic. That's right. That's you. Because I tagged you. I'm a nice guy. You made that. He's at Chicago Open Mic. I never would have guessed that that's what that artist would have been like. Like, it's a very intricate drawing. And I'm very surprised.
And while he's drawing it, he's thinking, that girl's pussy.
Febreze and a squeegee.
Squeegee and Febreze. Yeah. Holy shit, man.
That's a 1-2 punch.
Fuck. I love it. Well, there you go. We just learned a lot about Ian Ellis in a few minutes.
And pussy. How to clean it up.
You know what I always do? I always ask guests that are on for the first time if there's something that they did when they first started that they can't believe that they ever did on stage, like a line or, anything. I've gotten all kinds of answers. Some people tell me they used to go up and with a ventriloquist puppet, and they can't believe they did that, Some guys would take off their shirt and do an impression of the letter C, one of them said. And so I'm wondering, any regrets from your very early on, like the first few months or anything crazy you did you can't believe you said or did?
No, man. I had a good run, man. When I started open mic, I was in college and high school at the same time, and I got a blowjob from an unattractive girl after my set, and I said, fuck college.
I love that. That's perfect. How about you? Any regrets? Anything crazy you can't believe you did? A song about
Getting blown by an unattractive girl?
One time. No, I
you
used
ever
to
forget to
struggle.
tune your guitar or something crazy?
No, I just would struggle with what to wear. Sometimes, like as a chick, I think that's a hard thing to know, like how you're perceived. So I would wear these try these cat print outfits and stuff. Look like, and I regret that a little bit. But you try it. But nothing too crazy. Because I think anytime you try something on stage, whether even if it didn't go well for you, this is how you learn. How you get better. So.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Stuart actually had the same thing. He wore cat print outfits when he first started.
Long time ago.
Guys, I pulled another name out. This looks like a new name to me, and I am always excited when new people are on. Put your hands together for Tan Fan. There he is. Tan Fan, everybody.
You guys know that old saying, as happy as a Japanese businessman in a middle school cheerleading car wash? I'm not happy right now. I'm not saying that I like little girls. Just saying that. Anyway, so let's get videos here. I'm not expecting this to go well. Weird coincidence, those were the exact words I used right before I had sex. Anyway, yeah, I'm not exactly a ladies' man. Well, no, why? Yeah, no, it's true, believe it or not. I always worry when I do these because I'm an introvert. I don't really belong on a stage. It makes about as much sense as being homophobic and shopping at Whole Foods or having a cologne allergy and attending an Armenian bachelor party. Alright, I guess that's good. Thanks, everyone.
There you go. 59 seconds
Right on,
of
Tan Fan.
Tan Fan.
I know, right?
Oh, yeah, he's already got his own shirt name.
I dig it.
I guess you do that first and figure out the rest later, huh? How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 months.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah.
You actually have some jokes, man.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it was very fun.
Yeah. Don't talk about yourself in the third person on stage and act like someone else is talking.
Yeah. Yeah, you're better than that part where you heckle yourself. Yeah, no way thing. Yeah. Just let somebody heckle you or don't. Or just plow through like it's not happening. But, you don't have to heckle yourself.
And really talk into the mic and project your voice because it was really quiet. I had to turn you up a lot.
Unless you really heard somebody talking to you. You hear thick voices.
Not today.
Yeah? No,
It
okay.
is a comedy store.
You never know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. shirt. That was very Asian of you. But different Asian.
Thai, right?
Huh?
You're Thai? Vietnamese?
Yeah.
Vietnamese, of course. That's how we got the shirt.
Yeah. Did your brother make it for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that they grown you. That's hilarious. Oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to be assholes.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, we're thinking China. Sorry, we're thinking China. By a child. They were mad at that. They were at the thing wrong.
Hey, man, you had some jokes, dude. You had some fucking jokes. Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew? I was impressed. I thought the homophobic Whole Foods line was funny. I thought the cologne allergy was a little way to go, but it was funny. You know, man, you got some good stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing the 3 months. So is this something you've always wanted to do? What were you doing 3 months ago?
I was working at an ad agency doing IT, saving up money, so I...
Whoa, that's really Asian.
Yeah. I'm good at math and I'm a horrible driver.
Oh, yeah, oh, man, that's Asian as a kid.
Asian. New favorite adjective.
Asian.
Fuck yeah.
Except it would be pronounced Asian. I can't say it. I can't even do an Asian accent.
I bet your parents are so Asian, it's crazy, right?
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
I didn't say that. You did?
No.
Do they speak English?
Sorta?
English?
Yeah.
Okay, I did it that time. I pulled it out. I got it that time.
How long into doing stand-up did you make the shirt? It's been 3 months since you started. It doesn't look like the first time you've worn it.
About a week and a half. I just wanted people to know how to spell my name.
A week and a half in, you were ready for people to not forget how to spell your name. I love that. It's like, growing up, you had favorite stand-up comedians and stuff? Something you've always loved. Did you find it recently? How old are you?
Did you really like to cook in westerns?
The cooking lessons.
Are you still looking for Dr. Jones?
He held on to his potatoes.
It feels like we're stepping on fortune cookies. Those are fortune cookies.
You've had like 40 questions. Now you need to answer all of them. And get
I found Dr.
high
Jones. He
score.
held on to his potatoes. I discovered this. I sort of got into stand-up a little bit later, but I've always been a comedy like Howard Stern. I got into real heavy. I'm 32.
You're 32? Holy fucking shit, man. Oh my god, that's amazing. You Asians are insane. You probably fucking smoke a pack a day and everything. Like, dude, it's an amazing race.
And they sit on their ankles, too.
Yeah.
They sit on their ankles.
Yeah, like that, like an actor.
Smoke cigarettes and sit on their ankles and make duck.
They love your style, man.
Yeah, man.
Fuck you, I'm an IT bitch.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So you saved money working the IT thing for years, probably, right?
Yeah.
You're 32, and you started 3 months ago, and you saved money so that you can do this full time for the rest of your life.
2 years.
Wow. You saved enough money for 2 years.
Yeah.
Fuck, Ian Ellis is about to rob you on your way out.
He hangs with black people. Their pussies be stinking.
Do you get up and on a lot? I mean, do you go try to do different kinds of spots around town?
I do a lot of open mics that I don't get like booked.
Right, well, of course, you've only been doing it a few months, but, like, are you going up a lot?
Yeah, I go to like 6 a week. I get up maybe 2 or 3 times.
You gotta go to ones where you can, no matter how long you wait or whatever, at least you know you're gonna get up. I mean, except for this show, which is perfect for, because it's, like, crazy what could happen.
You can also, if you talk to some of the other Asian comics, you'll know that there's a lot of cool things that you can do that regular comics can't do, and which is do comedy for Asian people. And because there's a void there. Like there's people that want to see comedy, from other Asians.
You should really try a comedy contest. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You should really try that.
survive.
Work at a comedy club.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a job that's barely a job, but that will give you spots of help for comedy and give you a little bit of money.
And all those fuckers need help with their computers.
Yeah, what's the next batch of naked celebrities you're going to release?
That one hurt.
Fuck yeah. By the way, I heard it's guys. I heard that the next batch, so those people that are releasing all the naked photos, I guess now they're releasing the Brad Pitts, and like, I guess that's the next wave. It's just all the guy celebrities.
Oh my god. That's gonna be creepy.
George Clooney with a cummy cock.
That'd be creepy.
You just wanted to say that, right? George Clooney with a coming cock. Say that 3 times fast.
That would be a crazy vine if that got released. Tam Fam, there he goes, everybody. He's on Twitter at Tam Fam Comedy. For those of you that didn't read his shirt, Tam Fam is spelled T-A-M-P-H-A-M.
Where's it at?
Oh yeah.
Heavy on the PH.
Heck yeah. Tam Fam, not to be confused with Dat Fan. You dealt with Dat Fan, right?
Yes, I did.
Right.
That guy's already funny when we go in there.
You want to hear an amazing Dat Fan story that I've never told before that I'd love to tell? And this is via one of my good buddies, Comedy Central roast writer Jesse Joyce. He was once hanging out at the Hollywood Improv, and this is right after Dat Fan won Last Comic Standing, which if you know anything about the history of it, is insane because he beat supposedly Ralph B. May, a monster comedian, and has come out, with a new hour pretty much every year or 2 a year. Like, you're one of the most productive and hilarious comedians. And Dat Fan's done nothing since then. But anyway, the point being this, you're gonna fucking love this. So here we go. A bunch of people are at a packed Hollywood Improv. There's like a big bar there, in the front. Everybody walks through the front, this front bar, and you see who comes in. Now, Dat Fan, it's like a packed Friday night. He had just won Last Comic Standing. He walks into the Improv. Now, Dat Fan's like one of the least respected comedians, okay? So Dat Fan walks in. Now, what year was that this all happened?
2003.
Okay, 2003. So imagine this. This is a true story. Dat Fan walks in. Behind him, without Dat Fan knowing it, 2003, in a road, Rodney Dangerfield walks in behind him. Now, people at the bar start, like, freaking out, like, oh my god, you fucking Rodney Dangerfield? And everybody starts this slow clap and starts standing up. So excited because they're all looking at Rodney Dangerfield in this, robe, sort of just like straggling around Melrose, but he knows the Improv the Comedy Club, even though he's a little bit old, maybe a little bit out of it, who knows? But the whole place is going insane, just, yeah, because Rodney Dangerfield's there, and Dat Fan's in front of him, not knowing that Rodney Dangerfield's right behind him. So he's going, yo, thank you, howdy, everybody's like, fuck you, Dat Fan, Rodney Dangerfield's behind him. He turned around, he's just like, oh god. And he scurried away. And the people that were there, it's like ingrained in their brain forever. It was like the 9/11 of perfect timing. So it's like, Jesse Joyce can't even tell that story without like choking on a lung because it's just so funny to him because he actually has the video image of it in his head of the experience. So
That's a great example, though, for younger comics because he got so successful so fast off that show without really earning it that it just killed any opportunity he would have of being a respected, legitimate. I mean, if that had happened 10 years from when it did, he might actually have more of a career. I don't know what he's doing right now, but he was always really nice.
Right.
That's one thing that he was nice.
Oh yeah,
he was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was great.
Jay London once gave me a great piece of advice off of that on that note, which was have all the fun and learn and develop as much as you can now because once they know who you are, you have to. It's all work from that point on.
Yeah.
Like Ralphie was so ready when he got that show. He was just ready.
Yeah.
And that was not ready.
Right.
He has one.
Yeah.
Tam Fan.
Yeah, there you go. So wait.
Actually, Tam Fan was funnier.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, more original.
Yeah.
No doubt. Come back, Tam Fan. We love you.
Yeah.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Levi Hackett. Serial killer name, so I'm pretty excited to see what happens here.
said it might go out of batteries.
Just go right ahead. Make some noises into the mic.
Pew, 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 pew.
Wow. One of my favorite blacklist things ever. Just everything going wrong. Earl Levi Hackett sounds like somebody who's like trying to assassinate the president, right? Okay, your next comedian goes by the name of Johnny Stewart. Yep. There he is, right out of the middle. Might be South Carolina, isn't it?
No, it's
No, that's the other guy.
Hi, I'm Johnny. I got a minute. I'm gonna get right into it. I think that buying a car is a lot like adopting a kid. I just went to the car dealership and they were trying to really hard sell me, and then I realized, like, this dude should be selling children with this kind of intensity. Like, he was like, because color affects the price a lot more than you think when you're trying to adopt a kid. You know what I mean? Liability, no, that's gonna cost you big time. But it's worth it. You don't want to get one of them salvage models. Swear to God, you know the owner before didn't take good care of it at all. That's going to mean costly repairs in the future. And, wow, they went a lot quicker than I thought it was. I got a starstruck. I got the perfect 10 right here. I didn't even expect that shit. Can I tell a bit? I got about Ralphie May real quick?
You have 14 seconds left.
Damn it. Jumping in, Dad. The next one in line is Ralphie May.
That's not even a fucking joke, you piece
No. Because I got him at the book. The booker was telling me that if...
Oh, no. Johnny.
I'm sorry, man. I love you guys. I have so much...
Alright.
No, it was a joke. It's not a 14-second joke.
It's not a fucking 7-second joke either. It's not a 30-second, it's not a joke.
Oh, brother.
Fucking weirdo. Johnny, what did you even talk about? What's your deal, Johnny? Where are you from? You've never been on
San Bernardino.
You've never been on stage before, correct?
No, 2 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How many spots a week you been doing?
About 3 or 4. It's hard to get it down to a minute. A lot of my things are longer storytelling and type things.
Oh, jeez.
You should not be doing stories right now.
Right.
You should just be concentrating on jokes. Man, you kind of blew our mind when you came up here. You look like...
Oh, John.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Like, John Wesley.
Yeah, John Wesley.
Yeah. When we first...
Houston comic.
Both of us. I was like, ugh. The hat backwards. And his name's even...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should look at the hat backwards is a smarter way than what you know.
Yeah, because the shadow.
Yeah.
Right. It blocks off your face. Always moving away. That's why it's hard for like the big thing now is like facial hair. I mean, it's the same thing. You don't see guys on TV with a lot of facial hair in like sitcoms and stuff like that. And the reason is that people don't believe them. They don't believe in them. They don't think they're being honest. They have something to hide. And the same thing with a hat. It's like you have something to hide. And so they'll
I went out on TV. I just need to shave and take this hat off.
it would help, but yeah, I mean, it's not a miracle.
You know, I do the hat thing. Like I still do the hat thing because I remember.
You get really defensive about this.
No. I remember people telling Rogan that back in the day, and Rogan would come out on stage wearing hats, and I remember going, well, he's doing it. It's not affecting him. People are still connecting with him. So now I never really think of that, but I don't know. I get it.
It does make sense when you're looking at it from the back of the room. Yeah, however, you know, your style is sort of tailored towards wearing a hat because you don't make like any real faces and stuff, you know?
Right.
And because, I mean, if you did, then you really
I should try it without a hat for like a month.
Yeah, especially since I saw you last night at the Magic Castle with no hat, and I'm telling you, this fucking guy cleans up well. Look out. Brian Redband on the cover of Esquire this month. Now, Johnny, let's talk about it. What were you even trying to say during that? You were
the beginning was how buying a kid is a lot like adopting a kid is a lot like buying a car. It's like an extended metaphor type thing. Buying
and then you just rambled off like 20 different things really fast. It would have been funny if you like went into one, kind of talked about one, then went into another one, maybe. Yeah. It just seemed like you just like hit us really fast.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, what the fuck's going on?
Then you went,
slow down. Yeah, it was a minute. I was trying to get it in. Like it's like which color.
When you thought it was a minute, were you pausing in your head for laughter?
No. I just had a light, started freaking me out. I was sitting next to like 4 of my favorite comedians. I'm just like, oh my god, what's going on right now? This is like crazy.
Yeah, you're definitely from the San Gabriel Valley. San Bernardino, which is even farther in. Like, that's the top of GTA 5's map, right?
Yeah.
You're Trevor from GTA for that.
Yeah, right on, man.
Alright. Well, I like your style. Do you talk about working at a gas station, or...
I'm actually like an engineer and accountant and stuff.
Really?
Yeah. 22, I have like a wife and a kid and a mortgage.
Wow.
Get out of comedy.
No, that's why I wanted to get into comedy. It's just soul drenching.
It's the other way around, man. You should drop out. No, it's the truth. Before he fucks his life up, he's got kids. He can't be going waka 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 when he's got kids.
It destroys me.
You don't got kids?
Yeah, but we were together forever, and I'm successful. You're not. You know, I mean,
I'm sorry about the failed copy made joke.
it's alright. No. It's not that. It's just that comedy is such a brutal mistress. I mean, you have to, every night you should be doing 2 or 3 sets, and in clubs, and that doesn't leave a lot of time for a family.
And your wife, she didn't get into this with you when you were already doing stand-up. So you're going to be out at night and away from her.
Yeah, it's hard, man.
Maybe you don't make as much money as you could in your other job. You start making, we've seen a lot of people lose their marriages.
Yeah, I know I'm like, don't quit your day job type yet, but it's just fun. It's like, that's probably the best minute of my week, to be honest. It's like, I love it.
You're from San Bernardino. You're 22.
Right.
You have a kid.
Right.
I'm guessing the kid's what, 12?
She's like 1.
Wow, 1 year old, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, fuck yeah, man. It seems like an interesting time to be getting into stand-up. I don't know, that's a tough one. What does the wife do?
She works from home doing computers and stuff like that. Like, we pull together, like...
Wait, for your videos? What are we talking about? What's computers?
She'd make more money if we were doing that. Not like computers to like remote desktops type stuff. Fixes your computer from the other side of the
Yeah, the kid and the wife's hard, you know? You're 22. Tam Fam has 10 years on you, but he's got no kids, right? Right? There you go. See how excitedly he said that from the back of the room? He couldn't wait to talk about not having kids.
My man Sam Pam.
Yeah, just having a relationship and being a comedian, not even being married with kids, is one of the hardest things. Unless because the time that you're at a comedy club is late at night until 1 in the morning. Till 2. The only way you can do it is like if you date a stripper. So I recommend doing that.
There you go.
It's good to know.
If he wasn't, we met long before we had kids, right? And so we both get it, we both know what we're doing. But if he wasn't making a decent income, we couldn't be living in LA doing what we're doing. It'd be a completely different picture. I mean, we'd still probably be doing comedy. We'd be living someplace south, just figuring it out. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, I'm not thinking career yet about it. It's just like a place to let my ADHD out for like a couple minutes a week. It's like great. I gotta work in the morning, then school, and then do this, and then hang out with the kids on the weekends and stuff. And it's like, it's just fucking jam it all in. My wife's super supportive. I love it. Hey, baby.
You're an Nobody's there.
She will be.
You're an engineer and accountant, but you're still going to school?
Yeah, because when I got into the warehouse, so they keep paying me shit warehouse money for like a 6-figure job. So I'm trying to get a degree and like, they see me as a kid and shit, but fuck it.
Because you're kind of a kid.
Yeah, I'm a kid with a kid.
Yeah.
So how'd that happen? Were you guys trying to make a kid?
Oh yeah, we've been together like 8 years. Right when we turned 18, got married. Planned to have a kid.
How long have you guys been together?
Since like 14, 15.
Wow.
No, she's fucking cool. I love her. She's like really cool. She was like really like subjectable as like when we were younger, so it's just like build a bitch workshop. You just like get her right into whatever you like to do. She's got tattoos and shit now.
Well, that's
She fucking hates that joke.
That's exactly what you should be talking about.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Thanks for you guys' podcast. Love you guys.
Johnny Stewart. One of the few people in San Bernardino that's able to listen to this podcast. I don't know how he has Wi-Fi. I don't even know there's a fucking Starbucks in that city. He's on Twitter at Johnny's Comedy. He has an apostrophe in there. That can't possibly be part of your... Okay, so there's no apostrophe? Okay, follow him at Johnny's Comedy.
Get you a t-shirt.
Yeah. Just look up John Westling too. You look so much like him. That was creepy. Yeah.
Take.
Just figure it out, man.
Yeah, just fucking.
Hey, Tam Fam, how many different Tam Fam shirts do you have? Do you only have one? Oh, okay. You wear that every night when you do stand-up? You son of a bitch. And he said he goes up, what, 4 or 5 nights a week?
You're gonna look him up now and be like, I don't fucking look like this guy. But he did like 10 years ago. Yeah.
Tam Fam, do you have a sister? Candy Fam? So your answer of your next comedian, he goes by the name of Rob Lewis.
Guys, I'm gonna talk about something really serious. I just moved here from Philadelphia and feeling a little homesick. Mainly, I'm just really upset because I really do miss my family. There's some things I don't miss about them, though. For one thing, everybody in my family's always really been used to exploiting me my entire life. Like, when I was a kid, they found out at an early age I was actually a decent singer. So I started singing, like, Michael Jackson, Stevie Wonder, all sorts of things. My family loved listening to, like, old R&B. It was great. And then they realized, like, my favorite song to sing was You Are the Sunshine of My Life. And they wanted me to sing that at almost every single family gathering. It got really annoying really quick. Like, I was singing at funerals. I was singing at birthday parties. I was singing at bar mitzvahs. Guys, singing You Are the Sunshine of My Life at a fucking funeral is really fucking awkward. I'm just not gonna... and singing it to my aunt as her husband's being lowered, like, this just...
Whoa, there's some birds in there, too. Hi, Rob. One punchline in 1 minute. That's what the,
What was the punchline?
Oh, yeah, no, there wasn't one. That's right. Thanks, But, I mean, I'm sure that was awkward. Now, it seems like you're telling a very true story from a true place, right? How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it for about 4 years.
Oh, my God. Ralphie, what do you got for Rob? A pink slip?
I wanted you to get into it faster. You came up and you had a dramatic pause and stuff like that, and when you're on the clock, you have to get to it faster. When you say as a child you were exploited, the natural tendency is that your uncle sucked you off or something. I mean, you have to be careful with your verbiage, okay? If you're going to go there, go there. But if you're just going to tell a story about singing an awkward song, it doesn't quite have your Uncle Blue you know what I mean? You have a funny premise, Sunshine of Your Life in there. Just get to it faster, It's a good premise. It's a very funny, awkward thing to have happen. They want you to sing as they're lowering the husband into the ground. It's funny, just expound upon it and get to it faster.
I felt like you walked up here defeated before you even started talking. Like you kind of, like a good example. Many years ago, I got to see Phyllis Diller walk on stage, and she glided. Like I didn't even look at her feet till she turned around, and she kind of did this like thing with her arm, which would look ridiculous if you did that now. But she just hit the stage like such a star, and it was so like it just blew my mind that the moment she was there, you just couldn't take your eyes off of her. And when you walked up, you just looked kind of like, and then you grabbed the mic and paused, and it just didn't look like you were ready to do it.
True, you seem a little bit happier now than you did during your set
shorter sets and try to kind of create a little bit of an awkward laughter. Andy Kaufman was actually a big influence of mine early on, so I always like to model off their really awkward, kind of weird comics.
Gotcha. Well, in that case, I'd say commit to that more. You know what I mean? If that's what you're going for, because it just came across as sort of uncomfortable. You know what I mean? It seemed like you weren't in control. You know, Andy would go so far to the extreme of making it weird that it would fucking get weird, like all the way. Whereas with you, it's just like, oh, this is sort of weird, but he's trying to plow through. I'm sure there's a big point coming any second now, and then it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, probably if I'm doing something like a minute like this, maybe just try to work on more punchlines where I can do shorter sets like this. I like to do a lot of monologues and talk, and I usually like to sing in some of my sets. I actually do a lot of stuff at a couple other urban rooms around the area. But
I sing you Are My Sunshine?
Well, no, I've sung like other songs. Like I've sung.
You end up singing, which is exactly what you say your
like
parents
Rock With You, or You Are the Sunshine of My Life, things like that.
How did you sing at a funeral? Were you crying?
No, it was actually more or less just, it just, I didn't really, I had to kind of be nudged, like I just went ahead and just sung it, just like I was singing it in my room, like kind of almost singing it with my eyes closed.
Was everybody else crying around you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. How old were you at the time?
I was like 15.
15-year-old singing You Are the Sunshine of My Life. At whose funeral again?
My uncle.
Your uncle. Fuck yeah. See, that is a pretty creepy situation, but I mean, if you're gonna go there, get into it. You know what I mean?
Throw a couple tags in at least if you're gonna do that. I mean, because I looked down. I think it was 45 seconds. And you hadn't said one joke yet.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you're a storyteller, you still need to sprinkle a little bit of humor into that. Then it just is a story, you know. So.
I gotcha.
Where you been doing stand-up for 4 years?
I actually just moved to Philadelphia, so I was doing it out there for about 4 years. Kind of started working on some different materials, some different ideas. A couple of comics told me I was actually pretty good at singing, so I just started implementing that in my act more. So
Comedians told you that you were good at singing?
Like, I did a couple of shows where I actually decided to go ahead and do a bit about going to a karaoke bar with a girl I was going on a date with, and so I started singing some of the songs I did, and I just went into the whole story of her, like, kind of reacting with the song, and some people said, hey, that's kind of funny, you should try to, do some more singing, try to incorporate some songs more into your act, go ahead and do that.
Holy shit.
Started working on it.
Oh my god, Rob, that was a long answer.
Hey, you asked.
It's true. Fuck, I guess I should have known that I was going to get a minute of, nothing.
Thank you.
Rob Lewis, everybody. There he goes.
Good job, man.
4 years in the game. Hey, sometimes it's rough, people. What am I supposed to do?
4 years isn't that long.
It's true. Yikes. You're gonna love this though. He has the Twitter handle @thecoolcomic. He's that. All one word. He's got it. The Cool Comic is Rob Lewis, everybody. So follow him on Twitter.
Amen to that.
Andy was a big influence on me. That movie, Man on the Moon. The next day, I was in a library looking up those shady Andy Kaufman books. Like, it was a real game changer for me. Only because, not style.
You know, I saw him when I was like 6, wrestling. Yeah.
You saw him wrestling?
Yeah.
Wow, and that's like my favorite stuff that he did. He was so great at that.
He got the shit kicked out of him by some Tennessee girls. Big old fat bitches whip his ass.
Oh my god. Yeah, I related to him because when I was a little kid, I used to.
spit on him.
You did?
Yeah.
A lot of people hated him.
Yeah, they hated him.
He'd get the crowd so riled up.
Yeah.
All you dumb women and hillbillies. He would do this thing, and he was from Hollywood. They knew him from Taxi already, so he's going, that's right, everybody, I'm a TV star, and you're just a bunch of idiots. I'm from Nashville, I don't know nothing. He would just say the most ignorant shit, and then he would get into how stupid their women are.
Yeah, and then fight them.
Right. I'm the women's wrestling champion. I'll take on any woman here. You guys can't wrestle. All you can do is the laundry and doing the dishes and peeling potatoes. And he would do this all throughout different cities in the South. Sold out arenas of people just going, fuck you. It's the best. There's a great documentary on Netflix or something. It's, what is that?
spit on him. I hated him. I did, man. We fucking hated that guy.
That is so cool.
We loved fucking Lawler, Jerry Lawler.
Yeah, Jerry the King.
Jerry the King
Fuck
Lawler.
yeah, the king of Memphis wrestling.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. He's still in the game. He does commentary pretty much every night for those guys.
You spit on him like a dumb southern
I did.
redneck.
For your next comedian, he goes by the name of Conrad Audi.
Sunshine of my life.
Conrad Audi. Is he coming? Here he is. It's Conrad Audi.
Always stay around.
Really right up here. Like that. Okay. So I recently found out today that my dad is saucy. My mom's kind of stoic. And the reason I found this out is my cousin, she died this morning. And the reason, so she died this morning. And my dad, probably with tears in his eyes, was giving us the play-by-play. You know, the prognosis doesn't look well. You know, now she's brain dead. Now she's actually took off the life support, yada yada. And so I call my mom. I call him, and he's not picking up. So I call my mom, and I say to her, you know, what's going on? Is everything okay? And she said, and I go, you know, I heard about my cousin. She said, yeah, I'll take care of it tomorrow. But you've got some tickets in the mail. You should take care of them. And it made me realize that my mom, she's very good at compartmentalizing that stuff.
Wow. Fuck yeah. Your cousin died this morning?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, luckily I know a guy that sings at funerals, so, Rob Lewis in the flesh.
Do you do any black guy funerals? You do black
Ian Ellis does. Ian Ellis does black guy everything.
Yeah. He might bring some Febreze and a squeegee to the event, but...
And you and Rob Lewis went monologue. That was something else. What were you getting at here? What was the big, what were we winding up for?
Yeah, it slipped my mind. I wrote this morning, but it's,
I bet you did. Your cousin died this morning. You couldn't have written that yesterday. Ahead of the news over here.
Last time you were on, you were on before, right? No, the first time? Oh, okay.
Oh shit. It's the Brian moment of accidental racism. Oh, that's gonna be a jingle. That's a permanent jingle. Once an episode.
I remember who I was thinking. I'm not for sure you guys know.
He's put the butt up his food before talking. You know you're uncomfortable when you just start eating on a podcast. Oh my god, I fucking love it. Fuck yeah, Conrad. So let's talk about it. Where are you from? What's going on?
I am from San Diego, and been here since November. Accidentally ended up here.
You're ahead of it today, aren't you, man? You're having a hard day, right?
Were you close to this cousin, or is it like one of those black cousins, you know what I mean, where it's like eighth cousin, but you say you're cousins like you're really friends? Alright, I made it weird, guys. That was not accidental racism. That was on purpose racism. Tony purposeful racism.
We were pretty close, and I felt this would be a great way to
vent a little.
Really? You thought this would be great? This is not great.
That's 1 minute.
topical. I'm retiring this year, but
You know, it's hard. You know, what you did was important as a comedian, that you took some tragedy and in spite of it, you got on stage and you attempted to make something funny.
Yep.
And that is a huge step in the right direction of being a comic. You can't be shaken. The show must go on. You gotta handle but it's the hardest of all time.
Yep.
You know? You're brave. Good for you.
No doubt about it. I really do love that. You know. And to try to roll with something new, to take that chance instead of trying to phone it in with something, you know, it's better to work that muscle of having balls than it is to not have balls. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think of Conrad?
I thought that was a rough set to come up. I think what you said was spot on, because I mean, how many times have you had some bad news and you still have to go do a set?
Yeah.
I found out right before I was announced to go on stage that my grandmother had died, and I was just, fuck, and it shook me. And that brought up a really good lesson, which is never check your phone right before you get on stage, because it'll fuck you up. It's not a good thing. If you get good news, it'll throw you off. It's bad news. Oh, we found out we were pregnant with our son. 20 minutes before we had to get on stage, we both had this fucked up show that night. Yeah, I took that EPT test right before we got on stage. Not a good time. We could have waited after the show.
That was a fucking bad move, man.
Wow. That's crazy. The good news is I think you wrote your cousin an obituary tonight, and
Your father's a softie? I don't know.
you didn't like that? All right. I was gonna say you have 99 problems and an obituary ain't one. I've been waiting 12 years to say that joke, and finally found the right opportunity.
Are you sure?
No. Okay, no. No, I wrote it 7 seconds before I said it. Conrad, welcome, man. Come back anytime. Very fun.
Well, if he does, you'll just think he was another black guy that had been here before.
It's true. Brian's pretty certain this is your 40th time on the show. Fuck yeah.
You know, I was thinking hot bacon iron. I was going to have that thing with his grandma. They worked at the strip
I know
club.
what you're talking about. Yeah, they do look alike. No, they really do. I'm from Youngstown, Ohio. I know when they look alike. Conrad Audi, everybody. He's on Twitter at Cap Conrado, like short for captain, but Conrad with an O at the end. C-A-P-T Conrad O. There he goes. Conrad Audi, everybody. This is the part of the show where we move into our 2 fantastic regulars. We have 2 young ladies that have been doing a new minute every single week. They're the only 2 people that get automatic stocks.
That's awesome.
They go with us on the road when we go, and it's always fun to see them watch them grow. And this week's no different. Can you believe? Okay, great. You know this first girl as the college dropout from Florida. She quit college right before graduating because she came up on Kill Tony for her very first time on stage, and she's been doing comedy ever since, all around town, and a new minute every single week. It's Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Hey, what's up? Guys, guess what? I've been seeing someone lately. Really excited. Alright, I'll take that. That's a confidence booster. Thank you. I'll see you all after the show. I have been seeing him, and I think pretty soon here, he's gonna start seeing me back. He's really gonna, because I'm walking past a lot, so he's gonna pick up the hint pretty soon. It's gonna happen. I hate when my boyfriend says, "Stop calling me that. I don't know you." It's super weird. Stop freaking out. I knocked. You didn't hear it. I'll get out of your house. Okay, I'm going. Yes, it's your t-shirt.
There you go. She knows when it's a minute.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, that was punchlines, comedians.
Yep. 4 or 5 of them in a minute. You know, when you do, by the way, comedians that, you know, are saying that they do longer sets, if you're doing a 3 or 5 minute showcase set and you still haven't hit a punchline in your first minute, then you're not going to get it. You're not going to do anything. Everybody else is going to have multiple punchlines in that first minute. Nothing should take longer than a minute.
No.
You know? Kim, that was fun. You're in crazy girlfriend mode this week.
shorted it out.
Yeah, that monster white cock.
Post
3.5 inches of thunder. Kim.
Yeah. Really over it.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm never the creepy one.
I'm just amazed.
I like the creepy.
Yeah, you see so many guys, and you're in Hollywood. You're doing a lot of spots. You're getting around town. So I'm just surprised that you saw some guy based off of this look.
I know, because I hate them
What's he look
all.
like?
What does he look like?
He's just hot.
Yeah. Okay.
White or black?
Is it
He's
Tam
a little bit
Tam?
of both.
A little bit both. All right. Is it short hair, long hair, clean cut?
I don't
You're
know.
asking about a dog right there.
Yeah, I told you.
Has he been fixed?
I've been through enough with having to message him. I've been through a lot, guys.
Wow. All right. Fuck yeah. She'll be here next week performing Def Wanna F. Anything else for Kim, guys? She's writing a new minute each week.
I think that's such a great exercise. Comedians, when the first time they go up on stage, they have 5 new minutes, and they never get back to that type of courage for years, where they just go up with 10 minutes they've never done before. And you're doing a minute every week. You're on pace. You're so far ahead of your peers just by going through this exercise. Congratulations, and I'm proud of you. I think you're really funny.
Thank you very much.
Ben?
Thank you.
Lana?
I would get crazier, get more into the stalking part. I liked it. I liked even think of some creepier things that you did.
I've done creepy things.
Right. Like printed out the photo and framed it or something like that.
Yeah.
From Facebook.
Right. I like looking at the first profile picture. You click and then you go left, and you always get the first one. And then you see what they're really about.
Wow.
Okay, bye.
There she goes. She's going crazy, everybody, and I like it. I think we're about to see Baby's grave cruise on the front of Kimberly Congdon. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon, guys.
Her egg is swole.
Yeah, she's got that Latina clock is ticking loud. I'm pretty sure the big hand is moving faster than the little hand. That makes no sense. Guys, our other regular, always goofy stylings of a regular on this podcast and on dysentery. Put your hands together for Sarah Weinshank, everybody.
What's up? I love right before I come on, Brian says her egg is swole. I feel like that's good. Good place to start. Guys, my Lyft driver yesterday showed up with driving gloves. Leather driving gloves. My first thought was not, oh, he takes driving seriously. My first thought was, fuck, this is some O.J. Simpson shit right here. But I'm still here. So it turns out he does take driving seriously. Excuse me. You might also have light OCD. Debatable. Alright. So, I have a problem with these blogger bitches in LA referring to themselves as gypsies. It's something that I keep saying, like on Instagram. Gypsy. Gypsy. It's like, do you know what a gypsy is, bitch? You're not...
Was there more to that? What would go on?
Yeah, I was gonna go into what a gypsy is. Like a nomadic, Romanian woman.
I think you saw one blog that called it themselves a gypsy.
Lots of blogs.
Really?
Fashion blogs, yes.
Reading a lot of blogs, huh?
A lot of blogs. I love your attitude.
Yeah.
Just like... Thank you. Yeah. Me.
My dad used to buy me isotoner gloves every year as a stocking stuffer.
What?
And they used to be really popular in the 80s. They isotoner gloves everybody had for some reason. In Ohio, a lot of people wear them because it's so cold that you want to be able to hold the steering wheel without freezing. But you should look into isotoner. There's a lot of funny there.
Isotoner.
Isotoner.
Alright.
Form-fitting gloves.
Just tell her to fucking work in ice and summer. That's hilarious. Don't ever do that. Okay.
I don't know what the
He's
fuck I'm
fucking
talking
with
about.
you.
I'm like,
Hey,
yeah, whatever Red
come up
said,
with a
yeah.
30-year-old reference. That's what makes it him.
No, I mean, just go look at them because it's hilarious. There's a whole lifestyle of people that still wear isotoner.
Are you fucking with me?
No!
And members only jackets.
Really jacket.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Yeah.
I love it.
I think you're fucking funny. I think that anything, this is proven that the chicks are the fucking best ones at this.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
We're creating little monsters here.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, they're fucking funny too.
Yeah.
They know punchlines. They don't take no bullshit. I like both y'all. I think you're fucking great.
Both of you guys are like strong women. Too.
Yeah.
Like you're the one that's owning it, even though you're
you're a crazy
stalker.
bitch.
Yeah, you're like I'm going.
Right.
You fucking funny, man. I think both y'all are hilarious.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
It was definitely an awesome set. I love you've definitely added a new, I don't get the blogging gypsy thing.
No, that's crazy talk.
But
Okay.
that 45
That will go nowhere. But
Okay.
yeah, the gypsy.
Yeah.
Throw that one away.
I'm a gypsy.
Yeah. Only you were reading fashion blogs, Sarah.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I should have extended the Lyft driver thing for the whole minute. But I ran out of stuff to talk about, so then I
What's
added
a
that
Lyft
gypsy.
driver?
It's like an Uber.
Oh,
Right? Yeah.
Uber, except they have a pink mustache. They're a little bit cheaper than an Uber. Like, they're the cheapest. Like,
Oh, wow,
like
really?
normal people, like, hey, what's up,
That's
dude?
not even true. It's like the same price.
But maybe even explaining what Lyft is, because some places in the country might not even
That's
have
good.
that.
No.
You know, like
Cool.
Yeah. So, or just a cab.
Uber or Lyft, like the shitty cab version or whatever. Yeah.
Well, you
Is a shittier version of Uber?
Should I just say Uber? Is that more mainstream?
No, not even.
No,
A lot of people don't know what it is.
But why leave a spot for any contention at all? Just say a cab.
Yeah.
Yeah, and cab is shorter. It's one syllable. It's got the K in it. It's better. Cab is better.
Got the K in it. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that was awesome. There you go, Sarah Weinshank, everybody. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. Girls are killers, right?
Yeah.
Guys, sorry to break the news to you, but we did it. That's Kill Tony, everybody. Stuart Thompson, the Iron Patriot this week. You can find him on Twitter. Where at, Stuart?
At Stuart B. Thompson is who it is.
Anything else coming up you want to promote?
We have Flappers on Wednesday at 9:30.
There you go, Flappers Wednesday, 9:30. How about Ralphie and Lana? What's up? You want to promote anything?
I got my special out on iTunes,
That's right.
and I'm going to be on a TV show on True TV called How to Be a Grown Up in a couple months.
I love it.
Next month, actually.
Find her album. That's Lana, Lahna.
Yeah.
Turner.
Ralphie_May on Twitter. Hit me up. Let's talk.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you, live audience. So much fun. That's Kill Tony, everybody. Elise Lane killed it tonight with sesame ginger steak and tofu stir fry with baby bok choy and silver almonds and sticky rice. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great night. Guardian State, let's go! Hi, everybody, and welcome. Holy moly, how exciting. We have a very, very special episode of Kill Tony ready for you guys. I'm so excited to be here. Another wonderful Monday. We're here with Clean Cut Brian Redband, everybody. Look at him. Hats off to Brian Redband, literally. Looking good.
You say clean cut, but most people say creepier than ever.
Who says that?
Anyone that sees this mustache.
Who prefers Brian's new look over the hidden under the ball cap?
See? I'm only doing this because I'm about to go on the road with Dean Del Rey, and I just, if you know Dean Del Rey, he has a really big mustache like this, and I bought vests, so I'm ready.
You're going to dress up
I'm
like
dressing up. I'm becoming a Del Raiser when I'm on the road with him.
Wow. You're going to raise some Del, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that should be interesting. Who would have thought that people get double the Dean Del Rey that
I know, with Tiffany Haddish in the middle.
That's right.
That's right.
Which is the opposite of Dean Del Rey.
Exactly.
That's more like Dean Del Rey J. That's really funny if you know Tiffany Haddish, but some of you don't. Just laugh now.
Google it and then laugh later.
Yeah.
exciting show coming up on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Death Squad Secret Show number 2 is going to be here Wednesday. We have Mark Maron, Steve-O, Joey Diaz, Neil Brennan, Bobby Lee, Rory Albanese, which is used to be the producer of The Daily Show and the writer, and Mike Black, Tiffany Haddish, Tony Hinchcliffe. We're all going to be here. It's going to be
stand-up comedy Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Is that at
8 o'clock, and there's a couple surprise guests, too.
Surprises on top of Marin, Steve-O, Joey Diaz, Tony Hinchcliffe, Neil Brennan, Bobby Lee, Rory Albanese, Tiffany Haddish.
Mike Black. And it's Mike Black's birthday.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's going to be a fun show.
That's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
I was just in Toronto this weekend and performed in front of 3,400 people at the Sony Center and had an amazing set. Got heckled by a crazy Canadian lady. Handled it extremely well for 7 minutes and lit her ass up. And now I'm famous in Toronto, everybody. That's what happens if you have one good set in front of 3,400 people.
Did you catch it on video, or did anyone catch it on video or audio?
I bet you there was a few creepy YouTubers out there. Out of 3,400,
yeah, there
has to be at least a few. But I got it all audio recorded, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, Death Squad's so huge in Canada.
It's insane. It's ridiculous. A lot of Kill Tony fans stuck around afterwards for the long meet and greet, so thank you, Toronto, for an amazing time. And, yeah, some exciting news perhaps being announced next week about something about Red Band and Tony in Toronto.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let's not make it official just yet, but there could be a special announcement in the next episode. Next episode. That has to do with Toronto and us.
That's right. Man, your breath smells like fish.
That's because we just had delicious fish tacos, everybody. From our one and only sponsor, put your hands together for her. There she is, right over there, the lovely Elise Lane. Before I jump into that, I will say, even though they're not our official sponsor, a cool t-shirt company called Homage, based out of Columbus, Ohio, sent me this amazing Ohio State Buckeye shirt.
Yeah.
Asked me to wear it on Kill Tony, and of course I will.
This company's really cool for anyone that grew up in Ohio because they pretty much take old designs and they reprint them. Like they have a lot of Circle Ohio shirts that are one of my favorites growing up, and a lot of the old logos and designs of old Ohio stuff.
They sent me 3 amazing Buckeye shirts that I'm going to be wearing over the next however long, and also you know what, I'll keep that as a surprise too. I will tell you, it's a professional wrestler on a t-shirt, because they heard that crazy Rogan episode. Now, Elise Lane made us fish tacos, but I always tell Elise, you know, you're a gourmet chef. You're a professional recipe checker. She is a top-of-the-line 5-star chef, people. She cooks us gourmet meals. What I used to do is I used to tell her, write it out fancy, like you would, you know, for a recipe.
Menu.
And I'll read it. And I had trouble reading it a couple times. They're weird French words sometimes, you know, this or that. And then I realized, why should I say what she made us tonight when our associate runaround producer, Josh Martin, notorious for his speech impediment, notorious for his commitment to Kill Tony, why don't I have him read it into the microphone? And then the week after that we realized, instead of Josh taking his time reading it, what if he had to read it all at once without stopping, or else he gets flicked in the nuts?
And then this week I decided, why not use this ninja star to flick him in the nuts since it's been sitting on the table?
We could lose our first penis tonight on Kill Tony. And that, if that's not, you can't get that on NBC or ABC or Fox, everybody. You guys excited about this at all?
Josh is shaking his head no in the back.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Here he is. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin. Another new thing that we updated for this week is this is his first time getting to look at it right now. This is his first time getting to look at it. If you have any questions, other than enunciation questions, if you have any problem with the handwriting, let us know now. Do you think you have a ballpark of it? Yeah, don't ask the word. Are you ready?
Yeah, I think I got this.
Okay, wait. Are you ready, Josh? No problems with the handwriting. You think you have it, correct?
If there's a problem with the handwriting, I'm going to say that.
Guys, who's ready for Josh Martin couldn't get flicked in the nut? Josh, whenever you're ready, tell us what the lovely Elise Lane made us tonight.
She made taco de pescado with tilapia, with cilantro, lime cream, cabbage, jalapeno, and tomato.
Whoa! Non-stop. Josh Martin killing it.
Speech impediment might be fake.
Yeah.
Might be fake.
Follow Elise Lane on Twitter at Elise Lane. That's ELYSELAIN. And she's on Facebook and Instagram at The Girl with the Pan, everybody. So if you want a gourmet chef to cook at your next party, Elise Lane is available. Boom. There you go. Let's put our recap for Elise, everybody. Right back. What else? That's it, right?
Yeah, did you make a deal with one of the comics a couple of weeks back?
I did, and I'm gonna, I should have I'll bring him up first.
Yeah,
we bring up
do that.
everybody.
Yeah.
But I did, there was a comedian on, 2 weeks ago. Josh, if you could get, I forget his name. There he is, right there. Meet him. Get his name. Alright, fuck it. That didn't go as smoothly as I thought it was gonna go. But anyway, I realized I've seen him for the last few years doing stand-up comedy, and actually, I'm gonna wait for this. I'm gonna wait for that. We're gonna bring up our weekly head of security. It's a great start to the episode, everybody. It couldn't be more quiet in this room than it is right now. We really started on fire the last 4 weeks. I sort of forgot what it was like to dig us out of a hole, but this is exciting. Here we are. Every week we have a new head of security keeping us safe. It's always somebody in the form of an Iron Man type of suit. Because the original guy that was our head of security was a guy in a $5,000 custom-made Iron Man suit. He screwed over the show. And he said that he got too big for the show and that he's not coming back until it's a show on Comedy Central. We told you, you're replaceable. He said, no, I'm not. So what did we do? We've replaced him every single week since then with a new superhero based off of his original character, loosely based. And this week's no different. This guy's third or fourth time being our Patriot. He's one of our favorites. A lot of people call him West Hollywood Jesus, but we call him Kevin Lee Light. Jesus Patriot, everybody. There he is. Live in the flesh. The resurrection, everybody. There he is. Welcome, Jesus.
Thanks for having me back.
I love that just like all the other Patriots, your speaker box is near your crotch area.
You know, the strap that holds it on usually is missing this time. So this is double stick taped to my pews.
Really?
So if you see me fiddling around on there.
I love that. You're on fire already, Jesus. Really excited. How's things been? Anything crazy happen on the streets of West Hollywood lately? You're always out there. A lot of people see you. You're one of the most famous fixtures in Hollywood. Anything crazy happen?
We had a pipe break down the street the other day, clogged into Sunset Boulevard.
Were you there?
100-year-old water main.
Did you turn it into wine? Was it a wine main after that?
I don't know. You want to bring up wine and fish and loaves and all that? I had my fish on a tortilla tonight. I wouldn't think that's chef.
That's right. She's sitting right next to you, directly to your right.
Very fine, delicious meal.
There you go. Absolutely. We love making our podcast listeners as hungry as they could be while listening to this show, hard at work between their lunch break and dinner. So that's our plan with Elise Lane.
I got your back.
There you go.
Nice to meet you. Hello, everybody.
Jesus Christ, everybody. He's here. Keeping us safe. Always fun. I always have two of my funniest friends on. It's one guy is, I believe, fourth time. He's one of our favorites. And another guy is first time. Put your hands together for tonight's guests. Movie stars, Brody Stevens and Johnny Scortis, everybody. Brody has been on so many times. Johnny's first time. It's very exciting to have you guys here.
Check, two. Welcome back, Brody. Great to be back here in Southern California. I was in Toronto the past week, and before that, all over America. And it's always good to be here up in the belly room doing Kill Tony. Yes, you got it. Push and believe, never forget. Is there an outlet up here? I'd love to charge my phone.
You want to plug in your phone right now?
I do. Is there an outlet?
It looks like there might be one right there. If you want to try that out.
I'll go and do it. Or does Josh plug it in?
Yeah, Josh, you want to just do it?
You do it? I'll do it, Josh.
No, let Josh do it.
All right. You know how to do it? Okay, thank you.
There he goes, charging it up. He's at Josh Martin.
Just keep an eye on it. Thank you. Welcome to Kill Tony. Yes, Stephen Brody Stevens.
Thank you. And Johnny Scortis is here, everybody. His first time on Kill
trying to get comfortable.
You need a different chair?
No, I didn't. No, the chair's great. I just wanted to put my leg up and sit back and enjoy, watch a conversation.
Very good.
Toning? Meet Johnny.
Johnny, what's so crazy about Johnny is he filmed this movie about a year ago.
Yeah,
He's been just sitting on it, just like going, one day you will all know me. How was that wait? Cause that wait had to have been worse than any iPhone, like, any announcement, like, oh, I have to wait a year and a month. And you're like, how was
It wasn't that bad, I kept myself busy. But I had no idea.
You did have an idea.
No, I didn't. You kept a secret.
I did?
Yeah, you did a great job. I didn't know. Did you know?
Pretty low-key. No, I knew because,
Nobody knew.
Oh, well, I knew.
I'm not good. But that speaks to your character. You're a humble guy.
Very humble.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that.
If you can't tell by the way he's looking directly down and under a hat.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. I gotta change that.
Yeah, party time.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Give Johnny a little more respect. When he's in a movie with Denzel Washington, not one scene, but several. Let's go.
Yeah. One of the One of the key.
There are two people up here with #1 R-rated movies.
That's right.
You got it.
Johnny Stortis, The Equalizer, and The Hangover, Hangover 2, Due Date, Stephen Brody Stevens.
Positive energy learned in the belly room, created with the help of Kevin Lee Light, Ryan Redman, and Tony Hinchcliffe. Yes.
That's right. It's all happening. All at once. Kevin, you always have a question for our guests. Every Patriot always does. What are we doing tonight?
Well, the creation team, Brody, one of my finest creations. You just were one of the features of the Oddball Comedy Tour, one of the main attractions. What was your highlight of your tour?
The highlight of my Oddball Tour experience? Oh, just the camaraderie backstage, getting the opportunity to host the main amphitheater, trading off with Jeff Ross and learning from one of the masters how to host a show and keep an audience engaged. And it's a good feeling to travel across America and know that comedy is the new rock and roll. And I'm Jackson Brown. You got it. Let's push.
Thank you, Johnny. Remember, the Lord sees all and knows all. Is there anything you might want to confess to these fine people about the time that you dressed up as the boy on Halloween, as the boy from the movie Up?
Oh, boy. Okay, a couple Halloweens ago.
I was here for this night.
That sounds adorable. Oh, it didn't end up that way, but, I had good intentions to start. I thought that everyone was going to be dressed up over here, and for Halloween, and I was like, oh, I'm going to go to the comedy store, I'm going to have a great time, everyone's going to see my costume, it's going to be great. And I dressed up like a fat little kid from Up. And then I got here.
He looked adorable. He's got the little orange flagpole sticking up in the back, a little Cub Scout hat, little strap with medallions on it, shorts, khaki shorts.
But I was the only person in costume.
Yes.
And then I proceeded to I was throwing back like little mini bottles of Jack Daniels, and then I ended up throwing up on the piano downstairs in front of everybody.
He projectile vomited in front of all of us while we were smoking pot. And when...
I got my barf badge
and that's always funny. But when the buddy is dressed up like the little boy from Up and he's projectile vomiting on Halloween night after a long night of drinking, it was perfect.
There's humble pie everywhere. It was actually DiGiorno's pizza that I had at my brother's house down the street.
Share with us...
Do they deliver? They must be delivering.
Johnny, share with us something cool about working with Denzel Washington. I mean, something everybody must wonder. You've been there, you worked with him. What was that like?
It was really cool. It was really intense. It's very focused on his craft. But in between takes, he likes to fuck around. And there was one time where there's like all this sawdust on the floor, and I started like doing like the James Brown dance, and he comes in. He's like, oh, you're doing James Brown dance? I was like, yeah. He's like, oh, okay. And then he starts doing the dance, and then we had like a dance-off in front of the whole crew.
Wow.
And, he ended up winning.
Of course, it's Denzel Washington.
Clearly. He was on Soul Train, so he had a...
Is that true?
No.
Oh.
It was funny. In the film, he actually has a joke
Are you serious? Positive push. There you go. Are you serious? Yeah. There you go. See, we believe things happen.
You haven't seen the Equalizer yet, huh?
No, I'm not. The only Equalizer I've seen has been on my iPod. You got it. Volume limit on. What was that? Is that a foghorn from Long Beach?
Guys, this is so exciting. We're going to have so much fun. You know the deal. Comedians signed up with a chance to do a minute in front of you guys and then chat with us on a live podcast afterwards. So, you know the deal, comedians. You get 60 seconds of uninterrupted stage time, but you know that 60 seconds is up when you hear the meow of a kitty. Here it comes. Right about motherfucking now.
Are you making that sound yourself, Brian? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, 60 seconds, you'll hear this. That means wrap it up.
That's
or else you're going to be angry with Hollywood Bear. Oh, via helicopter.
Who are you, Rusty Dooley?
That was quite the production on that one.
A new episode of Still Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are. A lot of feedback via live and social media about the excitement about tonight's show. How are you Monday night? Here we are. Super live. It's all happening. And I'm excited. We have a lot of people here tonight. I'm very glad you guys made it out. Some people told me earlier that I got to meet that stopped me that they drove all the way from South Carolina to be here tonight. So look out for that.
Myrtle Beach
told me signed up. Very exciting. We went to the Magic Castle last night.
That's right.
I took Brian to the Magic Castle.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, there's this big castle that you're not allowed to go to unless you're a magician.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's been here forever, and you drive by it, and it just looks amazing from the outside. But we got to go in there last night. Tony took me, and wow, it's amazing. You enter through this, you have to like talk to an owl. Yeah. You have to be like, open sesame, and suddenly this bookshelf opens up, and then there's just
that's just the first thing. Like when you walk through the lobby, that's your way in, because you have to tell an owl open sesame. Laney, you ever been there? Yeah, you're Hollywood royalty. Of course you've been there.
Yeah.
All people that look like Laney and Jerry, and me and Red Van in there, stoned to the gills. So imagine that. Imagine what that looks like. But we look good.
Oh yeah.
If Kill Tony ever goes to the Emmys, we're gonna rock that fucking red carpet. You have to dress up to go to the Magic Castle. So I got to see Brian Red Van's doppelganger.
That's right. Brian Reichel.
Yeah.
That's with no hat on, combed hair, shirt tucked in, like
hey.
Ugh.
You went from a 5 to a 9.
Thanks.
I've heard a 9 to 5, but 5 to 9.
5 to 9.
This is Kill Tony, everybody. We only have one sponsor, and it is our private chef, Elise Lane.
Yeah.
She's not private, though. You can hire her for parties. Maybe you're having a big get-together. Maybe Laney and Jerry putting on one of those fancy Hollywood Beverly Hills parties that you guys do. You can hire a real chef. She's called a recipe checker. She checks other people. Before somebody releases a recipe book, she tries their food and tells them, like, nah, I don't think so. Like, that's actually a job, and she does it. She's Elise Lane. She's on Twitter at Elise Lane, ELYSELAIN. So however you thought you would spell Elise Lane, you were wrong. She's on Facebook and Instagram at The Girl with the Pan. Now, lately, I always tell her to write out exactly what she made. And for the first couple times, I read it, and that was fun. It's sort of hard to read, really fancy recipes, sometimes. They have crazy French words in them. This one isn't this tough tonight. However, for the last couple weeks, what we've been doing is I've had my speech impediment prone associate producer of the show, the runaround man that makes Kill Tony happen, hangs up the balls that you see, sets the camera, makes sure that the sword is sharpened. His name's Josh Martin. He's standing right up there. Josh, why don't you come up and read what Elise Lane made tonight?
Josh, are you ready? Just say yes, yes or no. No pausing. There's no pausing. Once you start reading the recipe, you have to continue. Okay? Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready?
Yes.
First, before we start, guys, put your hands together for this situation that we created for you tonight. This is live. Anything can fucking happen right now. All right, tonight, Elise Lane made for us
Sesame ginger steak and tofu stir fry with baby bok choy and silver almonds and sticky rice. And go fuck yourself.
Whoa, he did it! I think we figured out... Josh, I need that. I think we figured out how to stop your speech impediment, Josh. You always have to have somebody there ready to flick you in the nuts. I fucking love it. Follow Elise Lane on Facebook and Instagram at The Girl with the Pan. Another fun thing that we've been doing lately for the last few episodes is one of our funniest friends released a music comedy album, which is absolutely hilarious. It's available on iTunes. It's called The Shingles. He's here to perform another song from that album that we haven't heard yet for Saturday Night Live and Mad TV. Put your hands together for Jeff Richards, everybody, doing the new song, Step 1 F, off his new album, The Shingles, available everywhere online.
This is based on a true story.
Based on a true story, everybody, and somebody flick Jeff in the nuts, because this is an awkward pause if I've ever heard one before. What's wrong with your phone, Jeff?
Is it not working?
No? Does it normally play songs through a headphone jack?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I like this guy's predictions. I can tell you work in the fucking audio business. That and you're dressed like a grip. Here we go. I can hear it. You ready? Ladies and gentlemen, new album, The Shingles. It's Step 1 F with Jeff Richards. The only guy to ever be on both SNL and Mad TV. It's here for you.
Oh my God. That feeling again. It's like downstairs telling my brain who's boss. Boss. Step 1 F. Step 1 F. If you come over, I step 1 F. I don't have a place. I just have a car. If you come over, we have to F in my car. Get inside my trunk. Grab a hold of my junk. I'm so lonely, so lonely. Not that. I'm better than that. My rod is deep, and I don't own a cat. How could I own a cat? I live in my car. That just would be fair to the cat. Seriously. Not to mention all of the cat food costs. A chicken is really expensive. Like, what's something happen to the cat, right? Like, what if the cat like got a viral infection or some shit? I'm saying Debbie had a cat, and the ankle got swollen up. Never recovered. $900. Yeah, I just don't think I can go through that kind of turmoil right now. Seriously. Seriously. Step 1 F. Step 1 F. You know what I do? Step 1 F. Step 1 F. I'm talking late, so you won't see your head. Step 1 F. Step 1 F. Close your eyes if you have to, I guess. Step 1 F. Step 1 F. Quick. It'll be over before you know it.
Jeff Richards, ladies and gentlemen. Holy moly. Jeff. Josh, come get Jeff's phone for him. Fuck yeah, everybody. Jeff Richards. Wow, I've never seen anybody make a song out of a suicide note before, but I'm pretty sure he just did that. I'm pretty sure he saw his suicide note and said, you know what, this isn't the end. This is a song. And there you go, Jeff Richards, everybody. One more time for Jeff. Every week we have a new head of security. shows because of it. And now he's making music videos for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Right, he made a creepy music video this week that he tagged me in, and I clicked on it, and it's this weird song of his old band, but he has like a Facebook picture montage of me, like all my old pictures and stuff, and I just keep like coming up like these swinging pictures, like old headshots and shit, and it looks like he's gonna kill me. And he probably will, because for the last 20 weeks or 30 or 40 weeks since he quit, we have literally replaced him with a brand new person each week, just to show him exactly how replaceable he was. And this week's no different. This is actually this gentleman's second time being the Patriot, because we loved him so much the first time he did it. He's one of the funniest rising young comics in LA, an employee of the Comedy Store. He's Stuart Thompson, genius Patriot, everybody. I'm talking, this guy is tough. Many people say he's our whitest Patriot, and the most prim and proper. Stuart Thompson, how's it going?
Doing great, Tony. How are you?
Great. You look fantastic tonight.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for keeping us safe. Everything good?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Anything I can do to help.
Very good. Fuck yeah. You are the opposite of Josh Martin. You know that? You enunciate every word so clearly, and you always have an answer.
Just doing what I can.
I love it. It's Transfer for the Patriot, everybody. It's going to be keeping us safe. Big part of the show. Don't know what we do without you, Stuart. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
So let's do this, shall we? Everybody, you know the name of the game. I always have two of my funniest comedian friends on the show, and we talk to comedians that do a minute each. After their minute, we figure out a little bit about them, and then we delve into it. Maybe we add something to their jokes. Maybe we give bad advice. Maybe we give good advice. Maybe we talk to them about anything. Maybe something else they could be working on. Maybe we make fun of the way they're dressed. Anything can happen. It's Kill Tony, and tonight's two guests, two of my favorites. Put your hands together for Lana Turner and Ralphie May, everybody. Hey, baby. Ralphie. Lana. Hey. Hello. How's it going? Welcome, bud. The great Ralphie May, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
How are you?
Ralphie, thank you so much for making it. I know you just flew in, and one of the busiest guys in the business. So.
Thank my wife. She's the one who got me motivated for this kind of stuff.
Get the fuck out. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go, fatty. I think those are the words.
I love it. You ever been on a stage with something like the Patriot that's close to you?
No, but I love it. Good for you. I like how the Patriots rocking Chuck Taylor All-Stars.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He's one hit Patriot. He believes in himself. Those shoes go pretty well with that outfit, though, I must say.
They do. Yeah, right?
Lana, this is your first time on the show as well. How's everything been going?
Awesome. Thank you for having
You
me.
guys been on the road, right?
I just got back from New Jersey, which is good. And Lana was here all weekend.
Yeah, I was here.
Holding down the fort. I love it.
How about you, Fred, man?
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
Oh, you guys know each other?
Oh yeah, we've been around for a long time.
Yeah, I dig it, man.
Well,
What's with all these steps? Let's go. You guys, y'all ready for some comedy?
Every week our head of security always asks the two guests a question. It could be about anything. I'm sure this week's no different. Stuart, go right ahead.
First of all, Lana, I hear you do music in your act, and I was wondering if you've always been musical, or if you started doing comedy with music, or if you just sort of transitioned into it.
Yeah, I started out with writing songs, wrote some dirty songs, and then next thing you know, I got paid to do that, and I was like, this is ridiculous. And then that's where it all started. What did I pay you? Like, I got $20 for playing a night of comedy, and I was like, what is this for? And that was it. So,
You were surprised that you could.
I was shocked. Yes.
Right.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
And then 16 years later, I'm still shocked.
No, I know. It is amazing.
Yeah.
Do you play guitar, correct?
Uh-huh.
Do you play anything else? You ever make an album or anything?
Yeah, I just had my special come out on iTunes. So 3 weeks ago,
What's
1 hour
that called?
special. So
What's that called so people can find it?
so Joy wrote a song about it, and yeah.
So I wrote a song about it.
Yeah.
Available on iTunes.
Just came out iTunes, anywhere you download stuff, and then in a few months it'll be on Hulu and hopefully Netflix.
seeing a lot of new comics going out tonight, a lot of beginners, and I'm wondering if there's something you see with new comics that that sort of that bothers you or really excites you. I don't know how much you keep your pulse on new comedy.
It's when they make dumb fucking mistakes. It just bugs the shit out of me, you know.
You're
like,
gonna see a few of
young
those.
comics look down all the time.
Yeah.
It's the fucking worst.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, I can't believe in your jokes, you wrote them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. What do you like? What do you really love when you see a new comic?
Oh man, I like it when they get it. When they write something and they get it.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, okay, this is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It is interesting because a well-written joke can happen from, sort of anybody, but when they can't perform it, when they're looking down and they're saying it at the same time, it's crazy how they cancel each other out. Well, you're going to see a lot of both of those things tonight, because sometimes magic happens, sometimes it's a slaughterfest, and sometimes things get weird. And but we're going to keep it up. We'll have fun tonight. You guys ready to start this shindig? Comedians, you know how it works. You get 1 minute on stage. You know your 1 minute's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Aw, how cute. That means wrap it up. This is show business. You can't go over your time or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. There you go. I think we have about 10 minutes left of podcasting, so fantastic. That is an angry bear tonight, guys. Please don't bring him out again. The podcast listeners hate that shit.
It's not the West Hollywood bear. It's
Yeah.
Harry and
Yeah, that's what Jeff Garland said. Jeff Garland said, that's not the West Hollywood bear. The West Hollywood bear would be like, hey, I want to fuck you. It's really funny. He has a good chubby guy voice, so like he really, he's got that stuff behind it. Very bear-like and very West
Why are you looking at me?
We need a new
You're not
bear.
hairy enough.
I'm not hairy enough.
I love it. So let's get this party started. You guys ready or what? Here we go. Your first comedian doing a minute tonight goes by the name of Ian Ellis. Ian Ellis, everybody. Come on, I made it. Ian Ellis.
Yeah, man. Around plus, how many people here think we should legalize weed? I do too. Like, I'd be cool if we just legalized weed for black dudes. Because I'm tired of getting pulled over every time I kick it with my boys. Like, my white friends smoke weed too. They just don't get racially profiled every 5 minutes. If you didn't legalize weed just for black dudes, I think they'd start pulling over brothers and searching their cars for black people. Like, whoop whoop. And as you know, we're cracking down on underground smokers. And I couldn't help but notice you have a lot of white paraphernalia in the back of your car. Like going down La Crosse de Go, but when I saw that King de Leon sticker, I knew we had trouble. I want you to tell me, is anybody in your car currently wearing blackface? Now, I don't want any trouble, but I distinctly smelled Axe cologne coming from the trunk when I walked up. I'm gonna need you to pop it out. I swear to God, if a Mexican pops out, I'm taking their whole family to jail. My name's Ian Ellis. I love you. Good night.
All right, there you go. Fuck yeah. So you smoke pot with a lot of black people?
Yeah, man.
Really?
That's my shit.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from Chicago, man.
Gotcha. Fuck yeah. Interesting. Ralphie, what do you got? What'd you notice?
You asked like 4 questions before you hit them with a joke. You need to get to the joke faster. Okay? You had a good premise, and then you switched it, and then you switched it again. And, making it legal for only black people, it's a funny premise. That should be enough for your 1 minute. You know what I mean? Don't be in such a rush to change topics. Just delve into it. Find out what's funny.
It's a good call. I agree. It is a great premise. And then when you're talking about when you're often talking, when it's changed to Mexicans and other things and the blackface, like you could stay in that pocket for sure. Because if
a lot of different directions you can go. Lana, what do you think of Ian Ellis?
I love that you went racial with it. I think that's great. You have balls to do that. But you kind of look like a skinhead. So you gotta be careful treading that line.
True, there's something
Yeah, you
very...
gotta come at it.
It goes over great at the rallies.
Well, there you go. Love it. Here. How long have you been in LA, Ian?
Yeah, a couple of months. I'm the dude that's been sending you fan art. So.
Oh, wait, that's that cool shit.
Yeah, man.
Wow, you make that?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. That's amazing. I can't believe you're that guy.
I didn't know that Red Band was in all the cats, and those are fucking phenomenal. So buy the stuff that Red Band makes. Like, that's amazing.
There you go. How do you like that?
Nice.
Brian loved everything you did up here tonight.
I like the white jokes, you know, the Nickelback or
Kings of
Leon, right? But I was kind of confused. Like I liked the beginning part, the idea of making it legal for black people. But like Ralph said, you didn't really go too much into that idea. You just kind of started, you know, bashing white people and stuff. I think that's interesting, and I really like the bashing white people. I just don't know. I don't know. I would have to hear your premise for making it legal, what your jokes would be about it, because as it is now, it seems like two different jokes that you're trying to mix together that don't really need to be mixed together. I don't know.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 4 years, man.
Did you always say man at the end of everything?
No,
I'm just curious.
Do you only hang out with black people?
For the most part, they have the best weed.
That's hilarious. We live in California. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, we're all gonna go
that might be true in Detroit, but California, fuck no. Anyone owns the best weed out here.
And it's basically legal here now,
Yeah.
too, so it kind of uses it on that.
Yeah. So you can stop hanging out with black people.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Just in the nick of time.
What are you, my mother?
Did your mom tell you that?
She's like, what do you do on the blacks?
Whoa! Wow, you really are from Chicago.
We should talk about that. Just that. Yeah, that's interesting. You know,
that's interesting.
Because my sister, that's how I grew up growing up. My sister just hung out with black guys all the time, and like got Jet magazine, and my poor mom is just like, what the fuck? Our daughter's reading Jet magazine, and she's shaving her eyebrow line.
Wow. Both dead giveaways.
You're getting killed, huh? Your sister's getting that black date.
Your sister's fat.
Yeah,
Your sister's
right.
fat girl.
Is she chubby? She's
She is now. She's got all that cum in her butt.
Yeah, she's fat. Ian, you ever been with a black woman before?
I've been with a couple of them, yeah. I did a joke at the Black Club in Chicago, Jokes and Notes, where I said that sleeping with a black woman is great, but sometimes I wish like it came with a squeegee and a can of Febreze.
Jesus, okay.
And I was like, you know, white women don't get musty like that, and the audience was very angry.
Wow. See, that's something your black friends are probably laughing like, I can't believe he's gonna do this little white guy.
Holy shit. Wow, yeah. I mean, normally when people are like, one time...
Black girls supposed to be stinking.
Oh my god, that's exactly what you're saying. Well, why are you beating around the bush when you could just say that line? Normally when comedians are like, one time I did this joke at this club about this, it's not like their most regretful joke that they've ever said, but you went for it, and I mean, you totally committed. Wow, like that was the whole thing, that was the setup and the punch, everything you said?
I try to be memorable.
You're definitely that. Ian Ellis, everybody, thank you so much for that artwork. You gotta check out his original Kill Tony artwork. It's a few of the last things that I posted on my Instagram. If you're listening, you'll see. He's at Chicago Open Mic. That's right. That's you. I tagged you. I'm a nice guy. You made that. He's at Chicago Open Mic. I never would have guessed that that's what that artist would have been like. Like, it's a very intricate drawing, and I'm very surprised.
And while he's drawing it, he's thinking, black girls' pussies.
Febreze and a squeegee.
it, and yeah, they did that, you know. Some guys would take off their shirts, do an impression of the letter C, one of them said. And,
Biggest pizza off highway.
any regrets from your very early on, like the first few months or anything crazy you did, you can't believe you said or did?
No, man. I had a good run, man. You know, when I started open mic, I was in college and high school at the same time, and I got a blowjob from an unattractive girl after my set, and I said, fuck college.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's perfect. How about you? Any regrets? Anything crazy you can't believe you did? A song about,
Getting blowed by an unattractive girl?
One time. No, you know, I
you
used
ever
to
forget to
struggle.
tune your guitar or something crazy?
No, just would struggle with what to wear. Sometimes, like as a chick, I think that's a hard thing to know, like how you're perceived. So I would wear these try these cat print outfits and stuff. It just looks like, and I regret that a little bit. But when you try it, but nothing like too crazy. Because I think anytime you try something on stage, whether even if it didn't go well for you, it's
Right.
like how you learn, like
Yeah.
how you get better. So
Yeah, totally.
yeah.
Stuart actually had the same thing. He wore cat print outfits when he first started.
Long time ago.
Guys, I pulled another name out. This looks like a new name to me, and I am always excited when new people are on. Put your hands together for Tam Sam. There he is, Tam Sam, everybody.
Do you guys know that old saying, as happy as a Japanese businessman in middle school choosing a car wash? I'm not happy right now. I'm not saying that I like little girls. Anyway, so let's get the here. I'm not expecting this to go well. But weird coincidence, those were the exact words I used right before I had sex. Anyway, yeah, I'm not exactly a ladies' man. What? No, what? Yeah, no, it's true, believe it or not. I always worry when I do these because I'm an introvert. I don't really belong on a stage. You know? It makes about as much sense as being homophobic and shopping at Whole Foods, or having a cologne allergy and attending an Armenian bachelor party. Alright, I guess that's good. Thanks, everyone.
There you go. 59 Colorado Santa Fe. Tam Sam.
I know, right?
Yeah, he's already got his own shirt made.
I'm digging.
I guess you do that first and figure out the rest later, huh? How long you been doing stand-up?
3 months.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
man.
great.
Yeah.
You actually had some jokes, man.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it was very fun.
Don't talk about yourself in the third person on stage and act like someone else is talking.
Yeah. Yeah, you're better than that part where you heckle yourself. Yeah, no way thing. Yeah. Just let somebody heckle you or don't. Or just plow through like it's not happening. But, you know, you don't have to heckle yourself.
And really talking in the mic and project your voice because it was really quiet. I had to turn you up a lot.
Unless you really heard somebody talking to you. You're like,
Wait, what? Not
no,
today.
no, so you never know. Could be a thing.
I love it.
Where are you from?
Yeah.
I'm from the Valley. Lived here my whole life. I'm Vietnamese.
Yeah, the Japanese part. I was like, you're not Japanese. That threw me off. I mean, you're very Asian because you put your comedy thing on your shirt. That was very Asian of you. Yeah. But different Asian.
Right? Huh? You're Thai?
Vietnamese.
Vietnamese?
Yeah.
Vietnamese, of course. That's how he got the shirt.
Yeah. Did your brother make it for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that they grown you. That's hilarious. Oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to be assholes.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, we're thinking China. Sorry, we played in China. By a child. They were mad at that. They were at the thing wrong.
Man, you had some jokes, dude. You had some fucking jokes. Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew? I was impressed. I thought the homophobic Whole Foods line was funny. I thought the cologne allergy was a little bit way to go, but it was funny. You know, man, you got some good stuff.
Yeah, so Mason for 3 months. So is it this favorite adjective? Fuck yeah.
Except it would become Adrian. I can't say it.
You can't say it.
I can't even do an Asian accent.
I bet your parents are so Asian, it's crazy, right?
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
I didn't say that. You did?
I think I'm wrong.
Do they speak English?
Sort of.
English?
Yeah.
Okay, I did it that time. I pulled it out. I got it that time.
How long into doing stand-up did you make the shirt? It's been 3 months since you started. It doesn't look like the first time you've worn it.
About a week and a half. I just wanted people to know how to spell my name.
A week and a half in, you were ready for people to not forget how to spell your name. I love that. It's like, when growing up, you had favorite stand-up comedians and stuff? Something you've always loved? Did you find it recently? How old are you?
Did you really like to cook in westerns?
Are you still looking for Dr. Jones?
He held on to his potatoes.
It feels like we're stepping on fortune cookies. Those are fortune cookies.
You had like 40 questions. Now you need to answer all of them. And get it.
Found Dr.
High
Jones. He
score.
held on to his potatoes. I discovered this. I sort of got into stand-up a little bit later, but I've always been a comedy like Howard Stern. I got into real heavy. I'm 32.
You're 32? Holy fucking shit, man. Oh my god, that's amazing. You Asians are insane. You probably fucking smoke a pack a day and everything. Like, it's an amazing race.
And they sit on their ankles too.
Yeah.
They sit on their ankles.
Yeah, like that.
Smoke cigarettes and sit on their ankles, make duck.
I love your style, man.
Yeah, man.
He's like, fuck you, I'm an IT bitch.
I know, right?
So you saved money working the IT thing for years, probably, right?
Yeah.
You're 32, and you started 3 months ago, and you saved money so you could do this full time for the rest of your life.
2 years.
Wow. You saved enough money for 2 years.
Yeah.
Fuck, Ian Ellis is about to rob you on your way out.
He hangs with black people. Their pussies be stinking.
Do you get up and on a lot? I mean, you go try to do different kinds of spots around town.
I do a lot of open mics, but I don't want to get like booked.
Right. Well, of course, you've only been doing it a few months, but like, are you going up a lot?
Yeah, I go to like 6 a week. I get up maybe 2 or 3 times.
You got to go to ones where you can, no matter how long you wait or whatever, at least you know you're going to get up. I mean, except for this show, which is perfect for because it's like crazy stuff that happen. And
you can also, if you talk to some of the other Asian comics, you'll know that there's a lot of cool things that you can do that regular comics can't do, and which is do comedy for Asian people. And because there's a void there. Like there's people that want to see comedy, from other Asians.
You should really try a comedy contest. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You should really try that.
There's a club in Pasadena that a lot of Asians perform in. I think it's called the Rice House. And I think. What?
No, sorry.
You son of a bitch. Guys, I love this guy. Damn, I hope you come back really soon.
Yeah,
Anything else for Cancun?
So are you completely not working your day job anymore at all?
Right.
You just stopped. Okay, so you could actually go, and you have money. You could go anywhere else in the country and try like different clubs and just put yourself out there in a totally different way because you have money. That's so rare.
Yeah, I also live in Los Angeles, so that I don't have that kind of money. I have like bus ride for 2 years.
He's got
Asian money. You can eke that out.
You guys can survive on playing like rice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You could do like some sort of like in a few months. Like if you once you get like enough time, like a little bit of time together, you have a little money. You can do some shitty runs that allow you to do a lot of stage time with it. If you don't have to pay money to survive.
Work at a comedy club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a job that's barely a job, but that will give you spots and help for comedy and give you a little bit of money.
And all those fuckers need help with their
George Clooney with a cummy cock.
That'd be creepy.
You just wanted to say that, right? George Clooney with a coming cock. Say that 3 times fast. George
That would be a crazy vine if that got released. Tam Fam, there he goes, everybody. He's on Twitter at Tam Fam Comedy. For those of you that didn't read his shirt, Tam Fam is spelled T-A-M-P-H-A-M.
Word to that.
Oh yeah.
Heavy on the PH.
Heck yeah. Tam Fam, not to be confused with Dat Fam. You dealt with Dat Fan, right?
Yes, I did.
Right.
That guy's already funnier than that fan.
You want to hear an amazing Dat Fan story that I've never told before that I'd love to tell? And this is via one of my good buddies, Comedy Central roast writer Jesse Joyce. He was once hanging out at the Hollywood Improv, and this is right after Dat Fan won Last Comic Standing, which if you know anything about the history of it is insane because he beat supposedly Ralphie May, a monster comedian, and has come out with a new hour pretty much every year or 2 a year. Like, you're one of the most productive and hilarious comedians. And Dat Fan's done nothing since then. But anyway, the point being this, you're going to fucking love this, so here we go. A bunch of people are at a packed Hollywood Improv. There's like a big bar there, in the front. Everybody walks to the front, this front bar, and you see who comes in. Now, Dat Fan, it's like a packed Friday night. He had just won Last Comic Standing. He walks into the Improv. Now, Dat Fan's like one of the least respected comedians, okay? So Dat Fan walks in. Now, what year was that this all happened?
2003.
Okay, 2003. So imagine this. This is a true story. Dat Fan walks in. Behind him, without Dat Fan knowing it, 2003, in a row, Rodney Dangerfield walks in behind him. Now, people at the bar start like freaking out, like, oh my god, fucking Rodney Dangerfield, and everybody starts this slow clap and starts standing up. So excited because they're all looking at Rodney Dangerfield in this, robe, sort of just like straggling around Melrose, but he knows the Improv the Comedy Club, even though he's a little bit old, maybe a little bit out of it, who knows? But the whole place is going insane, just because Rodney Dangerfield's there, and Dat Fan's in front of him, not knowing that Rodney Dangerfield's right behind him. So he's going, oh, thank you, and everybody's like, fuck you, Dat Fan, Rodney Dangerfield's like, he turned around and he's just like, oh god. And he scurried away. And the people that were there, it's like ingrained in their brain forever. It was like the 9/11 of perfect timing. So it's like, Jesse Joyce can't even tell that story without like choking on a lung because it's just so funny to him because he actually has the video image of it in his head of the experience. So
that's a great example though for younger comics because he got so successful so fast off that show without really earning it that it just killed any opportunity he would have of being a respected and legitimate. I mean, if it had happened 10 years from when it did, he might actually have more of a career. I don't know what he's doing right now, but he was always really nice. Right. That's one thing that he was nice.
Oh yeah,
he was weird.
Yeah.
Jay London once gave me a great piece of advice on that note, which was have all the fun and learn and develop as much as you can now because once they know who you are, you have to. It's all work from that point on.
Yeah.
Like Ralphie was so ready when he got that show. He was just ready.
Yeah.
And that was not ready.
Right.
He is.
Yeah.
Tam Fam.
Yeah, there you go. So wait.
Actually, Tam Fam was funnier.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah. More original.
Yeah.
No doubt. Come back, Tam Fam. We love you.
Yeah.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Levi Hackett. Serial killer name, so I'm pretty excited to see what happens. Whoa. No Eric Levi Hackett here? Well, that means he just got, Stuart, blacklisted. Make noises. Louder. Josh, we need help with... Yeah, your sound's out. Super weird. That's never happened before.
He said it might go out of battery
Just
somewhere.
go right ahead. Make some noises into the mic. Wow. One of my favorite blacklistings ever. Just everything going wrong. Earl Levi
dealership and they were trying to really hard sell me, and then I realized, like, this dude should be selling children with this kind of intensity. Like, he was a, because color affects the price a lot more than you think when you're trying to adopt a kid. You know what I mean? Reliability, no, that's going to cost you big time. But it's worth it. You don't want to get one of them salvage models. Swear to God, you know the owner before didn't take good care of it at all. That's going to mean costly repairs in the future. And, wow, they went a lot quicker than I thought it was. I got a starstruck. I got the perfect 10 right here. I didn't even expect that shit. Can I tell a bit? I got about Ralphie May real quick?
You have 14 seconds left.
Jumping it down. The next one in line is Ralphie May.
It's not even a fucking joke, you
No. Because I got him at the book. The booker was telling me that
Oh no, Donnie.
I'm sorry, man. I love you guys. I have so.
Alright, man. It's not even a joke.
It was a joke, but it's not a 14-second joke.
Well, it's not a fucking 7-second joke either. It's not a joke.
Oh, brother.
Zoot, how are you, big dog? Are you ready to lose? Zoot, are you ready to lose? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Zoot. Oh. Zoot, how are you, big dog? Sorry, apologies about that. I thought you could hear me. How you doing, big dog? You ready to lose?
I'm ready to win 5 times over.
That's what I want to hear. Are we playing Squid Game?
Yeah.
Alright. Oh. I made a mistake. I accidentally created a ranked game. That's right, I'll take the loss. I don't like this hole.
This is an okay hole. I don't really like any of the holes.
You don't like a single hole?
I like to find the holes because they're easy.
Oh, you like those. Those are probably my least favorite.
They're easy.
Oh, that stupid chicken has really helped you.
Oh. You can get it in the next shot.
I made a good run at it.
That was a 7 out of 10. Yeah, I can still get it in the next shot.
Yeah. You can. Not that hard, though. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Dog, that was a thing of beauty. I like when I play ranked games against really good people because they teach me like angles that I don't think we'd ever think. We get into our habits and then we don't get to see new players, but or new strategies, but they've shown me a couple strategies that work.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Yeah, that actually Riser showed me that strategy.
I have a feeling that I'm gonna fuck this up. Oh, that is bad. That is really bad.
Oh, what a shot.
This is bad. Oh, I like this hole. I have a feeling I know where it is. good thing is you're going the right way, but you're going the wrong angle. Now, if it's in the windmill, I'm fucked. It's in the barn, I'm not fucked. Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's not a good shot.
Now I am in a terrible position if it's in the windmill. Oh, fuck. The good news is, I'm winning.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. Get it.
Oh, what? Did you think the hole was going to be there?
There was a pretty good chance of it.
You played that pretty well, pretty strategically.
I do my best to.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
I don't think this is a good hole to go first on.
It's very easy to get water bumped.
No, it's not the water bump. No. But that's a bad. That could have ended really badly for you. Oh, Rabbi, I'm working tomorrow.
Good on you, big dog. You like your job?
Yeah.
That's great to hear.
I made double the average salary last week.
Now that's something. Good on you, man.
I can make 5 times the average salary though.
What's the average duration of employment for this place? Do you know?
What?
What's the
What do
average?
you mean?
Like the salespeople that they have. For how long do they stay? Oh no.
2 days. 2 days.
Oh, so like people don't stay long?
Well, wait, let me rephrase this. 2 days if they don't pass the trial. If they pass the trial, about 2-3 months.
Okay. Even still though, it's not like they don't have people there for 10 years.
Oh, they've got a guy there who's been there for 5 years.
Okay, well then that's good. That's really good. Is he a good salesperson?
Yep.
Well, that's good. Well, then that should make you feel really great that there are people who stay there a long time.
He's done weeks where he's done over 50 sales.
Wow, that's a lot. Do you have to go house to house and just walk it?
Yep.
So it's a lot of exercise. Right?
Somewhat. I just gave you the win, didn't I?
Yeah. I mean, I'm in a solid spot to hit a good shot here, but even still, I would have tied for the win.
Can I get it in from here?
No.
That's a good shot, though.
Yes, it is. 624 wins, big dog.
You got lucky on one of the holes.
Yeah, I did. But so did you.
And I could have played more defensively on the last hole, but there was no point because you were already in front.
When I play people in ranked games sometimes, like they don't do the whole like water bumping thing, and if you water bump them, they get pissed off. They'll start typing and like complaining in different languages, and I don't even know what they're saying. That happened to you?
Yeah, this guy called me a cheat. reported me, told me to fuck myself,
Funny.
and then he told me to cheat.
Are you gonna hit your shot?
It's lagging. So is it your turn?
Oh, okay. I'm closing and reopening. Oh, no way, I lost a turn? Oh, that's not fair.
What happened?
I don't know, it just lagged or froze or something. That's not cool.
You gotta get it in the shot.
Wow, I just gave you the win. That's not cool. That's alright.
That wasn't fair.
Yeah, it happens. It happens to you sometimes. It happens to Riser sometimes.
Oh, fuck. That was a terrible shot.
That's a good shot. That's fine.
I didn't go the other stupid way. Like, that other way, like, if you're good at it, it's very rewarding if you're good at it the other way, but it's very challenging.
I disagree, and I'm in a bad spot. Very bad.
Nah. You can get it in two shots if you go the other way. Fuck. I had the lead.
That's okay.
Oh, I just gave you the game.
No, I don't think I can make it from here. Too much sand. That's alright. I was fortunate not to lose a hole there.
Nothing better than...
That's not what you want to do.
Who's your favorite?
That's also not what you want to do. Those arrows make.
Are you gonna watch the Oscars? Are you gonna watch the Oscars in 2 days?
Yeah, probably, or at least I'll follow it. Do you think that? Okay, there were a couple movies that you made some prediction about. What you made some predictions.
Honora's gonna win Best Picture.
All right, you're calling it now.
Yeah, Honora wins Best Picture.
You also said. What about The Substance?
The Substance? What's that?
It's got Demi Moore in it. It's about like.
Oh yeah, she wins Best Actress.
Oh wow. All right, you have a big shot
and,
here.
I can't remember his name. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's the guy. There's a movie called The Brutalist, and he will win Best Actor.
Will this go in? That's all. Oh, what a great shot.
There's a small chance Timothée Chalamet will win and become the youngest actor to win Academy Award for Best Actor, but I don't think he will. It'll more likely be the guy who plays the role in The Brutalist.
Did you see Complete Unknown?
No. Have you?
No. It might be something that I watched though. What about Wicked? Don't you think Wicked could win?
No. Yeah, Wicked will win Best Costume Design.
Wow, you're really into it. Okay, but do you think that Ariana Grande could win Best Supporting Actress? Dude, you fucked me.
No.
Dude, you fucked me beautifully. I need like the greatest water pump, and I didn't get it. Dude, you're
No, she's not gonna win Best Performing Actress.
Supporting.
No, she's not gonna win Best Supporting.
Dude, you're guaranteed to win. I don't like this hole. These holes I mean, frankly, I just don't know how to do them really well. It's just so random, but it's not. I mean, I actually these are probably the ones that require the most skill, but I've
I'll
never.
give you a list of who's going to win the Oscars tomorrow night. Tomorrow night before it happens, I'll be working when the Oscars all happen.
All right.
Unless they fire me.
Dude, you're having a really good week. You're good. Is it a job about which you have to worry about getting fired?
Well, my first week I did 3 sales. They want a average, but because it's my first week, I think they'll be pretty happy with getting 3 because I don't have the experience. I could have done 5, but a lot of things just didn't go in my favor.
Oh, so you have to actually increase your sales a lot to be able to stay with this job.
Yep.
What did you get? What did you get last week?
But that happened. 3 sales.
Was that your first week?
Yep.
But there's a very good chance you don't keep this job because it's so difficult, right?
But they'll be happy with 3 sales. 3 sales is better than 0. Most people are getting 0 that are starting.
Oh, okay.
3 on the first week's good.
Yeah, but I mean that's a long way from 8. 8's a lot in comparison.
Yeah, but it's my first week.
I know.
I have to learn the script.
Do they have a good script?
Yep. Sweat.
Now, are any of these warm calls or they're all cold calls where you just randomly go to people's houses and knock?
Cold calls.
Wow, that's really difficult. 3 sales is a lot.
But you do get leads, which Trent. So you get leads where you get their phone number and then you go do one calls.
So they're already interested?
Yeah.
So those should be easier to get sales, right?
Those are hard. If they're not booking in the first first encounter, then it's a lot harder than the second encounter.
Wow, what was that shot?
Because they lose interest. Because they'll go online and just lose interest. All they do is they go on the website and they book themselves and realize they don't need to book with me.
Oh, okay. Sales are difficult, man. Especially in the age of the internet.
Right. Yeah, here's the thing, my job is kind of pointless.
Yeah, the internet basically killed the salesperson. When before the internet, salespeople were like some of the highest paid positions with some companies because that's how companies got business. But once the internet was created, it killed all the salespeople. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Yep.
Because it's like a lot of people just don't even want to interact with people in their daily life. If they have to, they see it as a negative thing. They'd much rather be able to sit on their phone and book whatever, purchase whatever, and not have to worry about a middleman. And then there's that element of it too. Things are more expensive when you have a salesperson. Oh, what a miss. Dude, you have a big opportunity here. Big opportunity. Alright. I like this hole if I do it correctly.
Actually, I think we charge. I think if you go for the salesperson through the door to door, you get a couple discounts, but most people don't even care and they're still on the website anyway. But yeah, my job is kind of pointless where anyone who wants solar, if they're interested, they can just book it online anyway.
Right. That's interesting that it's actually cheaper to go through a salesperson than it is to go through the website. You would think the website would be cheaper because then they don't have to pay a commission to you.
Yeah, but they're getting less sales.
They're getting less sales?
For the website, yeah. Because they have to advertise for Google. It just doesn't work.
Oh, I gotcha. Oh, what a myth.
When you Google solar, right? When you Google solar, it's not going to be the first thing that comes up.
Right, no, I get it. I've done Google AdWords before. It can get very expensive. You know what the most expensive word is for Google AdWords?
What?
Guess. I'll tell you if you're warmer or colder.
For Google AdWords.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, when you do Google AdWords, you pay on certain keywords, and some companies will pay more for, it's not solar. So let's say your company's willing to pay $3 every time somebody types in solar into Google and they click their link. Another company may pay $4, so that company will show up before your company. Does that make sense?
Is it something to do with gaming?
No.
Like games?
No.
No?
No.
Is it something to do with food?
No.
Not adult entertainment?
No, nothing like that.
Is it obvious?
It will be when I say it. It's not anything adult entertainment. It's not gaming. It's not food.
Close.
It's not close.
Not close?
Not,
really not close.
Not close. Oh, look at this shot. Wow,
Am I close?
No, not really. That's 3 games.
Is it something to do with cleaning?
Nope.
So it's not food, not cleaning, not clothes.
It's a very competitive business, but basically, like, they're all kind of the same. So that's why it's so expensive.
That was a decent shot.
It helped me.
Yeah, you can fuck me. Rabbi.
Yo, dog. Keep guessing.
Is there a certain ethnicity that it applied more to?
It applies to all ethnicities. Here is a clue. It isn't like a physical object.
Something to do with money?
Closer.
Closer?
Yeah, but it's not anything. Yeah, closer, I would say. I'll give you a clue. It starts with the word I.
Intelligence?
Indulgence? No.
Not intelligent.
Intelligence, no.
Internet?
Oh, that's a really good guess. No, no, it's not. It's not internet. Internet's a very good guess. It's not close, but that would be a good thought. Um, but it's not internet and it's not intelligence. But both are really good guesses. Um, the first two words, first two letters are the same though. So it's like IN.
Ink?
Not ink. Nope.
I give up.
Insurance.
Insurance?
Insurance. And the reason why, generally, at least in the United States, all insurances are kind of the same. You either like the one that advertises on the sports or on, at your dealership or something like that. Like people don't really have major um, loyalties towards insurance. And, and
I'll tell you something.
And the thing is, just one moment. And the thing is, if you can get an insurance customer, they might be a customer for many years. You never know. So like, uh, this was a few years ago, but people would pay like $12. It was the highest ad word. It was huge, um, per click, which is really expensive. Okay, go ahead.
Insurance would be the hardest thing to do because fuck that. That would be nearly as hard as charity. And charity fucking sucks. I've done charity before.
Yeah, the insurance business, at least in the United States, a lot of it goes through websites. I mean, basically, if you're not like there are some like minor insurance franchisees who like maybe their parents were involved in it, so they've got this book of like customers already. But then there are like if you're just doing cold calls, like you're saying on insurance, it's really difficult. Uh,
I mean, I worked charity before, and I make more in a day than I did in charity.
and and insurance is so broad. I mean, I don't even think there are like health insurance salespeople unless they're working for like a company, or like going to companies, but they don't do like individual health insurance. I've never known anybody do that. At least in the United States, the big ones are like car insurance and that kind of stuff.
Now that I'm more experienced in this sales job and know what I'm doing now, I've got the hang of it. If I do the expectations of what's expected, I should be making $1,300 to $2,000 a day.
Yeah, but their expectations are kind of not realistic. Oh, you got screwed.
How they're not realistic?
Dude, 8 sales a week from their salespeople, that's a lot. Especially when these are all cold calls and it's door to door. Like if you pull a muscle, let's say you just drop something on your foot and you can't walk. You're not working.
That's any job.
No, a lot of jobs they'll pay you like workers' compensation, or you'll have like paid time off. But with your job, you basically have to rely on your body. And it's not like you're working an office job. You can work an office job with a broken foot, but you can't do door to door sales with a broken foot.
Did I tell you the part where they pay me $40 an hour for base salary?
Oh, that's huge, dude. Well, no wonder they don't keep people around there for very long because that's a lot of money.
Yep.
Is that 40? I imagine that's $40 Australian.
Yeah.
What is that in American dollars? Do you know?
Right about 25.
All right, that's still okay.
That's triple minimum wage.
What's minimum wage in Australia?
$22.
Okay. Is that for
Nearly
the whole?
double minimum wage.
Is that for the whole country, or is that just in like your state?
That's if you're past 2022. It's $18 if you're under 22.
Is that for the whole country?
Yeah.
Did I tell you about my new robots?
Yeah. I think it might be like 17, 15 or 17 if you're under 22.
I didn't tell you about my new robots that are spamming people on Twitter.
Oh, you got spam.
Yeah, and I'm spamming people from Australia specifically. You know, it's actually a pretty good idea.
Bro?
You know, that's a good question.
I mean, Australians have money.
Yeah, that not so much of that. A lot of since I'm up all night, a lot of Australians are awake when I'm awake, and like you're a perfect example of that. And I mean, I've done Jews, I've done people in cryptocurrency, I've done people in esoteric knowledge. So I can literally choose who I want, but I don't know why you don't do this, dude. You just create a bot and send them information on solar.
I could.
Yes, you could. I've gotten people in here. I've been doing this now for like 72 hours. And I've already gotten people into this Discord who found out about me from Twitter, and they've brought in friends of theirs. So it's like, it's a lot of, it's a very good way to advertise. And it's free. But the thing is, I'm able to just focus it on, like, here's what I'm doing. Everybody who follows BBC Australia, I can just focus on those people. Or everybody who follows um, ABC Australia, I can just focus on those people. Or anyone who follows the Australian Zoo, I can just focus on those people.
Fuck. Bad stuff.
No, that was
like, you could fuck me.
Dude, that would be a difficult water bump.
Alright, we're 3-3. We're probably gonna tie this one.
No, we're not. I'm gonna win.
First you get a hole in one.
Oh.
Oh my god. This is bad for you.
You have a chance to win. Zoo, your entire career relies on this chance. Short.
No!
Dude.
Oh, but it fucked you.
Yeah, it did. Oh man, that was way bad.
Oh, fuck.
You have a chance to win.
Who's in the best position right now?
You are. You have a chance to win, and that's gonna make it. Psych.
Oh no. I have a feeling that you're gonna get it in this shot.
Short.
How the fuck are we fucking up the easiest hole?
Oh no.
Are you kidding me?
Too hard. I can't believe that did not go in. Alright,
I can't believe that this is the
I've got a
easiest hole of all time.
straight on shot.
You got
You have to make this. You have to make this to tie. You missed. You missed. I won. That's, I think, 4 wins in a row. I know you did. We did tie one of those, but nevertheless. I'll,
Rabbi, I'm level 30. What level are you?
I'm elite. It says I'm level 40.
What level what?
40.
How do you get to level 40?
I think just beat a bunch of people. Though you played more games than I have.
Wait, can you give me a second?
Yeah, take your time.
Where's mini golf?
Dude, I just sent you an invite.
No. It's accessories and mini golf.
There's accessories in mini golf?
Yeah.
What are they?
Go to the shop.
Dog, accept my invitation. This is our last game.
I'm going to the shop.
Alright, that doesn't make it. Oh, you can buy stuff for mini golf?
Yeah.
What can you buy?
But sticker packs, accessories.
Yeah, but you can't buy like better golf clubs or anything, can you?
You can change the color of your ball.
That's pretty baller. Oh, don't hit his ball in.
You can change the color of the maps as well.
No way, really?
Yeah.
Do you have to pay for stuff?
Yeah. You see your points you get though?
Yeah.
You pay with the points or you pay with... You can earn them.
I'm not good at this first shot. Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
That's a perfect shot. Zoot. Too hard.
That's a comeback.
No.
Oh, that's perfect.
No, it's not.
That's perfect.
I'm going to show you perfect.
I mean, you've gotten a hole in one in this game.
Yeah. Oh, that's not good. Get there, get there, get there, get there, get there. Oh no, it stopped short, dude.
I have a better position than you.
Yes, you do.
I'm 2-2.
You got a perfect game going.
I just won.
Oh, no, you didn't. Dude, this one, somebody showed me how to have like a perfect shot. Oh, I missed it.
This is good for me.
It's amazing for you. Oh, no way.
Bad news is if you get it in, I'll win. You win still.
Yeah. Alright, we're tied in the hole 3. I kind of like this hole. I don't think I've... Oh, no, that's not what you want to do. I don't think I've ever gone the other way, though. I don't think it's a very good move. It's too... There's too much that goes on over there.
Hold on.
We both did badly. Dude, I have a strategy.
I fucked up. No, I'm helping you putt.
No.
Wait.
Dude, my strategy was... My strategy was terrible. That's in the water, in the black stuff. I gave you a free shot at it, basically.
That's gonna go in the hole.
No, it's not.
Not in the hole, but it's still a better position than me. That's a good shot from me. Yes.
No way. Zoot. Zoot's guaranteed the win. Oh, I thought that was the last hole for some reason. This hole's hard.
This hole's not that hard.
I'm sure there's like a... Oh, that was a really good shot. Really, really good shot. I'll take that shot. But your shot is better. Oh, get in the hole. Get in the hole. You basically locked up the win. Good job, Zoot. Get that win.
I'll let you have. You can get it in. I want to say the best shot I've ever seen. That's not the best shot. What was that?
I would have hit the thing on the side. Alright, Zoot. Well, that was fun.
I'm gonna look for where you can find the mini golf.
Okay, so where's the mini golf store?
Okay. You go to the treasure icon down the bottom.
Oh yeah, you can just buy stuff in there. I get that.
I can't find any pink to go.
That's what I thought. I've played with a lot of people, and I've never seen any of them have anything special.
There's a lot of pinks in pool there.
Dude, I'm so bad at pool. And it's because I always hit the 8-ball in, which really just screws me.
I just had banners.
Did you know that we're doing 24-hour Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu video spaces?
On where?
On Twitter. If you go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram, look in the pin message.
Yeah. I think I found something for mini golf.
What would that be?
No. For match monsters, I found something. People don't care about mini golf in this app.
Dude, that's what you say, but then you said it's the most popular game that they have. I don't know if that's true, but I can tell you whenever I'm trying to find a game, it never takes more than like 1 second to find someone, and they're a real person, which tells me that it's got to be pretty popular. If there are that many people always looking for a game, this must be a like it's a really interesting app because there isn't any advertising on it, and I guess they must make a lot from that store, perhaps. But I don't know. It must not cost that much to run because they have so many people using it. I mean, I think it even says somewhere how many people are online. I could be wrong on that, but oh yeah, no.
Yeah, the top is
40,000.
40,000 people online.
Exactly, that's a huge amount. It's a huge amount, especially considering in the United States, it's like the middle of the night. Did you hear Elon Musk had another baby?
Baby 14.
He's at 14. He was just on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he didn't mention any of his kids, which I think is just kind of weird.
I know that he doesn't talk to the one that's gone trans.
Right. I think it was more they don't talk to him. But then it's weird that like he does it in Texas, which caps child support, but it's like, dude, he could pay child support for these kids forever. I've heard he's like building like a compound there for all his kids or something. I don't really know. All I know is that he's not elected and he's getting to do a lot within the government. And I that's he's I think he's doing some good, but I don't know. I'm uncomfortable. There are these presidential executive orders, which I just think should be unconstitutional. I don't think that presidents should be able to do executive orders. Just none, because then you can turn executive orders into just being absolutely anything within the government, and I don't like that. What are the theories? Do you know who that prime minister is who died from Australia by going swimming?
Oh.
Yeah. What are the theories that happened to him? He just drowned.
Yep.
Do you think he could have been killed?
Possibly.
Did you watch Elon Musk on Joe Rogan?
Yeah, I know.
Because they talked about like Trump's assassination a lot, and Elon Musk talked a lot about his own assassination, that he feared being assassinated. He talked about it a lot. it was a really good interview. I think he talked a lot about space. He talked a lot about the government. He talked about um, like what's going on with the world at large. I talked to Bitcoin Obama for like 2 hours 2 days ago. I was trying to help him get his. I was trying to help him get his original account back because he had like 13,000 followers on it, and somebody stole his Twitter account, and so I tried to help him get it back. And he it was frustrating, but um, I did what I could to help him, and we're still gonna work on it. I told him we'd wait 24 hours or so until we try again because I think he just kept kept trying and kept trying and kept trying. And if you do it too much, they'll lock you out. But I mean, after talking to him, he's I don't know. I mean, he doesn't make all that much sense sometimes. At least, or I don't understand what he's saying. But I did try to help him as best I could. Did you know that he lost his account?
Yeah.
Did you steal it from him? Did you steal his account, Zoot?
No.
Yes, you did.
Sorry, I'm just looking at locations for tomorrow that I'm going to do. I might do a koala, go into the koala rescue Tuesday though.
Do you get paid more if it's a bigger sale?
What do you mean?
Like, say for instance, you make a sale on a residential house, you get paid a certain amount, but if you got paid for like a warehouse, would it be a lot bigger sale?
Yeah.
Well, that's
we don't do commercial properties.
Oh, why not?
Well, we can. I just don't know. We just don't knock on commercial properties unless, like, the person who owns the commercial property.
I gotcha.
Right, because we're doing cold calls.
Don't they have?
If I'm out in like public and
don't they have?
In my like.
Don't they have non-solicitation laws where you can't go to someone's house? Like in the United States or like in my neighborhood, there's a sign on the it's like a subdivision, and it says no solicitation, which means that at least where I live, it doesn't allow people to come and knock on your door. They can get in trouble for doing that. You don't have that?
So there's two things. You can't do sales after 8 p.m. So you can't do door to door after 8 p.m. And you can get a sticker that says no salespeople. But if it's like torn up and it's old, we'll still knock on their door. But if it's like fresh, new, then you can't knock on the door.
Oh, okay.
So if it's under 6 months old, then we can't knock on their door. But if it's older than 6 months, you can knock on their door.
Well, is it like an official sticker, or is it just like something that somebody puts up themselves?
It's something that someone puts up themselves.
I gotcha. Have you ever been yelled at for somebody for like if you came and knocked on my door, I would be kind of mad because I'm doing my own thing and I'm like in the zone. I don't want people randomly coming to me to sell me something. Not necessarily. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't own the house, so I don't answer the door. But like, especially if it's because somebody was just like oh hey, I was in the neighborhood, I wanted to just talk to you about this. It's like, I'm doing my own thing. You're interrupting my day. I'd be like, please don't ever come back. I would tell you that straight up. Whatever you do, please don't ever come back. I don't want solicitation. I'm busy doing my own thing. Do you ever get people who are mean to you?
Every day.
Oh, no way. So you have to have really tough skin in this job. What do they say to you?
They just don't know. They just don't know. You can tell someone's not interested because they won't answer the screen door. Like in Australia, we have screen doors.
Right, for bugs and stuff.
You have it in America, right? The screen door.
Some people do. It's kind of an older thing. Um, but yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, so they won't answer the screen door and they'll just look for the screen door.
Does
So
anybody?
you can't see their face.
Right. Does anybody ever say like, how dare you come to my door and interrupt me?
No.
Wow, that's unique. Because in the United States, I mean, there are like entire neighborhoods you can't go in. It just says no solicitation, and it basically the homeowners. Do you have homeowners associations in um, Australia?
I don't know.
Okay, so in the United States, homeowners associations are really, really big. It's basically like the group of people who live in your neighborhood have like a board of directors, and they vote on like what
Let me ask you something.
just one moment, what color your house can be, and like what kind of flowers you can plant. They can be really, really strict. And so a lot of times they just put up a sign that says no solicitation. And if you violate that, I don't want to say you're going to go to jail, but you could. It could be no trespass. Like it could be considered trespassing. Go ahead and ask me what you want to ask me.
Do you think it's fair that like 10 years ago people were buying houses for 120,000 and now they're like 800,000?
Not at all, man. Not at all. It is ridiculous that basically home ownership for the average person is gone. When I was a kid, it was starting to go up, but I mean, it was still achievable. But especially with like mortgage rates, and the word mortgage comes from its Latin root to mean the debt you don't pay until you die. Like mortuary, and it has the same root. Mortis meaning death, and to think that there's a system that makes you a renter for life, basically. And the saddest part about it, or one of the saddest parts, like if you get let's say a loan on I don't know, a mortgage on $100,000 house, you actually have to pay like $400,000 to buy that house over the course of the lifetime of the loan. And let's say you pay 99% of it back. Let's say you pay 99% of it back, and not the 1%, then the bank still owns it.
My mom paid $100,000 for. Sorry, she paid $10,000 deposit on $110,000 mortgage in 1999. That house today is worth $900,000.
There you go.
And the mortgage is paid off.
There you go. But do I think it's fair? No. Another thing, at least in the United States, that I don't like a lot is I feel it should be illegal for people who are not American citizens to purchase land in the United States. And I feel that way with any country. So it's not just the United States, meaning I don't think that you should be able to buy Australian land if you're not Australian. Because then what happens is just big companies come in from another country and buy it all up and then make it really, really expensive to live there. and I don't think that's right.
I disagree, but what Trump is doing with tariffs in the USA is going to make it really hard for people to buy property from overseas investors. He's going to tax the fuck out. Tariffs are going to tax the fuck out of Chinese investors that are doing what they're doing.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Tariffs don't apply to real estate in the United States, or really anywhere. Tariffs are about goods that you buy. Real estate is not a good, so it's not going to affect those people. It's not going to affect those people at all.
Really?
Really. It's just going to make it really.
I mean, what about the development? What about development goods or the houses?
Yeah, that's all generally purchased domestically. It's too expensive to ship it a lot of times. I'm not saying all the time, but like lumber, like most of the houses are lumber. Like that's here, or like a oh, what do they call it? Manufactured house. We don't really have those, but I mean, in some areas of the United States they have them, but that's all built on site. Like maybe like some of the trim pieces and plastics and stuff that might be shipped from overseas, but it's expensive to do that. I'm not saying that, but like a lot of that is still American made, and the the people who do the construction, they're either American or they're paid by Americans, so that doesn't really affect that. Here's the thing, and what happens, like it's always been interesting to me. I Orange County is a majority Asian. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Irvine is a majority Asian. Orange County is a majority, um, well, like, and then California is a majority Latinx, and like your average person who you think of as being an American is really a minority in California. I shouldn't say, I should say it more like a lot of times people think of um, like a blonde hair, blue eyed California girl, that kind of person, and they think that they're all over California. And they are, but they're still minorities within the state of California. But they're not. They don't get access to minority, um, you know, benefits or anything. What ends up happening, and which I just don't. I mean, it'll happen. It probably is happening in Australia with Chinese investment. Basically, Chinese investors come in, buy all the real estate, and they don't live there, and they just sit on it and watch it appreciate, and then it gets really, really expensive to live with. Like, you just can't buy a house. And I'm not against, let's just say, Chinese people living in the United States. That's fine. I think that Chinese people are great for the United States. I really do. They're some of my favorite people. But if you're going to do that, I feel you should be a citizen. Then it doesn't become such a um, it's not, housing isn't looked at as an investment. It's looked at as a place to live. But at least in the United States, China has bought a lot of it, and it's really kind of an invasion that Americans don't recognize, which I recognize. It's basically people with um, people who aren't living here who own the property, and that causes all kinds of issues. But it is what it is. That's why I would say just where, like, there are some countries, I think it's Thailand or the Philippines or something, where in order to live there, or in order to buy property there, you have to be a citizen of that country. I think those are good policies. Do you have a lot of Chinese investment in Australia? I would imagine what's considered medically necessary healthcare is free, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean that's good.
Yes. Cosmetic surgery if you know the right people there.
There you go.
If it's infecting you getting employment, then you can get subsidized on cosmetic surgery.
Well, that's really cool. I think that's a great policy. How is Yoshi doing?
Fine. I just haven't been able to take him on walk recently because I've been working.
I imagine you can't take him to work with you, right?
I mean, that would be cool.
Yeah, I mean in the United States sometimes you can do that. Is it like that in Australia?
I could if I'm in the area.
That's cool.
I don't think my boss would care if I'm getting sales.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he wouldn't. I'm sure that would delay you though, if you gotta take care of an animal. But like in the United States, we have like policies on what are called service animals, and sometimes people can break.
I wouldn't do that though. I wouldn't do that though because he would just be exhausted by the time I get him home.
Wow, so you really have to walk a lot every day.
I'm not taking my dog on a 6-hour walk. That would just cruel.
Oh, totally. Yeah, that's not cool.
And that seems like not a golden retriever. If he was a border collie, it would be no problem because he has so much fucking stamina. But he doesn't have enough stamina.
That makes sense. Is he a good dog?
Yeah.
Would he bark a lot?
Yep.
All right, so you'd have to deal with that too. So I get that. Do you think you're going to do this job for a long time?
I hope so. Why would I quit a job where I'm making $35K a week?
Yeah, that's really good.
And that's just average. I can be making 20K a week if I'm above average.
Do they fire people a lot at this job? Or do people quit?
People quit more than they get fired.
Is it just because it's so physically exerting?
No, I thought that it's mentally. It's the physical issue is physical is fine. It's the mental issue.
What do you mean the mental issue?
Having to deal with rejection.
Oh, I bet that's tough.
Most people come work for a day, 2 days, and then just give up because they can't get a sale.
Oh, so you've already overcome that.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I mean, I'm proud of you, man. You're getting out. You're doing it.
Once you get one.
You're successful.
Once you get one sale, your second sale is easy. Like, once I get one sale in a day, then the second one's easy. The third one's like, if I get a sale as soon as I start, then I got the confidence to do like, if I get a sale in the first hour, then I got the confidence to go get another one in the next hour, and then like by the end of the day, I got the confidence. Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. It's just you get momentum. Do you think that the people who own the business, is it like is it family owned or is it like a corporate owned business? How many people work there?
It's corporate owned.
Okay. And do you like your boss so far?
I've only spent Less than an hour with him.
Oh, so they really want, like, did they have a training program?
No.
Did you even go
Oh,
out?
yeah.
I mean, didn't they have you, like, shadow someone for the first day or so?
Yep.
Okay, and so you were able to learn. Did you get to shadow that guy who's worked there for 5 years?
No. Got to shadow the guy that worked there for a week.
Oh, really? So just somebody who barely had any experience. I bet that guy who's been there 5 years is just like, look, I don't want anybody shadowing me. I don't want anybody to get in my way.
Guess what, Rabbi?
What's that, big dog? What's that, Zoot?
Next week.
What's next week?
This week, sorry. Tomorrow I have to train people.
Wow, so you're already training people like you were trained on the first day?
Yep.
So that's going to slow you down, isn't it?
Yep.
Alright, well, it's just one of those things. I'm sure if you're there a long time, like that other guy who's been there 5 years, they eventually are like, they don't bother you and they just let you do your thing.
Yep.
Alright, well, that's the goal. How many people, with how many people do you work? Or, not, I shouldn't say it. How many salespeople do they have where you are?
Just me and one other guy right now.
What about the guy who's been there for 5 years?
That's my boss.
Oh, okay. So so it's really not a lot of people there. It's just two guys.
They just thought, no, like, they have a company nationwide, but they just started one in my city.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
So I'm higher up in my role being a weekend than I should be because it's a new company.
What do you do if it rains?
Then I don't what?
So they just send you home?
Yeah, and I just let up.
And you don't get paid? Do they give
No,
do
I
they
don't know.
do they give you a vehicle or do you have to take your own car?
Take my own transport.
Oh, all right.
But in a week we're gonna have a vehicle in a week.
Well, that's good.
Not this week, the week after. We're gonna have a vehicle in the week after.
Well, that's good. Do you have to carry it?
I need to do 8 sales next week, so I need to aim for 3 to 4 tomorrow. Then 3 to 4 Tuesday.
That's a lot. I mean, they really have high expectations of you.
3 and 6 hours is fine.
Yeah, but you're training somebody and you're having to walk. It's a lot.
I can do 6 an hour. That's the goal.
Wow, people just want solar that badly?
Yeah, I want to do 6 every hour tomorrow. I want to have a sale every hour.
Well, go get them, big dog.
If I get a sale every hour, that's 30. The ideal would be 2 sales every half an hour, which would be 60.
Do you think you can do that?
I don't see why it wouldn't be possible.
All right.
Why wouldn't it be possible?
I mean, it could rain.
60. If I did 60 sales in a week, that would be about $35,000.
Wow. Do you Are you an employee of this company or are you an independent contractor?
Independent contractor, I think.
Oh, okay. So then you don't get benefits or anything like that, right?
I get a salary.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but you don't get benefits, which, I understand.
My minimum, my minimum is my minimum salary is $62,000 a year.
But they could fire you at any point, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, do it for as long as you can. It sounds like you like what you do, and you do really well with the rejection. I mean, how many houses do you go to? Like, what's your percentage? Like, if you were to go to 100 houses, how many sales would you get?
100 houses?
Yeah.
It took 150 houses before I got my first up.
Oh wow. Okay, so you really have to go to a lot of houses. So if you were to go to 1,000 houses, you would get like maybe 10 sales.
About 7.
Okay. So you really, so it's a lot of work, man. But you seem to be enjoying it. At least the first week's in, and you've survived that. So
Well, here's the thing. They want you to do 200 houses a day, but like, it doesn't make that's
unrealistic.
it's for 6 hours of work. That's a house a minute.
Yeah, you're not able to do that.
But 200 divided by 60.
It's like a house every 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, a house every 2 minutes.
That's not really that realistic, especially when it can take some time. Do you ever have to go on the roof or anything?
No.
Well, that's good.
Because here's the thing, right? I could knock on a door, right? And then it could be the only house there that doesn't have solar, and then the whole street could have solar, and then I have to do a 20-minute fucking walk to find someone without solar.
Right. Do you have to use Google?
So I can't knock it.
Do you have to use Google Maps to see who has solar and who doesn't?
No.
Do a lot of people already have solar?
Hey, you still knock on the door.
Oh, why is that?
They could have issues with their solar.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you guys do solar repair as well?
Solar repair?
Yeah, basically, somebody, their system isn't working. So instead of getting a whole new system, they just may say, repair the one that I currently have. Do you guys do that too?
Yeah. So I noticed the other day, right, there was a bunch of trees in the way of the solar panel, and they had it on the wrong house. They had it on the wrong side of the house. So I knocked on their door and said, hey, like, we can help you and move your solar to the other side of the house so you have it on the front. Because I noticed at the back there was a bunch of trees in the way. I said, hey, like, is your solar working? And I said, well, like, I can help you move to the front. And then I got a booking from that.
Oh, that's really great.
You just got to know what to look for. You notice, like, if someone has like trees in the way, those are the people who want to target because the trees are in the way of their solar.
Very cool.
If you have trees in the way of your solar's not gonna fucking work. But if I can move it to the front, their roof is fine, and put it in the front, I don't know why they had it in the back. If I can move it to the front, it will be working.
Very cool. That's good. So, yeah,
I'll be around.
get your rest.
I'll be around tomorrow.
Excellent. We'll see you when we see you. Take care, my friend.
Johnny, what did you even talk about? What's your deal, Johnny? Where are you from? You've never been on
San
stage.
Bernardino.
You've never been on stage before, correct?
No, 2 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How many spots a week you been doing?
About 3 or 4.
Interesting.
It's hard to get it down to a minute. A lot of my things are longer storytelling type things.
Oh, jeez. You should not be doing stories right now.
Right.
You should just be concentrating on jokes. Man, you kind of blew our mind when you came up here. You look like...
John.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Like, John Wesley.
Yeah, John Wesley.
Yeah. When we first
used to come.
Houston. Both of us. I was
Yeah.
like, ooh. The hat backwards. His name's even
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hat,
You should
looking at the hat backwards is a smarter way than what you know.
Yeah, because the shadow.
Yeah.
Right. It blocks off your face. Always moving away. That's why it's hard for like the big thing now is like facial hair. I mean, it's the same thing. You don't see guys on TV with a lot of facial hair in like sitcoms and stuff like that. And the reason is that people don't believe them. They don't believe in them. They don't think they're being honest. They have something to hide. And the same thing with a hat. It's like you have something to hide. And so they'll
That way I'm not on TV. I just need to shave and take this hat off.
It would help, but yeah, I mean, it's not a miracle.
You know, I do the hat thing. Like I still do the hat thing because I remember.
You get really defensive about this.
No. I remember people telling Rogan that back in the day, and Rogan would come out on stage wearing hats, and I remember going, he's doing it. It's not affecting him. People are still connecting with him. So now I never really think of that, but I don't know. I get it.
It does make sense when you're looking at it from the back of the room. However, your style is sort of tailored towards wearing a hat. You don't make like any real faces and stuff,
Right.
And because if you did, then you really.
I should try it without a hat for like a few months.
Yeah, especially since I saw you last night at the Magic Castle with no hat, and I'm telling you, this fucking guy cleans up well. Look out, Ryan Redband on the cover of Esquire. Now, Johnny, let's talk about it. What were you even trying to say during that? You were
The beginning was how buying a kid is a lot like, adopting a kid is a lot like buying a car. It's like an extended metaphor type thing. Buying
and then you just rambled off like 20 different things really fast. It would have been funny if you like went into one, kind of talked about one, then went into another one, maybe. Yeah. It just seemed like you just like hit us really fast.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, what the fuck's going on?
You were
slow down. Yeah. It was a minute. I was trying to get it in. Like it's like I adopted one of each color.
When you thought it was a minute, were you pausing in your head for laughter?
No. I just the light started freaking me out. I'm sitting next to like 4 of my favorite comedians. I'm just like, oh my god, what's going on right now? This is like crazy.
Yeah, you're definitely from the San Gabriel Valley. San Bernardino, which is even farther in. Like that's the top of GTA 5 smack, right?
Yeah.
You're Trevor from GTA.
Yeah, right on, man.
All right. Well, I like your style. Do you talk about working at a gas station, or?
I'm actually like an engineer and accountant and stuff.
Really?
Yeah. 22. I have like a wife and a kid and a mortgage.
Wow.
Get out of comedy.
No, that's why I wanted to get into comedy. No. It's just soul drenching.
It's the other way around, man. You should drop out. No, it's the truth. Before he fucks his life up, he's got kids. He can't be doing waka 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 when he's got kids.
It destroys me.
You don't got kids?
Yeah, but we were together forever, and I was successful. You're not. I mean,
I'm sorry about the failed copy made joke.
It's alright. No. It's not that. It's just that comedy is such a brutal mistress. I mean, you have to, every night you should be doing 2 or 3 sets, and in clubs, and that doesn't leave a lot of time for a family.
And then your wife, she didn't get into this with you when you were already doing stand-ups. You're going to be out at night, away from her.
Yeah, it's hard, man.
Maybe you don't make as much money as you could in your other job. You certainly, we've seen a lot of people lose their marriages.
Yeah, I know I'm like, don't quit your day job type yet, but it's just fun. It's like, this is probably the best minute of my week, to be honest. It's just like, I love it.
You're from San Bernardino. You're 22.
Right.
You have a kid.
Right.
I'm guessing the kid's what, 12?
She's like 1.
Wow, 1?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, fuck yeah, man. It seems like an interesting time to be getting into stand-up. I don't know, that's a tough one. What does the wife do?
She works from home doing computers and stuff like that. Like, we pull together, like,
Wait,
pretty
big
good
videos? What are we talking about? What's computers?
She'd make more money if we were doing that. Not like computers to like remote desktops type stuff. Fixes your computer from the other side of the
Yeah, the kid and the wife's hard, you know? You're 22. Tam Fam has 10 years on you, but he's got no kids, right? Right? There you go. See how excitedly he said that from the back of the room? He couldn't wait to talk about not having kids.
Yeah, just having a relationship and being a comedian, not even being married with kids is one of the hardest things. Unless you, I mean, because the time that you're at a comedy club late at night till 1 in the morning till 2. The only way you can do it is like if you date a stripper. So I recommend doing that.
There you go.
It's good to know.
If he wasn't, we met long before we had kids, right? And so we were both and get it, we both know what we're doing. But if he wasn't making a decent income, we couldn't be living in LA doing what we're doing. We'd be a completely different picture. I mean, we still probably be doing comedy. We'd be living someplace south, just figuring it out. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, I'm not thinking career yet about it. It's just like find like a place to let my ADHD out for like a couple minutes a week. It's like great. I got work in the morning, then school, and then do this, and then hang out with the kids on the weekends and stuff. And it's like, it's just fucking jam it all in. My wife's super supportive. I love it. Hey, baby.
You're an Nobody's there.
She will be.
You're an engineer and accountant, but you're still going to school?
Yeah, because when I got in at the warehouse, so they keep paying me shit warehouse money for like a 6-figure job. So I'm trying to get a degree and like, yeah, they see me as a kid and shit, but fuck it.
Because you're kind of a kid.
Yeah, I'm a kid with a kid.
Yeah. So how'd that happen? Were you guys trying to make a kid?
Oh yeah, we've been together like 8 years. Right when we turned 18, got married. Yeah, I'm planning to have a kid.
How long have you guys been together?
Since like 14, 15.
Wow.
No, she's fucking cool. I love her. She's like really cool. She was like really like subjectable as like when we were younger, so it's just like build a bitch workshop. You just like get her right into whatever you like to do. She's got tattoos and shit now.
Well, that's
that joke.
That's exactly what you should be talking about.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Build a bitch. Wow.
Oh, man.
Only you can really talk about that.
Yeah,
If you've been dating her since she was 14, then there you go. Johnny Stewart.
Give me a card, man. Give me a card.
Thanks for you guys' podcast. I love you guys.
Johnny Stewart. One of the few people in San Bernardino that's able to listen to this podcast. I don't know how he has Wi-Fi. I don't even think there's a fucking Starbucks in that city. He's on Twitter at Johnny's Comedy. He has an apostrophe in there. That can't possibly be part of your... Okay, so there's no apostrophe? Okay, follow him at Johnny's Comedy.
Get you a t-shirt.
Yeah. Just look up John Westling too. You look so much like him. That was crazy. Yeah.
Tick.
You figure it out, man.
Yeah, just saw it.
Hey, Tam Fam, how many different Tam Fam shirts do you have? Did you only have one? Oh, okay. You wear that every night when you could do stand-up? You son of a bitch. And he said he goes up, what, 4 or 5 nights a week?
You're gonna look him up now and be like, I don't fucking look like this guy. But he did like 10 years ago.
Yeah. Tam Fam, do you have a sister? Tammy Fam? For your next comedian, he goes by the name of Rob Lewis.
talk about something really serious. I just moved here from Philadelphia and feeling a little homesick. Mainly, I'm just really upset because I really do miss my family. There's some things I don't miss about them, though. For one thing, everybody in my family's always really been used to exploiting me my entire life. Like, when I was a kid, they found out at an early age I was actually a decent singer. So I started singing, like, Michael Jackson, Stevie Wonder, all sorts of things. My family loved listening to, like, old R&B. It was great. And then they realized, like, my favorite song to sing was You Are the Sunshine of My Life. And they wanted me to sing that at almost every single family gathering. It got really annoying really quick. Like, I was singing at funerals. I was singing at birthday parties. I was singing at bar mitzvahs. Guys, singing You Are the Sunshine of My Life at a fucking funeral is really fucking awkward. I'm just not gonna... and singing it to my aunt as her husband's being lowered, like, this just...
Whoa, Rob. Whoa, there's some birds in there, too. Hi, Rob. One punchline in 1 minute. That's what the,
What was the punchline?
Oh, yeah, no, there wasn't one. That's right, thanks. But, I mean, I'm sure that was awkward. Now, it seems like you're telling a very true story from a true place, right? How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it for about 4 years.
Oh, my God. Ralphie, what do you got for Rob? A pink slip?
I wanted you to get into it faster. You came up and you had a dramatic pause and stuff like that, and when you're on the clock, you have to get to it faster. When you say as a child you were exploited, the natural tendency is that your uncle sucked you off or something. I mean, you have to be careful with your verbiage, okay? If you're going to go there, go there. But if you're just going to tell a story about singing an awkward song, it doesn't quite have your uncle blew you. You know what I mean? You have a funny premise. Sunshine of your life there. Just get to it faster. It's a good premise. It's a very funny, awkward thing to have happen. They want you to sing as they're lowering the husband into the ground. It's fucking funny. Just expound upon it and get to it faster.
I felt like you walked up here defeated before you even started talking. Like, you kind of, like, a good example, many years ago, I got to see Phyllis Diller walk on stage, and she glided. Like, I didn't even look at her feet touched the ground, and she kind of did this, like, thing with her arm, which would look ridiculous if you did that now. But she just hit the stage like such a star, and it was so, like, it just blew my mind that the moment she was there, you just couldn't take your eyes off of her. And when you walked out, you just looked kind of like, and then you grabbed the mic and paused, and it just didn't look like you were ready to do it.
Sure, you seem a little bit happier now than you did during your set. Like, you have a little half smile going on, right?
That's usually my setup.
Gotcha.
I usually like to go into longer sets. I usually like to go into longer sets and try to kind of create a little bit of an awkward laughter. Andy Kaufman was actually a big influence of mine early on, so I always like to monologue their really awkward, kind of weird comics.
Gotcha. Well, in that case, I'd say commit to that more. You know what I mean? If that's what you're going for, because it just came across as sort of uncomfortable. You know what I mean? It seemed like you weren't in control. Andy would go so far to the extreme of making it weird that it would fucking get weird, like all the way. Whereas with you, it's just like, oh, this is sort of weird, but he's trying to plow through. I'm sure there's a big point coming any second now, and that it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, probably if I'm doing something like a minute like this, maybe just try to work on more punchlines where I can do shorter sets like this. I like to do a lot of monologues and talk, and I usually like to sing in some of my sets. I actually do a lot of stuff at a couple other urban rooms around the area. But
I sing You Are My Sunshine?
Well, no, I've sung like other songs. Like I've sung.
You end up singing, which is exactly what you say your
like
parents
Rock With You or You Are the Sunshine of My Life, things like that.
How did you sing at a funeral? Were you crying?
No, it was actually more or less just. I didn't really. I had to kind of be nudged. Like I just went ahead and just sung it, just like I was singing in my room, like kind of almost singing with my eyes closed.
Was everybody else crying around you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. How old were you at the time?
throw a couple tags in at least if you're gonna do that. I mean, because I looked down, I think it was 45 seconds. Maybe I didn't said one joke yet. I mean, even if you're a storyteller, you still need to sprinkle a little bit of humor into that, because then it just is a story, you know. So.
Where you been doing stand-up for 4 years?
I actually just moved from Philadelphia, so I was doing it out there for about 4 years. Kind of started working on some different material, some different ideas. A couple of comics told me I was actually pretty good at singing, so I just started implementing that in my act more. So
Comedians told you that you were good at singing?
Like, I did a couple of shows where I actually decided to go ahead and do a bit about going to a karaoke bar with a girl I was going on a date with. And so I started singing some of the songs I did, and I just went into the whole story of her, like, kind of reacting to the song. And some people said, hey, that's kind of funny, you should try to, do some more singing, try to incorporate some songs more in your act. Go ahead and do that.
Holy
so
shit.
Started working on it.
Oh my god, Rob, that was a long answer.
Hey, you asked.
It's true. Fuck, I guess I should have known that I was going to get a minute of, nothingness.
Thank you.
Rob Lewis, everybody. There he goes.
Good job, man.
4 years in the game. Hey, sometimes it's rough, people. What am I supposed to do?
4 years isn't that long.
It's true. Yikes. You're gonna love this though. He has the Twitter handle @thecoolcomic. He's that. All one word. He's got it. The Cool Comic is Rob Lewis, everybody. So follow him on Twitter.
Amen to that.
Andy was a big influence on me. That movie, Man on the Moon. The next day, I was in a library looking up those shady Andy Kaufman books. Like, it was a real game changer for me. Not style.
You know, I saw him when I was like 6, wrestling. Yeah.
You saw him wrestling?
Yeah.
Wow, and that's like my favorite stuff that he did. He was so great at that.
He got the shit kicked out of him by some Tennessee girls. Big old fat bitches whoop his ass.
Oh my god. Yeah, I related to him because when I was a little kid, I used to.
spit on him.
You did?
Yeah.
A lot of people hated him.
Yeah, they hated him.
He'd get the crowd so riled up.
Yeah.
All you dumb women and hillbillies, He would do this thing, and he was from Hollywood. They knew him from Taxi already, so he's going, that's right, everybody, I'm a TV star, and you're just a bunch of idiots. I'm from Nashville, I don't know nothing. He would just say the most ignorant shit, and then he would get into how stupid their women are.
Yeah, and then fight them.
Right. I'm the women's wrestling champion. I'll take on any woman here. You guys can't wrestle. All you can do is the laundry and doing the dishes and peeling potatoes. And he would do this all throughout different cities in the South. Sold out arenas of people just going, fuck you! It's the best. There's a great documentary on Netflix or something. It's, what is that called? It's Andy Kaufman World Wrestling Champion, something like that. World Champion of women's wrestling.
I spit on him. I hated him. I did, man. I hated that guy.
That is so cool.
We loved Lawler. Jerry Lawler.
Yeah, Jerry the King.
Jerry the King Lawler.
Yeah, the king of Memphis wrestling.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. He's still in the game. He does commentary pretty much every night for those guys.
You spit on him like a dumb southern redneck.
You're going to go for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Conrad Adi.
Sunshine of my life.
Conrad Adi? Is he coming? Here he is. Conrad Adi.
Always be around.
Really random here. Yeah. So I recently found out today that my dad is a softie and my mom's kind of a stoic. And the reason I found this out is my cousin, she died this morning. And the reason, so she died this morning, and my dad, probably with tears in his eye, was giving the play-by-play. The prognosis doesn't look well. Now she's brain dead. Now she's actually took off the life support, yada yada. take care of it tomorrow, but you got some tickets in the mail. You should take care of them. And it made me realize that my mom is very good at compartmentalizing that stuff.
Wow. Fuck yeah. Your cousin died this morning?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, luckily I know a guy that sings at funerals, so, Rob Lewis in the flesh.
Do you do any black guy funerals? You do black?
Ian Ellis does. Ian Ellis does black guy everything.
Yeah. He might bring some Febreze and a squeegee to the event, but...
You and Rob Lewis went monologue. That was something else. What were you getting at here? What was the big, what were we winding up for?
Yeah, it slipped my mind. I wrote this morning, but it's,
I bet you did. Your cousin died this morning. You couldn't have written that yesterday. Ahead of the news over here.
Last time you were on, you were on before, right? No, first time? Oh, okay.
Oh, shit. It's the Brian moment of accidental racers. That's gonna be a jingle. That's a permanent jingle. Once an episode.
I remember who I was thinking. I'm not for sure he has any.
He's specified that it's food before talking. You know you're uncomfortable when you just start eating on a podcast. Oh my god, I fucking love it. Fuck yeah, Conrad. So let's talk about it. Where are you from? What's going on?
Hey, I'm from San Diego, and been here since November. Accidentally ended up here.
You're out of it today, aren't you, man? You're having a hard day, right?
Were you close to this cousin, or is it like one of those black cousins, you know what I mean? Where it's like eighth cousin, but you say you're cousins like you're really friends. Alright, I made it weird, guys. That was not accidental racism. That was on purpose racism. Totally purposeful racism.
We were pretty close, and felt this would be a great minute.
Vent a little bit.
Really? You thought this would be great? This is not great.
Just 1 minute.
Topical. I'm retiring this year, so
You know, it's hard. You know, what you did was important as a comedian, that you took some tragedy and in spite of it, you got on stage and you attempted to make something funny.
Yep.
And that is a huge step in the right direction of being a comic. You can't be shaken. The show must go on. You gotta handle stuff even when it's the hardest of all time.
Yep.
You know? You're brave. Good for you.
No doubt about it. I really do love that. You know. And to try to roll with something new, to take that chance instead of trying to phone it in with something, you know, it's better to work that muscle of having balls than it is to not have balls. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think of Conrad?
I thought that was a rough set to come up. I think what you said was spot on, because I mean, how many times have you had some bad news and you still have to go do a set?
Yeah.
I found out right before I was announced to go on stage that my grandmother had died, and I was just, and it shook me. And that brought up a really good lesson, which is never check your phone right before you get on stage, because it'll fuck you up. It's not a good thing. If you get good news, it'll throw you off. It's bad news. Oh, we found out we were pregnant with our son. 20 minutes before we had to get on stage, we both had this fucked up show that night. Yeah, I took that EPT test right before we got on stage. Not a good time. We could have waited after the show.
That was a fucking bad move, man.
Wow. That's crazy. The good news is I think you wrote your cousin an obituary tonight, and
Your father's a softie? I don't know.
you guys didn't like that? Alright. I was gonna say you have 99 problems and an obituary ain't one. I've been waiting 12 years to say that joke, and finally found the right opportunity.
Are you sure?
No. Okay. No, I wrote it 7 seconds before I said it. Conrad, welcome, man. Come back anytime. Very fun.
Well, if he does, you'll just think he was another black guy that has been here before.
It's true. Brian's pretty certain this is your 40th time on the show.